Chapter 1. He is merely a cook. Delicate strands of rain dance through the air, tracing enigmatic paths that eluded comprehension. The corner of the street. An empty soda can, inexplicably rolled out from somewhere, was sent spinning across the ground by the wind. Bang! A man squinted his already small eyes and crushed the still spinning can underfoot, his towering and robust figure standing resolutely on the street, akin to a mighty titan. Raindrops glided over his gleaming bald head and chiseled cheeks, yet he remained oblivious, his expression marred by an unsettling ferocity. Gulp. The shadowy figures lurking in the darkness swallowed hard, their gaze shifting towards the deeper recesses where the leader resided. A somber gaze was raised, piercing through the rain to fixate on the man standing silently, exuding an aura of aggression and volatility despite his youth, as though they were not confronting a person, but rather a ravenous beast. "Boss, shoo," the indistinct leader interjected, placing a finger to his lips to silence his subordinate. "Do not speak, let us see how long he can stand there." The leader's imposing presence rendered the murmurs of the shadows extinct. They watched the man, adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, standing defiantly in the street, their eyes brimming with trepidation. Damn it, where did this formidable man spring from? His arms appear thicker than my thighs. The rain intensified. "Boss, I've uncovered information about this kid." At that moment, a hasty subordinate arrived, his visage contorted with fury, his eyes reminiscent of a predator, as he approached the leader with renewed ferocity. "Speak." The leader instinctively touched his throbbing left cheek. "Boss, we have been deceived. That guy's not a thug hired by the Han family. He is merely a Chinese cook who has been here for a short time." "Damn it, boss. I heard from the recently dismissed head chef of the Han family that this kid has only just turned 18. Hell, say that again." The leader, exasperated, lifted his subordinate, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "With that physique, that build, he is only 18? And a cook? Do you think we are in Azeroth?" The surrounding subordinates could not suppress their laughter, but a fierce glare from the leader silenced their mirth. The hurried subordinate, drenched by the rain, wiped his face and lamented, "It's absolutely true, boss. He is indeed just a cook, but certainly not a master of martial arts. If you don't believe me, I will rush out and confront him right now." With that fierce countenance, that impeccably clean bald head, and those mysterious Eastern dragon tattoos, you dare to tell me he is merely a cook? The old head chef told me this. He brought in exceptionally authentic Chinese cuisine and conquered everyone at the Ham restaurant in just a few days. The head chef was forced into retirement, harboring an intense hatred for him. I have verified this matter repeatedly. There is absolutely no doubt. The younger brother was almost ready to swear to the heavens. "Damn it, I'll go myself." The leader shoved the younger brother to the ground and strode out of the alley, while the two subordinates hurriedly held up umbrellas, scrambling to shield their boss from the rain. "Get lost. No need for umbrellas." As the leader emerged from the shadowy alley, his fierce bald head and brutish face came into view, though the left side of his round face was heavily bandaged, stained with crimson streaks seeping through the white gauze. Yet, as a group of over 10 individuals emerged from the alley, where was that Hong gang master who had once seemed so formidable? Only a crushed soda can remain on the street, seemingly mocking the foolish bunch. "Damn it, go smash the Ham restaurant." The leader's eyes glinted with fury, ready to unleash his wrath as if he could pull out a gun at any moment. The sycophantic subordinates rushed across the street, kicking open the door of the town's restaurant. However, upon entering, they found the place desolate and devoid of life, save for some fixed tables and chairs. The younger brothers wielded their machetes and iron rods, smashing the furniture to pieces before scurrying upstairs to search. "Stop smashing. Go find people immediately, get to the police station and review the surveillance footage. I want to locate that little Ham and that arrogant chef." "Yes, yes." The subordinates hurriedly fled the restaurant, leaving chaos in their wake. This moment, on the road west of Middletown, a heavy-duty truck with a shipping container sped along. Inside the cab sat an elderly white man dressed in a black leather jacket, with graying hair, alongside a girl of around 16 or 17, also clad in a leather jacket and jeans. "Grandpa Ham, is Dick Young really going to be all right?" the young girl asked, her voice laced with worry, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. "Don't worry, my little pepper. Dick Young is the most mature and intelligent young man I've ever encountered at times. He can be as cunning as a fox, although he often has a rather volatile temper." The man, affectionately known as Grandpa Ham, reached out his rough hand to gently pat the girl's head, offering her comfort. With tearful eyes, the girl expressed her guilt, saying, "It's all my fault for insisting on going to the bar. If I hadn't gone, we wouldn't have attracted that damned scoundrel Blackskin Wallace, and none of this would have happened. You know what a bar is, so just avoid it next time. This time, we owe it all to Dick Young, who devised such a clever ruse to deceive Black-Skin Wallace and stall that gang of ruffians. Can you believe how he looked with his freshly shaved head and that Eastern dragon tattooed on his arm? He resembled one of those thuggish enforcers from the big cities. I could scarcely believe this was the same good-natured chef who excels at cooking. As they reminisced about this clever scheme, the two exchanged a knowing smile, as if the image of that bald giant materialized before them, shifting from menacing to endearing in an instant. That I will miss his fish-flavored shredded pork, dry pot cauliflower, and twice-cooked pork. The little girl, with her delicate fingers resembling green onions, recited these dish names like a well-rehearsed rhyme. Old Ham chuckled softly, shaking his head with a smile. You truly are a little foodie. Meanwhile, the resourceful chef they spoke of lay concealed in the northern woods of Middletown. The towering trees and dense underbrush obscured both sunlight and sight, making it a rare destination for the town's residents, save for adventurous youths. The chef had set up a camouflage tent, akin to the myriad of homeless individuals in America, blending seamlessly into the wilderness without careful inspection. It was nearly impossible to detect. Gone was his former bravado and dominance. He now slumbered beneath the tent, which felt slightly cramped with his imposing frame. Standing over 2 meters tall, he seemed a behemoth to the average eye. Clad in fresh, dry clothes, the harsh conditions of the forest did not disturb his slumber. Perhaps he was aware of the formidable forces he had attracted, or maybe he knew that chaos had erupted in the town, with every corner monitored by those seeking him. Yet, what did it matter? He was merely a chef, hailing from China. Uncertain how long he had slept, the rain began to fall in a steady crescendo. Dark gray clouds loomed overhead, threatening to descend at any moment. Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminated the sky, slicing through the darkness like a silver serpent, followed by a thunderous clap that echoed like cannon fire on a battlefield. Reverberating in the ears, this heralded an impending severe thunderstorm, prompting the townsfolk to secure their windows even tighter, while stray dogs and cats sought refuge from the downpour. The thugs searching for the chef were reluctant to venture outside. The leader, Black-Skin Wallace, gazed at the blinding rain and fog with resignation, ultimately issuing a retreat order. As the streets lay deserted, a peculiar and formidable crimson lightning bolt cleaved through the ominous dark clouds, rending the stable fabric of space to unveil a narrow fissure. Through this breach surged an unidentified object, trailing a lengthy tail of fire, akin to a meteor, radiating brilliance and prominence. The cook, roused by the call of nature, shook his bladder and gaped in astonishment. Chapter 2. The Enigmatic Cube, the Villainous System. Rubbing his eyes, the cook marveled at the fleeting brilliance. Had it not been for the excessively slender curve of the tail, he might have doubted his own vision. A meteor? An extraterrestrial being? Contrary to expectations, the anticipated explosion did not ensue. Instead, the meteor, landing a few kilometers away, erupted in a luminous flare akin to midday brightness, only for tranquility to reclaim the surroundings as if nothing had transpired. Lightning streaked across the sky once more, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, as raindrops fell in a torrential deluge. Young D, the adventurous chef, felt an irresistible surge of curiosity. Without hesitation, he donned a raincoat from his tent and grasped a flashlight, setting off in pursuit of the place where the meteor had descended. His heart raced with exhilaration. It was the first time he had encountered such a wondrous phenomenon since arriving in America. What could that object be? Could it be a celestial meteor? Perhaps an alien craft? Might it hold significant value? At merely 17 or 18 years of age, his mind raced with excitement, conjuring fanciful thoughts as he quickened his pace. The thicket was thick with thorns, making progress arduous. The denser the foliage, the darker the surroundings, yet his flashlight illuminated the path ahead, guiding him forward. After traversing for over an hour, adjusting his direction several times, the chef finally neared the site of the descent, which appeared closer than anticipated. Pushing aside the final expanse of grass towering to his height, young Dis' eyes widened, his mouth agape, involuntarily releasing a gasp of astonishment. My goodness! A cerulean halo bathed the tranquil surface of the lake, illuminating the surrounding woods and the obsidian night sky. Strangely, the rain had ceased in this particular area, as if the chaos of the outside world had been momentarily severed. The lake's surface seemed to shimmer with ascending specks, which upon closer inspection revealed themselves to be raindrops swirling upwards against the current. Upon closer scrutiny, he discerned a floating cube, radiating a blue luminescence, its edges sharply defined, with strings of numbers flickering into existence and vanishing in the void. The chef rubbed his eyes, still grappling with disbelief. Was this a scene from a science fiction film? He stood transfixed by the lakeside, instinctively directing the beam of his flashlight towards the enigmatic floating cube. As the light illuminated the surface of the blue cube, the digits within began to dance with increasing velocity. The cube emitted a soft hum, the light source triggering its activation. Unknown life detected. Scanning in progress. The azure radiance surged forth, a blinding light that rendered Yang Di unable to open his eyes. He raised his left hand to shield himself from the brilliance, but all he could perceive was an expanse of blue, obscuring his vision entirely. Life gene pairing, system synthesis in progress, system selection underway, skill assessment in progress. A familiar voice, seemingly in Chinese, echoed in Yang Di's ears, as if resonating directly within his mind. He could not see, but at that moment, the light scanned the only valuable item he possessed, an antiquated Motorola phone. The device flickered feebly, its body trembling slightly. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in the town of Middletown, a youth with tousled blonde hair sat before a computer in an internet CF. Suddenly, the screen flickered, displaying a series of inexplicable numbers, causing the mouse to freeze. "Damn it, boss, your computer has crashed again." The young man, engrossed in a game, slammed the keyboard in frustration as it froze at a critical moment. What a piece of junk. It can't even handle Warcraft. At the unnamed small lake, more data emerged on the surface of the cube, swirling and spinning in a mesmerizing dance. Host binding, life form development prediction, data reception in progress, system directional selection, antagonist system generation underway. Yang Di could not discern the changes beneath the blue light, yet the synthesized electronic voice grew, increasingly resonant, eventually echoing directly in his mind. A deep sense of dread enveloped him. This phenomenon surpassed his comprehension, leaving him disoriented. As the blue light receded like a tide, Yang Di gradually regained his sight. He opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness, as if nothing had transpired. 1, 2, the mechanical, synthesized voice appeared to advance along a progress bar, its sound distinctly audible within Yang Di's mind. Unsure of what to do, he collapsed on the ground, his heart racing, blood coursing backward, his expression rigid, and his limbs succumbing to weakness. 99,100 AS if awaiting judgment. When the count reached 100, Yang Di felt a sudden darkness envelop him, plunging him into obscurity in a realm devoid of light. Darkness engulfed him, consciousness converging like a tidal wave. Yang Di blinked in astonishment, suddenly realizing he was within a shadowy space, illuminated by flickering blue lights above. The enigmatic cube loomed before him, its intricate patterns and mysterious grids, accompanied by a ceaseless flow of data. Antagonist system? Yang Di murmured, bewildered as to why such words emerged from his lips. Just as confusion clouded his thoughts, the cube burst forth in a brilliant blue light, and the surroundings shifted dramatically. The electronic synthesized voice he had heard, earlier resonating within the confined space. "Welcome, host, to the antagonist system, tailored specifically for you, Yang Di." But in an enclosed space, a colossal blue screen materialized before Yang Di, its right side segmented into smaller sections, while the left displayed a tree diagram. At the center stood a silhouette of a person, encircled by a halo of azure light. All of this transpired beyond Yang Di's comprehension. He was bewildered by the nature of this system, sensing that he had inadvertently stumbled upon something extraordinary. In the next moment, a line of small text appeared on the blue screen, surprisingly in the familiar script of Chinese, introducing the system.T. "Oh, think there's even an introduction, how remarkably user-friendly." Yang Di mused, momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he reached out to touch the text. As his fingers brushed over it, the words sprang upward, revealing a blue screen that prominently displayed the fundamental explanation of the mysterious phenomena he had encountered that day. The system is a motivational external factor tailored for the development of living beings. Data and energy enhancement are fundamental elements of the system's evolution. The form of the system acquired by the host is that of an antagonist system, with a primary trajectory aimed at improving the host's rudimentary basketball skills. Upon detecting the pinnacle of basketball prowess on the life planet, the main direction shifts to that of an NBA antagonist system. Though Yang Di was not particularly gifted, he considered himself fairly astute. After absorbing this series of straightforward descriptions, he still harbored many questions, yet he had grasped the essential concept. The cube he had encountered was bestowing upon him an antagonist system, with the primary focus being the enhancement of his basketball abilities within the realm of the NBA. Since there exists a main storyline, it inevitably leads to subplots. Yang Di, with a sense of confidence, scrutinized the azure screen before him, finally uncovering a clue. Within the segmented area on the right side of the screen, there appeared to be lines of text detailing various skills. Culinary skills, level 5. Amateur bartending skills, level 6. Amateur driving techniques, level 3. And amateur sparring, level 1. At the center of this segmented area lay a neatly arranged octagonal screen, which represented the NBA villain system. It became evident that this was a system within a system. He tentatively clicked on the NBA villain system, and, as anticipated, another Azure screen materialized. The host has activated the NBA villain system. The system is now officially launched. The synthetic electronic voice echoed unexpectedly, leaving Yang D agape. Wait, what do you mean by activation? I merely tapped it gently. Did you even seek my consent before initiating? The system, appearing intelligent and high-tech, remained unresponsive to Yang D's inquiries. A tinge of disappointment crept into his heart. It was merely an intelligent program, after all. The newly emerged Azure screen was colossal, accompanied by a life-sized silhouette. This time, the figure appeared strikingly clear. Yang D gestured, and the outline unmistakably resembled himself. Surrounding the silhouette were 6 small boxes, each labeled with physical attributes, skill attributes, tasks, template training ground, villain value exchange, and energy redemption zone. Yang D, ho intricata. Although complex, this concept is not difficult to comprehend. Yang D attempted to click on the small box representing physical attributes, and instantly, a silhouette of his height illuminated, revealing a series of values that emerged clearly. Speed, 31, agility, 22, reflexes, 19, strength, 37, flexibility, 14, jumping ability, 28, physical resistance, 35, stability, 25, stamina, 13. Yang D could hardly believe his eyes. The statistics were astonishingly dismal, predominantly reflecting scores in the teens and 20s. Each attribute clearly indicated a considerable distance yet to be traversed, implying that the system suggested a substantial potential for developmental growth. Upon delving into the skill attributes, he was confronted with a barrage of data. First was the shooting module. Inside shooting at 45, close-range shooting at 37, mid-range shooting at 34, three-point shooting at 31. Free throws at 41, layups at 25, dunks at 39, standing dunks at 44, interference resistance at 19, and shooting off the dribble at 29. Next came the dribbling module, ball handling skill at 33, offhand dribbling at 30, and ball control at 36. Following this was the passing module, passing skill at 27, passing vision at 38, and passing awareness at 49. In the defensive module, he found stealing ability at 22, receiving ability at 42, on-ball defense at 33, and blocking ability at 24. The rebounding module revealed offensive rebounding at 17, defensive rebounding at 23, and boxing out ability at 35. The 5 primary modules encompassed every facet of basketball skills, yet the overall statistics appeared rather disheartening. Yang D noticed that after he explored these 2 major attribute modules, a line of small text emerged beneath the overarching silhouette of the system. Overall rating 27, an amateur streetball virtuoso wreaking havoc on the court. Yang D couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that all the training in the sports school had been in vain back then. Chapter 3. Escape from Middletown. As the moon hung low and stars were sparse, the clouds dispersed in the latter half of the night, and the rain subsided. A rustle emerged from the thicket outside the quaint town of Middletown, as a large head poked out, its shiny baldness reflecting the moonlight. The bald figure cautiously scanned the surroundings, much like a vigilant groundhog, and only after confirming there was no danger did it venture out from the underbrush. With a monumental backpack strapped securely to his back, Yang D briskly navigated the narrow path, embraced by the cool breeze and the awakening light of dawn. Curse system, an inexplicable enigma. Yang D could not shake off the feeling that this was some cruel jest orchestrated by the divine. Even now, a sense of incredulity lingered within him, as if everything were but a dream, veiled in illusion. Was this merely a game, or a pivotal juncture in his life? He cast his gaze downward, his left hand brushing against the blue-patterned cube tattoo on his right chest, its three-dimensional realism captivating yet discreetly concealed beneath a tapestry of other inked designs. Suddenly, a synthetic electronic voice pierced the silence. Local gang forces have been detected pursuing the host. Immediate mission activated. Yandi's expression suddenly shifted. He moved with an agility that belied his towering height of 2 meters, swiftly darting into the dense underbrush by the roadside. He concealed himself with great care, closing his eyes to immerse once more in the azure-lit realm of the Rubik's Cube. A dialogue box emerged on the luminous screen, obscuring the tree diagram and life-size silhouette. While familiar Chinese characters appeared boldly, presenting the task before him, Yang Di felt a tinge of embarrassment. What on earth was this strange phenomenon? Should he accept it or not? Still in a state of hesitation, the blue light screen abruptly vanished. He blinked, only for another blue screen to materialize, accompanied by synthesized electronic voice announcing the activation of the task system and the issuance of a main quest. Main quest, Street Master. Complete a street competition and defeat your opponent within 3 days. Rewards, 3 points in free attributes, 50 villain points. Penalty for failure, none. Immediate quest, escape from Middletown. The host is being pursued by a gang and must flee from the gang's blockade of Middletown. Reward, upgrade of any combat skill. Increasingly resembled a game. Yang Di abruptly returned to reality, the daylight brightening slightly. From this inexplicable system, he could ascertain that he remained ensnared within the clutches of the Middletown gang. Uncertain of where the path ahead might lead, he recognized that strolling so brazenly along the road would inevitably expose him. This was indeed a most embarrassing predicament. How could he effectuate his escape? Middletown, situated in Wisconsin, lies to the north on the map of the United States. To its east is Lake Michigan, and merely 10 kilometers to the south is the state capital, Madison. On Interstate 90, Black Wallace and his band of henchmen had sealed off the checkpoint. Wallace, his head still wrapped in thick white bandages, possessed a pair of eyes as fierce and cold as a hawkess, fixated on the seemingly endless road stretching westward, his expression grim. How they slipped away? He rasped, his voice low and gravelly. I've heard that the grandfather and grandson parted ways with that Chinese lad. If they headed west on the interstate, they might be bound for Minnesota, while that Chinese youth likely veered north or south. A towering figure clad in studded attire spoke up, articulating the analysis with clarity. What the situation to the south? If that young man intends to flee, he would undoubtedly make for Madison. There have been no reports from the south as of yet, but should he indeed reach Madison, locating him will prove even more challenging. Search. We cannot allow him to escape. At that moment, Wallace's pocket vibrated. Answering the call, the sounds of a scuffle crackled through the receiver. Boss, we've located the kid. He is heading south. This lad is remarkably fierce. Several of us cannot contain him. He has wielded a large metal pipe from somewhere. Boss, we need backup. Closing his phone, Black Wallace's eyes glinted with malice as he summoned his men. Come, we must head south of the town. We cannot let this kid slip away. Understood. The group responded in unison. Yang Di's towering physique instilled in him a sense of confidence. His gleaming bald head, a sleeve of tattoos adorning his arm, and the imposing steel rod, stained with blood, he wielded all exuded an air of recklessness. The Interstate 90 stretched southward into an open expanse, surrounded by a trio of petty thugs who circled him like wolves. 2 of them had already collapsed on the ground, groaning, while the remaining 3 swallowed hard, their hearts pounding in trepidation as they gazed upon the formidable Yang Di, who stood like a majestic mountain, immobilized by fear. Do not follow me any longer, you insignificant pests. Yang Di growled menacingly, his eyes flashing with ferocity. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his abdomen and moved towards the motorcycle park by the roadside. With deft hands, he secured his massive backpack to the bike, swiftly mounted it, and with a twist of the key, the engine roared to life. Should we pursue him? The 2 thugs exchanged glances as Yang Di sped away in a cloud of dust. The mere thought of his earlier savagery and the bloodthirsty glint in his eyes sent shivers down their spines, and any courage they might have mustered dissipated in an instant. Forget it. What's the point? We wouldn't stand a chance against him. They lamented. I heard this guy just arrived in the States not long ago. Who would have thought he'd be such a tough nut? Those tattoos of his are rather striking. I wonder where he got them done. I'm tempted to get one myself. Damn it, my motorcycle. I'm calling the police. On the interstate, Yang Di raced forward on his motorcycle. His towering frame, reminiscent of a grizzly bear, hunched over the bike, making it appear almost diminutive in size as he accelerated to nearly 100 miles per hour. Suddenly, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, for completing the immediate task of escaping Middletown. The system awards you with a reward. Your combat skills have been detected and are now being upgraded. Yang Di suddenly felt a warmth in his chest, as if an inexplicable force surged within him. The air around him became thick and indistinct, and then a ringing echoed in his head, plunging him into darkness, nearly causing him to topple from his motorcycle. Amateur Sonda, level 2. He was momentarily taken aback, and the earlier sensation vanished as swiftly as it had come, leaving him to wonder if it had all been an illusion. Yet, the dampness on his back from the punch he had absorbed to his abdomen seemed to have lost its sting. He gazed at the fleeting scenery on either side, squinting against the wind. In the distance, the road approaching Madison gradually transformed into a bustling landscape. Yang Di has also visited the city of Madison, and not long ago he hastily fled to Middletown from here. Unexpectedly, this time he was once again chased into the urban area, truly illustrating the unpredictability of life. As the sky lightens with the first light of dawn, rays of rosy hues illuminate the glass facades of the towering buildings in the city, casting shimmering reflections. Yang Di reached into his pocket, where he found the $1,000 that Uncle Ham had discreetly given him before departing. One might consider this a substantial sum, particularly if it could be sent back home. Life at home would surely improve, and his younger siblings would benefit as well. He shook his head. However, it was not yet feasible. That amount was merely a pittance, and he still found himself ensnared in a precarious situation, beset not only by a horde of troublesome thugs, but also by an inexplicable system that loomed over him. Who could tell what consequences awaited him should he fail to complete the system's tasks? An amateur in mixed martial arts? It seemed his fighting prowess had indeed seen a significant increase. A sense of yearning stirred within him as he recalled the exhilarating sensation of riding the motorcycle moments ago. He felt an irresistible urge to experience it once more. Yang Di rode his motorcycle leisurely through the city, silently mapping out the layout of this not particularly large metropolis. Beneath a bridge in Madison, he unceremoniously discarded the motorcycle. It belonged to a gang, and riding it too frequently would undoubtedly expose his whereabouts. It was prudent to part with it sooner rather than later. After this thought crossed his mind, a pang of regret struck him. If he could locate a second-hand market, selling the bike could yield a substantial profit. However, his familiarity with Madison was limited, and typically, a city second-hand market was rife with unsavory characters, which could easily compromise his anonymity. He resolved to find time to sell the motorcycle, believing that the green vehicle still held some value and could fetch a decent sum. With that, he removed the key and turned away from the bridge. Chapter 4. Street competition. Madison, though the capital of Wisconsin, is not particularly large, ranking second in population behind Milwaukee. Situated in the southern part of Wisconsin, it enjoys a temperate climate, with the city nestled among 4 lakes, perpetually enveloped in a humid warmth. From Yang Di's perspective, it was a tranquil and serene city, close enough to Milwaukee and Chicago, yet retaining its unique urban charm. On Pine Street, near Lake Mendota, lies a city basketball park, its street court surrounded by chain-link fencing, always bustling with activity early in the afternoon. In this modest city of Madison, there are plenty of basketball enthusiasts. Is it the Buffaloes versus the Foxes today? As evening approached, a group entered the court to clear the area, politely asking the casual players to step aside. Slowly, a sizable crowd began to gather, primarily composed of local residents, particularly spirited young hip-hop enthusiasts. The Buffaloes have dominated the East District in recent years, flaunting their impudence. As they challenge us on Pine Street, we must show them our strength, exclaimed a teenager of 15 or 16, his fist clenched, a school backpack slung over his shoulder, clearly just released from school. The Buffaloes are a formidable team, with several players rumored to have participated in the National Street Basketball Challenge, exhibiting exceptional ball handling skills. Indeed, and in recent years, the Buffaloes have received corporate sponsorship, elevating their training regimen, making them quite a powerhouse in the amateur circuit, several anxious spectators from the Foxes team remarked. Nonetheless, the majority of the audience remained fervently enthusiastic. In the realm of street basketball, challenging rival teams is always a thrilling affair. "Look, they're entering," exclaimed one of the spectators. Before the words could fully escape, a dozen players clad in oversized jerseys strode onto the court. One team sported black uniforms while the other donned red, albeit with slight variations in their attire. Their footwear was a colorful array, differing in styles, heights, and sizes. Yang Di found himself amidst a throng of individuals, gazing toward the entrance of the basketball court. The imposing figures streaming and were tall and robust, with some nearly matching his own height. "Hey, tall guy, are you also playing basketball?" A dark-skinned man approached him, engaging in casual banter. Yang Di's eyes darted around before he chuckled innocently. "Indeed, but my basketball skills are rather limited. I merely engage in casual play." "Are you Chinese? You certainly are quite tall." The young black man, feeling at ease, gestured to Yang Di's height, expressing admiration. The attention of those nearby converged upon them. leaving Yang Di feeling somewhat embarrassed as he sheepishly scratched his head. You must be over 2 meters tall, even taller than Parker, the starting center of the Bulls. The young man gestured, standing on tiptoe to pat Yang Di on the shoulder, conveying a sense of camaraderie. Yang Di inquired, "Is such a competition commonplace?" It appears that everyone is quite exhilarated. Competitions of this nature are indeed rare in our Pine Street. Today, as the Bison team comes to challenge our Fox team, we, as residents of Pine Street, are undoubtedly united in our support. Yang Di's face revealed a hint of disappointment. The system has specific criteria for determining the level of street competitions. He had initially believed that he could simply find a couple of passersby to engage in a match. But to his surprise, after playing a game on the streets, there was no indication of task completion. It was not until the third day, upon his arrival at this basketball park, that the electronic synthesized voice echoed once more at the street competition venue of Wild Bull and Firefox. Street basketball match detected. Will you participate in the match? Deep within Yang Di's heart, he felt a sense of despair. He pondered the utility of his confirmation in the system. Would the members of the Firefox or Buffalo teams even recognize him? Would they invite him to participate in the game? Yet in the next moment, he was astonished by the system's peculiarities. During the match, the white center of the Firefox team, having secured a rebound, landed directly upon the Buffalo center, Parker, who immediately fell in agony, clutching his ankle and letting out a harrowing scream, seemingly unable to rise. Is this truly possible? Yang Di's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. As the game entered a timeout, the Buffalo team led with a score of 10-3 against the Firefox team. It was evident that the Firefox team was at a slight disadvantage in overall strength, with their white players exhibiting more flamboyant dribbling and dazzling maneuvers. The players of the Firefox team assisted their injured center to the sidelines and gathered to confer. Meanwhile, the Buffalo team members speculated whether the Firefox players had acted intentionally. With one less player, the fairness of the match was compromised, and even if the Firefox team emerged victorious, it would be deemed an unworthy triumph. According to street ball conventions, the captain of the Firefox team searched for bystanders. His gaze fell upon Yang Di, who stood out strikingly among the crowd. His eyes momentarily brightened, but upon noticing the color of Yang Di's skin, his expression slightly faltered. "Do you need assistance?" Yang Di shed his jacket and stepped forward, his towering figure appearing even more imposing in the golden light of the setting sun. The intricate dragon tattoo, spiraling up his left arm, exuded an aura of mystery and dominance, while his gleaming head bore a fierce countenance, transforming him from a simpleton into a figure of intimidation. The young black man beside him stared in astonishment, his mouth agape, struggling to comprehend the scene. "Can you manage? An Asian?" The captain of the Firefox team, a bald man of lean stature and shorter by half a head, spoke rather brusquely. "You can give it a try." Yang Di flashed a toothy grin, his demeanor appearing warm beneath the sun. Yet the captain sensed a hint of danger. His pupils contracted sharply as he scrutinized Yang Di, halting his teammates who were about to interject. With resolve, he declared, "All right, you're the one." Official basketball games are bound by various regulations. However, street ball matches are designed to captivate audiences with their flair, allowing certain rules to be disregarded. Yang Di previously trained at a sports school in China. Although his basketball talent was rather mediocre, his physical attributes were undeniably impressive. His competitive experience was limited to formal matches played against other schools during his time at the sports academy, where he approached the game with earnestness and sincerity. However, street basketball differs significantly. In America, it has evolved into a distinctive culture of its own. Each match lasts only 20 minutes, divided into 2 halves of 10 minutes each, typically featuring 5 players per team throughout the game. Each player is allowed a mere 3 fouls, with a 4th resulting in immediate ejection from the match. The captain of the Firefox team cast a glance at Yang Di, who stepped onto the court sporting a pair of unbranded running shoes, and reminded him once more. He felt as though he had inexplicably agreed to this young man's participation, and if given another chance, he would judge by the bald head's demeanor and attire, deeming him even less skilled than a primary school student. Spectators encircling the court murmured amongst themselves. "Who is this kid? I've never seen him before. Is he from our Pine Street area? He looks like he might be of Asian descent. His skin is somewhat dark. Perhaps he is mixed race. But then again, this guy is remarkably tall, even more robust than Parker, the center of the Buffalo team. Could he be the Firefox team's secret weapon?" Yang Di blinked at, pondering how to conquer the Bison. The center of the Bison team, the imposing black Parker, loomed closely beside Yang Di, an unmistakable look of disdain in his eyes. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, basketball is not a game meant for your kind." Yang Di erupted, exclaiming, "What species are you, an orangutan? What did you say?" Parker, enraged, seized Yang Di by the collar. "What are you doing, Parker?" Captain Firefox rushed over to separate the two. "Control your subordinate, Firefox." Parker pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Di's face, his eyes gleaming with fury. Captain Firefox felt a sudden headache. The atmosphere had turned explosive before the match had even begun. The surrounding audience began to stir, and for the first time, the residents of Pine Street, rallying behind Captain Firefox, erupted into a resounding cheer. Everyone calmed down. The Buffalo team's captain, a young Caucasian man and the primary point guard of the Buffalo team, stood at 175 meters tall. His words slowly restored a semblance of calm to Parker. Yang Di shrugged his shoulders, signaling his indifference. The crowd eagerly awaited the commencement of the game. Chapter 5. The Fierce Battle Against the Buffaloes. This lad was in for a rough time. Parker was indeed the reigning rebounding and dunking champion of the East District. Among the onlookers, some relished the prospect of Yang Di's impending struggle, anticipating an entertaining spectacle. Meanwhile, Parker approached Yang Di with an air of confidence, displaying his impressively sculpted arms. The Firefoxes initiated the play. Their captain received the ball and immediately executed 2 consecutive behind-the-back dribbles, showcasing his extraordinary skill as he effortlessly maneuvered the ball past half-court, eliciting cheers from the audience. Yang Di replaced the injured white center, occupying the same position on the court, standing slightly taller than the 2-meter-tall Parker. In contrast to several players with slender limbs, his physique exuded a more formidable presence. The captain of the Firefox team disregarded Yang Di's positioning in the paint, executing a flamboyant ground roll while dribbling, his body momentarily on the floor, yet the basketball remained in his grasp. The applause from the audience crescendoed. He then performed a behind-the-back pass towards the left front, his body pivoting to follow the ball, while the defender remained frozen in place, bewildered. With a graceful lift, he unleashed a mid-range jump shot. "Come on, you little rascal. Come grab the rebound." Parker taunted, hurling insults at Yang Di, daring him to contest for the rebound. Yang Di let out a grunt of frustration, taking a small step to the left before merging his stance with the bow and arrow technique, channeling power from his waist as he engaged Parker in a one-on-one battle beneath the rim. Goodness, the strength of this yellow-skinned monkey is truly formidable. Parker felt as if a beast had forcefully wedged itself beside him, leaving him somewhat unsteady. With a strength rating of 37, which was his most robust attribute, coupled with his own weight, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to withstand him. Although this opponent was indeed a black man, his raw power was lacking. He relied solely on explosive bursts of energy. Filled with confidence, Yang Di reflected on the system's assessment of him as a master of the amateur arena, capable of dominating at will. Bang! The basketball collided with the rim before ricocheting away as both Parker and Yang Di roared in unison, leaping into action. Parker's face contorted in a fierce grimace, veins bulging on his forehead, while Yang Di summoned every ounce of strength within him, his bronzed arms reaching skyward in pursuit of that singular horizon. "Move aside." Yang Di seized the basketball with remarkable agility, clasping it firmly with both hands. And in a moment of advantageous positioning, he lowered his waist, subtly channeling his strength to nudge Parker. That cunning rascal. Parker's body was tilted by the force, nearly collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Di, having secured the offensive rebound, stood tall and commanding, gripping the basketball with both hands. He propelled himself from the ground like a ferocious beast on the hunt, launching into the air with wild abandon, and with a powerful downward motion of his arm. Boom! The inferior hoop was struck with a resounding force by Yang Di's hands. The ball swished through the net before being propelled away by his chest. Under the dual pressure of his weight and strength, the hoop emitted a mournful groan, overwhelmed by the impact. Oh my, what a formidable athlete! The spectators, having never witnessed such a breathtaking display, felt their adrenaline surge, instinctively erupting in gasps, followed by exuberant cheers and thunderous applause. This individual, the captain of the Firefox team, was secretly astonished. Indeed, this giant possessed remarkable skill. Conversely, Parker, beneath the basket, wore a grim expression, the cheers ringing in his ears like mocking taunts, and as he glanced at Yang Di, resentment festered within him. Meanwhile, black-skinned Wallace, back in Madison, had not given up on tracking down Yang Di. According to the latest reports, Yang Di had last been seen cycling on Oak Street in Madison. Black-skinned Wallace, sinister and ruthless like a venomous serpent, had never endured such humiliation. This was no longer merely about revenge. A group of his men had been frightfully intimidated by a mere cook in Middletown. If he failed to locate this young man, his reputation in the underworld would be irrevocably tarnished. He must find him. Thus, upon re-entering Madison, black-skinned Wallace mobilized even more manpower for the search. Yang Di possesses the quintessential visage of an Asian individual, and for Westerners, discerning such Eastern features can prove challenging. However, Yang Di's striking physical attributes, his bald head, intricate tattoos, and towering height exceeding 2 meters, render him unmistakable. Thus, when he assumed the role of the imposing center for the Foxes at the Pine Street basketball park, the formidable Wallace finally grasped the news. "Finally found you, you wretched cook." Wallace's gaze radiated menace, his hoarse voice resembling that of a malevolent specter from the abyss. The spirits of the Pine Street Foxes fans soared. This newly introduced foreign player appeared to possess considerable prowess. With thunderous dunks and a steadfast defensive stance, Yang Di instilled immediate confidence in the crowd and infused a sense of assurance among the Foxes players. The flashy point guard of the Buffaloes executed a flamboyant prayer gesture, spinning like a top in place. From the perspective of ball handling, he exhibited remarkable skill. Nonetheless, his numerous flamboyant movements were noticeably unorthodox, particularly the wrist flicks during his motions, which would have drawn numerous fouls in a formal match. Yet, this was a street court where the pursuit of flair took precedence, and the minutiae of rules were of little concern. Yang Di gazed at the dribbler, marveling at the prowess on display. This was America, where even a random individual from the streets possessed remarkable basketball fundamentals. Back in his days at the Sport Academy, he was the primary center, yet when it came to dribbling, he would likely fall short compared to this player. "Give me the ball," Parker exclaimed, feeling a sting of embarrassment as he requested it from the captain of the Buffaloes. The crowd parted, allowing for a one-on-one confrontation between Yang Di and Parker. The Buffaloes captain furrowed his brow, choosing to ignore Parker's loud demands. Renowned for his rebounding and dunking, Parker's offensive capabilities were, in truth, rather lackluster. The Asian player had already executed a dunk, clearly not an amateur. To falter now would be a significant blow to his pride. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. After several feints, he shifted his direction, attempting to break through the defense of the Firefox's point guard. The defense crumbled like paper, yet in street ball, jump shot accuracy was notoriously low. Although the Buffalo's captain found himself with room to shoot, he opted instead to charge into the paint. What an effortless endeavor. The Buffalo's captain felt a clear path ahead and leaped for a layup with 3 quick strides. However, as if summoned from the shadows, a dark figure surged forth, a formidable presence resembling a bear, overshadowing him. In an instant, a powerful arm loomed above the Buffalo's captain, blocking his view. Before he could comprehend the situation, the basketball he had been gracefully cradling was abruptly swatted down with a resounding smack. Yang Di emphatically swatted the opponent's layup out of bounds. "Splendid." The captain of the Firefox team roared in exhilaration, rushing over with immense excitement. That block was undeniably formidable, echoing with a thunderous resonance akin to a fearsome roar. "Well done, mate." The captain of the Firefox team extended his palm in commendation. Yang Di was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and responded with a smile, extending his palm to meet the captain's dark hand with a resounding clap. This gesture embodied a sense of cultural unity, as other members of the Firefox team gathered around, some patting Yang Di on the back, while others exchanged high fives and fist bumps. Everyone felt the palpable energy radiating from this towering figure, who opened his heart and genuinely embraced this makeshift teammate. "What shall we do, Captain? This fellow appears to be somewhat troublesome." The members of the Wild Bison team murmured amongst themselves, sharing a sense of unease. The expressions of the white captain and Parker darkened. They sensed that they had encountered a formidable opponent. They had not anticipated such a rival in a small place like Madison, and it seemed that with a bit of training, he could easily reach a professional level. "It's all right. We still have a second half to play. We must maintain our advantage and increase our offensive efforts," the white captain of the Wild Bison stated. Parker, however, grumbled under his breath, displaying his dissatisfaction. "It would have been better if it had been handed to me earlier. Now, I'm the one overshadowed." The captain's expression soured even further. Parker, oblivious to the situation, encountered a harsh reality upon taking the court. Meanwhile, under the pressure of the task, Yang Di remained intensely focused, delivering an impressive performance at 120% capacity. By the end of the first half, the Firefox team had surprisingly surged ahead, leading the Wild Bison by 4 points with a score of 14-10. This was undeniably an awkward position. Given Yang Di's physique and strength, he proved to be an insurmountable presence on the amateur court. Chapter 6. The Brawl. Yang Di grasped the hoop with one hand, causing the entire basketball apparatus to tremble. From his elevated position, he gazed down at Parker, who had been knocked aside, resembling a ruler surveying his subjugated subjects. Naturally, Parker was indignant, his face flushed crimson. As the final whistle echoed, the exuberant fans of the Firefox team could no longer contain their excitement and surged forward. Enjirtling Yang Di. Hey, big guy, that was impressive. Wow, I love your powerful slam dunk. Where do you live on Pine Street? I've never seen you before. The audience's enthusiasm enveloped Yang Di as the setting sun elongated their shadows. The members of the Firefox team wore expressions of delight, having initially feared that their victory would be snatched away, only to witness an unexpected triumph. Conversely, the Wild Bison team members bore looks of dejection, quietly departing from the jubilant court. I'm Beck, the captain. You can also call me by my nickname, Grass Music. Hey, big guy, what is your name? The captain of the Firefox team formally introduced himself for the first time, extending his hand toward Yang Di once more. You can call me Dick Yang. When I was in Middletown, that's what they called me. Yang Di chuckled, marking the beginning of his acquaintance with Grass Music. So, you hail from Middletown. Not far from here. It's quite a scenic place. He continued, I encountered some troubles earlier, which brought me to Madison. I've only been here for 3 days. I believe your physical prowess fully meets the requirements of a professional player. You should consider participating in some higher-level competitions. Street basketball has official tournaments as well. Yang Di smiled faintly, and an electronic synthesized voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, Street Expert. You are awarded 3 points of free attributes and 50 villain points. A new main quest will be released in 3 days. Please stay tuned. Yang Di Exhaled Diopli. Finally having completed his task, earning 3 attribute points was no small feat. And what was even more commendable was that this advanced technological system had the foresight to allow him 3 days for recuperation. Just at that moment, a large group of people suddenly surged in from beyond the barbed wire. Upon catching sight of them, Yang Di's expression shifted dramatically. What was happening? Captain Becker of the Firefox team, unable to grasp the situation, instinctively assumed that the relentless Wild Bison team had returned to settle scores. This was simply intolerable. Could they not accept defeat? Brothers, come with me to see what is going on. The scene was populated with fans from the Firefox team, predominantly those who frequented Pine Street, and their numbers were considerable. Despite the influx of people, both black and white, they showed no fear. The world of martial arts adhered to its own code of conduct. Yang Di blinked, and he immediately spotted the leading figure, a black-skinned Wallace wrapped in white bandages. He felt an overwhelming urge to shrink away and escape, but given his height and build, it was clear he had already caught the man's attention. Just as despair began to settle in, he was taken aback to see Baker boldly stride forward. At that moment, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Instant mission released. The combat expert host encounters a gang of thugs. Incapacitate 3 small-time hoodlums to demonstrate your prowess. Mission reward. Upgrade of free fighting skills. Goodness. Yang Di's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his perception, the fearsome thugs were no longer adversaries, but mere sources of experience points. He shut his eyes, his thoughts instantly shifting to the cubed space, and allocated 3 points to his strength attribute. Immediately, he felt a familiar sensation akin to that day on the motorcycle. Warmth spread across his chest, and the energy swirling around him seemed to coalesce, infusing his body with an inexplicable vigor. His mind buzzed, and everything went dark for a brief moment. Upon reopening his eyes, it was but an instant before the 2 factions collided. Blackskin, what brings you to Pine Tree Street? Baker stood unflinchingly before Wallace, both towering at around 6 feet tall. Wallace, with a raspy voice, fixated his gaze on Yang Di, causing him to feel as though a chilling stare pierced through him, threatening to cleave him in two. Firefox, stay out of this. I'm here for that tall guy behind you. He offended me in Middletown, and I intend to break both his legs today. Baker paused, glancing at Yang Di, surprised that Wallace sought the very tall individual who had just competed alongside them. After a moment of contemplation, he observed Wallace's intimidating demeanor and felt a flicker of trepidation, but he quickly dismissed it. Raising his chin, his tone transformed into one of unwavering resolve. Blackskin, I care not about your past grievances with Dick Yang. This guy just aided our Firefox team in defeating the Buffalo team. He's a hero of Pine Tree Street today, and you cannot harm him. What? Fury and dissatisfaction flickered in Wallace's eyes, his voice chilling, as if the temperature had plummeted to 30 degrees below zero. You dare to protect him? Do you know what he has done? You would obstruct me? And what if I do? Try to lay a finger on him today. Baker's ire flared, his voice rising several pitches. Meanwhile, the young black man who had previously struck up a conversation with Yang Di tugged at his arm, exclaiming, "Dude, you're incredible. How did you provoke Blackskin? This guy is notoriously vengeful and troublesome, and he controls 3 blocks, far surpassing our grass music crew in strength." Young Di, caught in a blend of amusement and bewilderment, surveyed the surroundings filled with glances that were both fervent and tinged with a hint of respect. He found himself at a loss regarding the intentions of the Americans. Today, I must capture this rascal, who dares to obstruct me. Wallace stepped forward, and his entourage of followers surged ahead as if receiving a signal, brandishing steel rods, knives, and other perilous implements. The individuals from the Firefox side were momentarily taken aback when a figure, reminiscent of a brown bear, lunged forth with ferocity akin to that of a hungry tiger descending from the mountains. "Brothers, let us vanquish these scoundrels," resonated Yang Di's voice through the air, and the advancing figure immediately garnered admiration from the crowd, proving once again his reputation as a valiant warrior, just as fierce on the court. Yang Di aimed to deal with the detestable Blackskin first, only to find that before he could charge forward, Firefox and Blackskin had already engaged in combat. He swiftly leaped to the side of a scrawny, blonde thug, seizing the steel pipe that was being swung at him. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the thug's straight punch, and in a flash, his right hand delivered a powerful hook that struck the thug squarely on the head. The thug let out a pained scream and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Astonishingly fierce, the onlookers were taken aback by Yang Di's instantaneous takedown of one of their own, and their morale surged as they began to rally and charge forward with fervent shouts. Standing tall and imposing, Yang Di quickly became the prime target for Blackskin, and as he emerged, a throng of individuals focused their attention on him, eager to showcase their prowess before their leader. Yang Di seized the steel rod from the hands of the yellow-haired thug and retreated a couple of steps with nimble footwork. The two sides engaged in a fierce melee. He deftly sidestepped a thrusting dagger, and with a swift flick of his right wrist, he struck down forcefully onto the assailant's arm. A resounding crack echoed as the arm broke, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. The man let out a piercing scream, cradling his injured arm as he collapsed to the ground. Yang Di then delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, sending him sprawling backwards, inadvertently toppling 2 others who were rushing forward. Yang Di was struck by a blow from behind, yet he resolutely maintained his position. His reflexes were remarkably swift as he pivoted and delivered a powerful elbow strike. With a resounding thud, a thug adorned in a headscarf was struck on the head, letting out a muffled grunt as he crumpled to the ground, his body as pliable as bone. Congratulations to the host for completing the instant task of becoming a brawler. His combat skills upgraded to Amateur Sonda, level 3. The suddenness of the upgrade momentarily dimmed Yang Di's vision, nearly causing him to stumble, while onlookers mistakenly believed he was merely staggering from the previous attack. As the upgrade concluded, an electronic synthesized voice announced a new mission: take down 10 thugs, with a reward of enhanced fighting skills. "Fear not, my brothers. I shall vanquish them." Yang Di's spirits soared, invigorated as if under the influence of a stimulant. His thoughts crystal clear and his reflexes sharp. Armed with a steel rod in his right hand and a clenched fist in his left, he alternated between weapons with agility, his strength and combat prowess rendering him nearly invincible in this melee. With a decisive blow, he struck a braids-wearing thug squarely in the face, causing him to collapse in a bloody heap. Instant task completed. Sonda skills upgraded to Amateur Sonda, level 4. The skirmish intensified, fury igniting in the eyes of the combatants. Blood streamed from a wound on Becker's head, while Blackskin Wallace hung limply, gasping for breath. Yet, none dared intervene in their fierce confrontation. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens echoed, growing closer as several patrol cars swiftly encircled the basketball park on Pine Tree Street. Chapter 7. The police station, the Madison City Police Department, sat centrally located on Judicial Street. As night fell, a fleet of police cars raced in from the distance, their blue and red lights flashing as they stormed through the precinct's entrance. "These ruffians are becoming increasingly troublesome," Patrol Sergeant John Freeman fumed, tossing his police cap onto the table in frustration. The office fell into a hushed silence, all aware that the district chief had arrived in a foul mood. What ignited this brawl? Freeman inquired as he settled into his chair, the officers lining up before him, awaiting his reprimand. The altercation had begun when Black Skin Wallace sought revenge against the Chinese chef, clashing with the Firefox crew despite their prior détente. An officer presented a neatly organized stack of documents to Freeman. Flipping through the files, Freeman pondered, a Chinese chef? How is he entangled with Black Skin? The individual in question was named Yang Di, who had arrived in the United States 2 months prior. Previously employed at Madison Wood Construction, he had inexplicably moved to Middletown and taken up a position as a chef at a local restaurant. His work visa classified him as a short-term skilled laborer. A week prior, Chloe Ham, the granddaughter of Jamie Ham, the proprietor of Ham Restaurant, was targeted by a thug known as Black Skin at Madison nightclub. Intent on inflicting harm, Black Skin met with fierce resistance when Chloe bit off part of his ear. Nursing his grievances, Black Skin gathered a group to seek retribution against the Hams in Middletown. Before their departure, they unexpectedly received a letter from the Hong gang. Upon arriving in Middletown, they were intimidated by Yang Di, a formidable chef from China, mistakenly believing that Ham Restaurant was under the gang's protection. However, Yang Di was merely stalling for time. Subsequently, the Hams fled to Minnesota, while Yang Di traveled south back to Madison. Freeman nodded, acknowledging the bizarre, yet plausible nature of the tale. It appeared that this Chinese chef was acting in self-defense, yet the question lingered as to why the Firefox crew chose to assist him. Had they remained uninvolved, the incident might not have escalated into a brawl. A white police officer interjected, noting Yang Di's impressive height and basketball prowess. Prior to Black Skin's arrival, he had aided the Firefox team in defeating the Buffalo team that had challenged them on Pine Street, thus earning their camaraderie. The Firefox captain, Baker, would rather offend Black Skin than abandon Yang Di. Thus, it seemed that Yang Di was essentially innocent, suggesting he could be released, especially since he was a visa worker with an impending expiration. Freeman perused the documents and remarked as much. Upon hearing this, the other officers exchanged glances, and an older officer spoke up, "Sheriff John, you make a valid point." After a pause, he continued with a wry smile. In essence, Yang Di is innocent. However, he is also a skilled fighter. During the altercation with Black Skin's crew, he injured over 15 individuals, half of whom suffered concussions, and a third sustained fractures, some severely. Freeman was taken aback. 15? Is this fellow Marine? Could he possibly be a spy sent by China? This ludicrous thought crossed his mind. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual. Where are they now? Freeman inquired. Still being interrogated by Miss Carroll, came the reply. Name, Yang Di. Age, 18. 18? 18 years and 13 days. Just past his birthday. Carol tapped her fingers on the table, twirling a pen in her grasp. She crossed her long, elegant legs, shifting to a more comfortable position, her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, scrutinizing Yang Di from head to toe. It was hard to believe that this imposing figure, exuding a distinct scent of blood, with a gleaming head and a sinister dragon tattoo on his arm, could be merely 18 years old. Yang Di glanced up furtively at the striking young woman, her cascading chestnut hair resembling a waterfall that cast reflections of light across the graceful curve of her shoulders. The fitted police uniform accentuated her exquisite figure, while her delicate, porcelain-like hands propped up her chin. Most captivating of all were her large, hazel blue eyes, which seemed to embody a blend of melancholy, allure, and brilliance, as if capable of piercing through the very soul. The air around them was imbued with an almost imperceptible fragrance. What is your profession? Carol inquired softly. A chef, a professional chef, Chief. You've posed this question numerous times. Yang Di replied with a resigned shrug, seemingly raising his gaze inadvertently to meet her eyes. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, and he hastily averted his gaze. I'm aware you've asked multiple times. Your reminder is unnecessary. Carol shot him a sidelong glance, exuding an array of charm. Regrettably, Yang Di was too engrossed in his own embarrassment to notice. In that moment, it was this very awkwardness that led Carol to genuinely believe that he was indeed only 18 years old. Yang Di sat on a small stool, his hands bound by handcuffs. Carol continued to inquire. I heard that you led the Firefox team to triumph over the East District's Buffalo team on the basketball court, achieving several spectacular dunks in the process. Yang Di chuckled innocently. Sir, titles are merely ephemeral, akin to the clouds drifting in the sky. A chef who can play basketball and engage in combat. Judging by the surveillance footage, your skills in martial arts are quite impressive. Versatility is indeed an asset, sir. Are you aware of the predicament you currently find yourself in? We possess the authority to detain you. and your visa has but 41 days remaining. I believe your intention in coming to America was not to find yourself incarcerated." Yang Di's expression changed dramatically as he incredulously exclaimed, "Isn't it a one-year visa? Why has it expired so soon?" Carol chuckled slightly. "We think you are. My friend, if we report to the embassy, we could have you out of the United States today." Yang Di clenched his teeth, his expression shifting unpredictably. For the first time, Carol observed a complex array of emotions on the face of this formidable man who had just felled 15 thugs, regret mingled with confusion and fear. Setting aside Yang Di's rugged bald head, his overall features were remarkably refined. A closer look revealed an innocent youthfulness that could not be concealed. A quintessentially exquisite oriental visage that possessed a unique charm in moments of silence. Perhaps I could offer him assistance? This thought surged through Carol's mind, startling her in the next instant, a faint blush rising to her cheeks as she hastily masked her surprise by resting her chin on one hand. Feigning indifference while gazing at Yang Di. Meanwhile, a peculiar expression crossed Yang Di's face. Before Carol could utter another word, he launched into the most sincere performance imaginable, his features aligning perfectly with the gestures of his hands, executed with unparalleled finesse. "Oh, angelic and beautiful officer, you truly must help me. I cannot be confined here. I hail from a distant land in the east, where a deceitful employer has stripped me of all my possessions. After much hardship, I finally secured a job in this tranquil town of Middletown, only to find myself entangled in the unreasonable harassment of a brute. I was compelled to resist out of sheer desperation. If I am detained here, I will lose my chance at employment. Do you understand? Back in my homeland, I have parents to support and younger siblings in need of education. Please, I beseech you, help me." Yang Di's heartfelt words were laden with sorrow, as they stemmed from genuine experiences and sincere emotional expression, resonating perfectly with the moment. After all, Carol was merely a young newcomer to the police department, and in an instant, she was transported by Yang Di's sentiments to a place of loneliness and helplessness in a foreign land. Memories of her own days studying in Italy flooded back, evoking a sense of empathy within her. Softly, she reassured him, "Yang Di, there is no need to worry excessively. Sheriff John Freeman from the City Bureau has already arrived at the station, and I trust he will soon discern the intricacies of this matter from the case files. If you truly acted in self-defense, you shall certainly not face legal repercussions. Is that true?" Yang Di sniffled, his thoughts drifting to his younger siblings and aging parents, overwhelmed by a wave of sorrow that brought tears to his eyes. "Yes, indeed. You needn't fret," she continued gently. "Will there be a fine? I have no money." Yang Di chuckled softly, just about to utter a few words when, with a loud clang, the door of the interrogation room was flung open. A swarm of police officers clad in blue uniforms surged in, encircling him completely. Sheriff Freeman. Upon seeing this, Yang Di noticed Carol rising to her feet, offering a respectful salute to the scruffy middle-aged man who had just entered. The man nodded in acknowledgement, striding toward Yang Di, his eagle-like, keen eyes fixated intently upon him. "You incapacitated 15 individuals? Indeed, quite ferocious." Yang Di felt a sense of foreboding. The other party approached with fierce intent, clearly adversarial rather than amicable. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and remarked, "Although the exact number remains unclear, it should be approximately 8 or 9. Humph. Freeman let out a disdainful snort, stating, "There happens to be a surveillance camera at the very location where you engaged in the brawl, capturing the actions of all involved, yourself included. While it is true that, in the grand scheme of the incident, you were acting in self-defense, it is also a fact that you inflicted serious injuries on at least 10 individuals. To consider your actions as excessive self-defense would not be an unreasonable conclusion." Yang Di, with his mouth agape, found himself at a loss for how to respond. Carol, her crimson lips parting softly, came to his aid. "Sheriff Freeman, while Yang Di may have acted with excessive force, he is but 18 years old. Given the circumstances, it is only natural that he lost control. I implore you to consider leniency." Carol senset Freemanes intent tu hold Yang Di accountable, which stirred a pang of guilt within her, prompting her to speak up for him. The surrounding officers exchanged curious glances, eyeing both Yang Di and the strikingly beautiful Carol, their hearts tinged with jealousy for this fortunate young man. Freeman nodded, making a decisive pronouncement. "This lad is to be detained for 5 days. The other ruffians involved will face thorough questioning." 5 days? Yang Di exhaled in relief as he was escorted away by 2 officers. As he left, he cast a grateful look towards Carol, deepening her sense of guilt. What a fine young man he was. Her own brother was of a similar age. blissfully immersed in his high school studies. Unlike Yang Di, who toiled tirelessly across oceans and vast distances, enduring bullying and destitution. No, she must lend him her support. Chapter 8. The University of Wisconsin 5 days later, at the corner of Pine Street, nestled the Wind Whisper Happiness CF. Yang Di donned a thin coat, his feet still clad in the most ordinary pair of sneakers. In this somewhat chilly season, he appeared quite disheveled. Hey, Dick Yang. Yang Di turned his head and, amidst the swaying branches, spotted the charming woman greeting him. Katerina Carroll was dressed casually today. Her matte coat concealed some of her alluring figure, yet her long legs and jeans remained astonishingly straight. She was exceptionally tall, and even standing beside the 2-3-meter Yang Di, she did not appear diminutive. Beautiful and captivating, it seemed as though even the wind would speak in her presence. Hello, Serif Cole, Yang Di greeted stiffly. Come in and sit down. I have something delightful to share with you today, Carroll said, gracefully bypassing Yang Di to open the door of the CF. Hesitantly, he stepped into the warm and tranquil coffee shop. What would you like to order? The waiter placed the menu on the table, and Carroll pushed it toward Yang Di. Yang Di shook his head and waved his hand, saying, Sheriff Carroll, why don't you choose? I'm not very familiar with English. Just call me Carroll. She replied with a smile. I almost forgot that you've only been in America for 2 months, yet your spoken English is quite commendable. I can merely listen and speak, but I struggle with reading and understanding certain idioms, Yang Di explained. Carroll scrawled a couple of lines on the menu, then pulled out a small bill as a tip for the waiter, who left the table with a beaming smile. Yang Di raised an eyebrow at the generous tip, feeling a slight sting in his heart, thankful that it wasn't his own money. However, he soon found himself in a quandary about whether or not to treat for this meal. I'm truly sorry for not being able to assist you, he said. No, that's not the case. Carroll, I'm already grateful that you were willing to speak on my behalf in front of Sheriff Freeman. Without your support, I would have faced a longer detention. It's good to hear you feel that way, Carroll replied, unable to suppress her curiosity as she swiftly redirected the conversation to the reason for inviting Yang Di today. Yang Di, I heard from someone at Fox that you play basketball? Yang Di nodded. In the past, during my time in our country, I spent a while at the sports academy. Yet regrettably, I did not achieve any remarkable accomplishments. That sounds wonderful. Carroll smiled brightly, illuminating the room with her beauty, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. I have a friend who works at the University of Wisconsin. I have already discussed this matter with him. Their basketball team has just found its rhythm and is in need of sufficient practice players. I believe you would be more than capable of fulfilling this role. A ball boy? The term flashed through Yang Di's mind. Gazing into Carroll's hopeful eyes, he felt an inexplicable twinge of discomfort. May I take a moment to consider it? Carroll? You know my primary profession is that of a chef, and I would prefer to secure a position as a cook. Carroll's brows furrowed slightly, her tone tinged with disappointment. Dick Young, you ought to seriously consider my perspective. You see, the salary for this position is quite substantial, with a base pay reaching $3,000 a month, far exceeding that of chef. Furthermore, there are no suitable positions for Chinese cuisine in Madison, as you are well aware from your previous stay there. Yang Di's jaw nearly dropped at the mention of a salary of $3,000. He almost leapt from his seat, exuberantly slapping the table. Carroll, I am taking this job. Carroll, witnessing Yang Di's avaricious demeanor, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, casting a flirtatious glance his way that sent a shiver through Yang Di. The University of Wisconsin is a prestigious institution, and its remuneration is undoubtedly commendable. However, I have heard from friends that excelling in this role is quite challenging, particularly due to the high physical demands. Yet, with your abilities, I believe you can manage. That is splendid. Rest assured, I will perform this job exceptionally well. Yang Di flexed his biceps, affirming his strength. That is reassuring, Carroll replied, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons. If you excel in this position, your visa issues should be resolved, allowing you to remain here and earn more. Yes, you can count on me. Yang Di's eyes sparkled with dollar signs. At the current exchange rate, his monthly salary would amount to 24,810 yuan. In his home country, with his current capabilities, he could not earn such a sum even if he resorted to selling plasma full-time. Tomorrow, I will take you to the University of Wisconsin for your onboarding. The Badgers coach is a friend of mine. Coach, wow, that sounds impressive. Yang Di smiled, realizing that having a connection with the team's coach solidified his prospects and allowed him to complete his main quest. The University of Wisconsin, established in 1848, is a comprehensive public university with an enrollment exceeding 40,000 students, making its campus unimaginably vast. Many students, upon their arrival, may find themselves lost. So be sure to memorize your way in. Carol strolled effortlessly along the campus pathways, gently dismissing yet another male student attempting to strike up a conversation. Yang Di finally witnessed the allure of Carol and the open-mindedness of American youth. From a moment he entered the campus, he encountered no fewer than 10 young men who approached him for conversation. Of course, he was also subjected to countless envious glares that could have been lethal. It felt like navigating through a hail of bullets in a perilous terrain. Upon arrival, Carol pointed toward the landmark structure ahead, a rectangular and orderly edifice that stood before them. This was the sports arena of the University of Wisconsin. Even from a distance, Yang Di could hear the cheers emanating from within, along with the rhythmic sounds of basketballs bouncing and sneakers scraping against the polished floor. How cool, Yang Di remarked with a shrug. Bo Ryan, the head coach of the Badgers, had recently taken the helm of the struggling team and completely revitalized its spirit. Last year, the Wisconsin Badgers savored the taste of the Big Ten Conference Championship for the first time since 1947, sharing the top spot with esteemed institutions such as Indiana University and Ohio State University. Is it really that impressive? Yang Di exclaimed in surprise. Be cautious, for you must not offend Coach Ryan. Otherwise, your position may be at risk, Carol advised, casting a glance at Yang Di. However, you need not worry excessively. Coach Ryan's focus is currently on the Badgers. Just concentrate on performing your duties well. Then, with a swift addition, she said, if you have time, practice your basketball skills. Upon graduation, you might even consider joining a professional league. I've heard that professional athletes earn quite a substantial income. I will strive to do so, Yang Di replied. His spirit ignited at the mention of financial prospects, as sunlight illuminated his face, imbuing the moment with a sense of profound significance. What a splendid declaration, Carol chuckled, covering her mouth with amusement. The two of them walked side by side into the arena. In Yang Di's mind flashed the details of his mission. The primary task required that a well-developed physical fitness be the fundamental condition for excelling in basketball. The host must elevate their overall physical fitness score to 40 within 1 month. The reward for this task will be 5 points of free attribute points and 100 points of villain value. The consequence of failure would be annihilation. An immediate task presented itself. Being an exceptional basketball practice partner was not an easy feat. One must become an esteemed practice partner for the University of Wisconsin Badgers and earn the recognition of the head coach. The reward for this endeavor would be a learning template card. During the days of Yang Di's confinement, he diligently examined the system, which encompasses a myriad of aspects, presenting a complex yet coherent functionality. Its primary objective is to enhance Yang Di's personal abilities through the execution of tasks. There are 2 types of tasks: the main tasks, which come with rewards and penalties and are time-sensitive, offering substantial rewards for completion, while failure incurs severe repercussions. The threat of obliteration he encountered, akin to a sword suspended over his head, instilled a profound sense of anxiety. The second type, immediate tasks, evolve from the system's real-time assessments and are diverse and perplexing, with varying rewards. He found himself puzzled by the nature of the learning template card, as this task emerged only after he consented to work with Carol at the University of Wisconsin. Chapter 9. Sparring partner, is this the lad you recommended? Indeed, he appears quite robust. The frail, gray-haired old man scrutinized Yang Di with a skeptical gaze. He could hardly fathom that the radiant young man before him was the 18-year-old Chinese youth Carol had described. Yet, with his years of experience in discerning character, he recognized that this individual, towering at over 2 meters, was perfectly suited for the role. You must be nearly barefoot. How tall are you? Approximately 2.03 meters. Though I haven't measured in a while, so I'm not entirely certain. Yang Di was observing Coach Bo Ryan, a figure reputed for his prowess, who, contrary to expectations, did not appear especially stern. The Badger team, comprised of collegiate athletes, occasionally stole glances in this direction. Captivated both by the exquisite beauty of Carol and intrigued by Yang Di, the towering figure accompanying her, whose yellow skin and height exceeding 2 meters suggested he too was an athlete. Uncle Ryan, this fellow is undoubtedly exceptional. I am confident in his capabilities, she remarked. Carol's demeanor towards Bo Ryan was affectionate and playful, which astonished Yang Di, prompting him to ponder the nature of their relationship while simultaneously feeling grateful for Carol's trust in him. He understood that to excel in this role, he would require a bit more training and enhancement. Ryan gazed at Carol with a benevolent smile, secretly pleased with the presence of such a tall and formidable training partner as Yang Di. However, true to his cautious nature, He maintained an expression that suggested he was still assessing the situation. Yang Di did not comprehend, yet Carol certainly grasped Ryan's meaning, and a radiant smile once again illuminated her face. Carol and Ryan continued their conversation for a while, during which Yang Di remained silent, attentively listening. After some time, Ryan turned to Yang Di and inquired, "Yang Di, have you played basketball before?" "Yes, coach. I have learned some fundamental skills in basketball," Yang Di responded candidly. "That's wonderful," Ryan said, a smile gracing his lean face. "You see, this job is relatively straightforward. Your role will be to assist the players from the University of Wisconsin. To put it simply, it is a more basic position than that of trainer, and I am confident that you will excel in this role." Yang Di expressed his joy. "I will strive to do my best, coach." Such a positive state of mind is commendable. Now, let us proceed to the field for some warm-up exercises, after which we shall commence with the fundamental training, Ryan remarked kindly. Yang Di nodded and turned to leave. Ryan gazed at Yang Di's retreating figure, fixating on his ordinary athletic shoes, a pensive expression crossing his face. Yang Di diligently ran 2 laps around the court. Initially, he attracted a few curious gazes, but as time went on, the players of the Badger team became engrossed in their own training, leaving behind only the occasional glances of scrutiny that made Yang Di feel somewhat uneasy. He needed to complete the task of defending against 3-point shots. It was time to give it a try. Coach Ryan observed the meticulous Yang Di, who had just finished his laps, and a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. Yang Di nodded, fully aware that this was one of the fundamental responsibilities of a practice partner. The trio approached the sidelines, where Coach Ryan beckoned one of the team members over. This was Devin Harris from Wawasado, the leading scorer for our Badger team. Should you work here in the future, he will be a crucial individual to assist. Ryan made the introduction, and Yang Di couldn't help but study the somewhat slender college student a bit more intently. "Hello, just call me Devin," Harris said, appearing quite approachable as he extended his hand to greet Yang Di. Yang Di pondered silently, having not heard of any new recruits or transfers to the team. It turned out that the team had simply found a young practice partner. "I am Yang Di, but you may refer to me as Dick Yang." "Wow, what a great name, cool." Devin Harris's eyes lit up. "Do you know Yao Ming?" "He is also from China. That tall guy from Houston. He is quite impressive." I know of him, but I don't know him personally," Yang Di replied, slightly taken aback. Of course, he was aware of Yao Ming, who had just been selected as the first overall pick in the NBA draft this year, embodying the dreams of Chinese basketball. During conversations with his younger siblings, the name Yao Ming was frequently mentioned, highlighting his immense popularity in mainland China. "That is a real shame. Come on, defend me while I shoot," Coach Ryan interjected. "Yang Di, there are various types of 3-point shots. Your task is simply to extend your hand to disrupt. No jumping or blocking necessary, just interference." An electronic synthesized voice chimed in. "Immediate task, disrupt the shooter." An excellent practice partner should achieve near perfection in this. The host will learn to interfere with shots and earn the coach's approval. Character reward. Enhancement of shot disruption ability. Yang Di's eyes brightened. The reward for this task pertained to basketball skills, which he currently found quite essential. Let us begin. Another practice partner deftly passed the ball to Harris with remarkable accuracy and speed. Harris received the pass and, without hesitation, launched the ball towards the hoop. Yang Di, situated merely 1 meter away, had just lifted his hand when Harris's swift release startled him. Was he merely tossing it aimlessly? He suspected it to be an illusion. Yet the crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net confirmed otherwise. "Concentrate. Raise your hand a bit quicker," came the voice of Coach Ryan from the sidelines. Yang Di gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of defiance within. The practice partner passed again, and Yang Di leapt slightly to interfere from a meter away. The shot missed. But before he could revel in his small victory, Coach Ryan's voice echoed once more. "No jumping. Stand your ground to interfere. Extend your arms a little further and lean forward." It was the coach's directive. Yang Di lowered his head, feeling somewhat deflated. Harris's shooting was exceptionally rapid, a stark contrast to the players he encountered on the street courts. The disruption he could provide was minimal. However, his height and long reach allowed him to barely meet the challenge. They practiced for 5 minutes, and as Harris found his rhythm, he began sinking shot after shot, to the point where Yang Di thought he might be hearing things. "You're a commendable practice partner. I'll seek you out for future training," Harris remarked, clutching the ball with a grin as he walked away, having developed a fondness for this tall individual from China. Yang Di felt that the coach was truly playful. This German Harris must be the sharpshooter of the Badger team. He hung his head low and approached Coach Ryan and Carol at the sidelines, feeling that his performance had been dismal, leaving the question of whether he could remain uncertain. However, Coach Ryan suddenly displayed a satisfied smile, extended his hand, and congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, young man. I believe you are quite capable of this role." Yang Di suddenly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Coach." At that moment, a voice unexpectedly emerged from behind the three individuals. "Coach, I fear this fellow may not be able to join our Badger team's working group." Yang Di was taken aback, and both Carol and Ryan wore expressions of confusion. Turning around, they were approached by a young man in his 20s. He was strikingly handsome, with a prominent nose, somewhat thin lips, and eyebrows that perpetually arched upwards. If one were to employ disparaging language to describe him, one might say he appeared less robust, with a somewhat slender physique. However, it was not inconceivable that some women might find him appealing. After all, the prevailing trend globally favors the tall and lean aesthetic. A flicker of disdain flashed briefly in his mundane gaze, but it vanished before the sensitive Yang Di could perceive it. "Is this the training partner you introduced?" he remarked. "He hardly seems like someone who would play basketball. If you're merely seeking height, I could gather a multitude on the streets of Madison." The young man's tone was as flat as his gaze, yet his words bore the venomous sharpness of a viper, striking at Yang Di, whom he had never met before. Yang Di's brow furrowed deeply, mirrored by the expressions of both Carol and Coach Bo Ryan. "Luke, your comments about Yang Di are rather excessive," Carol stated, casting a serious glance at the man referred to as Luke. "You just executed Coach Ryan's task excellently. It is evident to all. Ultimately, one must try for a period to discern compatibility," Coach Ryan added, somewhat displeased with his assistant coach's immediate targeting of a young man they were meeting for the first time. However, out of respect for their year-long collaboration, he chose not to press the issue. Luke chuckled lightly, raising his chin defiantly. "I have heard of this guy. Isn't he the one you apprehended during a street brawl, Carol? I believe he has a background with gangs and shares quite an acquaintance with the Firefox team. Am I correct in my assertion, Carol?" Both Yang Di and Carol's expressions shifted simultaneously. Luke's words struck a nerve, revealing what Carol and Yang Di most fervently wished to conceal from Coach Ryan. After all, basketball epitomizes the essence of the sport, and a coach would never permit a troublemaker to infiltrate the team. Indeed, in the next moment, Coach Ryan's gaze towards Yang Di transformed, shedding its initial warmth for a chilling and piercing coldness. Yang Di's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Chapter 10, A New Job. "I can assure you, Dick Yang is not that kind of person." Carol raised her pristine 3 fingers, an unprecedented solemnity in her demeanor. "He was compelled to confront the local gang in Madison to protect the innocent citizens of the Middletown Ham restaurant. Previously, during a brawl at the Pine Street basketball court, Sheriff Freeman had already deemed Yang Di's actions as self-defense. He was, in essence, innocent," Carol hastily clarified, while Luke chuckled lightly. "However, the fact remains that he has been detained, and if he is innocent, he ought to be released." "You." Carol's brows furrowed sharply, her eyes wide with indignation, her heaving chest betraying her evident agitation at Luke's words. At this moment, Yang Di stepped forward, his chest held high, confronting Bo Ryan directly. "Head coach, it is true that I have been to the police station and have indeed engaged in a brawl with gang members. However, I assure you that I am a dedicated and earnest individual. There is a saying in China, seeing is believing, while hearing is deceiving. I hope you can grant me an opportunity. If you still do not trust me, then there is little I can do." Yang Di's gaze fixated on the gaunt old man, his eyes clear and bright, devoid of any impurities. Luke, with a sly undertone, remarked pointedly, "This is merely your one-sided opinion. Once you become entangled with ruffians like Black Skin, extricating yourself from such associations is no simple task. The Wisconsin Badgers will not welcome a staff member like you. You might as well give up hope." Yang Di fell silent, merely gazing at Ryan. Ryan pondered for an extended period, the atmosphere around them growing increasingly tense. The requests of Carol, the promises made by Yang Di, and Luke's reminders flashed through his mind one by one. Ultimately, he recalled the swift actions of Devin Harris, and Yang Di's meticulous and earnest defense. If only he could maintain such unwavering focus. Ryan spoke earnestly, articulating each word with intent. "Stay, young man. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning the coach's recognition. The immediate task of disrupting the shooter has been completed. The ability to interfere with outstretched arms has improved, currently elevating ball defense attributes to 34. Yang Di's face lit up with a joyful expression. and he subtly noticed a slight enhancement in his defensive attributes without paying much heed. Conversely, Luke wore a grim countenance, struggling to comprehend the situation, and even questioned Ryan with an incredulous tone. "Coach, you must think this through. This individual will undoubtedly bring endless trouble to the Badger team. We are currently on the rise. If anything goes awry, the ramifications could be significant." Luke reiterated time and again that Yang Di posed a danger, and it was apparent to all that he was targeting Yang Di specifically. Consequently, Ryan grew somewhat irate at Luke's incessant remarks, his tone turning frosty as he cast a sidelong glance at Luke and declared, "That is not your concern. From today onward, Yang Di will serve as our practice partner. You need only focus on your own responsibilities." Luke opened his mouth as if to protest, his face flushed with indignation, yet ultimately refrained from uttering any further objections. After casting one more dark look at Yang Di, he turned and departed. Carol and Yang Di simultaneously expressed their gratitude to Ryan. "Thank you, Coach." Ryan waved his hand dismissively and exited the court, saying, "Work hard, young man. I hope you can maintain your focus each day, and do not let me down." Carol and Yang Di exchanged glances, and without a word, they shared a light-hearted laugh. On their way out of the school, Yang Di inquired about Luke. Carol, somewhat uncertain, replied, "I only know that Luke is the youngest coach on campus. He has been Ryan's assistant since last year, though I am not sure of his specific responsibilities. I cannot fathom why he is so fixated on you. Just be cautious while at school." Yang Di chuklet ligli injigantly remarked, "He certainly wouldn't hire someone to attack me, and besides, the person he employs might not even be able to defeat me." Carol was amused by his feigned nonchalance, laughing so heartily that she trembled. "By the way, where are you currently residing?" When the topic of living arrangements arose, a tinge of melancholy crossed Yang Di's mind. Yet he maintained an air of indifference. "I reside not far from Pine Street. Rest assured, I shall not be tardy for work. You still have some formalities to attend to tomorrow. Coach Ryan will ensure everything is arranged, so there is no need for concern." Thank you, Carol." "For what?" "It is you who must strive for your own success." "You are right, ha ha ha." Yang Di gently touched his head, and in an instant his fierce demeanor, akin to a wild beast on the streets, transformed into an unprecedented gentleness. Catherine Carroll gazed at Yang Di's side profile, which, though not conventionally handsome, was distinctly chiseled. His tall figure was bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, exuding a warmth reminiscent of the autumn winds in Italy, causing her fair complexion to blush a deep shade of crimson. Yang Di would naturally refrain from disclosing to Carol that he resided in a squalid, chaotic, impoverished, and shadowy slum. In his heart, the beautiful and kind Carol resembled an angel, pure as a crystal, while he perceived himself as a mere rat in the darkness, an inconsequential figure at the bottom of society. The mere thought of her being able to assist him was something he dared not contemplate. The evening breeze flowed gently across the four lakes, and the entire Madison appeared as if it had just emerged from a bath, gleaming and translucent. To the east, the lights had illuminated and the damp streets reflected the glow, enhancing the city's hazy allure. Cocooned within a telephone booth, Yang Di dialed an international long-distance call. "Xiao Di, you finally called. How are things? Is work going smoothly? Are you eating well? Are you getting accustomed to living there? Is it very hard?" The weathered voice of his mother echoed in his ears, causing Yang Di's eyes to instantly redden. "Work isn't hard at all, not in the slightest. Mom, you know my culinary skills. I cook and eat for myself, and I've grown accustomed to it. Everything here is quite good, and I have no issues communicating with them. So, you needn't worry. Be cautious when you're alone. Don't neglect yourself too much. And remember to dress warmly as the weather gets colder." Yes, you can rest assured. By the way, Mom, I've switched jobs." "You've changed jobs? Wasn't it a multinational construction company that your uncle introduced you to?" "About that company, let us not even mention it." Yang Di yearned to share his experiences, but held back for fear of worrying his mother. Instead, he spoke of his new position. "I'm now working as a practice partner for the basketball team at the University of Wisconsin, earning $3,000 a month." "What university?" $3,000. Yang Di's family had become familiar with the exchange rate between the dollar and the yuan since he began working in America. Although his mother lacked formal education, she could still perform simple calculations, and at that moment, she felt as if happiness had overwhelmed her. "How did you find this job? You must have endured quite a bit, right? Is being a practice partner tiring?" "Being a practice partner is quite simple. Mom, you can rest assured. I am physically strong and just play basketball with the college students at the University of Wisconsin. Make sure to read more and acquire knowledge while you're at that university." You've always been bright, consistently achieving excellent grades. If it weren't for our family's financial struggles, you would have. Yang Di, eager to interject, casually remarked, "Oh, Mom, it's nothing. I'm doing quite well now. And when the opportunity arises, I will certainly devote myself to my studies." "How are Dad, my younger brother, and sister? Are they nearby?" "Your father has stepped out and has yet to return, but your siblings are here. I will have them speak with you," came the response. Amidst the cacophony on the other end of the line, the voices of Yang Di's younger siblings chimed in unison. "Brother, how are you faring in America? Please take good care of yourself, and don't overexert yourself." "Brother." Yang Di covered his mouth, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. He took a deep breath to compose himself, adopting a fa-ade of authority. "Bin, Ting, I'm doing well in America. You need not worry about me. You are all grown up now, so please take good care of our mother and father at home, study diligently, and strive to gain admission to your desired universities." "Brother, rest assured, both Ting and I are excelling academically, ranking at the top of our class." "That is reassuring. In any case, focus on your studies. After you graduate from university, secure good jobs, as your elder brother is eagerly anticipating basking in your success." He concluded, "I shall not prolong this conversation. International calls are quite expensive." Without waiting for a response, Yang Di swiftly hung up the receiver, glancing at the time. Only a few seconds remained before the 3-minute mark. Having paid for the call, he exhaled deeply, feeling his stomach protest with hunger, and made his way to the Madison market. With less than 2 months until the official competition of the Top 10 League, the recruitment phase for major universities in the United States was nearing its conclusion. Virtually all of the prodigious high school basketball talents had been claimed, leaving the remaining states to manage their own affairs. Devin Harris, a native of Wisconsin, had shattered his high school's scoring record, earning widespread acclaim throughout the state. Last year, he was honored as Wisconsin's Mr. Basketball, and this year marks his 2nd year at the University of Wisconsin. Yang Di later discovered that the seemingly dark and thin individual he had been practicing with, who appeared rather unremarkable, was actually an extraordinarily formidable character. The following day, Yang Di entered the school to complete the necessary formalities, while Coach Ryan solemnly introduced him in front of everyone. It was then that the crowd realized that this towering individual was merely a practice partner, causing the university students to lose interest in him immediately. Yang Di remained indifferent to the opinions of others, yet he had not encountered Coach Luke, who seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against him throughout the day. His first task that morning mirrored the previous days, as he assisted Devin Harris in practicing 3-point defensive drills. After a brief respite in the afternoon, he began a session at 3 o'clock, training alongside 2 interior players who were even taller and more robust than he. Chapter 11. The power surge the University of Wisconsin Badgers savored the taste of victory last year, not only due to the scoring prowess of Devin Harris from the perimeter, but also thanks to the indispensable contributions of 2 agile and formidable big men in the paint. One was the starting center, John Harold, a 2'9" African-American, renowned for his rebounding, shot-blocking abilities, and straightforward hook shots near the basket. The other was the starting power forward, Avery Kovals, standing at approximately 2'08", a white player skilled in mid-range shooting, rebounding, and low-post play. One of Yang Di's responsibilities is to engage in fierce battles under the basket with these 2 towering figures. Initially, another coach affixed a shield to his left forearm, and for the first time, his previously unparalleled height encountered formidable opponents. When defending against both adversaries, it was evident that he fell short in stature, and his physique was no match for their imposing frames. Bang! Yang Di let out a muffled grunt, his slender arms tingling with a sudden numbness. The impact of the Koval's back was far more forceful and aggressive than that of Harold, each collision resonating with immense power, as if a small mountain were pressing against him. Bang! Yang Di failed to brace himself as his arm recoiled, resulting in a painful impact to his chest. Is this the prowess of students from prestigious American universities? It is truly daunting compared to them. That Parker I encountered during the street competition seemed merely like an elementary school student. Bang! As the Cavalier struck for the 3rd time, Yang Di lost his footing, his center of gravity shifting, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. The Cavalier leisurely turned around, single-handedly supporting the basketball before executing a bank shot into the hoop. "Hey buddy, you did well. I appreciate your defense." The Cavalier was quite the chatterbox, while his counterpart Harold, possessing a flair for hip-hop, was surprisingly quiet, contrasting sharply with the dynamic on the court. Yang Di extended his hand and exchanged a high five with Kovis, who was known for his amicable nature and exceptional basketball skills, demonstrating a solid foundation in the sport. Yang Di learned a great deal from him and cherished the pure atmosphere that surrounded them, feeling a renewed sense of hope in achieving the main objective of enhancing his overall physical fitness rating to 40 within a month. The crux of the matter lay in rigorous training. The Badger team engaged in frequent physical conditioning, and Yang Di watched with envy, yearning to partake in their activities. Unfortunately, he was encumbered by prior commitments and had to complete the tasks assigned by his coach first. "Just a moment. Let me take off a piece of clothing," Kovis remarked. As he leaned against Yang Di, Yang Di removed his outer jacket, revealing a short-sleeved t-shirt, which showcased a striking dragon tattoo on his left arm. "Wow, that tattoo is really cool," Kovis exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he turned to Yang Di, his eyes widening in surprise. It was a shoulder dragon tattoo. Yang Di smiled, noticing Kovis's curiosity, and rolled up his sleeve to reveal the intricately detailed dragon tail design. Yang Di, clad in his jacket, appeared unassuming. However, once he shed it, the fierce dragon tattoo, coupled with his gleaming bald head, exuded an unmistakable aura of street gang ferocity. Kovis had witnessed the brutish thugs battling for dominance on the streets, and he could almost sense a faint metallic scent of blood in the air. It was rumored that this man had recently emerged from prison, confirming his reputation as a formidable character. Rather than feeling any trepidation or concern, Kovis found himself captivated by Yang Di's cool demeanor, as he seemed to radiate an air of enigma. Yang Di took a deep breath, spreading his feet apart and lowering his center of gravity, positioning his arms in a bent posture against the back of the Kovis. As Kovis received the ball, he feigned with his shoulder and delivered a powerful backing maneuver, initiating a new round of training. Meanwhile, Bo Ryan, who was instructing other trainees, never lost sight of Yang Di's performance. When Yang Di removed his jacket, Bo Ryan paused momentarily. He had seen numerous tattoos among students in college, including many within the Badger team. Yet he had never encountered the particular ink adorning Yang Di's skin. This brought to mind Luke's comments from the previous day, leaving him with a lingering sense of concern. However, throughout the morning, Yang Di had demonstrated remarkable diligence and an impressive pace in his work. Such sparring partners significantly enhanced a player's skill development, leaving Bo Ryan with mixed feelings. As night descended, a hint of chill permeated Madison Street in November. Yang Di extinguished the lights of the gymnasium. Being the last to leave the school, he wore only a thin garment, yet his eyes sparkled with a bright light. On this very first day, he had already accomplished 3 immediate tasks. If this trend continued, he would soon complete his objectives. The system proved to be astonishing. As Yang Di responded to external stimuli, it would promptly assign him relevant tasks. Twice he had engaged in basketball defensive training, and after the players and coaches had departed, he secretly practiced with the equipment alone, only to discover a task issued by the system aimed at enhancing his physical attributes. For instance, today he encountered an immediate task stating that aspiring basketball players must possess a resilient physique and extraordinary strength. By undertaking an hour of bench press training, he aimed to increase his muscle strength, with the task reward being a random allocation of 1 to 3 points in strength attributes. In a single day, he had already augmented his strength by 4 points, a feat that heavily relied on the completion of the system's tasks. Yang Di swung his arm, feeling the immense power surging beneath his skin, which filled him with satisfaction. This newfound strength was a result of an hour's training, while the 3-point attribute bonus was a direct gift from the system, suggesting it was likely a permanent enhancement. The sensation of self-improvement was truly wondrous. Currently, Yang Di's attributes stood at Strength 44, 1, Speed 31, Agility 22, Reaction 20, Flexibility 14, Jumping Ability 28, Body Resistance 35, Stability 25, Stamina 15, Physical Fitness Score 33. Basketball Skill Score 26, with an overall increase in his basketball ability score by 2 points, now totaling 29. His title remained that of a streetball master, dominating the amateur courts. The key aspect was the meals provided. Yang Di found the food in the school cafeteria quite satisfactory, especially as it allowed him to mingle with many vibrant and youthful university students. The joys of college life. The following morning, the team had a half-day off, and Yang Di practiced alone in the gym, focusing on an hour of squats as instructed by the system. He completed the task, gaining a slight boost in muscle strength, but the task reward only granted him an additional 2 points in strength, which was still commendable. His strength then rose to 47 too. At lunchtime, he devoured a double portion, showcasing an impressive appetite. In the afternoon, Yang Di disrupted Devin Harris's three-point shooting for an hour. He felt his hand's speed increasing, and as soon as the thought crossed his mind, his hand was already in front of Harris without a moment's hesitation. Harris's shooting accuracy plummeted as he struggled to maintain a 40 success rate while shooting in groups of 5. Frustrated, he shook his hand, suspecting that a chill from the previous night's sleep affected his shooting touch, prompting him to consider adding an extra blanket, given the cold weather. Next came a physical confrontation under the basket with John Harrow and Avery Johnson. Yang Di maintained a bent-arm defensive posture, his movements becoming increasingly steady, and the effectiveness of his defense became more pronounced. Upon completing the task, he occasionally saw an increase in his ball-handling defense attribute, which delighted him and made the endeavor enjoyable. Bo Ryan observed keenly. In his eyes, Yang Di exhibited remarkable insight during practice. Although still in training, he already outperformed many seasoned trainers. This could be attributed to Yang Di's inherent physical abilities, and it also proved that he was a promising talent, potentially destined to become a top-tier trainer in the future. That night, while the players and coaches had all departed, Yang Di took the opportunity to practice equipment drills. However, regardless of his training intensity or the type of equipment used, the system remained unresponsive, as if his skills were on cooldown. Disappointed, he practiced for a while longer before leaving the gym. Chapter 12. The new dormitory. Yang Di, possessing exceptional intellect, pondered the probability of immediate task releases within the system. Arriving at a tentative conclusion, he surmised that immediate tasks pertaining to physical attributes must indeed have a cool-down period, likely once a day, while tasks from other modules should similarly be subject to such intervals. Indeed, the balance of work and rest suggests that the system is a truly bespoke marvel. Yang Di cheerfully exited the school, and upon looking up, he spotted a familiar face. "Hey, Devin, what brings you here?" Yang Di's eyes lit up as Devin Harris stood at the school gate, seemingly awaiting someone. He took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, Dick Young." Harris was clad in a vibrant hip-hop style, his black leather jacket adorned with an array of sparkling embellishments. "Waiting for someone?" "Indeed, I'm waiting for my girlfriend." Devin Harris shrugged his shoulders and then warmly extended an invitation to Yang Di. "Have you just finished school? Where are you headed? Would you like to join me?" "Oh, that's all right. I'm just about to head home. Farewell." Yang Di waved goodbye and gracefully departed from the school gate, uninterested in playing the role of a third wheel. Such a notion was utterly devoid of allure, akin to witnessing others indulging in a hearty drink while one sips on plain water, utterly flavorless. As he turned the corner on Pine Tree Street, Yang Di encountered a familiar face. "Captain?" he exclaimed. "Hey, Dick Young." The captain of the Firefox team's eyes sparkled with delight as he approached Yang Di, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "You've taken down so many opponents. I heard you were released even earlier than us. Impressive." Behind the Firefox captain were several teammates, all of whom had played alongside Yang Di, exchanging enthusiastic fist bumps. Yang Di chuckled nonchalantly. "Perhaps it's because I'm rather handsome." The members of the Firefox team erupted in laughter, despite their bruised appearances lending a comical touch. "By the way, Hey Pai has been detained for a slightly longer duration than us, but he should be out in no more than a week. He has his supporters. I heard that he has lost considerable face in the underground world due to the mishap involving you. If you are alone, you ought to be cautious." Firefox then turned to Yang Di and inquired, "Where are you currently employed?" Yang Di was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief hesitation, he replied, "I work at the University of Wisconsin, fortunate enough to have garnered the appreciation of Coach Ryan, serving as a practice partner for the basketball team." "Wow, that sounds like a splendid job," remarked a young African-American man from the back, whom Yang Di recognized as the first person to strike up a conversation with him on the court that day. "You're absolutely right, brother." Yang Di smiled faintly and exchanged a fist bump with him. "Are you residing on campus now?" Fox inquired with a grin. "No, I still life elsewhere," Yang Di replied. "I think you should consider applying to live on campus. I remember that staff at the University of Wisconsin can rent dormitories, which are reasonably priced and offer a pleasant environment. Most importantly, it's a chance to avoid any unpleasant encounters. I genuinely believe you should give it a try. It could be quite wonderful." Captain Fox sincerely offered his advice. A flash of insight illuminated Yang Di's mind. Indeed, why had he not considered residing on campus? A grateful smile graced his face as he expressed his thanks to Captain Huaho. He resolved to apply for accommodation the very next day. "Let's play basketball together when you have time. Here is my number." Receiving a note from a man for the first time elicited a peculiar expression from Yang Di. The following day, Yang Di approached the administration office to apply for staff housing. The elderly gentleman at the University of Wisconsin's administration office exhibited curiosity towards Yang Di, the newly appointed employee of the basketball team. In his recollection, there seemed to be a scarcity of Asian staff within the team, and he had heard that the head coach, Ryan, had personally recruited this talented individual. The gentleman wondered about his capabilities. He certainly appeared quite tall. The elderly man worked with remarkable efficiency, completing Yang Di's paperwork in less than half a day. Subsequently, Yang Di procured a key from the housing office, securing his new residence. It was a single-room accommodation, modest in size at merely 30 square meters, and the entire dormitory building bore the marks of age, its exterior walls adorned with climbing ivy. Outside the window stood the ubiquitous, fragrant sycamore trees of the campus, their autumn leaves carpeting the grass below, filling the air with the earthy scent of soil. Fortune had finally turned in his favor. Although the new lodging required a monthly payment of $800, it was considerably more economical than his previous external accommodations, and he was relieved to no longer need to sleep outdoors. Taking advantage of the time remaining in the morning, Yang Di returned to his new dormitory, shouldering his large package. He meticulously cleaned the floor, wiped the windows, and tidied up the room, transforming it into a clean and orderly space. After discarding some clutter, the room appeared more spacious. Yang Di extracted a poster from his package and affixed it to the wardrobe with transparent tape. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror and, shaking his fist at himself, encouraged, "You can do it. Milk and bread will come." Following the afternoon's physical training, Yang Di embarked on strength training once more. However, this time, he was unable to enhance his muscle strength within the allotted time, resulting in the forfeiture of task rewards. Simultaneously, the temporary strength he had gained over the past few days had vanished, causing his strength to regress to a stable value of 45. Tis reflation choquet Yang Di, prompting a cold sweat. He concluded that failing an immediate task would prevent any enhancement of attributes. The thought of the penalties for failing the main quest sent a shiver down his spine. In the dim light, clad only in a tank top, Yang Di struck the floor in frustration, lamenting the squandered opportunity. What a pity. He resolved to train harder and to incorporate other training elements. Beyond strength, physical attributes encompass speed, agility, reflexes, flexibility, and jumping ability. By repeatedly training a single aspect, the system would recognize it and issue an immediate task. Tomorrow, he would focus on speed training. Yang Di possesses a clear understanding. Achieving a physical fitness score of 40 represents a comprehensive metric. Merely enhancing strength leads to a sluggish overall improvement. Rather, elevating some of the weaker aspects should facilitate a swift and balanced enhancement of his physical fitness score. The following day, Yang Di endeavored to run on the treadmill, mistakenly believing it would serve as speed training. To his surprise, the system designated it as stamina training. Instead of feeling disheartened, he found joy in this unexpected turn of events, recognizing that stamina was indeed one of his weaker areas. Jogging on the treadmill bolsters cardiovascular function, while aerobic exercises primarily target fat burning. Without the guidance of a professional trainer, Yang Di engaged in improvised training based on the system's assessment of his physical attributes. Remarkably, this coincided with the most sensible training regimen, particularly given the system's diagnostic capabilities, which allowed him to easily gauge his progress and adjust accordingly. His abilities steadily improved each day. 2 weeks later, Yang Di's muscle strength surged to 50 points, while speed increased by 3 points through sprinting practice, reaching 34. Agility remained unchanged at 22, and reaction time stagnated at 20. Flexibility, however, advanced to 24 through yoga practice, and his jumping ability was enhanced to 35 through step jumps. His physical resilience automatically rose to 38. Stability remained constant at 25, and stamina saw significant progress, skyrocketing to 39. Among the 9 facets of physical fitness, Yang Di discerned that the higher the score, the more challenging the training became. For instance, after reaching 50 in strength training, he attempted it once more but failed again. His overall physical fitness score had climbed to 37, prompting his training focus to shift towards immediate tasks that were guaranteed to succeed. After all, repeated failures would yield no rewards, jeopardizing the completion of his main mission and risking merciless obliteration by the system. Upon hearing the cold, emotionless tones of the electronic synthesized voice, an inexplicable chill would wash over him. Chapter 13. The Invitation from Firefox in the Clear Skies of Late Autumn. Reminiscent of an immaculate azure sea, the sun rose, painting the heavens in fiery red, only to transition into a pristine white. Leaves descended at Yang Di's feet, their withered yellow visage crawling sadly, completing their journey of wandering. Yang Di furrowed his brow, a hint of sorrow etched upon his face. It had been over half a month since he last beheld the girl who had stolen his heart, leaving his spirits in a tumultuous state of yearning and uncertainty. Perhaps, he mused with a twinge of inferiority, they were ultimately not destined to share the same world. A heavy feeling settled within him as he strolled down Pine Tree Street, a familiar path that held the memory of their first encounter, her graceful and commanding presence indelibly etched in his mind. "Hey, Dick Yang." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Initially distant, the sound grew closer as he turned to find someone hastily approaching, covering the ground with quick strides until they stood before him. "Beck," Yang Di exclaimed with a hearty laugh, playfully bumping fists with the captain of the Firefoxes. The two embraced warmly, a sense of delight washing over them. "What a coincidence to see you. I was just about to look for you." As Yang Di raised an eyebrow, he witnessed a confrontation between Hua Hu and Hei Pai, realizing that these individuals were likely the so-called local tyrants. Essentially, they were not vastly different from Hei Pai and his cohort. However, from Yang Di's perspective, Hua Hu was his ally, while Hei Pai represented his adversary. When approached by Hua Hu, a sense of unease washed over him, for Coach Bo Ryan had expressly forbidden him from associating with gang members. So what was the matter? In truth, it was not of great consequence. During our last basketball game, where we triumphed over the Buffalo team, I was quite impressed with your skills on the court, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our Hua Hu team, participating in various competitions throughout Madison streets. Yang Di rolled his eyes in exasperation, pondering how he could possibly acquiesce to their request. His previous agreement had merely been a means to fulfill a task. However, in the next moment, he retracted the words that were on the verge of escaping his lips. With a cheerful demeanor, Firefox remarked, "Our competitions also offer rewards, you see. The street matches are rather informal. Typically, each contest involves both parties putting forth a sum as a stake, usually ranging from $2,000 to $3,000. If we emerge victorious, every participant stands to gain a share of the winnings." Share the winnings? In scarcely a fraction of a second, Yang Di calculated the implications. Winning the match could mean that each individual would pocket at least $500 to $600, equivalent to 1/5 of his salary, with only a couple of hours invested. "Sound great. I'm in," he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "That truly is splendid," Captain Firefox beamed in response. Yang Di explained, "However, I typically have to attend classes at school, and I usually only have time in the evenings. During competitions, it's not always feasible for me to find time." Captain Huafu waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. We are all amateurs participating in these matches. Generally, the competitions take place in the evening. The afternoon match against the Wild Bulls was solely because it was a weekend." He continued, "In our upcoming match, we are set to challenge the Falcons of North First Street tomorrow evening. Sound good? Where shall we gather? Let us convene directly at the basketball court on North First Street at 7 o'clock in the evening. The lighting and facilities there are quite satisfactory, comparable to those at my Pine Street basketball park." Yang Di nodded and smiled, saying, "All right then, I shall see you then." Yang Di's life is simple, orderly, and fulfilling. The following morning, he engaged in a flexibility training session in his dormitory, adhering to his yoga regimen. To his good fortune, he earned a reward of 3 points in flexibility, increasing his flexibility attribute to 28-1. His overall physical fitness score finally showed a slight improvement, reaching 38, leaving him just a hair's breadth away from the coveted milestone of 40. In the afternoon, he participated in practice at the gym, primarily engaging in physical confrontations with 2 formidable opponents in the paint. Despite Yang Di's rapid advancements in physical fitness, he still fell short when compared to these 2 standout university athletes. He estimated that Kowalski's strength might exceed 60, while Harold, though not quite as strong as Kowalski, was certainly close to that figure. These 2 individuals were nothing short of monsters, possessing physical prowess that far surpassed that of typical streetball players. It was no wonder they aspired to become professional players. Even if they did not make it to the NBA, they would undoubtedly find success in various lower-tier leagues. Yang Di Muset, as night descended, the outdoor basketball court on Bay E Street illuminated with bright lights, transforming the entire arena into a scene reminiscent of daylight. Yang Di maintained constant communication with Captain Baker of the Firefox team, meticulously keeping track of time. He entered the basketball court, encircled by barbed wire, neither too early nor too late, clad in a black sweatshirt and sporting a pair of well-worn athletic shoes. His broad and robust physique immediately drew the attention of the crowd as he stepped onto the court. "Hey, Dick Young." The members of the Firefox team greeted him warmly as Baker acknowledged his presence. Yang Di approached everyone, either exchanging high fives, embracing, or bumping fists in chess. Having experienced the street competitions, he has mastered this passionate basketball culture with remarkable finesse. Naturally, he personally enjoys such greeting styles, finding them exceedingly cool. Yang Di did not remove his jacket. In fact, the attire on such an informal basketball court was a kaleidoscope of styles. By the end of November, the temperature in Madison had already plummeted below 10 degrees Celsius. Wearing standard jerseys and shorts made Yang Di feel rather chilly, unless one was fully equipped. Like the Firefox captain clad in thick arm sleeves, the cold was rather bothersome. During the pregame warm-up, he positioned himself at mid-range and attempted several shots, occasionally making one, but his shooting percentage was dishearteningly low. Had it been Harris, he might have made 7 or 8 out of 10 shots without any defense during warm-ups. Yang Di reminisced about Harris's shooting. It was swift and precise. The Firefox captain and the captain of the Falcons approached the center circle, each retrieving stacks of cash from their pockets. After counting the amounts, they placed the money conspicuously beneath the scoreboard, which instantly captivated Yang Di's attention. The Falcons were no slouches. They had previously outperformed the Firefoxes, and their captain stood around 9 meters tall, though his position was unclear. Street basketball doesn't delineate positions as professional leagues do. In such amateur games, the roles are generally simplified to inside and outside players, 4 guards and 1 post player. Around the court, men and women mingled along the sidelines, mostly young supporters from North First Street, fervently backing the Falcons, with a few making their way from Pine Street to cheer for the Firefoxes. "Who is that? A new face on the Firefox team?" some murmured. "No wonder they dare to challenge us. They have a new formidable ally." Observing the newcomer's robust physique, they speculated about his basketball prowess. "He looks Asian. The grass music must have made a mistake. I sense this hefty fellow is somewhat clumsy and might easily be outmaneuvered by our Falcons." The crowd whispered about the Firefox's recent victory over the formidable Bison team, believing their audacity to challenge stemmed from some advantage. Yet, if one disregarded Yang Di's unruly hair, reminiscent of someone just released from prison, he bore no resemblance to a basketball prodigy. There was a palpable sense of disbelief. Thus, the stage was set for a clash, and the audience's fervor surged as the two captains stacked their prize money, reaching a crescendo of excitement. "Let us go. Crush those punks. Show them the might of our Falcons." Cheers erupted from the audience, coalescing into a fervent chorus that resonated above North First Street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Simultaneously, Yang Di was thrilled to hear the system announce a new mission: defeat the Falcons on the street court, a team united in purpose. Mission reward: unlock the redemption shop, 100 villain points. Chapter 14. Yang Di's strength, the redemption shop. Yang Di often immerses himself in researching the system. Thus far, he has managed to unlock or perceive significant modules, namely the physical attributes, basketball skills, and tasks. As for the subsequent 3 modules, such as the template training ground, the villain value exchange center, and the energy redemption arena, Yang Di has attempted to engage with them, yet met with no response. Could the exchange shop be synonymous with the villain value exchange center? Yang Di has accomplished numerous tasks. However, there have not been many missions that offer rewards in the form of villain points. The first was the escape from Middletown, followed by the street savvy challenge at the basketball court. After that, there were no tasks that provided villain point rewards until today, when he once again found himself on the basketball court, facing the resolute Falcon team. Yang Di felt a flicker of understanding. Perhaps it was related to the nature of the task. A villain, he murmured to himself, his eyes suddenly brightened with a spark of determination. Regardless, if a redemption shop were to open, his strength would surely increase at a more accelerated pace, and perhaps there would be even more wondrous items to behold, which filled him with anticipation. Defeating the Falcon team had also become an imperative goal for Yang Di, his eyes blazing with fervor. An amateurish middle-aged man sauntered to the center, a grimy black whistle clenched between his teeth. Yang Di positioned himself in the center circle. While the opposing center of the Falcon team approached, a towering black man, approximately 2 meters tall, possessing the common inverted triangle physique seen among his peers, with pronounced muscle definition on his shoulders and arms. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, daring to play inside without the height of Yao Ming?" At this moment, Yao Ming was gaining recognition in the NBA. Having only recently completed the first month of his professional career, yet he had already delivered several spectacular performances. Notably, in a recent game against the Mavericks, Yao scored an impressive 30 points and secured 16 rebounds, igniting a frenzy throughout the American basketball community. During the halftime of that game, Barkley had humorously kissed a donkey's behind in the studio, presenting one of the most ludicrous spectacles in NBA history. Yet, what continued to astonish everyone was Yao Ming's extraordinary stature, a height unmatched among basketball players. The black man sneered at Yang Di, his words dripping with disdain and provocation. Yang Di was seething with anger, yet here he found himself unable to accuse anyone of racial discrimination. With a fierce grin, he retorted, "As long as I'm taller. It's all good, you black-skinned pig. What did you say?" The black player exploded in fury, his bloodthirsty eyes fixated on Yang Di, drawing closer with an intimidating presence. "You say what you want, I'll say what I want." Yang Di resembled an enraged tyrannosaurus, fangs bulging on his forehead, fists clenched thickly, filled with an impulsive urge to engage in a brawl without uttering a word. A middle-aged referee hurriedly intervened, perspiration streaming down his face, urging, calm down, calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil. The crowd quickly gathered to diffuse the tension between the two, while the members of the Firefox team cast curious glances at the well-built center of the Hawks, speculating whether he could withstand a few of Yang Di's powerful punches should a confrontation ensue. "Hey, what else with those looks?" The black center felt belittled, his rage surging like a tempest. After much persuasion from the Hawks captain, the furious player, resembling a coal-black head, finally subdued his anger, vowing to show Yang Di a thing or two on the basketball court. The crowd prepared for the game to commence. Yang Di and the black center, with legs intertwined, engaged in a fierce struggle, their arms, one yellow and one black, locked in a contest of strength. Their eyes ignited with a piercing intensity, reminiscent of razor-sharp blades. The middle-aged referee sighed, rubbing his forehead, and hastily blew the whistle to toss the ball into the air. Cheers erupted. Yang Di and the African-American center simultaneously let out a powerful shout, both leaping into the air in unison. Although the center's height was not superior to Yang Di's, his vertical leaps surpassed Yang Di's by a significant margin, his ascent clearly outpacing Yang Di's. Moreover, the referee's toss was rather unorthodox, with the basketball veering towards the side of the African-American player, who managed to make contact first. The Falcons triumphed in the tip-off as they returned to the ground. A mocking expression adorned the face of the center. "With such a feeble jump, do you really think you belong on the basketball court? Are you certain you're not simply here for amusement? If you can leap that high, why not aim for the heavens?" Yang Di retorted sarcastically, retreating to his defensive position without a glance back. In truth, once the game commenced, their roles as interior players afforded them few opportunities to shine, as the four perimeter players took turns showcasing their flashy dribbling skills, rarely considering the possibility of passing to the interior. Thus, while Yang Di and the center appear to be engaged in a fierce battle for position, they were, in reality, merely expending energy in vain. Outside, the Falcons captain, after evading the Fox's captain, found himself with a clear shot, yet hesitated, opting instead for a dizzying spin before releasing the ball with a graceful lean. Clang! The basketball soared high into the air. "That rebound is mine, clear out." Yang Di below it, his eyes fixated on the rebound, as if it were a treasure worth $3,000. Like a wild beast unleashed, he summoned all his strength. Forcefully displacing the center, he clashed with. "No way." The African-American center, taken aback as if confronted by a specter, found himself ousted from the most advantageous position. He sensed that this Asian player was unlike any he had encountered before, not only possessing an imposing temperament, but also an astonishing strength that was truly formidable. Yang Di effortlessly leaped. Though his jump was not high, he successfully secured the rebound. What a commendable play. The members of the Firefox team raised their thumbs in admiration. Yang Di passed the ball to Captain Huahu, then deftly took 3 steps forward, crossing half court and penetrating deep into the Falcons' penalty area. Beck had just fallen for the feint of the Falcons captain and was now determined to redeem himself with his own dribbling. This scenario is quite common on the streetball court. Beck appeared to be in a frenzy, his shoulders shaking erratically. He then stepped out with his left foot, pulling the ball behind his back with his left hand, executing a sudden change of direction to break right. Remarkable. Yang Di was left in awe of the ball-handling skills exhibited by these streetball players. There was no way he could replicate such moves. Beck lowered his center of gravity significantly, dribbling behind his back before darting right for 2 steps. Then coming to a sudden stop with a crossover dribble, his body halting as if a high-speed car had slammed on the brakes. The Falcons captain, struggling to maintain his balance. Found his footwork in disarray. Beck took a shot from his position, but the basketball brushed the rim after a graceful arc, failing to find the net. The primary distinction between street ball players and professionals lies in shooting accuracy. Setting aside tactical acumen, professional players generally maintain a stable shooting percentage even under intense defensive pressure, while street ball players' shooting remains largely unaffected by defense, as their accuracy tends to be quite poor. Yang Di had anticipated this moment. Although he was momentarily obstructed by the imposing center, he executed a nimble pivot. Just as the rebound veered to the left, both Yang Di and the center leaped simultaneously. With remarkable finesse, his fingertips brushed the ball before the center could react, sending it gracefully soaring into the air. Yang Di swiftly pivoted, lightly leaping to seize the basketball, and without hesitation, took a grand stride towards the front of the hoop. Alas, the moment the black center lost the rebound on the first attempt, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Before he could brace himself, Yang Di had nimbly darted to his side. Yang Di let out a powerful shout, raising a basketball with one hand. His lengthy arm appeared exceptionally strong and robust under the glaring lights of the court, resembling a mighty dragon clutching its prey. Yang Di ascended to the pinnacle, his wrist gripping the basketball as he forcefully slammed it downward. Thud! The ball was emphatically thrust into the hoop, his legs spread apart, his body dangling from the rim, swaying with the momentum. The entire basketball structure emitted a creaking moan, straining under the weight. Below, the black center appeared disheveled, his face burning with embarrassment. A wave of astonished gasps rippled through the crowd, quickly followed by a blend of cheers and jeers. "Well done, Dick Yang," exclaimed the players of the Firefox team as they approached to exchange high-fives with him. Yang Di chucked softly, discreetly casting a glance at the stack of dollars beneath the scoreboard as he retreated on defense. A player from the Falcons, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, executed a graceful change of direction, evading a Firefox defender before charging into the paint. The wind whistled past his ears, lifting him as he soared towards the hoop, his form reminiscent of a fleeting hero. The player narrowed his eyes, relishing the exhilaration of this airborne moment. Danger lurked. A shadow suddenly loomed over him. Yang Di, with an air of superiority, descended upon his target like a predator seizing its prey, his formidable hand sweeping through the air to deftly swat away the basketball that lay exposed within his sight. "This is my territory," he declared, shrugging nonchalantly before launching into an offensive maneuver. The dislodged ball collided with the backboard, ricocheting back into play, where it was swiftly retrieved by the Foxes. After uttering a few perfunctory words, Yang Di initiated a fast break, charging down the sideline like a heavy-duty truck, startling the spectators at the edge of the court. Seizing the moment, the Foxes deftly sent the ball soaring skyward. Yang Di leaped high, catching the basketball near the hoop, gliding a short distance before executing a powerful slam dunk. The resounding thud echoed as both of his palms struck the iron rim, sending a jarring sensation through his hands. Due to the momentum, he leaned forward, hanging from the rim, his gaze fixed upon the expressionless defender from the Falcons beneath him, exuding an aura of aggression. "Damn it. It's merely luck. I can complete an alley-oop dunk." The disgruntled African-American center fumed, the collective gasp from the onlookers around him resonating sharply in his ears. Meanwhile, outside the wire-bound court, spectators drawn by the commotion gathered, and a slender, enchanting figure quietly emerged. Chapter 15. The exchange shop opens during halftime. Yang Di spotted the striking silhouette bathed in light. "Carol, you made it," he exclaimed, beaming as he approached her. "I was worried you might get into another fight." Carol replied, rolling her eyes. "You seem to be in great form. You just scored several impressive dunks." "Of course. The Falcons simply cannot contain me." Yang Di flexed his exposed biceps, flashing a fierce, radiant smile. The members of the Firefox team watched in astonishment as Yang Di and Carol engaged in light-hearted banter, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. They certainly recognized the stunning beauty, reminiscent of a blooming tulip. She was the former icy police officer known for her formidable prowess, a memory etched vividly in their minds. Little did they expect that the very same Yang Di, who had been so fierce in his confrontations, would now be connected with this captivating officer, stirring a tide of admiration within them. "By the way, I'm currently residing at the University of Wisconsin," Yang Di said with a grin. "That's wonderful. The environment at the University of Wisconsin is truly delightful." Carol chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling like a crescent moon. Yang Di chuckled innocently, a stark contrast to his fierce demeanor displayed during the recent dunk. Are you accustomed to training with the team? It's going well. From defensive shooting to back-to-the-basket plays, and now to ball-handling defense, the coach has assigned me numerous tasks that I find quite engaging. You truly give your all. I admire your diligent spirit. Carol revealed a gentle smile while conversing with this seemingly formidable young man. She felt a profound sense of comfort and ease, as if the burdens of her work-related troubles had momentarily lifted, transporting her back to her days of studying in Italy. Yang Di blinked, as if he had just heard the word like. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was about to speak, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the second half. Watch me conquer them. Yang Di clenched his fist and waved it. Haha, go for it. Carol beamed with joy. With a beautiful ally by his side, Yang Di exerted himself even more on the court, leaping and bounding on defense, capable of blocking the Falcons' drives and intercepting their passes. On offense, he soared through the air, dominating the paint like a small shark in a street ball arena, utterly unstoppable. The Falcons, now in disarray, saw the score gap widen to over 10 points, and the cheers from the sidelines had faded into silence. At that moment, the African-American center who had initially challenged Yang Di had vanished from sight. As the game concluded, the Falcons departed the court in silence, leaving the victorious Foxes and Yang Di behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the instant task of defeating the Falcons, earning a reward of 100 villain points, and unlocking the exchange shop. A familiar rush of warmth enveloped him, accompanied by that fleeting sensation of dizziness. With his eyes closed, Yang Di delved deeply into the system, swiftly tapping on the villain value exchange interface. In an instant, a dazzling blue light flickered, and an enormous Azure dialogue screen materialized before him. The exchange shop permitted the conversion of villain values into equivalent goods. The current host's villain value stood at 250, quite a commendable figure, Yang Di mused with a self-deprecating smile. His gaze drifted downwards to the illuminated sections of the shop. A property package could be exchanged for 50 villain points. A template training card required 100 villain points. A specialized training card also demanded 100 villain points. The basic basketball training knowledge card was priced at 200 villain points, while the basic court movement instructional card similarly required 200 villain points. Beyond that lay a vast expanse of darkness, signifying items that could not be exchanged. Yang Di cast a cursory glance, noting the presence of tactical training cards, footwear, and even stamina restoration potions among a myriad of other items, diverse and eclectic in nature. Hey, buddy, what's wrong with you? Beck's voice jolted Yang Di back to reality. His moment of distraction had gone unnoticed by those around him. Beck, holding 6 crisp $100 bills, extended them towards Yang Di. Dick Yang, this is your payment for tonight. Though it may not be substantial, it is indeed what you rightfully deserve. Yang Di found it rather perplexing. Captain, you only need to give me the portion of the winnings, so why have you given me an additional 300 yuan? Captain Hua, who let out a hearty laugh and replied, the wager I made with Eagle was covered by our sponsors. If we win, that money rightfully belongs to us. Sponsors? Yang Di could hardly believe it. How could such a trivial competition attract sponsors? Captain Hua, who glanced at Yang Di, as if he could read his thoughts, and explained, the 2 sporting goods stores on Pine Street have joined forces to sponsor our Fox team. You see, the annual street basketball competition draws quite a crowd. Today, I suspect we have over 200 spectators. Our reputation enhances the local basketball culture, which in turn benefits their business. Is that so? Yang Di pondered thoughtfully. Moreover, Captain Hua, who continued, if our team secures the city championship, there will be a considerable prize, from which the sponsors will take a commission. This is a common investment strategy among businessmen, and it contributes to the vibrant basketball atmosphere in Madison. Challenges cannot occur every day, can they? Yang Di inquired with a hint of confusion. Of course, Hua Hu chuckled. In principle, a team can refuse challenges for 10 days after a match, and the same team cannot face consecutive challenges. That seems quite reasonable. Well then, let's call it a day. We shall take our leave. Hua Hu waved his hand, gesturing towards Carol, who was standing nearby, and with a mischievous grin, he and the other players departed. Yang Di's face flushed crimson as he awkwardly returned to Carol's side, feeling a sudden sense of restraint. Walk with me, Dick Yang, Carol said, amused by Yang Di's demeanor, pondering how someone could exhibit such a stark contrast. If playing basketball could be considered Yang Di's profession, he appeared to be entirely different in his work compared to his everyday life, which was truly remarkable. The two exited the wire-fenced basketball court and strolled along North First Street. Passers-by meandered along the sidewalk, the streetlights illuminating the damp, chilly air. while the dim moonlight struggled to penetrate the neon glow of the urban night. Occasionally, a few barks echoed as shadows darted from around the corner, fleeting and then vanishing into the darkness. Dikyong, what is your dream? The two walked in silence until Carol suddenly lifted her gaze, her facial contours softening as fatigue etched itself into her delicate features for the first time. Yang Di felt a pang in his heart, almost yearning to envelop her in his embrace, to become her shield. However, upon reflecting on his own circumstances, a shadow of gloom settled upon his visage. Yet shortly thereafter, he raised his head again, his eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky, his voice steady as if making a solemn vow. My dream is undoubtedly to become an exceptional basketball player. Beneath the night sky, beside the street, the youthful confidence radiating from his face imbued Carol's parched, fractured heart with warmth, profoundly shaking her to her core. Chapter 16. Progress. Carol let out a soft laugh, which soon escalated into hearty laughter, bringing her to a halt by the roadside, her joy causing her to tremble like a blooming flower. Yang Di felt a flush of embarrassment. He was certain that his serious demeanor just now must have appeared rather pathetic. I apologize, Carol, he said, unable to suppress a laugh. Forgive me, I simply wanted to chuckle a bit. Feel free to laugh, he continued. After all, I am destined to enter the NBA and earn a substantial fortune. With the system at his disposal, Yang Di felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. As long as he was not obliterated by the system, making it to the NBA seemed trivial. He could even partake in the Olympic Sanda events as a side venture. Yet, the thought of the system's punitive erasure sent chills down his spine. With less than 2 weeks remaining to complete the main quest, he needed to hasten his efforts. Dikyong, do you know? I haven't laughed so heartily in quite some time, Carol said, her voice brimming with joy. You should laugh more often. Laughter can take years off one's life. You are right. Is it a saying from your Chinese culture? Truly, Chinese culture is profound and expansive. The two walked side by side, traversing North First Street until they arrived at the city park. At the entrance square, soothing music floated through the air, and the fountain, illuminated by changing hues, appeared resplendent. Suddenly, a little girl dashed over, holding a flower basket, and timidly said, "Brother, would you like to buy some flowers? Perhaps a single stem for your sister?" Carol stifled her laughter, while Yang Di crouched down, smiling as he gently patted the girl's head. "Little one, how much are your flowers?" he inquired. "Not expensive, just $100 per stem." Yang Di felt as though a sharp blade had pierced his heart. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of flowers are these, celestial blooms plucked from the heavens? Why so exorbitant? The little girl replied with utmost seriousness. The price is determined by the beauty of the buyer. For someone as lovely as your sister, the score must be perfect. $100 is neither excessive nor insufficient. Yang Di rolled his eyes and clenched his teeth, observing Carol, who was already laughing heartily. He thought to himself that he could not lose face in front of her, especially since he had already earned $600 today. Thus, he pulled out a $100 bill from his pocket, preparing to hand it to the little girl, all the while feeling a pang of anguish in his chest. Perhaps it would be better not to buy it. It was too expensive. Quiero grasped Yang Di's hand. At that moment, he felt compelled to make the purchase. During their last coffee outing, he had already embarrassed himself by being unable to pay, leaving Carol to cover the expense. This time, he resolutely refused to back down. Yang Di nonchalantly remarked, "Rest assured, this young girl speaks the truth. The price of flowers varies from person to person. What I am purchasing is not merely the flower, but rather the words she just uttered." "Which words?" The little girl tightened her grip on the $100 and handed a single rose to Yang Di. Yang Di rose to his feet, holding a bouquet of roses, and extended it towards Carol, his gaze intense. "Your beauty can only be described as flawless." "Thank you," Carol replied, taking the roses with a heart full of emotion and joy. A delicate blush adorned her cheeks, accentuating her fair complexion, and under the soft glow of the lights, she appeared even more enchanting. Yang Di found himself utterly captivated. An enchanting atmosphere enveloped the two, their hearts racing in unison. After a while, Carol gently patted her cheeks and smiled. "It's getting late. Shall we head home?" Yes, it is indeed late," Yang Di stammered, his words somewhat disjointed. And he added, "Let me escort you home. The night has grown quite dark." "All right," Carol replied with a gentle nod. The two turned and walked side by side, their shoulders and arms occasionally brushing against one another, their shadows gradually stretching beneath the dim lights. With their relationship deepening, Yang Di felt invigorated, as if his entire life was filled with newfound energy. He hummed a tune as he returned to school, exhilarated and unable to sleep a wink that night. The following morning, he found himself facing a training session, burdened with dark circles under his eyes. Where's everyone in the gym? Yang Di calculated the time and realized they should have arrived by now. Yet the gym was completely deserted. What on earth? Is there no training today? Just then, someone entered from outside. Hey, Dik Yang. Yang Di turned his head and smiled. Bill, you are here as well. Bill was a man in his 30s, slightly portly, and he too was a practice partner at the University of Wisconsin, simultaneously overseeing the players' fast break training. He was both a colleague and a rival to Yang Di. However, Bill had spent a decade at the University of Wisconsin, making it difficult for a newcomer like Yang Di, who had yet to receive his first month's salary, to compare himself to him. Today, there was a friendly match against Georgetown University, and the coach along with the players had departed early in the morning by bus. Bill clarified Yang Di's queries with these words. Yang Di felt increasingly perplexed. He had never heard of such a matter, nor had Coach Ryan mentioned it to him. It was merely an ordinary friendly match, of little significance. Our focus is on the league in January and the national championship in March. It's fine. Let's consider today a day off, Bill remarked with a smile. Yang Di nodded, momentarily suppressing the doubts that lingered in his mind. With the head coach absent, it seemed an opportune moment to tackle the immediate task at hand. However, as he turned around, he failed to notice the subtle mockery in Bill's eyes, nor the faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Over an hour later, Yang Di, breathless and leaning on his knees, stood upon the floor. The synthetic electronic voice suddenly chimed, congratulating the host on the completion of the immediate task, speed training, with rewards being dispensed. Speed attribute increased by 1 point. Current speed attribute stands at 36-1. Yang Di's face displayed a look of disappointment. The attribute of speed was notoriously challenging to enhance. The recovery from short-distance sprint proved to be exceedingly arduous. His clumsy method of boosting his speed was rather primitive, yet he managed to complete it. To his astonishment, the random reward turned out to be a mere increment of 1 point in speed, a most pitiful reward. The attribute package. He settled onto a nearby bench, lowering his head to enter the system space. He recalled the attribute package he had unlocked in the exchange shop the previous day, which was the most affordable item within the entire exchange system. The description of the attribute package read, an attribute package exchangeable with villain points. Upon opening, one may receive an attribute reward ranging from 1 to 3 points. Attribute direction, variable, failure probability, 30%. 30%, and it was variable. Yang Di felt as if the system were akin to the little girl he encountered last night. Truly a treacherous gamble. He found himself in a quandary, pondering whether to proceed with the exchange. Perhaps he should give it a try. Overwhelmed by the main quest, Yang Di resolved to exchange for one package, reasoning that if it turned out to be a disappointment, it would only cost him 50 villain points. Although villain points were somewhat challenging to acquire, he had yet to encounter any task with a reward lower than 50. With a flourish of his hand, he initiated the draw, and a blue light burst forth. As the package opened, an electronic synthesized voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3 points in the ability to perform a standing dunk. Your current standing dunk attribute is now 47. Yang Di spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly astonished to discover that this attribute included basketball skills as well. Consequently, this gift package had become rather redundant for him. With the inclusion of a substantial basketball skills attribute, the probability of drawing the physical attributes he required had diminished significantly. Moreover, there was a 30% chance of drawing nothing at all, rendering it exceedingly unwise. Heartbroken, Yang Di clutched his chest. He searched through the system and found that apart from completing tasks and this gift draw, there were no other means to enhance his physical attributes. In the exchange shop, his gaze fell upon the basic basketball training knowledge card, which could be redeemed for 200 villain points. System description. The basic basketball training knowledge card asserts that an excellent basketball player is firmly rooted in theoretical knowledge. It offers a 1-hour explanation of fundamental basketball training principles, presenting the most scientific approach to basketball training. Yang Di exited the system, oblivious to how much time had elapsed in the outside world over the past hour. He certainly dared not attend class within the gymnasium, as the likelihood of interruption was exceedingly high. Bill had long since departed from the arena. He took a shower in the bathroom before returning to his dormitory, where he reclined upon his bed. In the realm of the system, Yang Di utilized the knowledge card he had exchanged, and suddenly, a transformation unfolded before his eyes, immersing him in a grand classroom. Alas, this classroom! Yang Di turned his head to survey the surroundings, only to find it utterly vacant, with no one present but himself. A blue dialog box materialized once more before him. Following a fluctuation of data, a plethora of options emerged. Fundamental strength training knowledge for basketball athletes. Knowledge on speed training for basketball athletes. Astonishingly, the subjects were even categorized. Yang Di contemplated for a moment before ultimately opting for agility training. His current lack of understanding regarding how to stimulate his agility and reaction capabilities through training troubled him. He believed that with an enhancement in these two attributes, he would swiftly accomplish the main quest. Meanwhile, on the podium of the classroom, a series of data materialized and coalesced, forming a familiar figure in a digital construct. Chapter 17. Main quest completed. The classroom was bright and spacious, with neatly arranged desks and chairs. Gentle sunlight streamed through several large, south-facing windows, illuminating the pristine white walls, while a few pots of verdant plants on the windowsill appeared lush and vibrant. Yang Di's eyes widened, and despite repeatedly convincing himself that this was merely a virtual realm, he instinctively shrank his neck as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Teacher Zhang, the most stringent homeroom teacher during his middle school years, had countless times dashed onto the basketball court to drag him back to the classroom. The remarkable improvement in Yang Di's English proficiency since arriving in the United States can largely be attributed to this very teacher. Without that foundational experience, he might have found himself in dire straits by now. Reflecting on the misunderstandings and grievances of that time, they now seem nothing more than laughably childish notions. It is astonishing that the system has extracted the memory of this profoundly influential female teacher and transformed her into a teaching figure in this manner. Yang Di genuinely admires the system for this. Class has commenced. Are you still daydreaming? Teacher Zhang, with her piercing gaze, exuded authority without a hint of anger, as the ruler struck the blackboard sharply, snapping Yang Di's thoughts and attention back to the present. The lesson focused on the foundational knowledge of agility in basketball training. It is well known that agility is a fundamental metric assessing a basketball player's physical fitness. In the intricate development of basketball skills, a player lacking agility cannot excel. This deficiency directly impacts vital aspects such as lateral movement in zone defense and quick steps. A player deficient in agility is often referred to as a sluggish player. Yang Di has matured, and in reality, Teacher Zhang was adamantly opposed to his neglecting his studies, consistently referring to Yang Di as a clever lad. Regarding Yang Di's obsession with basketball, Teacher Zhang held a deep disdain for the sport, firmly believing that it would lead to no fruitful endeavor. Little did he anticipate that the system would employ him to impart basketball knowledge to Yang Di in a virtual realm. Pay attention. The teacher's ruler struck the blackboard with a sharp sound. When Yang Di looked up, he was surprised to find that various fundamental training diagrams had already appeared, drawn in chalk. The basic agility training, referred to as frequency training, is primarily divided into several categories. Jump rope training not only enhances explosive power, but also cultivates a player's agility. Consistent and regular jump rope exercises can strengthen the muscles, thereby improving agility. Agility ladder training, as illustrated, uses a flat agility ladder or rope ladder placed on the ground, engaging in movements reminiscent of hopscotch. This training is further categorized into three types, the first being lateral running drills, which involve alternating footwork to create a wave-like motion. Important considerations include focusing on propulsion from the toes and timely adjustments of the center of gravity during forward and backward jumps. The initial astonishment soon faded, and Yang Di quickly immersed himself in the classroom of agility training knowledge with an unprecedented seriousness. The University of Wisconsin Badgers had returned, every face marked by solemnity. Head coach Ryan remained silent, and the atmosphere within the team was palpably oppressive. The following day, during practice, Yang Di sensed the heavy ambience lingering within the team. He discreetly observed the expressions of the players and coaches, pondering that the team must have lost to Georgetown University. Yet, it was merely a friendly match. Did winning or losing truly matter? Yang Di found himself perplexed. After an additional day of practice, his workload increased significantly, prompting him to discreetly inquire with Cowitz about the situation. Don't you know? Haven't you noticed a certain player is missing from the team? Cowitz whispered, speaking to Yang Di while positioned for a solo drill. Yang Di was taken aback, scrutinizing the players on the field with keen eyes. Devin? A sense of foreboding washed over him. He had sustained a significant injury during the match against Georgetown, and the doctors had advised a 2-month hiatus. Cowitz's voice dropped to a lower tone, and without hesitation, he executed a swift hook shot, sending the ball through the hoop. 2 months? The league would be nearly over by then. Instinctively, Yang Di raised his voice in pitch, only to quickly realize his folly and promptly covered his mouth. Fortunately, no one turned to look at him, but Cowitz cast a reproachful glance in his direction, cautioning, "Keep your voice down, Dick Yang. The head coach is in a foul mood. It wouldn't bode well if he overheard." "Oh, right." Though he nodded in acknowledgement, Yang Di remained somewhat unconvinced. If the coach heard, so what? The reality of Devin Harris's absence was undeniable, and the pressing concern was how to address the issue of their primary scoring asset being sidelined, striving to maintain their standing in the league. Focusing on his own responsibilities, Yang Di remained fixated on the main task at hand. He trained with greater scientific precision and fervor, often being the last to turn off the lights and leave the court. As his hair grew thicker, Carol took Yang Di to get a fashionable bowl cut, with short hair that accentuated his stylish appearance. Yang Di purchased a small teddy bear for Carol, and the two frequently arranged to stroll together, share meals, and grow increasingly close. A week later, on Hongyun Street, Yang Di and the Firefox team collaborated to vanquish the skeleton team, earning $500 and randomly acquiring the skill of amateur Sonda, which advanced to level 5. However, they were unable to gain any villain points, and the efficiency of their training remained subpar. As for the previous agility training, it gradually fell into a routine. With the assistance of both jump rope and agility ladder, Yang Di was able to complete his agility tasks, swiftly surpassing the 30-point threshold and elevating his overall physical fitness score to 39. One evening in early December, beneath the curtain of night at the University of Wisconsin Gymnasium, the lights shone brightly. Yang Di lay on the ground, panting heavily, his chest heaving. Suddenly, he let out a primal scream, stood up, and with fists clenched, shouted in triumph, "I did it! I finally did it!" On the third to last day, before the month's end, he had finally raised his overall score to 40. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Fitness expansion. The overall physical fitness score has risen to 40, and the task rewards are being issued. Rewards include 5 free attribute points and 100 villain points. A new main quest will be issued in 5 days. Please be attentive to its reception. It had not been easy. Tears streamed down Yang Di's face as he reflected on the exhausting month he had endured, finally accomplishing the task just before the system's deadline. It was truly a nail-biting experience. The pressure had been so immense that the rewards of 5 free attributes and 100 villain points felt rather underwhelming. Villain points. Yang Di pondered thoughtfully. The main quest consistently yielded villain points, while such points were scarce in the immediate tasks, which were more akin to system-generated assignments based on environmental assessments, marked by high variability and immediacy. It seemed that completing the main quests was the swifter path to prosperity. Yet, ironically, these main quests were exceedingly challenging, relying heavily on the support of numerous immediate tasks. Yang Di has gradually discerned the underlying patterns, effortlessly completing his tasks. His overall physical attribute rating stands at 40, while his basketball skills are rated at 33, culminating in an overall score of 35. Such significant progress within a mere month suggests that, if he continues to train at this pace, the day he transforms into a superhuman may not be far off. Chapter 18. Luke's conspiracy. The evening breeze caressed the surface of Lake Mante, where the last vestiges of sunset shimmered, creating gentle ripples. The wind rustled the leaves along Pine Street, whispering softly as it played with Carol's hair. Moonlight poured down like water, rendering the city beneath the night sky even more vibrant and lively. Yang Di and Carol strolled quietly down the street, unknowingly making their way out of Pine Street. "Be cautious. I've heard that the Buffalo team is looking to confront you recently," Carol expressed with evident concern. "Rest assured, I am quite formidable. If they dare to come at me, I shall make them aware of my strength," Yang Di replied, flexing his muscles to convey his confidence. Carol shook her head, reiterating, "Regardless, one must remain vigilant. The depths of the underworld are far more intricate than you might imagine. By the way, has Luke sought you out for anything since then?" Carol inquired. Yang Di was taken aback for a moment and shook his head, saying, "No, I haven't really seen him in the gym. I've heard he is the assistant coach, but it seems he doesn't come to the team practices very often." "Indeed, he is the assistant coach for the Badgers. But he has a conflict with the head coach, Ryan. Luke has always aspired to take on the role of head coach." "I see," thought Yang Di, nodding his head in understanding. "It is quite easy to comprehend." Yang Di paused for a moment before continuing. "However, I've always found it curious that I have never wronged him. So why did Luke choose to target me the moment I entered the school that day? I'm not entirely certain about that either. You should remain cautious of him in your work, as he is, after all, the assistant coach of the team." The two turned past the Fengyu Happiness EF, where the vibrant traffic lights flickered at the intersection and the thunderous roar of motorcycles approached from afar. Yang Di turned his head towards the sound, his pupils contracting sharply. "You must leave," he whispered urgently, pulling Carol behind him, his body serving as a shield. Carol's expression shifted as she too sensed the danger. On the street, a dozen motorcycles surged forward, their riders clad in black leather and iron helmets, quickly encircling them before Yang Di could escape. The roar of revving engines filled the air, a cacophony that aggressively taunted Yang Di. Carol reached into her jeans pocket to make a call. "That girl is calling for help. Let us take action." The leader's muffled voice emerged from beneath a helmet. As the gang of black-clad bikers swiftly brandished steel rods, iron chains, and daggers, charging towards Yang Di and Carol. "Run!" Yang Di's eyes flared with rage. He had not anticipated the audacity of the Wild Bison gang, which had now endangered Carol. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He hastily allocated the 5 attribute points he had earned from the main quest to enhance his strength. The familiar surge of power coursed through him, his adrenaline-fueled blood circulation accelerating. With a fierce roar, he confronted the first black-clad biker rushing towards him. The biker wielded a long steel rod, while his helmet protected his head, placing Yang Di and Carol at a severe disadvantage. Yang Di let out a furious roar, seemingly oblivious to the concept of fear, as he executed a high kick that carved a graceful arc through the air. Bang! Yang Di delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the first technician, who let out a piercing scream, his body soaring through the air like a torn sack, colliding with several technicians rushing toward him. "Carol, these ruffians." As Yang Di turned his head, he was startled by the sudden exclamation of Carol, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Carol danced gracefully through the throngs of black-clad assailants, like an ethereal spirit prancing upon the edge of a blade, her movements remarkably swift as she deftly maneuvered among them. With a series of elbow strikes and swift kicks, she quickly dispatched 2 adversaries, displaying a level of combat prowess that surpassed even Yang Di's own. "Be careful," Yang Di uttered cautiously, then swiftly pivoted to evade a descending long knife. Grasping the wrist of one assailant with his left hand, he applied a firm grip, eliciting a series of ominous cracks from the man's bones. In one fluid motion, Yang Di sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, striking the assailant squarely in the abdomen. The man emitted a low, agonized groan from beneath his helmet before collapsing limply to the ground. Ding! 2 black-clad assailants defeated. Current task progress at 23. Each unexpected encounter served as a catalyst for Yang Di's growth and strength. And though he was infuriated by the scoundrels who had orchestrated this attack against him, his mind grew ever clearer. Suddenly, a sharp blow struck his back, causing him to stagger as a piercing sound whistled above him. Yang Di, with a keen sense of awareness, deftly evaded the incoming steel rod and retaliated with a lightning-fast kick. The sheer force of 55 points was utterly terrifying, especially when juxtaposed with the mere 20 points of strength possessed by an ordinary individual. It was akin to a humanoid beast. Moreover, with his tall stature and long legs, Yang Di's kick landed with such swiftness that his opponents barely had time to react before they were struck with considerable impact. Cries of anguish reverberated around him, and though Yang Di bore the marks of battle on his arms, thighs, and back, the number of black-clad assailants showed no sign of diminishing. This situation was untenable. He needed to make a swift escape. His gaze fell upon a motorcycle nearby. As this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous roar erupted, and upon turning his head, he saw Carol, fiercely riding in and scattering several black-clad assailants. "Get in the vehicle." It turned out that the black-clad assailants had been solely focused on Yang Di. As Carol broke through the encirclement, she commandeered a motorcycle and charged back into the fray. Yang Di, without uttering a word, brandished his baton to repel 2 men clad in black, and swiftly mounted the rear of the motorcycle. "Hold on tight." Carol, her helmet secured, twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life, surging forward with a thunderous burst. As they sped away, Yang Di felt a few blows against his back, though fortunately, they lacked the force to inflict harm. He breathed heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he wrapped his arms tightly around Carol's slender waist, pressing closely against her. The velocity increased, the surroundings rapidly receding, wind rushing into his mouth, squinting his eyes. He turned his head only to find the black-clad assailants had vanished, presumably shaken off. With a sigh of relief, he finally escaped from those ruffians. At Madison's Black Romance Bar, in a dimly lit booth, Luke's handsome visage appeared somewhat pallid beneath the enveloping haze of smoke. In his embrace, a provocatively dressed woman poured red wine from a bottle into a nearly empty goblet, the crimson liquid swirling like fresh blood along the glass's contours. "Are you not at all concerned?" Wallace, his arms and head swathed in white bandages, spoke in his characteristically hoarse and deep voice, his hawk-like eyes glinting with a chilling light. "It is of no consequence. After all, that Chinese man is merely a minor player." However, he had now become entangled in this tumult, and you, I, are insignificant figures in this unfolding drama. Do not forget, the woman who is currently so close to him bears a certain surname. Carol, Luke murmured softly, finally straightening his posture and gesturing for the women to leave. Instantly, the spacious booth emptied of the fluttering silhouettes. "How about that surname? Surely, it warrants your attention?" Before this, no one could have anticipated the role Madison would play, nor could anyone predict the extent of the benefits we might reap in this game, or how far we would ultimately progress. Wallace's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Seeing Luke's serious demeanor brought him a measure of comfort. This Chinese lad must be eliminated. He cannot remain in Madison. He is currently serving as a sparring partner for the Wisconsin University team. I will have your people create more trouble for him. It is a trap laid for him. A sinister expression crossed Luke's face, his smile reminiscent of a venomous serpent. If he fails to escape, your men will beat him to a pulp, rendering him utterly incapacitated, akin to a lifeless husk. Should he manage to flee, tomorrow someone will undoubtedly inform Ryan, that obstinate old man, about the incident injuring Devin Harris, and the Wisconsin Badgers will be in dire jeopardy. At such a time, Ryan will not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eye. That will be splendid. I have long wished to be rid of that detestable little rodent. Hearty laughter erupted from the dark-skinned Wallace as he raised his goblet and drained it in one swift motion. Chapter 19. The night is as cool as water. The cool night air enveloped as roaring motorcycles sped into a detached residence. Yongdi's mind was clouded, but upon encountering the quaint manor-like residence, he suddenly felt a rush of clarity. The air was imbued with a delicate scent of earth. "Carol, where is this place?" Yongdi es with Ned in astonishment. "Could you please lower your hand?" Carol removed her helmet and tossed it to the ground, her golden hair cascading down like a waterfall. "Oh!" Yongdi awkwardly withdrew his hand, reluctantly stepping away from the motorcycle. He felt as if a lingering fragrance remained. Reminiscing about the earlier sensation of soft jade in his embrace, his heart aflutter. A blush crept onto Carol's cheeks as she observed the awkwardly standing Yongdi, finding it somewhat amusing. "Come inside. You're injured, and I can help you with the bandaging." "Ah, this is your home? Would that be appropriate? Perhaps I should return to school." Yongdi fumblet forwards, feeling interestingly flustered. "What are you afraid of? I want to bite. Besides, in your current state, aren't you worried about being seen if you go back to school? If the head coach finds out you're still entangled with the gang, that would not bode well." Carol rolled her eyes, feeling as though she was the one pleading for Yongdi to enter her abode. "Forget it. Do as you wish. Come or don't." With that, Carol produced a key and unlocked the front door of the house. Yongdi hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. The bright lights illuminated the space, revealing pristine white walls and a sky-blue ceiling adorned with a crystal-clear pendant light. The wall sconces, steeped in Western heritage, quietly cast flickering shadows, invoking a sense of hazy romance that enveloped him, as if he had been transported into a fairy tale realm. "There are no shoes left. Just come in directly," Carol remarked. Yongdi swiftly waved his hand, reassuringly stating that he did not require slippers. After uttering those words, he removed his shoes and stepped inside wearing only his socks. It was already December, and the ground felt quite cold. Carol extended a supportive hand to Yongdi, whose appearance under the dim light was rather pitiable. His arms bore bruises, with blood cascading down to his fingertips, while the fabric of his back was torn. A small laceration on his forehead seemed to be bleeding profusely. Yongdi reclined on the sofa, supported by Carol, who produced a roll of bandages and an array of bottles filled with various potions seemingly from nowhere. Yongdi reclined on the sofa, his head raised, while Carol prepared a basin of warm water and sat beside him, an enchanting fragrance wafting through the air. Carol rolled up her sleeves and gently wrung the towel to a damp state, tenderly wiping away the blood from Yongdi's face. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere shifted to one of subtle intimacy. Regaining her composure, she dipped a cotton swab into a hemostatic solution and delicately applied it to Yongdi's wound. Then, she cradled his head, taking the bandage to wrap around the injury on his forehead, intending to secure it with 3 loops. Yang di estawaring statura rendrigo et satu. 74 meters, somewhat diminutive as she leaned down. Lifting his head proved quite arduous, their bodies closely aligned, resulting in numerous gentle touches. Yang Di and Carol both found themselves in a state of rigidity. Carol, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Could you not lift yourself up?" "Oh," Yang Di responded, swiftly raising his head. With a sudden collision, they both stumbled into each other, and Yang Di unexpectedly brushed against something soft and yielding, causing Carol to spring up, her face flushed like a fiery sunset. "Em sorry," Yang Di exclaimed, bewildered. "It's fine," Carol chuckled, settling back down to assist Yang Di with his bandaging. This brief diversion allowed them to engage in light conversation, transforming the atmosphere into one of ease and delight. Carol asserted vehemently, "The Buffalo Gang is becoming increasingly brazen, daring to act out in the streets. Is there a way to identify them?" Yang Di responded, his frustration palpable as he recalled how perilously close he had come to disaster. "That might prove difficult." Carol paused momentarily, then continued, "Those individuals wear helmets, and we couldn't wait for the patrol officers to arrive. Moreover, the Buffalo Gang has a convoluted network. Even if we could trace them, we might only manage to apprehend a few for a few days." "Never mind, you wouldn't comprehend." "Catherine," Carol languidly stretched, her graceful curves becoming apparent. "I'm going to take a shower and prepare for bed. You can watch some television. There's cake and milk in the fridge for you to enjoy." Allicht. "Are there no ingredients in the fridge? I could whip up a late-night snack," Yang Di offered without hesitation, patting his stomach that indeed felt a bit hungry. "Ingredients? It seems there's hardly anything," Carol pondered before smiling. "Just go look for yourself." "That's true," Yang Di chuckled. Carol then covered her delicate lips with her hand and gracefully made her way toward the staircase, ascending the spiraled wooden steps to the second floor, where her bathroom was located. Yang Di headed to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and searched high and low for something to satiate his hunger. To his dismay, there was truly a lack of ingredients. He had no opportunity to showcase his culinary skills. With the discerning gaze of a professional chef, he scanned the contents. The sofa was exceedingly soft, and with his eyes closed, Yang Di was on the verge of drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, a familiar and enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, lingering around his nose and infiltrating his nervous system. Yang Di groggily opened his eyes, confronted by an expanse of dazzling white. Was it the wall? In an instant, clarity washed over him. The damp strands of hair cascaded over Carol's shoulders, while a towel enveloped her intimate regions, accentuating her graceful silhouette. A vast expanse of porcelain-like skin lay bare, exuding an aura of sensuality, reminiscent of a beauty emerging from a fragrant bath, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. "Dick Young, you should hurry and take a shower. It's quite late," Carol urged, her heart racing. She had never felt so at ease in the presence of another man. Yet the sight of Yang Di on the sofa, his eyes seemingly ablaze, ignited a warmth within her, as if the last layer of her towel could no longer shield her from his intense gaze. To be fair, while Yang Di may not epitomize conventional handsomeness, he was by no means unattractive. After a month of rigorous training, the contours of his face had become significantly more appealing. His high nose, moderately full lips, and well-proportioned features painted the portrait of a quintessential Eastern male, coupled with his tall stature, broad shoulders, and slender waist. His robust physique resembled that of a grizzly bear, concealing boundless strength that lent him a unique charm. As Carol grew more acquainted with Yang Di, she found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. His maturity and sense of responsibility enveloped her like a grand umbrella, offering a sense of reliability and warmth. Carol Yang Di felt an irresistible urge to rise, towering over her as he reached out, his large hand enveloping her delicate one. "Call me Katrina. Carol is my surname." Her face flushed deeper, her voice barely above a whisper. "All right, Katrina." Yang Di's heart raced as he boldly declared his feelings. "Will you be my girlfriend?" "First, get my name right," she replied, her breath quickening under the weight of his masculine presence. "Katrina." Yang Di, filled with exuberance, noticed that Carol did not oppose or resist him. His mind surged with excitement, and he joyfully exclaimed, with arms wide open. He suddenly embraced Carol and spun her around 3 times. Carol, nearly enveloped in Yang Di's embrage, felt a sweetness in her heart and instinctively wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist to steady herself. Yang Di lowered his head, gently and passionately kissing those 2 moist lips. Carol was struck as if by lightning. Her body stiffened, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Both closed their eyes simultaneously. Yang Di's kiss was fervent, mirroring his performance on the court. In matters of the heart, he suddenly found clarity, his aggression soaring to unprecedented heights. Akin to a predator encountering its prey, testing his sharp fangs as they pierced the target, leaving it bereft of resistance. Carol felt as if her bones had melted away, collapsing softly into Yang Di's embrace, barely able to stand. After a night of exhilarating skirmishes, both of their nerves were in a state of unusual excitement. At this moment, a kiss ignited a blaze, their minds clouded, desires soaring, and a mingling sense of their shared intoxication enveloped them. Yang Di abruptly swept Carol into his arms, charging into the bedroom. Slow down, slow down. You should wash up first," Carol playfully protested. "We'll wash up later." But at that moment, Yang Di was deaf to such words. He felt a fire igniting within him, as if on the verge of explosion, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its meal. Who among them would bathe before feasting? The towel was torn from Carol by Yang Di, revealing her bare form before him. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter, Yang Di swiftly and decisively cleaned the garments, and after a fervent kiss, their breaths grew increasingly labored. Both were novices in this experience, lacking in expertise. Yang Di took some time to find the correct position, culminating in an act of passion met with Carol's pain moan. The grand bed swayed. The room was suffused with the essence of spring, warm as summer within, while the night outside flowed cool as water. Chapter 20. A brutal beating as dawn broke. Rays of light dispersed the gentle mist, gradually unveiling the day, ushering in a refreshing ambience. The gymnasium of the University of Wisconsin commenced another day of training, with head coach Ryan standing at the sidelines, his expression grave, urging the players to engage in a warm-up jog around the court. Following Christmas, the league would commence, and in the absence of Darren Harris, the team's primary objective was to maintain competitiveness within the Big Ten Conference. Compared to formidable adversaries such as Ohio State University and the University of Chicago, even if they could not clinch the league championship, they at least needed to leave a lasting impression on next year's selection committee. Participation in the upcoming NCAA tournament was imperative. It was a fundamental goal for the year. Yet, time was scant and the tasks daunting. Ryan sighed, feeling the weight of considerable pressure. At that moment, Trainer Bill entered, and upon seeing Coach Ryan, a glimmer of something inscrutable flashed in his eyes as he approached with a smile. "Good morning, Coach Ryan." "Good morning, Bill." "Coach Ryan, something significant happened downtown yesterday." Bill wore a teasing smile, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting. "Oh, what occurred?" Ryan inquired with curiosity. Bill replied with a chuckle. "I heard a group of men in black were assaulting a young couple on the street, and the scene was quite chaotic, rivaling the previous brawl at the basketball park." Ryan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Bill with confusion, uncertain of the relevance of this news. Bill calmly continued, "The young man is our new practice player, Yang Di, from China." "What?" Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone incredulous. "It's Yang? That young man is usually quite diligent in his work." "Indeed, hard to believe, but it is the truth. The last park brawl was because of him, and this incident is no different." Anger crept onto Ryan's face as he sighed deeply, realizing the unfortunate entanglement Yang had with gang members, and it appeared that the conflict had only intensified. What became of him? Did he manage to escape? Or did the patrol officers arrive in time? He escaped, but only for the moment. Bill spoke softly and turned to leave. Ryan furrowed his brow deeply as the vibrant cheers of the Badger team's youthful players echoed throughout the arena. Ordinarily, the diligent young man would have arrived by now, yet he was conspicuously absent, suggesting that something was amiss. Ryan found himself engulfed in profound contemplation. Carol lazily turned over, her delicate arms, resembling lotus roots, entwined around Yang Di's neck, her small head resting against his chest as she greedily inhaled his scent. The sunlight gradually ascended, enveloping the two entwined figures in warmth, reminiscent of early summer. "I love you, Dick Yang," Carol boldly confessed. "You exude charisma." "I love you too, Katrina," Yang Di replied, cradling Carol's head and gently pecking her forehead. With deep affection, he added, "You are truly my angel, and I shall forever protect you. But you were so mischievous with me last night, as rude as a bandit," Carol pouted, half in jest. Yang Di chuckled awkwardly and said, "Is that so?" "Ha! I can't seem to recall." To his astonishment, he remarked on the formidable prowess of the other. "Your weapon of mischief must be quite impressive, I dare say." Carol gestured with both hands to indicate its length. Flustered by the teasing, Yang Di felt a surge of embarrassment, exclaiming, "I've never measured it. How could I possibly know? Allow me to do the measuring." Carol giggled, her head disappearing beneath the covers. Then she playfully searched until she found what she sought. "What are you up to, my little lord?" Yang Di Figned Fair. "I intend to give a proper reprimand to the mischievous weapon from last night." Carol's sweet voice emerged from the bedding. In an instant, Yang Di sensed himself ensnared, overwhelmed by an icy and slippery embrace. This little imp, he gasped, feeling his mind clouded and his limbs stiffened, rendered powerless in that moment. The quilt billowed, and the sweet angel transformed into a mischievous sprite. As joy begets vigor, Yang Di arrived at school, radiating warmth despite the thick bandages adorning his head and arms. A little tardiness shouldn't be a problem, right? He felt slightly unsteady, as if walking on air, the previous day's strenuous battle having left him quite fatigued. By now, it was 11 in the morning, and the Badger team's usual training had nearly concluded. Approaching the gym, Yang Di quickened his spatje. Yang Di, just as he was about to step into the gym, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "Luke?" Yang Di then said, recognizing the brooding, handsome blonde man, the infamous assistant coach he had encountered on his first day, who had vehemently opposed his joining the team. Certainly not a well-meaning individual. "Humph." Luke arrogantly lifted his chin, disdain evident in his eyes. "Don't block my way. I need to enter for practice." Yang Di wished to avoid unnecessary entanglement with him. Luke erupted into laughter, as if he had heard something uproariously funny, his mirth boisterous and mocking, hands on his hips. "What is so amusing?" Yang Di felt increasingly agitated, foreseeing an unpleasant turn of events. "You fool, do you still believe you can remain on the Badger team for practice? You have been dismissed, Chinese fellow. Return to your homeland." Luke suddenly declared loudly, producing a piece of paper from behind him and shaking it before Yang Di. Boom! Yang Di's head buzzed in disbelief as he snatched the paper. The notice clearly stated that the Wisconsin Badger team would pay Yang Di the remaining 2 months of his probationary salary and terminate his contract. The harsh and cruel reality struck him, and his eyes welled with tears. "Having just informed my family that I have settled down here and that I can finally send ample funds back home, must I once again return to a life of uncertainty and wandering? His dreams, his path. Individuals of your ilk do not deserve to remain in the Badger squad." Luke leaned closer to Yang Di's ear, whispering in a tone laced with contempt. Yang Di clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale, veins throbbing on his forehead, and his eyes bloodshot, succumbing to a frenzied state of emotion. "It must be your doing, isn't it?" Yang Di lifted his head and grasped Luke's collar with fervent intensity. Yang Di, standing an imposing height of 2.03 meters, appeared as a giant among ordinary people. Although Luke stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, his slender frame made him resemble a mere child in the presence of Yang Di. Lifted effortlessly by the remarkably powerful Yang Di, Luke gazed up at him, feeling a surge of trepidation as he confronted the fierce intensity in Yang Di's eyes. With a voice tinged with urgency, he exclaimed, "Yang Di, what do you intend to do?" To which Yang Di responded with chilling resolve, "What do I intend to do? I will annihilate you, you despicable wretch." Yang Di let out a cold snort, unleashing a torrent of curses, his spittle splattering across Luke's face. He then raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, and swung it with ferocity, striking Luke's handsome yet terrified visage. A piercing scream erupted, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig. Luke's nasal bone cracked audibly, visibly collapsing, as blood flowed profusely from his face, dripping steadily onto the ground. Yang Di's eyes widened in fury as he delivered a resounding slap to Luke's face, his strength astonishingly formidable. Instantly, half of Luke's face swelled like a steamed bun, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Help! Someone's trying to kill me!" Luke cried out, tears mingled with blood streaming down his cheeks, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. "Who is the worthless one now?" Yang Di grasped Luke's collar with both hands and flung him aside as though he were a powerless puppet, sending him crashing to the ground. Yang Di then advanced, delivering a series of kicks that left Luke gasping for breath, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless corpse. "I will sue you for murder," Luke managed to utter in a fragmented voice before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Pathetic," Yang Di spat disdainfully, feeling a twinge of uncertainty within, and quickly made his way out of the venue as shouts of astonishment erupted from the Badger team players behind him. "Who on earth did such a thing? Enough talk. Let us get him to the infirmary for treatment." "Should we call the police?" To hell with the police. Let him report it himself. TSK. This guy has always been insufferable. I wish I could have kicked him a few times myself. Chapter 21. Journey to Chicago. There must be something awry here. Carol furrowed her delicate brows, her lips parting slightly as she sensed an unusual air. However, the pressing concern at hand was that I had just assaulted Luke. Though he is loathsome, he is still a coach, and this predicament is quite troublesome. Yang Di rubbed his forehead, feeling the weight of the situation. Carol shot him a disapproving glance. You realize this is a problem, yet you didn't consider it while you were hitting him? Your foul temper shows no trace of the subtlety expected of someone from the East. Catherine, you know that in such a situation, I had already restrained myself. Now look at the result. I've lost my job, and soon I might find myself starving on the streets. Following you offers little hope, Carol lamented, feigning tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Yang Di gently stroked her small head, exuding unwavering confidence as he boldly declared, Catherine, rest assured, I will undoubtedly enter the NBA and become a basketball superstar. Today, the Badgers have cast me out, but one day, I shall make them regret it. So, your dream is to become a basketball star? Indeed. I have always cherished the game since childhood, Yang Di replied. I believe you should seek opportunities in a larger city. You have offended many in Madison, Blackie, and Luke. They will undoubtedly seek ways to trouble you. I aspire to find more chances to compete and elevate my basketball skills, he stated. Carol suggested, why not consider Chicago? It's a major city, not far from Madison, and ever since Jordan's triumph there, basketball has become a source of pride for the people of Chicago. The basketball culture there is incredibly vibrant. But I do not wish to leave you, Catherine, Yang Di said, cradling Carol's delicate face and planting a gentle kiss upon her lips. Carol wrapped her arms around Yang Di's neck, gazing into his eyes with deep affection. Deek Yang, what captivates me most is your independence and maturity. I admire your ferocity on the court and your tenderness in life. You are a young man with aspirations and dreams. You deserve a broader horizon. In Chicago, you will find more opportunities, Carol earnestly expressed. Yang Di sighed, pondering the fate of Uncle Ham and Little Pepper, who seemed to have ventured to Minnesota. He wondered if they had settled in. Surely, there should be no trouble. After all, Hey Pai held only a modicum of influence around Madison, and beyond that, he was virtually unknown, with no one inclined to grant him any favors. Carol appeared to possess a profound understanding of Madison's underworld, eliciting admiration from Yang Di. Truly, the diligence of a police officer was commendable. The thought of his girlfriend being a police officer filled him with exhilaration, and he chuckled, Katharina, does this mean I can deal with Luke without consequences? No one saw anything, and by the time he wakes up, he'll likely be in a hospital with no evidence to implicate me. Carol playfully poked Yang Di's forehead with her slender finger. You think too simplistically. This matter is far from straightforward, and we must file a case. What a hassle. Chicago, nestled at the southwestern tip of Lake Michigan, retains more of its American charm compared to the grand cities of New York on the East Coast and Los Angeles on the West. It serves as a vital granary and livestock base, being the third most populous city in the United States. Approaching noon, a figure on a motorcycle swiftly entered the city via the interstate. The realm of tenderness is a hero's grave. Yang Di received his remaining salary and took a brief respite at Carol's home for 2 days. It was only under Carol's urging that he mounted his modified racing motorcycle and journeyed to Chicago, as the new mainline mission from the system loomed near. Bathed in golden sunlight, the skyscrapers of Chicago stood majestically, while the shops lining the streets exuded a unique charm and urban spirit. In the 19th century, a catastrophic fire ravaged the city, nearly reducing Chicago to ashes. Consequently, the plan for the rebuilt Chicago appeared more orderly and compact. As he traversed along the Chicago River, Yang Di arrived at the downtown area. The winter streets were less bustling, with residents appearing more subdued and the atmosphere rather desolate. Yang Di parked his motorcycle by the roadside and, following the directions written on a piece of paper in his hand, located a small bar with its door slightly ajar at the southern end of an alley. He pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. Despite the daylight, the bar was shrouded in darkness, lacking any signage, and was utterly deserted. Hey there, young man, we're closed during the day, a black man with braided hair remarked, polishing a bottle behind the bar, his tone peculiar, reminiscent of rap. I'm here to see Finney, Yang Di replied, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Finney? What business do you have with him, young man? The man with braids extended his index and pinky fingers while pressing down the bent middle and ring fingers, forming a rock gesture. Well, My girlfriend asked me to find him, Yang Di said, handing over a letter. The braids took the letter with skepticism, opened it, and upon glancing at the contents, his face transformed with intrigue. You say your girlfriend sent you? Yes, Yang Di confirmed. Your girlfriend? The man emphasized the word, repeating it with a hint of incredulity. Yes. Is it a problem? Yang Di responded, perplexed. The braids scrutinized Yang Di from head to toe, finding him rather unremarkable aside from his tall stature. Perhaps he was a diamond in the rough. Cough, cough. Yang Di cleared his throat, questioning the man as sanity. Oh, Mr. Yang, what a pleasure. The man suddenly flashed a smile, revealing bright teeth that stood out against his dark complexion in the dim light. Hello, hello, Yang Di greeted, extending his hand for a gentle shake. I understand your intentions now. Rest assured, in Chicago, people give me a bit of respect for Finney. I can help you find a way quickly. How about the Bulls? What? You are Finney? Yang Di gusped. Just kidding, the man chuckled. I know there's a minor league in Chicago, a professional league composed of nearby cities. I think you could try your hand at getting into one of those teams for some experience. However, to be frank, I'm also a fan of Allen Iverson. If you want to enter the NBA, it's best to hone your skills in the NCAA first. The NBA, of course, is my goal, but I lack connections. Yang Di admitted. I know some agents who are constantly searching for promising basketball talent. If you can demonstrate sufficient potential, I believe they would be more than willing to leverage their networks to help you find a key to unlock that door. Yang Di's pupils suddenly constricted, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. For the first time, he genuinely felt as though he had touched the pinnacle of basketball. So, do you believe you can play in the NBA? He pondered. Or rather, do you think you could play in the NBA in the future? Such matters can only be discerned by yourself. But destiny lies solely in your own hands. If granted half a year to train and refine my basketball skills, I am certain I could meet the standards required to enter the NBA, Yang Di asserted with unwavering confidence. Just then, a chilling electronic synthesized voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Main quest initiated. Main quest. Seek out an agent. Signing with a qualified agent is an essential step towards becoming a professional basketball player. The host must find a suitable agent and secure a contract within 1 month. Task rewards: 100 villain points, 3 attribute points. Task failure penalty: deduction of 200 villain points. Note: insufficient villain points will result in immediate obliteration. Chapter 22. The secondary league. Last year, the NBA had just established the NBA Development League, creating a secondary league, often regarded as a talent pool from which players could be demoted or recalled at any moment. However, the secondary league we are heading to today is quite distinct from the NBA Development League. To be frank, the latter is typically inaccessible to the average individual. The talkative Finney, with his braided hair, walked alongside Yang Di, his chatter incessant. His rhythm and intonation were strong, yet many of his syllables were mumbled, making it difficult for Yang Di to fully comprehend. He could only nod in acknowledgement, responding with vague murmurs. Finney, indifferent to Yang Di's understanding, continued, Brother, becoming a basketball player is no simple task. As far as I know, professional athletes undergo grueling training, with strict regulations dictating their daily meals. It can be quite harsh. Of course, I see you are tall and robust. Perhaps you do possess considerable skill. The duo arrived at a tall building on Lujiao Street, directly opposite the shimmering waters of Lake Michigan. Close to the lakeshore, they could smell the dense moisture wafting from the lake's surface. The secondary league I am introducing you to is what we refer to as our own league. To be honest, it has a somewhat semi-professional, semi-amateur feel to it. Essentially, it is a small league sponsored by a handful of benefactors. In Chicago, there are about 3 to 4 teams in this league. But your primary goal is merely to hone your skills. Compensation should be of little concern. Yang Di inwardly cursed, dismissing the notion of indifference. His sole purpose was the pursuit of profit. Finney, well acquainted with the surroundings, confidently strode inside. The pristine glass doors, sensing his presence, parted gracefully. Yang Di followed him into the spacious and luminous building, where staff clad in pristine uniforms diligently polished the tiles and glass, creating an ambience of sophistication dominated by shades of white. Finney approached the reception desk and engaged in a brief exchange with the attractive receptionist, producing an item for their conversation. Yang Di observed from a distance as this seemingly unreliable individual engaged in conversation with the attractive receptionist, a rather lewd smile gracing his face. After what felt like an eternity, during which Yang Di grew increasingly impatient, the man finally staggered back. I have taken care of the procedures, he proclaimed with a swagger. Let me assure you, the head coach of the Windbirds team is a close friend of mine. Your entry into the team is guaranteed under my watch. Finney patted his chest confidently, exuding an air of assurance that left no room for doubt. Upon observing his demeanor, Yang Di could surmise that this individual was undoubtedly indulging in bravado. The two ascended to the 33rd floor via the elevator, which marked the pinnacle of the building. Truth be told, Yang Di had yet to encounter a basketball court situated atop such heights, and his curiosity was piqued. As the elevator doors parted, he beheld a domed ceiling, with a transparent canopy revealing a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, while a vibrant green lawn below was abuzz with lively chatter. Wait a moment, a green lawn? Yang Di's eyes widened in astonishment as he stood in the center surrounded by lush green grass, where two basketball courts merged into one. The verdant expanse featured long benches and seating areas, ingeniously constructed to resemble a viewing platform. Thud thud. The sound of basketballs reverberated against the floor as rigorous training unfolded on both courts. "Hey, Smith, my brother," exclaimed Finney, his braided hair bouncing as he warmly embraced a tall black man approaching him. Due to the disparity in their sizes, the scene resembled a child embracing an adult, lending it a comical air. "Hey, Finney, what brings you here today? And who is this dashing young man? Wow, I admire the tattoos on his hands." After the tall man finished the embrace, he playfully thumped Finney on the chest. His hair was sparse, almost bald, and his speech was rapid, reminiscent of a rap performance. "This is my new friend, Yang Di from China. You can call him Dick Yang." And of course, his tattoo is quite impressive, depicting a fearsome dragon. "Wait, how did you know what my tattoo looks like?" Yang Di exclaimed in surprise, feeling that aside from the faint glimpse of a dragon's tail on his exposed forearm, it should not have been apparent to anyone. "Haha, it's quite strange that you understood what I said," Finney chuckled, brushing aside Yang Di's astonishment. "Pleasure to meet you, mate." Smith extended his hand in greeting. Yang Di extended a gentle handshake, responding politely, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Smith. He is the one I introduced to your team for basketball. You may put him to the test. I believe he will prove to be an exceptional athlete," he remarked, gesturing towards Yang Di's robust physique, his powerful arms reminiscent of a Siberian brown bear. "Fini elaboratet on Yang Di's staturuit frankness." Smith raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "So, he is here to play basketball?" "Indeed," Yang Di affirmed with a nod. "What position does he play?" Smith inquired. His interest piqued as he scrutinized Yang Di from head to toe. Standing at approximately 2.03 meters, Yang Di's broad shoulders and slim waist complemented his imposing figure. With thick knuckles and penetrating gaze, his feet were adorned with the latest Air Jordan 17 basketball shoes, their metallic casing and embossed Jumpman logo exuding an air of luxury and grandeur. "Inside," Yang Di replied succinctly. "Inside? Could you be more specific? Are you a power forward or center?" Smith pressed. Previously, on the street ball courts, positions were not distinctly defined, leaving Yang Di momentarily bewildered when asked to specify his role. After all, he was fundamentally a self-taught player, lacking any formal basketball training. However, Finney, quick-witted as ever, took the opportunity to interject power forward. "He has told me he excels in that position." "Power forward?" Smith stroked his chin, a look of concern crossing his face. "That poses a bit of a dilemma, as I'm also a power forward." "Oh, I must have misremembered. He is a center," Finney retorted swiftly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "In any case, it matters not what position you play. We are currently seeking new talent for our team, and many street ball experts have come here for tryouts. I believe your physique is quite impressive. You should make for an excellent basketball player. So, let us proceed to the court to assess your abilities." Smith was exceedingly amiable, generously inviting both of them inside. "By the way, where's your coach?" Yang Di inquired, feeling rather perplexed by Smith's direct invitation for him to participate in a test. "I am a coach," Smith replied proudly. "I serve as both a player and a head coach. I founded the Windbird team myself." Yang Di realized he had asked a rather foolish question, recalling that Finney had mentioned earlier in the lobby that his good friend was the head coach. The players on the court were diligently practicing, and there appeared to be quite a number of them. Part of the court belonged to the Windbird team, while another section was rented out to the public. The facility was open around the clock, as basketball culture in Chicago is vibrant, with enthusiasts frequenting the courts daily. Smith smiled as he spoke. The courts were divided into halves, and 3 individuals traversed the center of the first court, arriving at the second. The second court was noticeably less populated, yet it boasted an abundance of various equipment. For tall players donned matching khaki jerseys, diligently practicing their shooting, while 2 shorter guards engaged in dribbling drills with a basketball. navigating around designated obstacles set in the center of the court. "This is our Windbird team," Smith remarked, his demeanor growing more animated. "Currently, we have only 7 members. Just one short of the 8 required for the competition roster." A sense of pride washed over him as he contemplated the impressive facilities and diverse equipment. Such advancements were quite remarkable for a secondary league, surely intimidating for newcomers. Meanwhile, Yang Di silently critiqued the unattractive uniforms of the Windbird team, questioning why they were not clad in pure white or black. Chapter 23. The assessment, perhaps due to the influx of trial participants. The crowd glanced at Yang Di before promptly shifting their focus elsewhere. Yang Di, accompanied by Smith and Finney, ventured into the other half of the court, which, fortuitously, was devoid of any training activity at that moment. "Smith, is he the new guy? Wow, he's Asian and looks quite robust," Yang Di mused. A player approached to retrieve a ball and exchanged greetings with Smith. "Jimmy, go practice your dribbling," Smith jestingly admonished, feigning a kick towards him. The individual chuckled as he picked up the ball and walked away, dribbling as he went. Yang Di discerned that the atmosphere within the team was rather amiable. "Let's assess your physical prowess. First, let's see how high you can jump," Smith remarked with a grin, pointing towards the transparent glass hoop. "Are we going for a direct reach?" Yang Di said, "An A bro." "Indeed, give it a shot," Smith affirmed, crossing his arms in anticipation. "You got this, buddy." Finney encouraged Yang Di with a clenched fist. Yang Di shed his outer garment, revealing a short-sleeved t-shirt that he donned throughout the year. He twisted his neck and massaged his joints, and without uttering a word, he took a step forward and rushed ahead. Yang Di possesses an impressive vertical leap of 35. Historically, the enhancement of this attribute has progressed rather slowly through practice. However, standing at a height of 2.03 meters, with commendable wingspan, he launches himself forward, planting one foot firmly on the ground. Raising his right arm high, fingers splayed, he resembles a colossal beast poised for flight, exuding an imposing presence. With a resounding smack, his palm strikes approximately half an arm's length above the rim, and with a slight bow of his head, he gracefully descends to the ground. Quite commendable." Smith nods in approval. This vertical leap is indeed impressive. While he has encountered numerous athletes with greater jumping ability, the majority have been African-American players. It is quite remarkable to see someone of Asian descent achieve such height, especially considering his stature and weight, which suggests he has not undergone professional training. Yang Di approached. "Are there any more tests to conduct?" "Well, there should have been tests for speed and agility, but the venue is rather crowded today. How about we proceed with a strength test and then engage in a 3-on-3 match?" "Sounds great." Yang Di felt a surge of joy. His strength attribute was currently his highest at 55, while his speed and agility were rather average. Not testing those attributes meant he could keep his weaknesses concealed. "Come over here and give the bench press a try," Smith said, his enthusiasm noticeably heightened. Yang Di distinctly felt the intensity of his own strength, akin to that of the sun, and with a wry smile, he was pulled to one side of the venue where a bench press apparatus awaited him, adorned with 50 kilograms of weight plates. Typically, he trained with a load of 70 kilograms, but today, having come here to test his limits, and with his strength having surged considerably, he believed that pressing 80 kilograms would pose no challenge. A fleeting thought crossed Yang Di's mind, and he cheerfully declared, "I shall attempt 80 kilograms, and let's add 15 kilograms of weight plates on each side." "Wow, let us get that done swiftly," Smith exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly assisted Yang Di in adding the weights. Then, lying back on the bench, Yang Di grasped the barbell firmly with both hands. His legs bent at the knees and his back straightened. With a deep breath drawn into his core, he forcefully thrust the barbell outward. 1, 2. Yang Di pressed a total of 15 repetitions in one breath, until his arms grew too fatigued to continue, at which point he returned the barbell to the apparatus. At that moment, both Smith and Finney beamed with smiles. "Impressive, my friend. It's evident that your core strength is quite formidable. You have essentially met the standards of NBA players. How did you train to achieve such strength? Surely, you have engaged in bench pressing regularly?" Yang Di paused for a moment, then nodded. It was evident at a glance that he had never trained in bench pressing, and there was no harm in admitting it. With a smile, he remarked, "Indeed, I have received training in this area before. Come, let us engage in a 3v3 match. I wish to personally assess your strength." Smith also removed his jacket, revealing his robust physique, with muscles rippling across his body, resembling that of a bodybuilder. Yang Di could not help but click his tongue in astonishment at the sight of this fellow. Ding! An immediate task has commenced. Join the Windbird team and earn their recognition through exhilarating 3v3 matches. The host shall join the Windbird team and embark upon the path of professional basketball. Task reward: the initiation of a professional basketball journey. Yang Di found himself perplexed by the immediate task at hand, pondering what it truly meant to embark on a professional basketball journey. Suppressing his inner confusion, he followed Smith across half-court. Suddenly, the sharp sound of Smith clapping his hands interrupted the players' training, commanding them to cease their shooting drills. Jimmy, Cannon, Monkey, Garcia. Let's engage in a 3-on-3. Today marked the arrival of Yang Di. Like Yao from Houston, hailed from China. Smith provided a brief introduction for Yang Di. Yang Di displayed his characteristic innocent smile, exuding an air of harmlessness. This fellow appeared rather foolish, leading me to question whether individuals of Asian descent could indeed excel at basketball. Perhaps their talents were confined to table tennis. Two unnamed individuals whispered among themselves. Unabashidi scrutinizing Yang Di. Let the games begin. Let's aim for a score of 10. Smith orchestrated a straightforward allocation. Jimmy, a 1. 78-meter tall, white guard. Teamed up with Monkey, a 1. 91-meter small forward. Meanwhile, Garcia, standing at 1. 83 meters as a guard, joined forces with Gao Pao, a slender 1. 97-meter small forward, forming a team with Yang Di. Yang Di's team commenced the game with the serve. On the perimeter, Garcia and the lanky sharpshooter executed a pick-and-roll with remarkable finesse. Subsequently, the sharpshooter retreated to the three-point line, with the Monkey closely trailing him, denying any opportunity for a shot. The sharpshooter feigned a jump shot momentarily before decisively delivering the ball into the hands of Yang Di, who was in position. Yang Di could discern that the basketball skills of these individuals were markedly superior to those of the players on Madison Street. Whether it was Smith, whose physique resembled that of a bodybuilder, or the uniquely skilled streetball players, they exhibited the preliminary qualities of professional athletes. Although Yang Di was uncertain of what precisely constituted the qualities of a professional player, he possessed an intuitive sense that there were aspects of these individuals from which he could learn. At least on Madison, no one had ever contemplated passing the ball to him, a player stationed in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, he momentarily found himself at a loss, standing there in a daze with the ball in hand. In the next instant, Smith surged forward from behind, seizing the opportunity to deftly knock the basketball from Yang Di's grasp. The ball went out of bounds, and Yang Di was left off balance, feeling an unprecedented sense of embarrassment. Finney, who had been cheering for him, felt his face flush with shame, while two nearby street ball players snickered, pointing at Yang Di as if he were the punchline of a joke. Yang Di, too, found himself in an awkward position. While Smith wore a cheerful smile, he could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. This individual, who appeared to possess decent physical qualities, exhibited merely mediocre basketball skills. Ironically, after the serve, Gao Pao passed the ball back in, as they all eagerly anticipated witnessing Yang Di's prowess. Yang Di held the ball aloft, raising it high above his head, while thrusting his backside backward. He sensed the formidable presence of Smith behind him, unwavering and steadfast like a mountain. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow as he recalled the image of Covington executing a back-to-the-basket move, playfully leaning against Smith's chest. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Smith sprang into action, his muscles taut, legs apart, establishing a solid center of gravity as he braced against Yang Di's back. Thud! As Yang Di made his second charge, Smith remained steadfast, unyielding. With a swift and agile pivot to the left, Yang Di raised the ball high in his right hand for a hook shot before Smith could even react. A delicate hook shot? Smith's eyes sparkled as he leaped to defend. The basketball spun gracefully in the air, tracing a beautiful arc, capturing the attention of all present, only to skim the rim and soar out of bounds. The collective disappointment was palpable as it failed to touch the net. A cough escaped Yang Di, an attempt to mask his embarrassment, while disappointment flickered across Smith's face, realizing it was merely a feint. He had anticipated a remarkable display akin to Yao Ming's extraordinary skill and prowess. The scene swiftly shifted to Smith and his teammates' offensive maneuver. Smith darted out to set a screen for Jimmy. It was Yang Di's first encounter with such a tactic, and after the screen, Jimmy veered left, crossing paths with the advancing Smith to create an offensive opportunity. Yang Di remained fixated on Smith, oblivious to his teammates' slip in positioning, allowing Jimmy to charge forward almost unopposed. Stealing a glance at Yang Di, who was still entangled with Smith, Jimmy triumphantly elevated the basketball, executing a one-handed layup with ease. "Hey, big guy, switch it up. At the very least, you could have delayed him a bit," Garcia, a middle-aged man sporting vintage basketball glasses, yet brimming with competitive spirit, candidly pointed out Yang D's misstep. Yang D paid no heed to him, which only served to infuriate Garcia further. After securing the ball, he refrained from passing it to Yang D, opting instead to take 2 steps beyond the arc before executing a jump shot. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. My goodness! Suddenly, a furious roar erupted, resonating like thunder on a clear day. Smith's vision darkened as an irate figure leapt into the air, akin to a celestial being reaching for the moon, seizing the rebounding basketball with both hands, producing a resounding clap. Yang D fell to the ground, and before Smith could react, he forcefully dribbled the ball, shifting it to one side of the hoop. With a single hand gripping the basketball, he soared into the air like a rocket, ferociously slamming the ball into the net. The sound echoed as the rim was seized by Yang D's powerful grasp, bending downward under his immense strength and weight. The entire basketball structure began to tremble. The net swayed, creating a visual spectacle of extraordinary intensity. Shattered glasses lay scattered on the ground. Chapter 24. Christmas. Yang D naturally became a player for the Windbird team, his fierce offensive rebounds and aggressive dunks instilling a sense of dread among his teammates, as if they were confronted by some ferocious beast. This individual is truly formidable. Everyone was left with a lasting impression of Yang D's dunk over Smith. Following the initiation of the professional player pathway, the task module underwent a transformation. Instantaneous tasks are no longer merely random occurrences. Instead, a dedicated daily training task module has been established. This module is divided into segments for daily physical conditioning, basketball skills training, and simulated match practice, each lasting 1 hour and offering attribute point rewards. Additionally, the system has introduced a template training ground. Yang D had previously completed an immediate task and possessed a template training card, which served as the key to unlocking the template training arena. The system explained that each template training card is categorized into levels of star cards, and the stars drawn are all players who have graced the NBA. Each star revealed in the training arena requires a cost in villain points to redeem training time. Thus, the green template training card I had received before was merely an ordinary training card. If placed in a template training arena, it would most likely yield only average NBA players. Eager to explore, Yang D excitedly utilized the template training card within the training space. Instantly, the card emitted a radiant blue light, and a green star card floated upwards. Upon closer inspection, Yang D saw a black player clad in a blue jersey bearing the number 54. The card featured a brief introduction. Popeye Jones, a sea-level player, currently with the Dallas Mavericks, standing at 2.03 meters tall, playing as a power forward, weighing 113 kilograms, renowned for his rebounding skills, and nicknamed the Rebounder. Redemption value, 300 villain points per hour. Current free usage time, 3 hours. Although Yang D aspired to become an NBA player, his knowledge of the league was limited to superstars like Jordan, Grant Hill, and Shaquille O'Neal. He had no familiarity with veteran players like Popeye Jones, nor did he realize that this individual would be regarded by American media as one of the top 10 least attractive players in NBA history 8 years hence. Standing at 2.03 meters, the same height as Yang D, and excelling in rebounding, he pondered that it might be worthwhile to give it a try for insightful learning. Unfortunately, he currently lacks sufficient villain points. Even after completing the main quest, he could not afford such luxuries, as he still needed to redeem fundamental basketball training knowledge in the store. Yang D felt acutely aware of his financial limitations in the face of a system that seemed like a golden key to success. The training sessions with the Windbird team were rather routine, with Yang D dedicating at least 3 hours daily to complete his daily tasks. He had purchased a new phone and frequently kept in touch with Katrina Carroll, often spending late-night calls to share their innermost feelings and ease their longing for each other. In mid-December, Yang D, alongside the Windbird team, triumphed over the Volcano team in their city, earning a bonus of $200, a reward for their victory in the secondary league, separate from his salary. If he were to achieve victory in all 6 matches within a month, alongside his monthly salary of $500 signed with the Windbird team, Yang D's earnings would indeed be quite substantial. However, the Windbird team's capabilities in the secondary league are rather average, even with the addition of this dynamic player. Victory is not guaranteed. The pursuit of securing a competent agent appears increasingly distant, and Yang D feels the pressure of time intensifying. On the eve of Christmas, Yang D and the Windbird team triumphed over the P2 team from Milwaukee elevating his overall athletic rating to 43, his basketball skills to 39, and his overall basketball proficiency to 40, demonstrating remarkable progress. He has successfully displaced the original power forward on the Windbird team, establishing himself as a reliable partner alongside Smith in the paint. On Christmas, Yang Di rode his motorcycle along the interstate, returning to Madison, located 200 kilometers away. A light snow began to fall near Madison, and a delicate layer of ice formed atop the four lakes. As night descended, this quaint town exuded an extraordinary tranquility. Many residents had adorned their doorsteps with Christmas trees, festooned with blessings of peace, prosperity, joy, and health. Yang Di arrivait at Cole's doorstep, where she had been waiting on the second-floor balcony for an extended period, much like a wife eagerly anticipating her husband's return. As he removed his helmet, akin to a valiant knight returning from the harshest of storms, Yang Di beheld the enchanting figure standing gracefully before him. His heart surged with a whirlwind of emotions, excitement, longing, and fervor. He enveloped Carol in a heartfelt embrace, pressing his lips passionately against hers, which burned with the intensity of fire. "Dick Yang, I have missed you dearly. So have I, Katrina." Yang Di grasped Carol's slightly chilled hand, and their eyes met, enveloped in a sweet delight. "Ah, Catherine, I have prepared a Christmas gift for you." From the backpack slung over his shoulder, Yang Di produced a beautifully wrapped gift box adorned with a purple ribbon and a charming bow, which he eagerly presented to Carol with a smile, saying, "Open it and see." "Thank you." Carol, filled with affection, planted a gentle kiss on Yang Di's cheek before promptly unwrapping the gift. Outside, delicate snowflakes began to fall again, drifting gracefully beneath the glow of the streetlights lining the road. As New Year's approached, Yang Di returned to Chicago to partake in the season's inaugural match. This was a game against the local team, the Cougars, who were the strongest in the Chicago Secondary League. Their roster boasted a towering center, standing 2.09 meters tall, whose strength surpassed even Yang Di and eclipsed Smith by a head, along with several sharpshooters renowned for their precision. The professionalism exhibited by their team was remarkable, ranking them among the best Yang Di had encountered, second only to the Windbirds. Yang Di has become increasingly experienced in playing basketball, exhibiting a strong sense of positioning on the court. However, when faced with such a formidable team, he still felt a considerable amount of difficulty. At the very least, he and Smith were unable to contain the imposing center. They not only struggled with defense, but also found themselves overwhelmed in rebounding. The Windbird team did not secure victory in this match, and Yang Di managed to dunk only once throughout the game. Consequently, he did not receive the bonus for this match, leaving him feeling quite dejected. What exacerbated his anxiety was the looming deadline of a month, during which he had yet to find a suitable agent. As for agents, I do know one, but he has been out of the game for many years. He is now a distinguished lawyer. Finney emphasized the word distinguished, indicating that this is not a trivial matter. Nevertheless, one must try. "I am currently a sought-after presence in the lower leagues." Yang Di modestly adorned himself with praise. "Yet just a few days ago, I heard that you lost to the Cat team. Were you and Smith unable to defend against their towering player?" A look of skepticism appeared on Finney's face. Yang Di's face flushed with embarrassment as he said, "In any case, you must believe in my potential. I now must find a manager. This matter is non-negotiable. I truly do not understand your urgency, but I must admit, your arms are indeed taking on a more defined shape, which signifies considerable progress." Finney expressed keen interest in Yang Di's strength. According to Smith, Yang Di's improvement in strength was remarkably swift, almost matching Finney's own after years of dedication to fitness. "The acquaintance I know resides near Michigan Avenue." "Michigan Avenue? Isn't that a commercial street?" Finney remarked. "Well, I said near. I never claimed he lived on the street itself." Finney shot Yang Di a sidelong glance, and their rapport had grown to the point where their conversation had become increasingly casual. "Ah, Michigan Avenue, a place I've always dreamed of visiting yet never dared to." Yang Di was certainly familiar with the legendary status of Michigan Avenue. This commercial thoroughfare in Chicago was akin to Fifth Avenue in Manhattan or the Champs, Elysees in Paris. Lavish hotels, trendy boutiques, and magnificent architecture lined the street, juxtaposed against the dense concrete jungle and the serene parks, lakes, and museums. Going is certainly an option. After all, we need not purchase anything. Finney shrugged dismissively. "Let us go. There's no time like the present." Yang Di pulled Finney, determined to accomplish the main quest. Chapter 25. Agent Jones, as the new year commenced. An influx of visitors descended upon Chicago, largely taking advantage of the extended Christmas and New Year's holidays. On Michigan Avenue, one could observe tourists from all corners of the globe. After traversing Michigan Avenue and crossing 2 more streets, they arrived at an antiquated road flanked by charming local Chicago businesses. Among them, a shop adorned with a brand new sign appeared somewhat out of place, fortunately occupying only a single storefront. "We have arrived," Finney remarked, gesturing towards the sign above. Yang Di raised his voice slightly and read aloud, "Law firm." "It has a name, my friend," Finney reminded him. "Xinyuan Law Firm, I've never heard of it." Yang Di shrugged and replied honestly. "All right, let's proceed inside." Finney adjusted the tip of his whip. The two approached the glass door, which automatically slid open upon sensing their presence. They entered sequentially, and the office within was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of fingertips tapping on keyboards. "Good day, how may I assist you?" A sharply dressed young Caucasian gentleman greeted them with a professional smile that felt refreshing. Is Lawyer Jones available?" Finney, arriving at such a solemn place, found it hard to maintain his usual levity, and his tone turned serious, causing Yang Di to glance at him curiously. "I apologize. May I inquire which Lawyer Jones you are referring to?" Finney scratched his head, trying to articulate. "Did you not claim to be his close friend?" Yang Di interjected. Silence. Finney rolled his eyes. Suddenly, his expression brightened as he clenched his fist and struck his palm. "Right, he is the lawyer from California." Without a doubt. The previously composed young man's demeanor shifted as he cautiously inquired, "Are you referring to Hanford Jones?" Yes, that's him. Please, summon him quickly." "Which office is he in?" Finney eagerly nodded. The young man spread his hands apologetically. "I regret to inform you, Hanford Jones has already departed from our firm." "What?" Yang Di and Finney were simultaneously taken aback. Yang Di cast a suspicious glance at Finney and interjected, "Did you not claim that he was an exceptionally talented lawyer?" Silence. Finney felt a flush creeping to his cheeks. "When did he depart?" "I have never heard him mention it." The handsome young white man replied helplessly. "He left approximately half a month ago. It was during a significant case when he made a grave error, resulting in a loss. So you see." "Oh, I understand," which means. Yang Di suddenly realized something. Just as he wanted to continue speaking, Finney jumped up and covered his mouth with his hand. "Here are the details of his previous residence and contact information. I hope it proves helpful to you." The handsome young man exuded a refined charm, his laughter and joviality greatly enhancing Yang Di's admiration for him. "All right, thank you," Finney exclaimed as he grabbed the little note and hurriedly pulled Yang Di away. "Why are we running? I think this young man seems quite genuine and polite. I was about to ask if he would be interested in becoming my agent." "Dream on. His monthly salary likely surpasses your earnings for 3 months." Following the address on the note, they found themselves near the southern suburbs of Chicago, a route unfamiliar to Yang Di, with Finney leading the way. Finney was filled with unspoken grievances, wondering why he had to help this person find an agent. It felt like a stroke of misfortune. In a densely populated residential area, they arrived at the base of a 7-story apartment building. Finney looked up, convinced this was the place, and glanced once more at the note to confirm. The two ascended to the 5th floor and knocked firmly on the door. After a lengthy pause of several seconds, there was still no response. "This is definitely the right place," Finney insisted, growing increasingly frustrated as he glanced at the note again before knocking even louder, the sound echoing through the hallway. Nothing seems to be going right. Yang Di gazed at the cobweb-laden ceiling, feeling a sense of helplessness. Just as Finney was about to knock for the 4th time, the door finally creaked open. "Who the hell is bothering me in broad daylight?" A disheveled figure with hair resembling a bird's nest, sporting glasses and an unkempt beard, appeared at the door. "Hanford?" Finney touched his braided hair for confirmation. "Finney? No way, is it really you?" Finney was taken aback, then broke into a smile as the man laughed heartily, opening the door to embrace him warmly. "Buddy, how did you? You look a bit worse for wear." Jones ran a hand through his tousled hair, tried to tidy it up, raising an eyebrow and adjusting his glasses. "I've been dealing with some troublesome matters lately. It's been quite vexing. But enough of that. Come in and sit for a while." He pulled Finney inside, only then noticing the imposing figure of Yang Di standing behind him. "Whoa, who is this bodyguard?" "This is my new friend, Yang Di from China. You can call him Dick Yang. He is currently a basketball player." Finney introduced him. "Pleasure to meet you," Yang Di said with a smile, extending his hands. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Jones's eyes as he shook Yang Di's hand. "Impressive, quite accomplished for your age." Upon entering the house, Yang Di was gripped by a pungent odor. The ground was strewn with beer cans and snack wrappers, while the living room sofa was piled high with unwashed clothes. A thick layer of dust coated the coffee table, and the corners were cluttered with discarded newspapers and cobwebs, creating a chaotic scene. "Come, take a seat." Jones somehow produced 2 stools, and after Yang D's tall figure settled onto one, it appeared more like a diminutive seat. "Hey, I heard you left the law firm. What happened?" Finney inquired. "Oh, it's nothing much. Well, it's a long story. I took on a case, but ended up losing," Jones replied with a shrug. Yang D rolled his eyes. "What does it mean to be hard to explain in a glance? Is it not clear from just half a sentence? It implies that Jones lost the lawsuit and was consequently dismissed by his furious boss." His mind raced at the thought. This significantly increased his chances of successfully establishing connections today. Finney and Jones engaged in light-hearted conversation, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. Yang D delved deeply into the system space, where the mainline task and the agent module detection commenced. Congratulations to the host for discovering a signable agent, Hanford Jones. Hanford Jones is a D-level agent. With a business rating of D-, negotiation skills rated C-, connections at C, and a reputation of D. Can he be signed? Yang D felt a surge of excitement. He had long recognized that the system possessed its own set of evaluative criteria, understanding that not every competition could be deemed a street contest, and thus not everyone could be considered a suitable agent. To his surprise, this time the system had revealed a conscience, providing him with an agent module that offered a clearer and more profound understanding of Jones. Finney began to delve into the day's theme, clarifying his intentions. "Hanford, you see, this young man I recently met is a basketball player. He is exceptionally talented and possesses great potential, already a key power forward for the Windbirds team. He narrowly missed defeating the local rival, the Cat Tigers, last time." I know. Hanford Jones raised his hand, looking at Yang D, who returned his gaze. With a smile, Hanford Jones remarked, "Indeed, he is an exceptionally gifted youth, but the issue is that I am merely a lawyer. Do you require me to serve as your personal legal advisor? My fees are rather steep." Jones had yet to finish his thought, implying that Yang D would certainly be unable to afford his salary. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Yang D to speak up. "Mr. Jones, you know my dream is not to remain a semi-professional basketball player for the Windbirds for the rest of my life. I aspire to become a true professional basketball player. At just under 19 years of age, I hope to seize the opportunity to become an NBA player in the future." Yang D spoke with utmost seriousness and sincerity, devoid of any hint of jest. Finney and Jones could not help but feel a sense of awe. The NBA seemed a distant realm, a paradise of wealth coveted by the impoverished. "If you trust me, within a mere 6 months, I shall attain the level of an ordinary rookie in the NBA. I wish to employ you as my part-time agent. Your responsibilities are quite straightforward. After the conclusion of the NBA regular season in 4 months, assist me in arranging a tryout with an NBA team and submit a written application to the NBA 45 days prior to the draft. You see, these tasks pose no significant challenge for you. You merely need to accompany me in this endeavor. Even if it does not yield success, you will not be at a loss." Hanford Jones pondered for a moment, refraining from outright rejection of Yang D's proposal, while Finney discreetly gave Yang D a thumbs up. After a brief interval, Jones lifted his somewhat weary yet spirited head and said, "Very well. I have experience as an agent, albeit not in the realm of sports. However, you must pay me a monthly salary of $1,000. Furthermore, should you successfully enter the NBA through the draft, your first rookie contract must be signed with me, and I shall not take advantage of you, adhering to the NBA's stipulated 4%. "No problem," Yang D thought joyously. He had finally accomplished this daunting task. Finney stared in disbelief, wondering if this was truly the conclusion. Hey, you can't possibly believe that Yang D will become an NBA player, right? I am merely accompanying him." The two swiftly signed a concise contract in black and white. Yang D generously produced 2,000 yuan to cover 2 months' salary. At that moment, Finney suddenly realized that he had been deceived. Indeed, he had not misjudged him. Instantly, his gaze towards Yang D, who was shaking hands with Jones, was filled with sympathy. A message from the system arrived. "Congratulations, host, for completing the main task. Find an agent." Chapter 26. The upgrade of rebounding ability. Dominating Chicago in a modest dormitory located in a residential area of Chicago, the room, though small, was impeccably clean, adorned with posters of NBA stars on the whitewashed walls. On an extended single bed lay a young man with slightly darker skin, his eyes firmly shut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling intermittently. A potted green cactus rested on the windowsill, while outside, a crescent moon quietly illuminated the inky night sky. Suddenly, Yang Di opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his dark orbs. Offensive rebound, 45, défensive rebound, 47. Rebound score, D. He was astonished by the significant improvement brought about by the training template. It had nearly surpassed months of diligent practice, as if he had experienced a profound epiphany. Yang Di's heart surged with fervor. After expending all his villain points during the system's template training, he trained for an hour alongside Popeye Jones, where they took turns boxing out for rebounds. For the first time, Yang Di grasped what it meant to compete with NBA-level players. Popeye Jones, who stood at a height similar to Yang Di's, perhaps even slightly shorter, completely overshadowed him in terms of strength, reflexes, speed, agility, and positioning, especially in predicting the trajectory of rebounds. Yang Di was utterly inexperienced. As a former player who averaged over 10 rebounds per game in a single season, Popeye Jones possessed an extraordinary instinct for predicting where the ball would land. Initially, during the training, Yang Di struggled to secure any rebounds out of 10 attempts, often finding himself boxed out outside the 3-second area. Gradually, he began to grasp the nuances of positioning through various techniques and pulls. He finally managed to snatch 1 rebound out of 10. Just as he was becoming engrossed in the training, the hour came to an end. Upon exiting the training space, his familiarity with rebounding surged dramatically, even reaching the NBA's rating standards, landing him at the lowest level of D-. At this rate, he would soon be on his way to achieving the level of a player who merely observes the water cooler in the NBA. Yang Di glanced at his current basketball skill evaluation, which had surged to 44, merely a whisker away from the minimum rating required for the NBA. The system now regarded him as a young, promising, and robust rebounder. The secondary league operates on a relatively short cycle, with matches taking place in a semi-professional and semi-amateur context, resulting in an unpredictable schedule. There are no so-called elimination rounds, as the competition merely consists of sporadic matches over a 3-month period starting in November. Within the Fingyao team, there exists a unique set of technical statistics. After entering January, Yang Di assisted the Windbirds team in a series of consecutive victories against teams from neighboring states such as Iowa and Indiana. In one particular match, he astonishingly secured 17 rebounds, a remarkable feat considering that the games are structured into 2 halves of 15 minutes each, and including the allotted break. Yang Di's playing time amounted to merely around 20 minutes. Yang Di has received a new primary mission to dominate the second-tier league. Mission description: a player who ascends from the grassroots must steadily climb to the pinnacle. A crucial step in the host journey as a professional athlete involves defeating all other teams at least once, thereby establishing himself as the preeminent player in the second-tier league. Mission completion time by the end of the season. Mission completion reward: 150 villain points and 3 free attribute points. At this juncture in the NBA, the first overall pick, Yao Ming is flourishing remarkably. In a game against the Heat, he recorded 5 blocks and 8 offensive rebounds, while in a match against the Spurs, he achieved a career high of 18 rebounds. He was named the NBA Western Conference Rookie of the Month in November and again in January. He rises like a red star on this land of capital. Everyone regards Yao Ming with newfound admiration, collectively recalling that individuals of Asian descent can indeed excel in basketball. Yang Di, however, resembles a humble individual striving from the bottom, devoid of the brilliance associated with genius, unnoticed by the media in his ascent. Little did anyone know that on the last day of January, he triumphed over the formidable Humao team from the same city, securing 13 rebounds and executing 6 dunks, thus earning his first championship trophy. The crystal-clear trophy bears the engraved names of Yang Di and his fellow players, remaining at the headquarters of the Windbird team. Since its establishment in the Chicago United Secondary League 2 years ago, this is the first time the Windbird team has attained the honor of this league championship. Smith, who serves as player, coach, and owner, invited everyone to a celebratory meal. "Thank you, Dick Yang," he exclaimed, gazing at Yang Di, who had just sported a fresh buzz cut, feeling a surge of emotions. "What is there to thank? I have learned so much from competing and training here. If anyone should express gratitude, it is I who should thank all of you," Yang Di replied, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his jeans, still wearing his pair of Air Jordan 17s. "Indeed, Dick Yang, your progress is remarkable," Jimmy remarked with a smile. "Absolutely. Your learning ability is astonishing," others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the visible improvement Yang Di had demonstrated over the past 2 months. From his initial mispositioning on the court to now being recognized as the Windbird team's best player in terms of defensive awareness, his rebounding ability has become particularly noteworthy. It seems that, without anyone noticing when it started, all rebounds gravitate towards him, and he often charges to secure offensive rebounds, successfully converting second-chance points. I believe your prodigious talent deserves the most formal and advanced basketball training in a prestigious league like the NCAA. Given your gifts, it is a disservice to squander your potential playing in these relatively inferior and unstructured matches, Smith earnestly expressed. Yang Di sighed and candidly admitted that he had once spent time at the University of Wisconsin. The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing the source of his impressive skills. However, he clarified that he had merely been a practice player for the Badgers, not a formal collegiate athlete. Subsequently, he had a significant disagreement with the team's assistant coach, which led him to seek his fortune in Chicago. Shrugging his shoulders, Yang Di remarked, with such remarkable talent and potential, "It is truly baffling that the coach relegated you to a mere practice role. He is indeed blind to your abilities." The University of Wisconsin is located in Madison, not far from Chicago, where the University of Chicago also boasts an NCAA team, albeit not as esteemed as the Badgers. The audience, well-versed in NCAA matters, expressed their indignation on Yang Di's behalf. Smith interjected, "I know a few individuals who work part-time as scouts for the NBA. If you wish, I could facilitate an introduction." Scouts? Yang Di inquired. Indeed, they are tasked with scouring the globe for basketball talent, compiling reports to present to the NBA's main teams, and perhaps delivering a cup of coffee to the general manager's desk. It is quite a leisurely occupation, one to be envied. In truth, many of them work part-time and only dabble in this role, yet it remains undeniable. In the realm of the NBA, if one possesses sufficient skill and extraordinary potential, they will be discovered, no matter how remote the location. My aspiration is to become an NBA player and to participate in the NBA draft, but unfortunately, I never made it to college, Yang Di lamented. His inability to attend university had always been a source of regret, not only in terms of playing basketball, but also for the broader educational experience and cultural atmosphere. "Fear not. We believe you will one day grace the NBA," Jimmy consoled, patting Yang Di on the shoulder. "Come, let us drink." Garcia poured Yang Di a glass of whiskey, the transparent, pale yellow liquid swirling like amber in the glass. No, Yang Di quickly interjected, reaching for a large beer mug instead. "I think I'll stick with this beer. I truly cannot handle whiskey." "Very well," Garcia replied cheerfully, clinking glasses with Yang Di and adding with a smile, "If you become an NBA superstar, remember to invite us to watch you play." "Absolutely," Yang Di replied with a grin. The players of the Windbirds team were amicable. Outside of training and games, they often held part-time jobs. Though life could be challenging, their genuine personalities fostered a friendly camaraderie devoid of ulterior motives, allowing Yang Di to relish the team's atmosphere. Chapter 27. Part-time work following the conclusion of the secondary league. Yang Di found himself temporarily unemployed. He contemplated returning to Madison, but Carol informed him that the situation there remained tumultuous and she was currently overwhelmed with responsibilities. Yang Di could only remain in Chicago in search of opportunities. Smith introduced him to a local amateur basketball team, and Yang Di occasionally participated in street games. Furthermore, to sustain himself, Yang Di enlisted Finney to find him a position as a chef. Given the presence of Chinatown in Chicago, Finney immediately thought of taking Yang Di to seek work there. However, an unexpected phone call disrupted his plans. "There's a position for a private chef. Would you be interested?" Finney said, shrugging his shoulders. "A private chef? Is the salary substantial?" "Certainly, it will be higher than what you would earn working in a restaurant. A friend of mine is specifically looking for the most authentic Chinese chef. It seems quite fortuitous." Yang Di shrugged, pondering the matter. "Why not? This job shouldn't interfere with my regular training, right? Private chefs are typically in high demand, and my friend trusts me, so he asked me to find a reliable chef for him. Rest assured, it is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity." Finney gestured confidently, patting his chest as if to guarantee it. "Since the location is in the suburban Highland Park Villa area, it requires quite a bit of travel. I suspect you may need to relocate." "Moving again?" Yang Di lamented, feeling the nomadic nature of life weigh upon him. The suburban Highland Park, sparsely populated yet adorned with an array of villas, is renowned as an affluent district. Yang Di felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Following the directions scribbled on a note, he arrived at a villa with a towering iron gate. The grand camphor tree's branches extended outward, obscuring the villa's overall appearance. This should be the place, he he confirmed with meticulous scrutiny before ringing the doorbell. BindsVillain. A white-haired elderly gentleman appeared, clad in a sharply tailored suit. His neatly combed silver hair lent him an air of vitality. "Whom do you seek?" he inquired. "I was referred by Finney. I'm here to apply for the chef position," Yang Di explained, the sunlight casting a formidable shadow over his tall stature. "Goodness. I thought you were here to apply as a bodyguard," the old man quipped humorously as he opened the gate. "If you're willing to pay me a bodyguard as salary, I'd gladly take on that role as well." Yang Di jested, flexing his massive fist with a flourish. "That's an intriguing suggestion. By the way, I'm Lucas William. You can call me Uncle William." The elderly gentleman led Yang Di inside the villa, which was adorned with vibrant blossoms lining the path. "All right, Uncle William," Yang Di chuckled, inhaling the fragrant blend of flowers and earth. They traversed past a fountain in front of the villa, arriving at the entrance of a grand three-story residence, resplendent in white and sprawling in size. "Follow me to the back," William instructed, guiding Yang Di around the front door. They reached a separate room at the back, presumably the kitchen of this opulent abode. "What dishes can you prepare?" William inquired. "Primarily Chinese cuisine. You see, Chinese food is one of the three great culinary traditions in the world, encompassing an extensive variety of dishes, which would be quite complicated to list individually." "That sounds splendid. We already have chefs specializing in French and Turkish cuisines, so your expertise would complete the trifecta. Dinner is approaching. Why don't you use the ingredients in this kitchen to whip up a few simple home-style dishes? I'll arrange for someone to serve them shortly." "Okay, no problem." Yang Di glanced at the spacious kitchen, equipped with all necessary appliances and an abundance of ingredients, and he felt a sudden urge to cook, having not done so for quite some time. An electronic synthesized voice abruptly announced, "Ding! An immediate task has been detected. As a part-time chef, your objective is to create a sumptuous lunch through exceptional culinary skills and earn the approval of the host family. Task reward: upgrade in cooking skills." Yang Di's eyes sparkled with excitement. In addition to basketball, cooking was one of his passions. The prospect of enhancing his culinary skills was indeed delightful. Without delay, he deftly washed his hands, donned the chef's attire hanging on the wall, slipped on gloves, and ignited the stove. As night approached, the villa's gates swung open, and a red sports car roared into the driveway. The elderly gentleman, William, had been waiting eagerly, and two attendants promptly opened the car doors. The sound of high heels clicking against the stone-paved path announced the arrival of two tall, slender young women, adorned with sunglasses. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air, intoxicatingly sweet like blooming flowers parting the clouds. "Miss Annie, Miss Hannah, welcome home. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle William." The young woman referred to as Hannah pushed her sunglasses atop her head, revealing striking emerald eyes framed by long, curled lashes, her porcelain skin glowing with an angelic allure. "Uncle William, you needn't greet us every time. It's too much trouble," the girl named Annie replied, her chestnut hair cascading gracefully, her brows delicately arched like a crescent moon, and her face radiating a lunar purity. The two vibrant beauties, standing side by side, resembled two resplendent pearls, emanating an even more dazzling brilliance. "Dinner is ready, ladies," William announced with the grace of a true gentleman, devoid of any stiffness or pretense. "Come on, Annie, since you rarely visit, I must treat you well," Hannah said, linking her arm with Annie's as they entered the villa together. Before they even approached the dining table, the unique and rich aromas of the dishes began to waft towards them. "Wow, it smells amazing tonight," both Annie and Hannah exclaimed, their eyes lighting up as they hurried to the table. On the table, there was an array of widely cherished Chinese dishes, including sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, spring rolls, and wontons, alongside Yang Di's signature creations, steamed pumpkin with red dates, ham stir-fried with fava beans, and spicy salt eggplant, all crafted after sourcing the finest ingredients. Coupled with dry-fried green beans and pan-fried pork tenderloin, it was a lavish feast laid out before them. "The dishes prepared by the newly arrived Chinese chef have been thoroughly tested by me. His skills are exceptional and the cuisine remarkably authentic," William elaborated. "Thank you, Uncle William. You're truly thoughtful. Ever since my last trip to China, I have been longing for the delightful variety of its cuisine." Annie smiled as she picked up a spring roll with her chopsticks and took a gentle bite, savoring its crispness and balanced flavors. This is quite delicious. The chef has excellent control over the cooking. Is it really that good?" Hannah seated herself at the table, where a pair of chopsticks awaited her. "One must use chopsticks for Chinese food, though I suspect you might not know how. Perhaps it's best to switch to forks," Annie giggled, covering her mouth in amusement. Oomph. What could I possibly not know? Hannah, refusing to concede defeat, picked up the chopsticks and attempted to mimic Annie's technique, yet found herself struggling, her hands trembling slightly as she tried to grasp the food. With repeated practice, it would become second nature, a simple endeavor. Annie's eyes sparkled with amusement. What about the chef? Let him share the names of these dishes, Hannah inquired. William replied. He has already departed. We just finalized his contract today. Henceforth, we can summon him at any time to prepare meals for us. Tell me, miss, are you satisfied with his culinary offerings? It's acceptable. A rather decent fellow, she responded. Meanwhile, Yang Di, strolling along the streets of Chicago, suddenly paused, a smile gracing his lips as he clutched the recently received $5,000 in wages to his chest. His spirits lifted. Chapter 28, The Scout. Yang Di's life has once again settled into a routine. Just a week before the spring festival, his overall basketball rating reached 45, with an NBA grade of D-, labeled by the system as an inner rebounder with boundless potential. The Chinese community in Chicago is substantial, and as the spring festival approaches, Chinatown has grown lively. Is it truly impossible to wash this away? Yang Di, baring his upper body, revealed a fierce dragon tattoo coiling over his shoulder, his expression tinged with melancholy. Why should it be washed away? Doing so would be akin to destroying a precious work of art. An elderly man, his vision clouded, adjusted his reading glasses and gently stroked Yang Di's muscular shoulder, causing goosebumps to erupt across his skin. This tactic was conceived in the spirit of rescue. And now that the person has been saved, the desire to return to the original state is natural. In this world, few things can be summoned or dismissed at will. If you wish to avoid a chaotic existence, I advise you to relinquish the thought of erasing your tattoo sooner rather than later. After all, everything in this world possesses duality, and the unseen aspects may harbor benefits. With the new year approaching, are you not returning home? The old man set down his glasses. I'm not going back, Yang Di sighed. In truth, I have the time, but if my parents were to see this tattoo, they would surely disown me. Moreover, the cost of traveling home is quite steep, he silently added. What a pity. The spring festival should be a time for family reunions, the old man cheerfully remarked. How long has it been since you last went back? Approximately 30 years, I suppose. I arrived in Chicago before diplomatic relations were established, and I never anticipated that so many years would pass in the blink of an eye. You haven't returned at all in all these years? Yang Di donned his shirt once more, concealing the dragon tattoo. Indeed, Yang Di, feeling a sense of melancholy, rose to take his leave. I shall take my leave now. Master Kai, if you happen to return to our homeland, do bring some of our local specialties. That would be splendid, came the response. Yang Di exited Chinatown, wandering alone on the street, the winter wind biting cold, with few passers-by. As a solitary traveler, the sense of desolation intensified in his solitude. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello. Hey, Dickion, where are you? Finney's voice, altered by electronic processing, always sounded somewhat peculiar. Just left Chinatown and am on my way. I have some splendid news for you. What is it? Aren't you supposed to be a bit more excited? I'm already quite thrilled. Okay. Yang Di rolled his eyes in exasperation. All right then, my brother, guess what? You've caught the eye of an NBA scout. Finney's words rushed out even faster today. A scout from an NBA team approached me. They were proactive, you know. The Knicks. New York, a grand city. You're about to make it big. The enthusiasm in Finney's voice was palpable, prompting Yang Di to instinctively pull the phone slightly away from his ear. A scout from a Knicks? Attention from a major city? He found it hard to articulate his feelings at that moment. Was it indifference or a subtle thrill at the realization? Ultimately, the anticipated exhilaration eluded him, while Finney appeared far more animated. I don't care where you are right now. You must come back immediately. Do you understand? Okay, I get it. On the sparsely populated streets of Chicago, a tall young man wrapped his coat tighter and quickened his pace. From a realist perspective, the fellow before him, with a bulbous nose, resembled a dwarf elder from a fantastical film, his features rugged. He devoured the delicious morsels on the table with remarkable speed, followed by a hearty gulp of beer, letting out a satisfied belch. Only a cigarette would have made this moment perfect. Finney astutely offered a cigarette, igniting it, and a fragrant smoke curled around them. I'm not bragging. I've identified nearly 100 promising basketball talents worldwide. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Yang Di talked silently. I know you're a young player, physically robust, though your skills are as rudimentary as a grade schooler-ess. However, that's not the crux of the matter. You see, the NBA is a grand melting pot, and you need my branding to transform into a rising star under the allure of publicity. Listen, listen. Finney Yendi excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yangdi's heart was filled with even greater perplexity. Packaging? To speak plainly, he had never believed that mere packaging could allow someone to survive in the brutal competitive league. If packaging were truly effective, it would only serve to transform certain players into disappointments. However, one must also recognize that the number of prodigious talents entering the league at the same time is staggering. Each day, so-called geniuses from around the globe arrive at the club, hoping to strike fortune and become a player, even if only as a temporary hire for a mere 10-day contract. The man with the wine barrel nose spoke animatedly, his spittle splattering Yangdi's face. So, Yangdi interjected. So, you require my endorsement. The man with the wine barrel nose puffed out his chest and proclaimed with a sense of pride. Well, I truly appreciate your assistance. Finney responded with a smile, nearly bowing in gratitude. Why thank me? This is merely my job. The man with the wine barrel nose feigned sincerity, his smile not reaching his eyes. However, he paused before continuing. Our New York Knicks are a prestigious franchise in the NBA. The threshold for entry is higher than that of ordinary NBA teams. Much like the Chicago Bulls, you must pay a greater introduction fee. Introduction fee? What introduction fee? Yangdi keenly seized upon the phrase, his ears perking up with suspicion. You don't know? The man feigned surprise, then donned a look of displeasure. Finney, this is your oversight. Why didn't you clarify this to our Dick Young? Without waiting for Finney to respond, he took it upon himself to explain. The introduction fee is what players from outside the league pay to scouts. We introduce you to the NBA. This is not voluntary labor. You must pay a certain fee. This has always been the convention in the NBA, a well-known fact. Indeed, that is accurate, Finney chuckled. And how much is it? $3,000. $3,000. Yangdi nearly leaped up, his eyes widening in disbelief as he instinctively clutched his chest. Why is it so exorbitant? Are you robbing me? What nonsense. 3,000 is already a discounted rate, considering Finney's influence. Not a penny less. The man with the wine barrel nose expressed his dissatisfaction with Yangdi's reaction. I refuse, Yangdi gritted out through clenched teeth. What? Both Finney and the man with the wine barrel nose were taken aback, as if confronted by an extraterrestrial, their mouths agape in astonishment. In an instant, the disheveled man erupted like a powder keg, his voice turning sharp. Do you know what you were saying? Young man, you are rejecting the invitation of an NBA powerhouse. Who do you think you are? Do you believe you are Tracy McGrady or Chris Webber? You are merely an amateur who has never played formal basketball. For a player like you, merely getting a glimpse of the NBA is a divine blessing. Damn you, country bumpkin, a filthy bug from a mud. You have no chance of entering the NBA? Finn was initially astonished by Yangdi's remarkable actions. But upon hearing Jiu Chao speak of Yangdi in such a manner, he instantly became incensed. Hi, Zhu Gaobi. How dare you speak of my brother like that? Clean up your language. Yangdi suddenly rose to his feet, towering like a mountain as he gazed down upon the man known as Wine Nose. A chilling glint flickered in his austere eyes, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to that of an avalanche. The Wine Nose caught his breath, his body bristling with alarm as he detected the metallic scent of blood. After all, he was merely a sheep. Why pretend to be a badger or a wolf? Yangdi scoffed disdainfully and strode out without a backward glance. Finney promptly followed, turning back to give Wine Nose an obscene gesture. You fool! You will regret this, you arrogant wretch, so oblivious to the world. Wine Nose snapped back to reality, his earlier paralysis giving way to a fit of rage as he shouted after Yangdi. Chapter 29. The King's Opportunity. It is indeed true that Wine Nose was a scout for the Knicks, and he genuinely sought to introduce Yangdi to a tryout for the team. However, he never anticipated that Yangdi would outright refuse his offer. To speak candidly, $3,000 is no trifling sum. Yangdi calculated in his mind and felt embarrassed to even mention it. This man is truly deranged. Finney wore a displeased expression. Although it was somewhat regrettable, he reassured Yangdi, but do not dwell on it. He quickened his pace to catch up with Yangdi, exclaiming, Hey brother, slow down a bit. Your legs are too long. I cannot keep up with your stride. Forget it, it will soon be dark. I am heading to Highland Park, Yangdi replied, turning to glance at the time, fleeting across the large screen of a street-side mall. Rest assured, my brother. Finney patted his chest. There are plenty of scouts out there. I will devise a way to draw their attention to you. Maintain your form, and you will undoubtedly become an exceptional player. By the way, would you like to come by my bar after work tonight? I can mix you a drink. Sure, I can help you with the bartending. That would be splendid. I should open a restaurant and have you as the signature chef. It would surely be more profitable. The incident with Wynose was merely a minor interlude in the grand narrative of the NBA, which was thriving, while the NCAA was gradually entering the exhilarating phase of March Madness. Basketball enthusiasts worldwide were fixated on these two leagues, oblivious to the fact that in the uniquely charming city of Chicago, a young man, evaluated by the system as a promising rebounder, awaited his opportunity. The wait is often excruciatingly long, yet as the weather began to warm, Yangdi's abilities steadily improved. In March, the NCAA National Championship commenced, and a portion of the NBA's focus shifted to collegiate players, as this month belonged to the students on the grand stage. Yangdi returned to Madison and shared intimate moments with Carroll for quite some time, fostering a deepening bond between them. In April, the agent he signed, Jones, finally engaged in some meaningful work. Jones reached out to Yangdi, requesting that he send him specific details regarding his physical statistics. Surprisingly, it took 2 months for this agent to proactively contact his employer. Yangdi found himself filled with doubt, questioning the competence of this individual. Was his initiative prompted by the impending salary settlement date? Or might it be that if he decided to terminate this agent's services at this juncture, the system would remain unresponsive? Yangdi is certainly well aware of his physical data, as the system has been continuously monitoring it. He stands barefoot at a height of 2.05 meters and weighs approximately 255 pounds. His wingspan slightly exceeds his height, measuring 2.11 meters, while his vertical reach is around 2.68 meters. As for his jumping ability, does it truly matter? If anyone is interested, he can demonstrate it live for them. A hint of crimson graces Yangdi's cheeks. His vertical leap has progressed rather slowly, and he has only achieved a capability score of 40 thus far. However, it is indeed essential. In the NBA, a young player's potential is predominantly assessed based on their physical attributes. His vertical jump is approximately 40 to 50 centimeters. Yangdi quietly adds to himself that under exceptionally favorable circumstances, he might reach greater heights. All right, wait for me in Chicago. There may actually be an NBA team willing to conduct a trial with you. On the other end of the line, Jones's voice seems perpetually infused with the aroma of alcohol. Sacramento, in the afternoon. Situated in the central part of California, Sacramento is the state capital. Yet it ranks only 5th in population across the state. Its economic and cultural prosperity does not compare to that of Los Angeles and San Francisco. Yangdi and Jones arrived in Sacramento, weary from their travels, with no inclination to linger in the quintessential charm of the western cities. I never would have guessed you had such connections, Yangdi remarked in astonishment, surprised that Jones could forge a link with the Kings. The team's pivotal backup center, Hedo Turkoglu, has recently been plagued by injuries, and with the playoffs looming, the Kings are in urgent need of a formidable interior presence. Naturally, this would only be a temporary 10-day contract, prompting a plethora of talented players to audition for the Kings. It is anticipated that there will be a physical assessment followed by a straightforward full-court game. Jones had certainly done his homework, with all the stipulations clearly outlined. Yangdi regarded Jones with a hint of surprise, having underestimated the capabilities of this agent. After a brief respite at the hotel, the two made their way to the Golden One Center, home of the Sacramento Kings since 1988, around 4 in the afternoon. Though the arena had been in existence for several years, it was designed according to the highest standards of its time, accommodating over 15,000 spectators, and stood as a landmark in Sacramento. Particularly in recent years, the Kings had thrived with remarkable performance and an exquisite style of play, drawing throngs of fans every night to witness the electrifying games. However, with no game scheduled for today and the team enjoying a break, Yangdi's hopes of encountering NBA players in person were dashed. Following Jones and a Caucasian official, he entered the Kings training facility, a complimentary venue to the arena, resembling an ordinary basketball court without significant distinction. Upon entering, he was greeted by a lively assembly of players, a mix of black, white, and even 2 Asian athletes. Aspiring basketball players from around the globe sought their fortune in the NBA, with a predominant number being black, though whites and Asians were also represented. The competition was fierce, akin to an arduous journey across a narrow bridge. Jones gestured toward a black player engaged in a vertical leap test. The athlete, towering around 2 meters, soared into the air with astonishing agility, defying gravity as he reached well above 3.6 meters, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. As they moved on, Jones indicated a line of 4 or 5 individuals further along, where the first was filling out a form with a black marker. Registration? What else could it be? It could be referred to as an application form or, more accurately, a waiver of responsibility. In such tests or competitions, should an injury occur, the Kings would bear no liability. A chill enveloped Yang Di's heart as his mind conjured the poignant image of someone falling and departing the arena in silence, devoid of support or applause, left only to nurse their wounds in solitude. He was instantly engulfed in silence. Jones turned and walked away, prompting Yang Di to join the queue. The physical assessment was quite straightforward, primarily measuring height, weight, wingspan, vertical leap, and strength. Yang Di excelled in the strength category, completing 21 repetitions of a bench press at 84 kilograms. In the system's monitored attributes, his strength had risen to an impressive 63 points, consistently standing out as a leading statistic. Yang Di sat on the bench for a while, and then he heard someone calling his name. Yang Di? Which one is Yang Di? That's me, he replied as he stood up. Well, it's time to enter the game. You have only 10 minutes, so make the most of it. A staff member, wearing a blue badge, approached Yang Di and handed him a red jersey. Do you know the position of power forward? I do. Yang Di nodded, swiftly donning the red vest. At that moment, the entire team in red jerseys was substituted, and, among Yang Di's teammates, there were 3 black players and 1 white player. One of the black athletes towered over 2 meters, approximately matching Yang Di's height, while the other 3 players were around 1.90 meters. The 5 athletes on the yellow team were all black, with 1 player standing around 2.10 meters, while the others were just under 2 meters, and 2 shorter players were below 1.90 meters. When Yang Di took the court, one of his teammates, a black point guard, muttered something under his breath, his expression revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Although Yang Di could not discern the exact words, he surmised they pertained to discontent regarding his skin color. Such sentiments had become all too familiar to him. Typically, if the remarks were not overtly directed at him, he could easily disregard them. Chapter 30. The failed trial. With a sharp whistle, the countdown for the 10-minute performance commenced. The black teammate, who stood at a height comparable to Yang Di, positioned himself in the paint and fixed his gaze upon Yang Di, clearly indicating that the interior defense was his responsibility and that Yang Di should step away. The predicament was that Yang Di himself played in the post, and given his role as a power forward in the assessment, there was little reason for him to drift outside. As he grappled with his defensive duties, the point guard in the yellow jersey made a sudden drive towards the basket. It was undeniable that those bold enough to take a chance here possessed considerable skill. Yang Di noted that the point guard's speed and frequency of his penetration surpassed that of any player he had encountered in the secondary league. Ding! An immediate task notification appeared. Successfully pass the trial assessment by demonstrating your unique attributes during the brief encore performance and achieve a rating of B or higher. Task reward: 200 villain points. 200 points? Yang Di's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the most substantial reward he had ever encountered for a task. Even main quests seldom offered such generous incentives. The black player defending him appeared taken aback, sensing an unfamiliar intensity emanating from Yang Di. What was this bull-like ferocity? With a resounding thud, the penetrating black point guard soared into the air and executed a thunderous dunk. Yang Di felt a pang of regret. Had he still been positioned in the paint, that shot could surely have been executed flawlessly, despite the impressive leaping ability of his opponent. The considerable height disparity remained a significant factor. As the red team launched their offensive, Yang Di proactively moved to set a screen for his teammate. However, the ball handler waved his hand dismissively, signaling that a screen was unnecessary. In that moment, the guard executed an exaggerated change of direction, his long arms swinging with the grace of a primate. After a brief lateral movement, he opted to penetrate from the right side. Yang Di initially believed he would penetrate the defense for a layup, while his teammate prepared to seize the opportunity for an offensive rebound. To his surprise, the player guarding him was exceptionally tenacious, persistently tugging at his jersey and extending his arms to obstruct his path. Yang Di furrowed his brow, exerting considerable effort to push through. Ultimately, his teammate abruptly halted, opting for a jump shot from just beyond the paint despite the defensive pressure, and scored. Meanwhile, the statistician on the sideline smiled as he recorded the details, noting that Thompson's jump shot netted 2 points. His ball handling skills were commendable, his shooting technique exemplary, though his passing awareness was somewhat lacking, earning a rating of C. Yang Di sprinted back, only to face a powerful advance from the opposing team. A diminutive forward, less than 2 meters tall, surged into the key but failed to score. This time, Yang Di positioned himself well, utilizing his impressive strength to secure an advantageous spot. However, the rebound did not bounce in his direction. Instead, it was snatched by a teammate rushing in from the perimeter. Fast break. The teammate dashed forward like a whirlwind, while Yang Di turned to chase back. By the time he crossed half-court, his teammate had already launched himself towards the basket, akin to a man carrying a bundle of dynamite. The shot missed, and the yellow team seized a rebound, prompting Yang Di to sprint back once more. In the front court, the yellow team had a 4-on-2 advantage, with only Yang Di in the center remaining. The yellow team executed a driving kick to the corner, and Yang Di focused solely on blocking his man, oblivious to the flying defender arriving from outside. The defender took a couple of dribbles further out and, with ease, made a mid-range bank shot, allowing the red team to capitalize on a second-chance opportunity. An observing scout from the Kings shook his head, marking a red cross next to Yang Di and his center teammates' evaluations, noting their weak rebounding capability and lack of defensive awareness. Laughter erupted among some trial players watching, as Yang Di continued to dart back and forth on the court, resembling someone engaged in a running drill. During the red team's offensive play, Yang Di barely had time to set a screen for his teammate. In a dramatic display, his teammate executed a sharp change of direction, breaking through the opponent's defense. Under the allure of an extravagant NBA lifestyle, their competitive spirits surged, and the desire for personal glory was palpable. This time, Yang Di wised up, refusing to follow his teammate blindly and instead fought to shake off his relentless defender. True to form, his teammate did not disappoint. Without even looking, he launched into a strong, sudden mid-range jump shot. The shot was somewhat awkward, and the angle was clearly miscalculated. The basketball struck the rim and bounced directly toward Yang Di, who felt a surge of excitement as he reached out to grab the defensive rebound. Suddenly, a red figure collided with him. Both Yang Di and his teammate reached for the ball simultaneously. The basketball, caught between their grasp, flew off at an irregular angle. "Damn it!" Yang Di exclaimed, while the black teammate uttered a curse of his own, and they exchanged heated glares. The loose ball was swiftly claimed by another player from the yellow team, who instantly ignited the fast break. They surged into the front court, and the small forward on the yellow team took 3 giant steps to launch a shot over Yang Di's white teammate. The ball circled the rim before rolling out, and the red team, having fallen back on defense, retrieved it. The game unfolded chaotically, with neither team adhering to tactics or structure. In the 6th minute, the red team's center missed a shot, prompting Yang Di to forcefully clear the yellow team's power forward aside and snatch the rebound with one hand. Overwhelmed by his teammates' reckless drives and ill-advised shots, Yang Di lost his composure and, without a second thought, howled as he leaped, clutching the basketball and striking a pose reminiscent of a firebrand. With a thunderous motion, he executed a ferocious slam dunk. The whistle blew. "Foul on you." Big guy with yellow skin, the forward of the yellow team, who had been knocked down by Yang Di, rose to his feet. A look of disdain etched across his face. Yang Di, regaining a semblance of composure, turned to observe the referee pointing directly at him. And instantly a surge of inexplicable fury erupted within him. "Foul." Yellow team forward, the referee declared. "What? Where did I commit a foul? Are you out of your mind?" Yang Di found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend how he had been deemed in the wrong. After all, he had merely exerted a bit more force. From the rebound to the dunk, where's the foul in that? The referee shot Yang Di a glare, taken aback that someone would dare to challenge him. Who did he think he was? On the sidelines, Jones covered his face, while teammates and opponents exchanged cold glances, astonished that anyone could be so oblivious. Not even in the NBA yet, and he dared to confront the referee? The officials of the Kings pondered for a moment before marking a red cross next to Yang Di's name, accompanied by a note, "Quick-tempered." Unable to maintain composure on the court, Yang Di stepped back, having played for 10 minutes, yet managed only a single shot, the earlier dunk that was subsequently disallowed. Throughout the entirety of those 10 minutes, he secured merely 1 rebound, without scoring, assisting, stealing, or blocking a shot. Remarkably, he did not even commit a turnover. His statistical contributions were nearly non-existent, rendering him the least impactful player on the court, viewed through a tainted lens by all. This was even more disheartening than I had anticipated. Yang Di shrugged, acknowledging his failure in the instant task. "I had not foreseen that your situation could become even more awkward, nor the magnitude of the challenges you would encounter." Jones sighed, feeling fortunate that he had signed a short-term contract, one that required minimal involvement on his part. After all, his role was merely to liaise with teams conducting tryouts in the league. As for Yang Di's potential earnings in the NBA, he dared not even dream of them at present. "Let us depart. I will assist you in seeking opportunities with other teams, as the Kings are no longer an option. After a brief pause, Jones hesitated before adding, regardless, I will help you submit your application to the NBA committee for this year's draft. Though, to be frank, perhaps it is better left unsaid. Keep your spirits high. There remains a glimmer of hope. Yang Di pursed his lips, reluctant to speak, his heart heavy with frustration. A day later, upon returning to Chicago in the evening, he prepared a sumptuous meal for a wealthy patron in Highland Park and received his salary for the month. His pockets gradually swelling. After some contemplation, he remitted $3,000 to his family the following day, leaving himself with $6,000. If he were to cover the expenses of his training sessions, the cost would be considerable, especially with a series of joint trials anticipated before the draft. Chapter 31. Encountering obstacles, time sped by, and Yang Di purchased a large cashmere doll as a gift for Carol. As the weather warmed, he diligently completed his daily tasks while progressing towards his main objective. The latest main task involved attending 3 NBA team trials within a 2-month deadline. His self-funded trip to Sacramento cost nearly $2,000, a considerable expenditure compounded by the necessity of bringing his agent along. Upon returning, Yang Di mused that if he were to travel alone, it might save him some money, though it remained merely a thought. As the NBA regular season drew to a close, several teams poised for the playoffs opened their doors for trials. Following the crowd, Yang Di, alongside Jones, auditioned for the New Jersey Nets and the Philadelphia 76ers. The outcomes were predictably similar. However, during his trial with the 76ers, Yang Di received a B-level rating. Though he ultimately did not secure a position, he completed an immediate task, earning a significant amount of villain points. In Philadelphia, 76ers general manager Billy King was engrossed in analyzing the trial reports from earlier that day. His primary focus remained on the impending playoffs, yet the roster clearly exhibited deficiencies. Despite Allen Iverson reaching the pinnacle of his career, the 2 starting interior players, Derek Coleman and Keith Van Horn, were proving inadequate, and astonishingly, the team's rebounding leader was Kenny Thomas, standing at a mere 2.01 meters. The challenges of a singular core leadership, defensive issues, and the lack of three-point shooting prowess were perhaps not glaring during the regular season, but would undoubtedly be scrutinized and magnified by opponents in the playoffs. This fellow is quite intriguing, remarked an assistant to Billy King, pointing to a name circled in the report. Yang Di, a player from China? Billy King instinctively envisioned the Eastern Great Wall, who had recently demonstrated remarkable agility on the hardwood at the Wachovia Center. His interest piqued. He inquired, how tall is he? The assistant quickly referenced the physique report, stating his height in shoes is 2.07 meters, playing as a power forward with an exceptional instinct for offensive rebounds. Only 2.07 meters? Billy King could not conceal his disappointment. Indeed, but he appears quite formidable. Are all Chinese people not humble and friendly? Billy King quickly perused the trial report, his interest waning instantaneously. The metrics of strength, vertical leap, wingspan, and speed were all rather mediocre. But he is still quite young. However, it is generally believed that the physical potential of individuals of East Asian descent is limited, and regardless of their training, a significant transformation seems unlikely. That certainly holds some truth. Yet, I perceive this individual to be quite exceptional. You see, today while on the court, he audaciously confronted a towering African-American, several centimeters taller than himself, in a direct face-off. I assessed him in the center position, and the atmosphere was quite electrifying, nearly escalating to a physical altercation. Seidel remarked with a chuckle. So, that is why you took notice of him, isn't it? You still need to refine your own skills, Billy, King retorted, shaking his head with a teasing grin. This fellow is clearly putting on a facade of toughness merely to attract attention. A display of strength devoid of genuine capability is but a manifestation of inner frailty. Seidel was somewhat at a loss for words. He genuinely appreciated that young Chinese lad. Yet the head coach's preconceived notions were too entrenched for him to elaborate further. Larry Brown mentioned that the team is still in need of a qualified trainer. Do you have any fresh candidates in mind? Or shall we arrange interviews? I wish to recruit a trainer for the coaching staff. Additionally, the draft strategy for June must be brought to the forefront. If opportunities for trade arise, it is essential to find a formidable partner for Allen. Just look at Los Angeles. They have already secured 3 consecutive championships. Very well then, the lights shine ever brighter. Yang Di effortlessly yet painfully accomplished his main task. Fatigue and failure were not the primary concerns. Rather, it was the substantial amount of money spent that weighed heavily on him. He informed Jones to take it easy for a moment, as he was nearly depleted of his savings and on the brink of financial ruin. His heart ached, making it difficult to breathe. While cooking, Yang Di quietly brooded over his troubles. "What troubles you, my dear Yang?" William, the elderly gentleman, ambled about behind him like a butler, occasionally sampling the exquisite dishes Yang Di had prepared. "Hey, Uncle William, please do not disturb the presentation I have meticulously arranged." The spatula danced up and down, occasionally igniting with flames. William, with a twinkle in his eye, remarked, "I adore your stir-fried kidney. China is indeed a magnificent country, and I relish your cuisine. Do visit our nation when you have the chance. It is the safest country in the world." Pride illuminated Yang Di's face. That must be your conclusion since arriving in America?" William chuckled heartily. Having grown familiar with Yang Di, he often engaged in conversation with him, learning about various aspects of his life. Yang Di nodded and remarked, "Indeed, let me tell you, I came to Chicago seeking refuge. Goodness, I find being a tourist rather delightful. Having a stable job and residing in the middle class is quite satisfactory. However, once one finds themselves in a predicament like mine, it could change in an instant. Luckily, I am robust and capable." With deftness, Yang Di turned, lifting both the pot and the spatula, skillfully serving the sautéed kidney into a dish. "This meal is for the young lady tonight. I shall forego it myself." Old William swallowed hard, adhering to his principles. Shortly thereafter, a waiter who had been waiting approached, and at William's gesture, took the dish away. William's gaze remained fixed on the waiter until he vanished beyond the door, reluctantly pulling back his attention. "I'll prepare another portion for you." Yang Di rolled his eyes in response. He then shifted to the other side, lifting the lid of the gently simmering clay pot and sniffing the aroma. "Never mind. Take your time with the cooking. The young lady is likely to return soon. I must wait for her. Remember to prepare extra today. Their essay party this evening." William waved his hand and turned to take his leave. Yang Di was momentarily taken aback, pondering the meaning of doing more. "Could you clarify approximately how many people are expected?" "Not too many, just around 20 or 30. He reassured himself. "There's still plenty of time." "Is there truly a party featuring Chinese cuisine?" Yang Di murmured, recalling that parties among American youth often consisted of nonsensical activities, where people merely wandered aimlessly in a venue, with eating taking a back seat to conversation and social interaction. Thankfully, he consoled himself with the thought of overtime pay. As night descended, Yang Di finally completed all his tasks, his attire stained with grease and grime. He discarded his white chef's coat into the laundry bin. It was a pleasantly warm day, and the villa was alive with chatter. The party attracted quite a crowd, with a red carpet extending all the way to the lawn. From a distance, Yang Di gazed at the opulent villa, resembling a crystal palace, illuminated by swirling lights that cast a kaleidoscope of colors. The men were impeccably dressed in suits, exuding charm and elegance, while the women glided gracefully in flowing gowns, embodying poise and sophistication. He shook his head and turned to exit. As he approached the entrance, a girl came into view, accompanied by a boy who grasped her hand. In a swift motion, the girl forcefully shook off the boy's grip. As Yang Di approached, he couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite beauty before him. She epitomized the classic Western beauty. Her golden hair flowed gracefully, her tall figure was striking, and her skin was as fair and smooth as mutton fat. Her bright, emerald green eyes sparkled, and her delicate features were captivating. A hint of annoyance graced her face, yet her voice, though not particularly sharp, carried a doll-like quality that revealed her remarkable poise. "You have utterly disappointed me, Mikano." "This is not my fault, Hannah," the man referred to as Mikano replied, his agitation evident as he threw his hands up in exasperation, struggling to find the right words, which made Yang Di feel a pang of concern for him. "I am quite disappointed in you. Perhaps you should reflect on your actions," Hannah retorted, turning to leave. Her gaze fell upon Yang Di, who wore a bemused expression that straddled the line between a smile and a smirk, igniting a flicker of anger within her. "Who are you? I don't recall ever seeing you before," Hannah demanded, her formidable presence palpable as she focused on Yang Di. "I am." Yang Di stammered, momentarily struck dumb. "Hannah? Is this not the incredibly clever lady that old William often speaks of?" He thought, astonished. "I don't care who you are. Please refrain from appearing in such a careless manner at my party. I do not welcome such guests." Without reservation, Hannah unleashed her ire upon Yang Di, who found himself unjustly targeted. I was actually about to leave." Yang Di pointed toward the exit. In that instant, Hannah felt her chest tighten with indignation. What was this? Did he look down upon the party she had organized? What did he mean by wanting to leave? Yang Di has grown impatient, No, no. What I mean is I was just about to. You two, just leave. I don't wish to see you. Hannah finally erupted. Even the most composed individuals would lose their temper in such circumstances. Without a glance at the two, she turned and ran back. Youngie stood dizzily in place, his disheveled hair tousled by the wind. Beside him, the dashing young man, McConaughey, appeared utterly lost, resembling a mere shell of a person. Chapter 32. Main Quest, NBA Draft. 5 days later, Yang Di received his new main quest, the NBA Draft. The NBA Draft serves as a swift passage for young athletes to enter the illustrious league. The host's potential had already garnered the attention of certain NBA teams, necessitating his participation in the upcoming NBA Draft in June, with the aim of securing a ranking. Completion rewards. The commencement of a brilliant NBA career, 500 villain points. Failure penalties. A deduction of 10 points from random attributes. The deadline for task completion is the conclusion of the NBA Draft. The swift announcement of this task took Yang Di by surprise. He had gained a rudimentary understanding of the system's operations, realizing that even main quests are closely tied to his growth in reality. He had anticipated the main quest pertaining to the NBA Draft. However, it was only May, leaving nearly 2 months for preparation. On the other hand, this also indicated the considerable difficulty of the task ahead. This year's NBA Draft is widely recognized as a banner year. With the NCAA championships concluded, Syracuse University's most outstanding player, the exceptional small forward Carmelo Anthony, publicly declared his intention to enter the NBA Draft. Additionally, LeBron James, hailing from St. Mary's High School in Ohio, announced his decision to forego further academic pursuits to participate in the draft, showcasing his prowess as an outstanding point guard. The attention of scouts from various NBA teams was predominantly focused on such superstar prospects. On Thursday, May 22nd, the 13 NBA teams that failed to qualify for the playoffs gathered at Madison Square Garden in New York for the draft lottery ceremony, drawing the gaze of club owners and fans from around the globe. In total, the NBA officially announced that 163 players would enter the NBA Draft, comprising 117 high school and college graduates, alongside 46 international players. Yang Di is undoubtedly among them. Yet his profile is one of the most minimal among all participants in the draft. He is categorized as a foreign player, yet not an international player, belonging to the rare cohort of 18 to 22-year-old basketball athletes who independently enter the NBA Draft without having participated in the American Collegiate League. Thus, he is recognized as a foreign player, and in principle is permitted to register for the draft, reflecting the NBA's open-mindedness. However, in reality, 99 of such obscure players are unlikely to be selected. In contrast, international players, like Yao Ming, follow a formal procedure supported by agents and their national sports committees, possessing a certain level of skill and having undergone evaluations prior to registration. One party is of impeccable pedigree, while the other is entirely unorthodox. The lottery commenced under the seasoned and steady voice of Stern, with 13 teams, be they owners, star players, relatives of owners, or management, taking turns to draw numbers. The Cavaliers and the Nuggets, both having concluded the regular season with a record of 17 wins to 65 losses, shared the highest probability of acquiring the top pick, each holding a 22.5 chance. Ultimately, the Cavaliers secured the first overall pick, marking the first instance in 13 years that a team finishing at the bottom of the regular season achieved this honor. Following this, the Pistons celebrated their acquisition of the second pick, elated to know they had the best regular season record in the Eastern Conference this year. This draft pick was acquired by the Pistons from the Grizzlies in a trade involving Sop, who had failed to make a significant impact, being traded to the Wizards after less than half a season, leaving the Grizzlies in a state of profound regret. Next came the Nuggets, who drew the third pick. In the dark of night in California, Los Angeles, Kainan, a reporter for the International Department of China Sports Daily, found himself in a stagnant position since graduating from the Chinese Department of University, having secured a job at the newspaper. His career had been rather lackluster, and he remained at the assistant level, with his senior colleague, Su Kun, a seasoned basketball journalist stationed in the U.S., being his long-standing aspiration and benchmark. As the NBA playoffs unfolded with fervor, the focus of the basketball department was riveted on the fiercely contested teams in the East and West. Due to his limited experience, he was not assigned to cover significant reports. Instead, he was tasked with the recent NBA draft. After the lottery concluded, Kainan meticulously reviewed the list of players entering the draft this year, lighting a cigarette as he searched for potential newsworthy angles. Suddenly, A player's name and nationality caught his eye. Yang Di, a Chinese player? His heart raced with excitement. Could it be that another Chinese player was entering the NBA draft besides Shui Yuyang? Who was this individual? How did he come to participate in the NBA draft? With Yao Ming having completed an impressive rookie season with the Rockets, the NBA's perception of Asian players has significantly shifted, and the attention towards Asian athletes continues to grow daily. For instance, Shui Yuyang was already the subject of numerous reports before he turned 22, with various teams expressing interest in him. However, Yang Di was someone I had never heard of before. Kainan swiftly logged onto the NBA's official website, fervently searching for pertinent information on the ever-refreshing computer screen. The official data revealed Yang Di, in Chinese, born on June 28, 1984, stands at 2.08 meters tall, weighs 255 pounds, and plays as a power forward, with no competitive experience listed. Kainan was momentarily bewildered. What did it mean to have no competitive experience? Was he merely an amateur player? Could it be that today was April Fool's Day and someone was playing a prank on him? His fingers flew across the keyboard. Yet he found no information about Yang Di online, as if the individual had materialized out of thin air. The existence of such a situation was utterly astonishing. Kainan was filled with incredulity, but simultaneously, the inquisitive nature of youth sparked a desire within him to delve deeper into the enigma that was this Chinese player. To uncover the truth behind it all, he decided to use his account on the official website to post a thread on the forum, seeking information about the Chinese draft player Yang Di. Almost immediately, a reply surfaced. "What are you talking about, dude? I have information on Shui. Do you need it?" Kainan, harboring a mindset of curiosity, initiated this post, but responses were scarce. Quickly overwhelmed by a plethora of highlight reels and exclusive analyses featuring LeBron James and TJ Ford in the draft section. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a fellow netizen earnestly replied to him, "I know some details about this Yang Di." The user, known as Grassland Music, responded, "That's fantastic. Can we connect and chat?" Kainan typed rapidly, his heart racing with anticipation. "No problem," came the enthusiastic reply. The two engaged in private conversation through their accounts. Grassland Music stated, "I played basketball with Yang Di before. He is an unimaginably tall guy, brimming with energy and always exuding passion. You played with him? Are you a basketball player as well?" Kainan Gui. "Yes, but I'm just an amateur street player unlike Di. He is very young, exceptionally talented, and possesses immense potential." Kainan sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that Yang Di truly came from an amateur background, without formal competitive experience. This could pose significant challenges on his path to a professional career. Yet, Grassland Music continued to speak with increasing enthusiasm. He excels at rebounding, especially on the offensive boards, and his strength is astonishing. He plays like a beast on the court. I loved being his teammate. At that time, he was the star player for our Madison team, leading us to numerous victories. Madison, the capital of Wisconsin? Indeed, it was later heard that he had moved to Chicago, and during that time, our meetings became infrequent. However, it was rumored that he had become an invincible player in the secondary league there. A secondary league? Is that a legitimate professional competition? My friend, I fear it is not. Although the secondary league is a step above our street games, it ultimately remains a loose, amateur association with players of varying skill levels. Incomparable to a formal professional basketball league. The speed at which the Grassland Music was typed was astonishing. Nevertheless, he is indeed formidable. I suspect you are a scout for some NBA team. You should attend one of his games in person, and you will understand my words tomorrow. He possesses the ability to alter the course of a game, endowed with a unique charisma. Kainan found this amusing. It seemed this online acquaintance fancied himself as an NBA scout. Nonetheless, it is remarkable that Yang Di has such a staunch supporter. In his mind, the framework for an article began to take shape. The NBA dream journey of street kid Yang Di. Kainan shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret that, up until now, no media outlet had taken notice of this player. The likelihood of him being drafted seemed rather slim. Were it not for his Chinese nationality and Kainan's deliberate search for information about him, this type of player would likely remain nothing more than a footnote in history. Yet, this moment held promise. He could give him a boost, thus crafting an exclusive report, creating a newsworthy angle for this year's draft. Unbeknownst to him, it was this very article that would later catalyze a monumental transformation in his life. Chapter 33. Attention, United Center official information may not always be the most accurate. Yet elements, such as name and nationality, are rarely fabricated. Kainan spent the night composing the article and sent it back to the headquarters of China Sports Daily in Beijing. After the editorial team reviewed it, it was published in the newspaper the following day. At that time, due to Yao Ming's entry into the NBA, basketball had surged in popularity in China, with familiar names like Iverson, Carter, and Kobe resonating with the youth. Consequently, sports newspapers experienced a notable increase in sales. It had become exceedingly common for high school and college students to purchase newspapers to stay informed about their beloved sport. Following the debut of Yang Di's news in China Sports Daily, many began to take an interest in him. Who is Yang Di? I have never heard of him. An amateur player who has never participated in any competitions can actually enter the NBA draft? Many fans are astonished, yet skepticism swiftly follows. This must be a prank, right? The chances of being selected are akin to a meteorite colliding with Earth. It is indeed quite embarrassing, despite having little opportunity. He still ventures to the United States to participate in the NBA draft, seeking validation through ridicule. I fail to comprehend why this individual has suddenly emerged. I'm still more interested in Shui Yang. There is insufficient information available. Although Kainan has already promoted Yang Di in the news, initial reactions will likely be rife with distrust. The subsequent chain reaction is that more Chinese media begin to take notice of Yang Di, leading to a surge of imitative reports, albeit primarily in the form of brief news articles. When Yang Di communicated with his family, his younger siblings excitedly shared the news with him. Simultaneously, Jones assisted Yang Di in submitting his application for a new round of tryouts. This time, he approached it from a perspective of a prospective NBA draft candidate, a stark contrast to his previous experiences in Sacramento or Philadelphia. In early June, at the United Center in Chicago, 5 years had elapsed since the illustrious Michael Jordan made a graceful exit from the basketball realm, bidding farewell for the second time. Acclaimed figures such as Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, Luke Longley, and Tony Kukoc followed suit, leading to the disintegration of the Bulls dynasty and ushering the team into a phase of rebuilding. The current head coach, Bill Cartwright, once a shadowy figure during the Bulls' first dynasty, stood at an imposing height of 7 feet 1 inch, renowned for his peculiar free throw technique. In the 2001-2002 season, after a dismal start of 4 wins and 23 losses under Floyd and Bill Barry, Cartwright took the reins of the team. Last season, the Bulls managed only 30 victories, and the weight of the coaching position bore heavily upon Cartwright. Thus, ordinary draft hopefuls like him, not part of the famed joint tryouts, quietly appeared alongside the stands in the arena, observing in silence. In the previous segment, Yang Di soared to a height of 351 meters with remarkable agility. The youth of today exhibit impressive jumping abilities, adeptly showcasing their athletic prowess, as Myers remarked to Carteret. Is this little fellow of Asian descent? Carteret inquired, somewhat uncertain, as Yang Di's complexion appeared darker than the typical traditional hues associated with Asian individuals. Myers, equipped with pertinent information, extracted a sheet of paper and handed it over to the head coach, revealing that Yang Di is a Chinese player occupying the power forward position. Carteret cast a glance at Myers and briefly perused the document. Overall, the player's physical attributes were deemed average, though he displayed commendable strength for a young interior player. However, his performance in shooting tests, dribbling assessments, and agility evaluations was rather mediocre. Myers provided an honest appraisal, noting that among the draft candidates, Yang Di ranked in the lower tier. The general manager expressed some interest in this player, mentioning that he had previously been awarded the title of Most Valuable Player in a secondary league in Chicago, emerging from a streetball background. This revelation caused Carteret's brow to furrow even more deeply. Yang Di donned a black jersey, while his opponent sported a white one. This year, Chicago not only possesses a coveted 7th pick in the first round, but also holds 3 selections in the second round. The recent open tryouts attracted a plethora of aspiring draftees, though most of them ranked beyond the top 60 on draft prediction websites. Among them was a relatively short African-American player, approximately 185 meters tall, who flashed a smile at Yang Di. "Hey big guy, I'll pass to you," the friendly player said, eliciting a wave of warmth in Yang Di, who had been subject to skeptical and prejudiced gazes. Touched by this camaraderie, he replied earnestly, "I'm not very good at offense. You should take the opportunity to score. I'll help you with the rebounds. My name is M.O. Williams. What's yours?" "I'm Yang Di from China. You can call me Dick Yang," he responded. "Wow, that's a cool name. I'll remember you," M.O. exclaimed. After both players changed into their jerseys, they found an instant rapport. Shortly thereafter, 3 teammates who had completed their physical tests joined them. Among the 5, only Yang Di played as a center, while the other 4 were perimeter players. Williams, the shortest, was assigned the point guard position, while one player stood at 193 meters as a versatile guard, and two others were around 2 meters tall, serving as swingmen. As the officials signaled for the five to take the court, the white team was ready. On the white team, there were two interior players, a 13-meter tall European center and a 1-meter tall African-American power forward, the latter being stocky for his height. The remaining players were a mix of young talents, aged 20 and 21. The game commenced with the black team gaining possession first. M.O. Williams showcased his adept ball-handling skills. After crossing half-court, he executed two smooth crossovers to evade a defender's attempt to steal the ball. Yang D had intended to set a screen for him at the three-point line, but to his surprise, M.O. drove straight past, abruptly halting before dashing toward the basket. From mid-range, Williams stopped for a jump shot. Unguarded, he sank it effortlessly. "Great shot. Impressive," Yang D exclaimed, marveling at the speed of Mo's release. Among all the players he had encountered, only Devin Harris from the University of Wisconsin had such a rapid shooting pace. The white team initiated an attack, and the point guard, having been beaten, signaled for the big men to set a screen, while isolation plays remained the predominant strategy. The point guard endeavored to display his organizational skills even with the simplest high pick-and-roll tactics, as Meyer chuckled. With his arms outstretched, Yang D, drawing upon his prior experience in the second division, swiftly elevated to confront the advancing defender. As Williams arrived, Yang D, with an intuitive understanding, gracefully retreated in small steps. At that moment, the point guard from the white team boldly executed a penetrating pass, aiming to bypass Yang D and deliver the ball to the descending center. Yang D gauged the situation, retreated, and leapt into the air to intercept the ball. He steadied himself and initiated a fast break, deftly passing the basketball to Williams with both hands. With a determined sprint, he surged ahead, receiving a return pass from Williams. As Yang D advanced to the front court, he transformed 3 steps into 2, soaring upward to execute a one-handed dunk. The resounding thud echoed as the basketball rebounded off the court, ricocheting off Yang D's chest, eliciting a wave of applause from the audience. A splendid play. Yang D returned to high-five M.O. Williams, feeling the profound difference of having a reliable teammate. His defensive awareness was commendable, as noted by Carter Light, who was observing the game from the sidelines. The white team continued their offensive thrust, with a black power forward bulldozing through his counterpart. In an unusual posture, he attempted a hook shot, the ball clanging against the rim and bouncing towards the center. At that moment, Yang D firmly positioned himself behind the white center, soaring into the air as the rebound ascended, effortlessly seizing it with one hand. As the game shifted from defense to offense, Yang D moved beyond the three-point line to set a screen for Williams. This time, M.O. Williams refrained from an early breakthrough, waiting until Yang D's screen was in place before maneuvering around it. With Yang D providing solid coverage, the defender lost his footing, allowing Yang D to slip down the lane. The center failed to react in time, and after the screen, Williams took a shot. The release was rapid, yet the ball clanged off the front rim. At that moment, the center noticed Yang D charging for the rebound and reached out to grab him. However, Yang D adeptly evaded, their shoulders colliding with a resounding impact. The towering 13-meter center felt as though he were brushed by a train, the immense force destabilizing his balance in an instant. With a powerful leap, Yang D soared into the air, clasping the rebound with both hands before dribbling it down with a thud. He planted his right foot firmly on the court in the paint, then ascended once more, clutching the basketball with one hand. The white center, now attempting to defend, found himself out of position, gauging Yang D's swift ascent and abandoning any thought of contesting the shot. The arena reverberated with a thunderous sound as Yang D grasped the rim, causing the entire backboard to tremble. Chapter 34. Template Training, Market Surge. Once Yang D stepped onto the court, he transformed into an entirely different individual, fierce, domineering, and brimming with passion for the game, entirely contrary to the stereotype of a humble Chinese person. "Give me the ball." Yang D, the agile center of Caucasian descent, proactively extended his hand to request the ball. Williams dropped the ball into play, and Yang D grasped it with both hands, pivoting his body slightly. He dribbled the ball, striking it against the ground, causing it to rebound back into his grasp. With a swift lateral movement, he positioned his shoulder as if a bear were charging a mountain. Bang! The towering center, standing at 13 meters and weighing over 220 kilograms, was struck by Yang D, letting out a grunt as darkness clouded his vision. Pain radiating from his chest, and he felt as though his entire body had lifted from the ground. Yang Di raised his long arm in a half-hook motion, his movements stiff. The basketball struck the backboard before ricocheting off the rim and soaring back up. Yang Di pivoted gracefully, unleashing a thunderous roar as he bent his knees. His calf muscles tensed, propelling him into the air with a might reminiscent of Tarzan. With perfect timing, he caught the basketball and, with a resounding thud, slammed it into the hoop. For the first time, a look of astonishment graced the face of Carter Light. The training facility was filled with numerous trial athletes, many of whom erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Wow, this Chinese player can really jump and dunk." He appeared to possess remarkable strength, accentuated by the striking dragon tattoo adorning his arm. Truly impressive. No one dared to underestimate Yang Di any longer. He not only surpassed the average player in skill, but also exhibited a distinctive flair that set him apart from typical draft candidates. As the trials at the United Center in Chicago reached their zenith, the atmosphere thickened, and the presence of media was undeniably significant. Yang Di's remarkable performance was documented by numerous media outlets. Although the sample size is limited, his display of talent is undeniable. "This young man is impressive. Please prepare a detailed report for me," Cartwright instructed Myers. "Certainly. And that shorter point guard with the headband is commendable as well. His shooting speed is exceptionally quick, and he drives with determination and precision, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Please compile some information on him as well," Cartwright remarked, gesturing toward the swift M.O. Williams on the court with keen interest. The tryout persisted for an entire afternoon, only concluding as Chicago's nightfall descended, allowing the draft players to depart gradually. The following day, many local media outlets reported on the tryout camp, praising Yang Di's outstanding performance. Videos of his trial circulated, garnering significant attention. At that moment, having completed the Chicago tryout camp, Yang Di was aboard a flight to Oakland. He received an A rating from the Chicago tryout camp, earning 200 villain points, bringing his total to 1050 points. He could expend 1,000 points to draw a purple card template training pack in the system's exchange store. Template training packs are categorized into several tiers. Green cards at 300 villain points, blue cards at 500 villain points, orange cards at 1,000 villain points, and purple cards requiring 2,000 villain points. Yang Di had saved for several months to finally acquire an orange card template training pack. The orange card corresponds to players rated A and above, with an 80 chance of drawing an A-tier NBA player, a 10 chance for a B-tier, a 5 chance for a C-tier, and another 5 chance for an S-tier player. While his regular training ensured his physical attributes remained robust and his basketball skills steadily improved, template training brought about transformative changes. However, the cost of template training is exorbitant, requiring a substantial amount of villain points. It might be more prudent to draw new cards, which provide free training time. Seated in economy class, Yang Di closed his eyes. With a gentle tap, he redeemed the orange card pack. As he opened it, the digital pack emitted a radiant blue light, gradually coalescing into a purple card that floated above. Theo Ratliff, an S-tier player. Yang Di's heart raced like never before, nearly escaping his lips in astonishment. Ratliff, it was indeed him, an S-tier player. Good heavens, this man's fortune has erupted. Yang Di had not anticipated that the mere 5% chance would truly surprise him. His initial ambition was simply to acquire an A-tier orange card player. Yet he had unexpectedly secured a purple card player. Below the purple card, a description read, Theo Ratliff, a current player for the Atlanta Hawks, standing at 2.08 meters tall and weighing 235 pounds, plays as a center and power forward, excelling in defensive assists and shot blocking. Redemption value, 1,000 villain points per hour. Current free training time, 3 hours. Once again, he encountered a player focused on defense rather than offense. The last player he had drawn, the rebounder Popeye Jones, was similarly defensive-minded. Yang Di had a fondness for offense, particularly the exhilarating sensation of dunking in the paint. Yet it seemed that his luck had favored defensive players in succession. The silver lining was that this active player possessed a commendable rating, suggesting formidable attributes. The flight from Chicago to Oakland would take nearly 6 hours. Yang Di steadied his breathing and entered the intensive training regimen of the system. The aircraft glided above the clouds, sunlight reflecting off the wings, casting a myriad of glimmers. 3 hours later, drenched in sweat, Yang Di opened his eyes. His vertical leap had surged to 55, and his shot-blocking prowess had skyrocketed to 64. Under Ratliff's rigorous training, these two attributes had inexplicably ascended, as if a digital energy had permeated his being. intoxicating him like a poppy flower. The following day, in the Warriors training facility, Yang Di showcased his enhanced leaping ability and fierce competitive spirit, leaving a profound impression on the Warriors coaching staff. In the media, the Chicago Tribune became the first outlet to specifically cover Yang Di, followed closely by the San Francisco Chronicle. Yang Di increasingly entered the public eye, and his draft stock soared. After his final tryout with the Los Angeles Lakers, he remarkably broke into the top 60 of the draft rankings for the first time, securing the 52nd position, even surpassing Shui Yuyang. Meanwhile, across the ocean in China, Yang Di's achievements were prominently featured in major newspapers, sparking deep curiosity among fans regarding the enigmatic player who had ventured to America on his own accord to enter the NBA draft and participate in various training camps. There was now a significant possibility that he could become the next Chinese player selected after Yao Ming. Regrettably, to date, few had managed to contact Yang Di, and media coverage primarily focused on his performance in the training camps, leaving his personal life and more intimate details shrouded in mystery. Where there is demand, there is opportunity. Kainan, the first journalist to report on Yang Di, was tasked by the China Sports Daily to continue his coverage of the young athlete. This situation left Kainan both elated and troubled. On one hand, he had finally received the coveted opportunity for significant recognition. On the other, he found himself devoid of any substantial material to present. His previous ability to produce a manuscript had been purely a stroke of luck, having encountered someone well acquainted with Yang Di at a forum. But now, how could he replicate that success? Kainan was engulfed in despair, particularly due to his lack of contact information for Yang Di, rendering any possibility of conducting an in-person interview utterly unattainable. Yang Di was unaware that a young journalist was putting him in a quandary. He had nearly exhausted all his savings, traversing numerous cities across America, gathering detailed information on at least 10 NBA teams, though the accuracy of this data waned over time. Now, he had returned to Madison, quietly awaiting the annual NBA draft that would take place in 3 days. Chapter 35. The Draft. Rumors water dripped from his body as Yang Di emerged from the bathroom, drying his hair with a towel. He was tall and bronze-skinned, shirtless, revealing a set of well-defined six-pack abs, the contours of his muscular arms increasingly pronounced. "You've lost weight during this time, yet your physique seems to have improved," remarked Katerina Carroll, gently caressing Yang Di's cheek and playfully poking his abdomen, before bestowing a light kiss upon him. "It's merely the result of regular exercise," Yang Di shrugged, enveloping Carroll in his embrace. She resembled a small dog, eagerly inhaling his scent. "If a team from a distant city selects you, won't we be forced into a long-distance relationship?" Carroll gazed at Yang Di with a forlorn expression. "Don't say a word. I know what you're thinking," she continued, burying her head in Yang Di's chest, tightening her hold on him. "Being with you is always so effortless, devoid of any pressure or burdens. I cherish your authenticity, your dedication to life, and your pursuit of dreams. I never anticipated that one day you would truly step onto the stage of your aspirations. This day has arrived too swiftly, catching me off guard." Katarina. A wave of guilt washed over Yang Di. To be fair, he had been preoccupied with training and competitions, hardly a model boyfriend. They had never traveled together, nor engaged in any romantic escapades. "Your success fills me with pride. I am truly honored by your achievements. If you ever become a superstar, I will be your most ardent fan." Carroll lifted her head, gazing into Yang Di's eyes, with a hint of emotion in his eyes. Yang Di lowered his head and deeply kissed Carroll's lips, both feeling the warmth of each other's breath as they became entwined. At this moment, the TNT television network had already connected to the inner arena of Madison Square Garden, where the draft event was about to commence. David Stern, the league's president adorned with round spectacles, approached the podium. In the green room, 15 players who might become lottery picks were invited, basking in a glory that eluded other draftees as they enjoyed the presence of family and friends. Additionally, the venue was graced by various celebrities from the entertainment industry, tycoons from the business world, and owners or general managers from NBA clubs, alongside members of the uniformed staff, all gathered to utilize their draft picks and deliberate on potential trades. Undoubtedly, the majority of attendees comprised the passionate fans of the respective teams, with New York supporters being the most numerous, given their geographical advantage. David Stern cleared his throat, met with a chorus of boos that seemed to have become an annual tradition, as fans harbored suspicions of conspiracies within the league's higher echelons, convinced that the Spurs, not their beloved Knicks, were destined for the championship this year. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual NBA draft. After reflecting on the previous year, he continued, "Today, we shall witness 60 remarkable young men entering the league." Following a few moments of eloquent summary, the draft ceremony delved into its core proceedings. Stern retrieved the envelope from the Cleveland Cavaliers, revealing the name of the first overall pick. The Cleveland Cavaliers select. A palpable silence enveloped the crowd, with several rookies seated at the front, filled with hope, their breaths nearly suspended in anxious anticipation. LeBron James. The name resonated throughout the venue via the loudspeakers, then transmitted through electronic signals to the television network, reaching audiences worldwide. A thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by whistles and cheers. In that instant, his name was etched into the hearts of countless NBA fans. The youthful giant rose to his feet, clad in a pristine white suit reminiscent of a wedding ensemble. His tall frame, making him appear particularly elongated and robust, almost resembling a colossus. The staff presented him with a Cavaliers baseball cap, which he eagerly donned, beaming with joy. He then turned to embrace his mother and friends, exchanging high fives. Being a prodigious talent, his hometown had chosen him with unwavering affection. James displayed little overt excitement, having been predicted by the media to be the first overall pick well in advance. He approached the podium, shook hands with the league president, and smiled broadly. Subsequently, he eloquently expressed his gratitude before stepping down, allowing the Detroit Pistons to make their selection. The anticipation surrounding this draft stemmed from the presence of three extraordinary prospects: the high school sensation LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, and the Serbian prodigy Darko Milicic. All three possessed remarkable talent and potential. Meanwhile, the Denver Nuggets head coach, George Karl, felt the sweat trickling down his palms as the Pistons ultimately fell for the Serbian youth, thereby selecting him. The Nuggets front office erupted in excitement, promptly choosing Carmelo Anthony from Syracuse University. Following this, the Toronto Raptors selected Chris Bosh from Georgia Tech, a young big man regarded as possessing Garnett-like potential. Next came the Miami Heat's turn to decide. Pat Riley faced a choice between two rookies, Chris Cummon and Dwayne Wade. Logically, Cummon's draft stock was considerably higher than Wade's, given that Wade, a senior at 6 feet 4 inches, had struggled with injuries and displayed inconsistency in his shooting. Nonetheless, Riley had recently invited Wade to Miami for a workout and was thoroughly impressed by his displayed abilities and potential. Time was not on his side, and he found himself in a quandary. "Help me get Tim Grover on the line," Pat Riley instructed his assistant, Stan Van Gundy. "Yes," Van Gundy replied, quickly retrieving his phone and dialing the number. When the call connected, Tim Grover's voice came through. "Tim, both Dwayne Wade and Chris Cummon have trained with you. In your opinion, who possesses the potential to become a superstar?" In that moment, Tim Grover, far away at the Jordan training camp, recalled the 1984 draft when the Blazers regrettably chose Sam Bowie over Jordan. He replied earnestly, "Dwayne Wade has the potential to become a superstar." "Dwayne Wade? Tim, you know Miami has been searching for a big man. We only won 25 games last season. I understand your desire for a towering player, yet your inquiry pertains to who possesses the potential to ascend to superstardom." Pat Riley took a deep breath, affirming, "All right, I comprehend." He ended the call and turned to Stan Van Gundy beside him, instructing, "Please inscribe Dwayne Wade's name. We shall bring this young man back to Miami." Thus, at the 5th pick, the Heat unexpectedly relinquished the opportunity to select the esteemed big man Chris Cummon, opting instead for a diminutive guard lacking in shooting prowess. Causing quite a stir with this unforeseen choice, Wade sprang to his feet, exhaling with exhilaration, as he received the Miami cap. Caught in a dreamlike state while forcing himself to remain composed, yearning to shout in sheer delight. Naturally, such surprises are not uncommon during the draft. Nearly every year, high-ranking teams take daring gambles. Consequently, the Clippers seized Chris Cummon, the formidable big man from the University of Michigan, who boasted impressive averages of over 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks. The Chicago Bulls, with the 7th pick, selected Kirk Hinrich from the University of Kansas. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Heat's suite, Van Gundy remarked with a smile, "I was present during Dwayne's workout. Despite his mediocre shooting skills, his agility is electrifying. His core strength, spatial awareness, and balance in the air are all exceptional. At the very least, he can serve as a critical asset to the team. No, my intention in selecting him is for him to become a superstar. Anything less would not fulfill my aspirations. Stan, our time is truly limited. Next year, I may not have the opportunity to coach any longer," Pat Riley expressed with evident fatigue etched upon his face. "Pat, does that mean you? I anticipate that the team's management will appoint you as my successor. You should become the head coach next season." I do not wish to take reckless risks. I also hope to make a steady choice for a big man and gradually rebuild. Time is of the essence, and the pressure is immense. So, what is our target for the second round? Stan, have you recently perused the forums on our official website? What? Van Gundy was taken aback by Pat Riley's sudden shift in thought. The rumor mill is quite lively, you know? The rumor mill? There's a Chinese player who has never played any professional games, but has consistently outperformed others projected far ahead of him in the draft during the tryouts. Are you referring to that Chinese player, Yangdi? Indeed. Do you know what he was doing before playing in lower-tier games? Stan Van Gundy shook his head. I do not. He was a professional chef, and to this day, he still works part-time for others. If his age is not fabricated, he is the third youngest among this year's rookies, surpassed only by LeBron James and Melisic. In the realm of gossip, his name reverberated everywhere, embroiled in controversy. Previously a member of the University of Wisconsin, he was expelled for assaulting his coach. Assaulting a coach. Stan Van Gundy's brow furrowed deeply, instinctively igniting a sense of disdain. He interrupted the animated discourse of Pat Riley. Pat, with all due respect, a player so unruly is likely to. Stan, how can you think that way? Don't you perceive the resemblance between his story and that of Dennis Rodman? In his youth, Rodman had never touched a basketball until the age of 19. Once working as a security guard in an airport, engaging in petty mischief, theft, brawls, and drug use. To me, his past seems inconsequential. What if he possesses genuine potential? Van Gundy sighed. Then you would only need a Pippen to reassemble the trio. Chapter 36. A gamble of fortune in the second round of the 2003 NBA Draft. With the second overall pick, the Cleveland Cavaliers selected Jason Capono from UCLA. The Los Angeles Lakers, with the third pick, chose Luke Walton from the University of Arizona. The Miami Heat, with the fourth selection, opted for Yangdi from China. The atmosphere at the draft was still charged with the excitement of the lottery's conclusion, and the occasional revelation of trade secrets sent ripples of exhilaration through the crowd. However, when a player from China was unexpectedly selected in the early stages of the second round, it left many in shock. Yangdi, the player previously reported to have no professional experience, had the Heat lost their minds, selecting a diminutive shooting guard with injury concerns. And now a player who had yet to prove himself? It was utterly outrageous, almost beyond belief. A cacophony of disbelief erupted in the venue. As most fans were unfamiliar with Yangdi, after some discussion, the moment was soon overshadowed by subsequent selections. Meanwhile, the news sent waves of excitement rippling through the external world. Madison, Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin Athlete Dormitory. The familiar name on the television screen struck a nerve among the Badger players. Cows, John Harold, and others exchanged incredulous glances. Is that guy Dick Young? No way. He actually got selected by an NBA team? Is the world truly mad? Or are our minds too narrow? I feel I should enter the NBA draft as well. The players erupted in excitement. Their former practice partner had become a fortunate selection by the NBA, a thrilling prospect for them all. Devin, let's enter the draft next year. I refuse to believe I'm any less capable than Dick Young. In contemporary China, as the realm of online media flourishes, the moment Yangdi was selected ignited a fervent reaction among netizens. On one hand, his rise was astonishingly abrupt, emerging seemingly out of thin air without any prior domestic basketball background. On the other hand, the promotional efforts surrounding Yangdi had been rather modest. Despite Kainan's article providing some introduction, the majority remained skeptical, dismissing it as mere fantasy or a prank, believing the likelihood of Yangdi's selection to be exceedingly slim. Yet, in a swift turn of events, Yangdi's name rapidly transformed into a buzzword. People were eager to uncover the enigma behind this mysterious figure and how he managed to infiltrate the world of the NBA. In Madison City, at Carroll's residence, Miami, I did it, Yangdi exclaimed, leaping from his sofa with uncontainable excitement. At the moment he was chosen by the Heat, a cacophony of emotions surged within him, his heart racing, trembling with a fervor that rendered him restless, exhilarated by the culmination of his aspirations. Catherine, I truly made it, he declared, extending his arms to embrace Carroll tightly. Congratulations, my little man, Carroll replied, enveloping Yangdi in a warm embrace, her heart swelling with pride, for she alone understood the extent of his dedication and effort. Just then, Yangdi's phone rang. The first call was from his agent, Jones. Hey, my boss. We did it. Incredible, my boss. I can't believe you actually achieved this step. It feels like a dream. Rest assured, I will handle your contract and ensure you secure the maximum benefits. Under the vast blue skies of Miami, with the beach beckoning. They marveled at the fortune that awaited them. Yang Di furrowed his brow, awkwardly acknowledging with a simple yes. At that moment, Jones on the phone began to chatter incessantly, his enthusiasm reaching unprecedented heights. Just then, the synthetic voice of the system echoed, announcing, "Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. NBA Draft. Task rewards, 500 points of villain value, with the commencement of a glorious NBA career at 1-2. Yang Di was overjoyed, spinning around with Carol in his embrace. Shortly thereafter, a handful of friends who possessed Yang Di's phone number, such as Finney and Uncle William, called to congratulate him. The bustling night continued, the effects of the draft event intensifying and fermenting. Inside the luxury box at Madison Square Garden, Pat Riley had just hung up from a call with the team owner. "Pat, the media is waiting outside for an interview. And you have a call from Jerry Krause of the Chicago Bulls," Van Gundy said, handing another phone to Pat Riley. "What does this old fox want?" Despite being a shrewd individual, Pat Riley couldn't help but feel a surge of caution at the mention of Jerry Krause. Jerry Krause's weary voice resonated through the phone. "Are you interested in trading your team's leading scorer, Eddie Jones?" "Jerry, you dare to ask. He's our top scorer," Pat replied. "But the issue is, now you have that young Dwayne Wade, don't you? Eddie Jones is no longer untouchable." No. Dwayne is still young. Who knows how far he will go? So, you won't be trading Eddie Jones for the time being? That seems to be the case. What about that Chinese kid you just picked in the second round? I have a fondness for Chinese players. Is there any way to acquire this rookie?" Pat Riley cursed under his breath at the old fox. It was clear that the target was not Eddie Jones, but rather Yang Di. Jerry Krause continued. "Yang Di came for a tryout in Chicago. Although his talent is rather average and he lacks shooting ability, he plays with great effort on the court. I would like to develop him and see if he can survive in the NBA." Pat Riley chuckled, replying, "I also have a fondness for Yang Di. Our Heat are currently in a rebuilding phase. Young players and draft picks are not for sale. That is truly unfortunate." After a brief exchange, they hung up the phone. Pat Riley turned to Stan Van Gundy and inquired, "How are the efforts to reach out to Lamar Odom progressing? Have we secured him?" Van Gundy frowned. "Currently, besides us, the Dallas Mavericks and Houston Rockets are also in contact with Lamar. I fear that our initial contract proposal may not be sufficient to secure him. It might exceed by about 10 to 20%. We must finalize this signing as soon as possible," Pat Riley asserted, tapping his fingers decisively on the table. "Additionally, it is imperative that we address our plans for trading several of our point guards. Once the transfer market opens, the Miami Heat must undergo a thorough cleansing. I no longer wish to see this group of error-prone, defensively weak guards with almost no shooting ability." "Understood." Another assistant standing beside Pat Riley wiped the sweat from his brow. "The forthcoming season is poised to be a transformative one for the Heat, should their performance remain lackluster. Perhaps achieving less than 30% of their potential, I fear we may all find ourselves out of work." Seizing this opportunity, Pat Riley roused the spirits of his team. A resounding 99%, a full 100%. Thus begins the glorious journey of an NBA career. Chapter 37. Resignation. With the arrival of summer, the temperatures in Chicago soared dramatically. On the streets, young people clad in shorts and tank tops wandered about, while the summer sun blazed down as if it had been dipped in chilly oil, scorching the skin with no hint of relief. Trees, buildings, and the Chicago River flowed serenely through the loop, while a gentle breeze wafted across the surface of Lake Michigan. In the Highland Park neighborhood, Yang Di stood at the doorstep. "Uncle William, I am grateful for your care during this time. I must take my leave. Congratulations on realizing your dreams. To be honest, it has been some time since I have tasted cuisine as exquisite as yours, and your culinary skills have only improved of late. The quality of the ingredients has been better, and with practice, my technique has sharpened." Yang Di replied with a subtle smile. In truth, he had undertaken numerous spontaneous culinary tasks, elevating his cooking skills from professional level 5 to elite level 4. According to the system's ranking of life skills, each title consists of 9 levels, with the weakest being amateur, followed by professional, and then elite. Currently, Yang Di possesses 4 primary skills. In addition to cooking, his bartending expertise has ascended to professional level 6, while his combat skills, Sanda, have advanced to professional level 2, and his driving skills remain at amateur level 8. William smiled as he retrieved an envelope from his pocket. "This is your remaining salary, along with a portion of your performance bonus, all disbursed in cash." Yang Di graciously accepted, for it was indeed his hard-earned reward, and he felt a sense of rightful ownership. "Has the Miami Heat reached out to you?" "They have contacted my agent, and I shall soon be heading to the team's training facility to report preparing for the Summer League. Only after the Summer League concludes will I know if I can secure a contract. There should be no issues at all. Uncle William chuckled heartily, the sunlight casting a warm glow upon his graying hair. Well, I shall take my leave now. Yang Di waved his hand. By the way, William recalled something. Miss Hannah is hosting a party tonight. You should attend as a guest. Yang Di felt a cold sweat trickle down his back as he nervously declined. No. I might need to train this evening, so I won't be able to attend. What a pity, replied the other. Miss Hannah has been eager to meet you. It is unfortunate that both of you are usually so occupied. I heard about your new job and impending departure. She is quite reluctant to see you go. Yang Di felt a peculiar sense of unease. If Hannah were to discover that he was the man she had been irked by on that fateful day, she would undoubtedly refrain from making such remarks. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yang Di turned to take his leave. The Chinese media was abuzz with excitement as, during this year's draft, 2 Chinese players were selected by NBA teams, including the likes of Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and Bader. It is highly probable that 5 Chinese players will grace the NBA courts next year. This prospect truly exhilarated the media, with both Yang Di and Shui Yuyang's names prominently featured in headlines, particularly the enigmatic Yang Di, who captured the public's imagination. However, few were genuinely prepared to travel to Miami to pursue an interview with Yang Di. The costs and choices of interviews, coupled with the allure of novelty and exposure, often led the media to prioritize extensive coverage of figures like Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi. This inadvertently diminished the impact of this year's draft, as unknown individuals tended to attract less attention. In Miami, at the American Airlines Arena, the rookie reporting day unfolded. An elderly gentleman at the sidelines observed him with keen interest. His white hair was meticulously styled, and the deep wrinkles on his face resembled ravines. Yet his eyes shone with clarity and sharpness, exuding an imposing presence. Dwayne, who is this guy? He has been staring at us for quite some time. After completing his final set of bench press tests, Yang Di rested on the sidelines and struck up a conversation with a young African-American man nearby. This young man was none other than Dwayne Wade, the shooting guard selected 5th overall by the Miami Heat in this year's draft. Despite being only 21 years of age, Wade possessed well-defined muscles and a robust physique with upper body strength that rivaled Yang Di's, a legitimate interior player. Yang Di was genuinely impressed, and after they both participated in some tests and engaged in casual conversation, they quickly became acquainted. What, you don't know who I am? Wade remarked, regarding Yang Di with an incredulous gaze. Yang Di scratched his head, genuinely perplexed. Pat Riley, our team's general manager. I believe you should be aware of him. He is none other than Pat Riley. Yang Di was taken aback. Just a couple of days ago, he had seen reports criticizing Pat Riley's maneuvers during the draft, facing widespread condemnation from the media. To his astonishment, the man himself was right here, and he certainly appeared quite stern. The staff handed Pat Riley and Stan Van Gundy the latest physical assessment reports, detailing the most accurate and comprehensive evaluations of Wade and Yang Di. Wade's measurements indicated a barefoot height of 6 feet 3, 75 inches, approximately 193 centimeters, with a wingspan of 6 feet 10, 25 inches, around 210, 2 centimeters. His standing reach was recorded at 8 feet 6 inches, roughly 259.08 centimeters, and he weighed 212 pounds, approximately 96 kilograms, with a body fat percentage of 6.7. His vertical leap from standstill was 31.5 inches, about 80.01 centimeters, while his running jump reached 35 inches, approximately 88.9 centimeters. His 100-meter sprint time was clocked at 10.82 seconds, and his running 1-foot vertical reach was measured at 141 inches, roughly 358.14 centimeters. Yang Di stands at an impressive height of 6 feet 8.9 inches, approximately 205.5 centimeters, with a wingspan measuring 7 feet 0.5 inches, equivalent to 214.6 centimeters. His vertical reach is 8 inches 11.5 centimeters, or around 273.05 centimeters, while his weight is recorded at 245 pounds, roughly 111 kilograms, with a body fat percentage of 13.7. He boasts a vertical jump of 25 inches, about 60.9 centimeters, and a running jump of 29 inches, or approximately 73.6 centimeters. His sprinting speed for the 100 meters is clocked at 14.7 seconds, and he can achieve a vertical leap of 11 feet 9.5 inches, translating to around 359 centimeters. In duet, yang di poseses comendable physical attributes. Upon reviewing the report, Pat Riley's eyes lit up, aside from speed. Yang Di's metrics do not fall short among rookie players in the paint. His wingspan, albeit slightly awkward, does not pose a significant concern for perimeter players. Yet he finds himself categorized as an interior player. Stan Van Gundy candidly expressed his preference for traditional, robust centers and, given Yang Di's less-than-ideal wingspan, he has remained skeptical about Yang Di's potential. However, Dwayne's talent is undeniably remarkable. His wingspan is rare among perimeter players. It is rumored that this year's first overall pick, the high school player selected by the Cavaliers, possesses a similar wingspan. Van Gundy holds Wade in high regard, showering him with praise. Observing the performances in the Summer League, Wade is deemed ready for action, while Yang Di has much to learn. As staff members handed water to Yang Di and Wade, they wiped away their sweat. The team's trainer, George, approached. Today's agenda is relatively light. After the stretching session, you two will engage in a little one-on-one competition. Really? Yang Di grimace. George, are you sure? I can't possibly keep up with Dwayne's speed. Wade chuckled, patting Yang Di on the shoulder with pride. The rules for your one-on-one are quite clear. Dwayne must conclude his offensive attempts with a jump shot and remain outside the paint, while you will initiate your attack with back-to-the-basket plays. You can call me Dick Yang. Yang Di interjected. Very well, Dick Yang. After a short break, you may begin. In 2 days, our Heat team will reopen the rookie training camp, possibly inviting some undrafted rookies for tryouts. Also, have you arranged your schedules? Around the 10th, I will accompany you to Orlando for this year's Summer League. Absolutely, we are all set, Yang Di exclaimed, eager to begin. Certainly, Wade nodded in agreement. Trainer George smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Keep it up. Chapter 38. Progress and experience in the Summer League in Central Florida, Orlando, amidst the sunlit peninsula, lies this enchanting city, a gem aside from Miami. Disneyland, SeaWorld Theme Park, Future World Theme Park, and the Kennedy Space Center. This entire city is infused with elements of magic. Even the NBA team bears the name Magic. In the Orlando arena, Yang Di and his teammates stepped onto the court for the first time. Yesterday, our team signed Lamar Odom. Wow, a staggering 6-year contract worth $63 million. Isn't it true that the Clippers were still deliberating whether to match the offer? If they did, it's unlikely that Lamar would join our Heat. Yang Di is no longer an unseasoned player. He engages in conversations with his teammates and possesses a grasp of fundamental knowledge. Wade remarked, the Clippers will certainly not match. Odom has already laid his cards on the table with them. He dislikes being the second fiddle in Los Angeles, which is rather awkward for him. Especially with such a dominant leader in the team, it's undeniably frustrating. All right, gentlemen, gather around. Just as Yang Di was about to say more, the assistant coach accompanying the team clapped his hands, summoning everyone over. 2 individuals were responsible for the team, Trainer George and assistant coach Walker. Walker has been part of Coach Pat Riley's team for years, holding the assistant coach position despite his relatively young age, probably in his 40s. And he appeared quite energetic. Now, you all should be familiar with each other. As we compete in Orlando, there is no pressure regarding victories or defeats. However, for each of you, your performance on the court will serve as leverage in future negotiations with the team. Some of you are drafted players, while others have not participated in the draft. I hope you seize this opportunity. I will ensure that playing time is distributed evenly. Understood, everyone responded in unison. Yang Di glanced around at his teammates, noticing a few casting disapproving looks in his direction, evidently not entirely supportive of his serendipitous selection in the second round. The first match awaits, against the New York Knicks. Yang Di settled back into his seat, tightened his shoelaces, closed his eyes, and his consciousness descended into the realm of the villain system. Within the azure expanse of the system, the NBA villain system had commenced its illustrious journey. This illustrious journey comprises 3 fundamental components. The ability rating, which is divided into 3 primary categories: offense, defense, and rebounding, encompassing a multitude of current statistics pertaining to Yang Di. Speed, 55, agility, 37, reaction, 41, strength, 71, flexibility, 31, jumping ability, 56, body resistance, 45, stability, 41, stamina, 51. The offensive metrics are categorized into 3 modules: shooting module, interior shooting, 59, close-range shooting, 44, mid-range shooting, 35, three-point shooting, 29, free throws, 47, layups, 51, dunks, 65, standing dunks, 77, shooting under pressure, 39, shooting after dribbling, 35. Dribbling module, dribbling skill, 47. Non-dominant hand dribbling, 35. Ball protection ability, 69. Passing module, passing skill, 30. Passing vision, 51. Passing awareness, 55. On the defensive side, there is no categorization. Stealing ability, 45. Receiving ability, 71. On-ball defense, 61. Shot blocking ability, 64. Defensive awareness, 60. In terms of rebounding, the statistics are as follows. Offensive rebounding, 75. Defensive rebounding, 50. Boxing out ability, 74. After encompassing the aforementioned abilities, Yang Di's overall offensive rating stands at 53, with an NBA grade of D, while his defensive rating is 66, translating to AC NBA rating. His rebounding score is the highest, with an overall rating of 71, corresponding to an NBA grade of B-. Yang Di initially believed that the capability score would top out at 100. However, based on the current trend of advancing by 1 rating for every 5-point increase, it is evident that to attain an S rating, the capability score must surpass 100. This leads to the contemplation of the formidable strength possessed by those historically renowned S-tier athletes. Regrettably, he has only Ratliff as a singular reference for an S-rated star. In the template training arena, Ratliff, serving as a commander, conducts specialized training for Yang Di, yet there has been no direct confrontation or first-hand experience. In summary, the training methodologies associated with different rated template training cards vary significantly. The second part of this illustrious career chronicles pivotal professional milestones. Yang Di observed that the chronicle of his professional achievements is structured along a timeline, with the inaugural milestone occurring on June 26, 2003, when Miami Heat selected him 4th overall in the second round. The third chapter of his illustrious career is characterized by the evolution of the antagonist, divided into 2 segments, the regular season and the playoffs. In the regular season, his statistics include scoring 0-100, garnering 100 antagonist points, rebounds 0-50, earning 100 antagonist points, assists 0-50, accumulating 100 antagonist points, steals 0-10, acquiring 100 antagonist points, and blocks 0-10, also yielding 100 antagonist points. In the playoffs, while the methods of obtaining antagonist points remain unchanged, the rewards differ significantly. Yang Di opened his eyes, for his illustrious career had paved a steady path to acquire villain points. To him, villain points and energy were indistinguishable. He harnessed the system's tasks or prescribed methods to obtain energy, which he subsequently converted into the abilities he desired, following the system's established exchange methods. Though it seems lengthy to describe, in reality, the act of closing and opening his eyes was but a fleeting moment. Wade rose from beside Yang Di and remarked, "It's time to prepare for the match, Dick Yang." He had grown fond of his newly acquainted teammate. Despite Yang Di's somewhat rudimentary basketball skills and shaky fundamentals, his physical prowess was commendable. Even after enduring defeats in one-on-one confrontations, he never lost his confidence, always displaying an indomitable spirit. "Let's go. It's time for the game." Yang Di nodded and stood up. At that moment, he finally heard the announcement of the main quest. Main quest. A professional player must secure a contract through outstanding performance in the Summer League to become a professional athlete. Difficulty level, C-. Reward, 3 free attribute points. Yang Di felt a tinge of disappointment. The task was not particularly arduous, and the reward was meager. The starting 5 comprised the guard Dwayne Wade, the forward Cork Penny, the small forward Rasul Butler, the power forward Udonis Haslem, and the center Yang Di. Assistant coach Walker announced the starting players. They were all youthful athletes, with Rasul Butler being the only one among them who had played a season in the NBA last year, thus earning the status of a veteran. He was also a second-round draft pick by the Heat in the previous year, possessing exceptional shooting capabilities and commendable defensive skills, though his slender physique limited his ability to withstand physical confrontations. Over the past season, he appeared in 72 games for the Heat, starting in 28 of them and averaging 7.5 points per game, marking him as a successful second-round selection. As for Cork Penny and Haslam, they were both undrafted young players, each 23 years of age, one hailing from New Zealand and the other being a local from Miami. In contrast, the New York Knicks fielded the 9th overall pick Michael Sweetney as their power forward, alongside the 23-year-old third-year center DeMar Johnson, point guard Frank Williams, and several lesser-known undrafted players who had yet to grace the NBA courts. Yang Di positioned himself at the center circle, facing off against his opponent, DeMar Johnson. DeMar Johnson, a prominent high-draft rookie, was selected 6th overall by the Hawks in the year 2000. Unfortunately, last year, while in the midst of a promising career ascent, he suffered a catastrophic car accident that nearly claimed his life, leaving his neck severely injured and shocking the entire NBA community. Demonstrating remarkable resilience, he made his return to the league, yet struggled to regain his former prowess. At the onset of this summer's draft market, the Hawks traded him to the Knicks. Now, as he steps onto the summer league court, he seeks to dominate the competition and rediscover his rhythm. Yang D found himself confronted by a towering figure, whose eyes gleamed like bronze bells, radiating an intimidating aura. The two athletes intertwined their arms as the main referee held the basketball aloft. The arena lay sparsely populated, with only a smattering of local fans scattered throughout, aside from the competing teams. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and almost simultaneously, Yang D and DeMar Johnson leapt into action. The basketball, however, was not thrown in a straight line. It veered slightly towards Yang D. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly touched the ball first, redirecting it into the backcourt. A New Zealander stationed in the backcourt caught the ball and signaled for an offensive play. Advancing past half-court, thus commenced the Summer League. Chapter 39. Offense and Defense. The Summer League garnered limited attention, with spectators primarily fixating on high-ranking rookies, as they were deemed the true favorites. Yet, on the court, before any clear team hierarchies emerged, all young players were eager to showcase their talents. For instance, the Miami Heat's point guard, New Zealander Kirk Penny, disregarded Dwayne Wade's request for the ball on the wing. With a flick of his fingers, he called upon fellow undrafted local player Udonis Haslem to set a screen for him. Diligently, Haslem moved to execute the pick, while the Knicks, also fielding a rookie lineup, watched helplessly as the Heat orchestrated a high pick and roll. They managed to create a mismatch as Kirk Penny adjusted his footwork slightly and deftly maneuvered past the Knicks' 9th overall pick, power forward Michael Sweetney. A splendid play indeed, prompting assistant coach Walker to applaud. The breakthrough was commendable, yet the opposing big man was not sluggish. He trailed Penny by merely half a step. At that moment, Yang D sprang into action, his feet planted firmly, and with a surge of power emanating from head to toe, he established his position beneath the basket. How is this possible? DeMar Johnson was taken aback. The strength of this individual was astonishing. Johnson, who had spent 2 years honing his skills in the NBA and boasted a muscular physique that was worlds apart from his rookie self, felt outmatched by Yang D. Sensing pressure from behind, Kirk Penny, wary of attempting a layup with Yang D firmly in position, instinctively bounced the ball to pass it. Yang D, feel-led with Joe, immediately executed a feint with both hands raised after receiving the ball. Behind him, DeMar Johnson fell for the deception, swiftly pivoting and springing into the air like a coil. Yang D dribbled to the side with both hands, then leaped again with impeccable timing. Bang! The Knicks defense had no chance to react, helplessly watching as Yang D completed a spectacular two-handed dunk. Splendid. Assistant coach Walker marveled inwardly. This second-round pick from this year appeared to play with remarkable intelligence and demonstrated commendable skill. Yang D retre en defense, seeking to high-five a teammate who could pass him the ball, only to find his companion wearing a serious expression, devoid of any intention to celebrate with him. He momentarily pouted before withdrawing to the paint, preparing for defense. In the audience of the Orlando Arena, there sat a Chinese journalist, appearing to be in his 30s. The journalist held a camera, rapidly capturing several shots from various angles of the court, commemorating Yang D's inaugural scoring and dunking in the NBA. The powerful arms, the basketball soaring through the net, the gleaming hardwood floor, and the gaze of his opponents watching him ascend, all coalesced into a precious tableau. Kynan swiftly took out a pen and jotted down in his notebook. On July 10th, Yang D made his debut in the Summer League, dazzlingly faking out his opponent on his very first offensive play to execute a two-handed dunk, showcasing unparalleled court instinct, reminiscent of his youth under 20, as if he possessed boundless potential. Thus, the story began, one individual, one city. The Knicks point guard, Frank Williams, advanced beyond half-court and executed a cross-screen with the shooting guard before receiving a pass from the latter to Michael Sweetney, who awaited the ball at the high post. As the ball arrived, the small forward coming up from the corner was poised to engage in a handoff pass with Michael Sweetney, who, in turn, provided a screen for the small forward. At this moment, Haslem demonstrated the fruits of his year-long training in Europe, exhibiting a profound understanding of tactics as he deftly evaded the defending Michael Sweetney, momentarily delaying the opposing small forward. Yang D stood in the paint, utterly astonished. Though merely a summer league game, It had already unveiled the intricate tactics of the NBA. He observed the Knicks executing a series of movements beyond the arc, culminating in a lob to the descending Svetny. Svetny charged forward, dribbling as he prepared to assault the basket. Not so fast. Young Below stepping forward. His towering frame radiated an intimidating aura, and he faced the advancing Svetny with unwavering resolve, arms raised high, timing the rhythm of Svetny's 3 strides before launching himself into the air. Seeing the Chinese rookie leap with an unexpectedly fierce expression, akin to a monstrous shadow threatening to engulf him, Svetny's heart raced. Yet, in a flash of inspiration, he pulled the basketball beneath him and passed it under Yangdi's arm to DeMar Johnson stationed at the baseline. An opportunity like this could not be squandered. Elated, DeMar Johnson lifted the ball high with both hands, leaping to execute a dunk. At that very moment, a dark figure materialized before him, soaring with an exaggerated velocity that instantly surpassed his height, resembling a rocket taking flight. A massive black hand crashed down upon the descending orange basketball, unleashing a torrent of power that surged from the ball to the palm. DeMar Johnson found himself weightless in midair, his balance compromised, and in sheer terror. He watched as the basketball was swatted away with a single, forceful slap. Dwayne Wade, the 193-meter shooting guard, had executed a remarkable block against an interior player. DeMar Johnson landed abruptly on the floor, the basketball rolling out of bounds as he gazed up at Wade, who was surveying the surroundings, his face shifting from disbelief to admiration. Goodness, that was impressive. Yang Di rushed forward and collided with Wade with a light thump on the chest. He had just witnessed DeMar Johnson leap first, yet Wade, like a gust of wind, surged past him in an instant, executing a breathtaking block. Wasn't this fellow known for his offensive prowess? How remarkable is that he also exhibits such defensive skill and enthusiasm. Your help defense was commendable, Wade remarked, appreciating Yang Di's fearless approach. In the office of the American Airlines Arena in Miami, laughter echoed through the air. The interplay of offense and defense was truly captivating. Pat Riley watched the live broadcast, clapping his hands in delight. From this simple exchange of play, he envisioned boundless possibilities for the future of the Heat. It appeared that Yang Di and Wade had established an unspoken synergy on the court during their very first collaboration. The camera shifted, revealing that the Knicks had failed to score. Yang Di maneuvered to fend off DeMar Johnson, securing the defensive rebound. He swiftly passed the ball to Wade, who sprinted down the court with fervor, transforming defense into offense at an astonishing pace, resembling a streak of red lightning. Then, the audience witnessed Wade engage in a one-on-one confrontation against a nameless scoring guard, taking a powerful step to push past his opponent and completing a one-handed dunk. Wade then returned to defense, exchanging a high five with Yang Di. Yang Di made his debut in the first quarter, showcasing remarkable adaptability to the pace of the NBA. This was largely attributed to the Knicks' lack of formidable interior presence, allowing him to effortlessly secure 4 rebounds, execute a dunk on the offensive end, while recording no assists, blocks, steals, or turnovers. Were this a regular season game, the intensity would undoubtedly escalate several notches, with opponents presenting a myriad of challenges. Some players specialize in particular aspects, which can be quite daunting. Yang Di exited the game alongside Dwayne Wade, who engaged him in light conversation. Specializing in certain aspects? Wade remarked, indeed. Some players are solely focused on defense, exhibiting a remarkable level of concentration on that end during games. Others excel at help defense, and those with significant strength can effectively contest in the paint, drastically elevating the intensity of interior defense. There are also numerous tactical variations. Today, the Knicks aim to implement certain strategies, but the results appeared less than satisfactory. I believe your place with the Heat is secure. Yet to earn more playing time in the regular season, you must first master the tactics, identify your role on the court, and ensure you are positioned appropriately for every defensive and offensive play. Only then will the coach recognize your contributions. Youngdi noted, Udonis Haslem possesses an exceptional sense of positioning on the court. He exudes professionalism. I heard he played in Europe for a year. Wade replied, he was previously with the Florida Gators basketball team. I faced him during my college days when he was a bit overweight, but after years of training, he has undergone a remarkable transformation. Did you see his defense earlier? He rendered this year's 9th overall pick virtually immobile. To be frank, while his shot blocking may not rival yours, his current defensive prowess surpasses yours. If he remains on the team, he will undoubtedly be your fiercest competitor. Yangdi nodded thoughtfully, suppressing a flicker of pride that had just emerged. He turned his gaze towards the court, And indeed, as Wade had mentioned, Haslam's defense was exceptionally tenacious. Even with the Knicks having substituted a larger player to match up against him, they still struggled to gain any advantage. Each instance of physical confrontation and every defensive switch was executed with impeccable precision, showcasing a level of professionalism far beyond Yang Di's own. Chapter 40. The Streets of Orlando. Hello. Hello. Kynan displayed a polished smile, extending her hand to shake Yang Di's, before gesturing for him to take a seat. The two then settled down together. Mr. Yang, I've been looking forward to this meeting for quite some time, and I am thrilled to finally see you in person. Yang Di chuckled. I am merely an obscure player, yet you have gone to great lengths to reach out for an interview with me. Your renown is anything but insignificant. Perhaps in the United States, the attention of fans is primarily directed towards high-profile rookies, and many of the Chinese fans are captivated by Yao Ming or by Wang Zhizhi, who is currently assisting the Clippers in the Summer League, or by Bader, who is aiding the Spurs in the same event. However, in China, the number of fans who admire you is growing at an astonishing rate, Kynan remarked earnestly, evidently disagreeing with Yang Di's self-deprecating view. You can call me Yang Di, or my nickname Dick Yang, referring to me as Mr. Yang feels rather peculiar, he added with a laugh. Kynan burst into laughter, suddenly recalling that this seemingly mature young man had only recently celebrated his 19th birthday, making the title Mr. seem a tad inappropriate. Is Dick Yang really your nickname? He inquired. Indeed. In America, that's what they call me, and it sounds quite cool, Yang Di replied. Kynan stifled a chuckle, recognizing that while the nickname was indeed cool, it also bore a slightly risque connotation, unless it was merely a matter of mispronunciation. Hopefully, he was just overthinking it. Where are you from? Kynan asked. Me? I hail from N-City. Ah, N-City. That makes you a person from Jiangbei. I am from the north. I visited your city once, and it was remarkably clean. Yang Di remarked, however, I have scarcely visited the city. I was raised in the countryside. Kynan, displaying a professional demeanor, swiftly retrieved his notebook, the pen gliding across the pages as he recorded the conversation. He inquired, did you start playing basketball at a young age? Yang Di responded, well, to some extent, yes. I was introduced to basketball during my elementary school years. Kynan then asked, with such remarkable height, did you not attend a sports school? Yang Di said with a bitter smile, as for the sports school, I certainly enrolled after graduating from middle school. At that time, a relative suggested that becoming a physical education teacher would be a commendable path. Kynan pressed further, then how did you end up in America? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. Yang Di hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Is there something inconvenient about it? Yang Di pondered for a moment before speaking. In truth, there was nothing particularly inconvenient about it. During my time at the sports academy, I had a disagreement with one of my classmates. One day, after a conflict escalated, I ended up giving him a beating, which led to my expulsion from school. Kynan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. So, you were expelled from the sports academy? Indeed, it was quite embarrassing, Yang Di admitted. Kynan chuckled. Embarrassing? The real embarrassment lies with the academy that expelled you. You are now a prospective NBA player destined for the league, with even a chance to represent the national team. Their decision to expel you over a fight will surely draw criticism towards the school. Yang Di waved his hand, expressing, I do not concern myself with their criticism. However, it was rather unfortunate that the relative of that boy held a position of authority within the school, which ultimately led to his expulsion. In a more conventional educational environment, engaging in a fight would not be such a grave matter. At worst, one would merely receive a reprimand. Kynan nodded in understanding, contemplating this revelation, before inquiring further. How did you end up in America? He continued, eventually, my family's circumstances were not favorable, and I found myself facing the challenge of seeking employment after leaving school. A relative then introduced me to a multinational construction company, and thus, I made my way to America. Once Yang Di opened his mouth, he was instantly transported back to the time when he first arrived in America, a place where he felt utterly lost and alone. It was truly a complex sentiment. The sunlight streamed through the window in delicate shards, while the rich aroma of coffee permeated the entire room. On the bustling streets of the afternoon, there was no shortage of pedestrians, for it was the peak of the tourist season, and visitors from all corners of the globe flocked to the city of Orlando. Yang Di bid farewell to Kynan and wandered alone through the streets, eventually arriving at the central park of the city. There, he sought out a clean patch of grass beneath a tree to sit upon, leaning his back against the sturdy trunk while the leaves danced gently in the soft breeze. Yang Di sat quietly, lost in thought. Daily trainings serve as a means to enhance his attributes and abilities, while competitions provided a steady avenue to accumulate villain points. After entering the NBA, training would undoubtedly become more systematic, making it easier to fulfill the stipulated requirements compared to his previous self-directed practice. The only dilemma was ensuring his playing time. After all, he was not a high-draft rookie. Securing consistent playing time necessitated winning over the head coach. However, to his surprise, upon joining the team, the coach had already been replaced by Stan Van Gundy, and he was uncertain about the coach's personality and preferences. With players like Odom, Brian Grant, and the newly arrived Haslam already vying for the power forward position, the competition was exceedingly fierce, especially considering the mere 48 minutes of playing time available in a game. Moreover, it was crucial to note that, aside from the first two, Haslam possessed attributes that Yang Di could not rival. If you're the head coach, he would undoubtedly prefer to utilize Haslam. Alas, what a predicament! The Summer League progressed swiftly, in an era when the internet was not yet fully developed. Fans primarily relied on traditional media, such as newspapers, for information. The Orlando Summer League featured 10 participating teams, while other squads competed in Las Vegas. The Summer League was not an official organization. Rather, it was coordinated among various clubs participating in the games, which typically concluded by late July. During one particular match, Yang Di faced off against the Cavaliers, led by the newly crowned number 1 pick, LeBron James. Wade poured all his energy into this game, relentlessly attacking the Cavaliers. With his physical condition in optimal shape, his drives were nearly impossible to defend. LeBron, equally fearsome, bulldozed his way into the paint repeatedly, overpowering defenders to score. Yang Di found it challenging to provide adequate help defense. Yang Di was astounded by the terrifying talents of these two individuals, whose physical prowess was undoubtedly of an S-grade caliber. Regrettably, the assistant coach allotted limited time for the two, favoring players like Yang Di and Haslam, despite needing to showcase their abilities to secure a place in the NBA, were granted more playing time. Yang Di observed that Haslam, silently dedicated on the court, was willing to undertake any task, demonstrating an extraordinary level of focus during the game. He even faced off against LeBron James several times, exhibiting a tenacity that made him seem invincible. In this regard, he and Yang Di appeared to belong to the same breed, which sparked a sense of admiration in Yang Di. Even as rivals, Haslam proved to be a worthy opponent deserving of respect. Upon the conclusion of the Summer League, Pat Riley approached Wade and Yang Di. In accordance with the rookie contract hierarchy, the Heat offered Wade a 4-year rookie contract valued at $12.34 million, with team options for the first 2 years, commonly referred to as a 2-1-1 arrangement. Yang Di received a standard second-round draft contract for 2 years, totaling $990,000, with the first year amounting to $370,000 and the second year at $620,000, the latter also being a team option. Yang Di furrowed his brow as he affixed his signature to the contract, disregarding the exuberant exclamations of his agent. He was acutely aware that in the current NBA landscape, second-round draft picks were typically valued at this rate. The contract was in accordance with league regulations. In other words, no matter which agent approached him, they would scarcely be able to negotiate a more favorable deal. He then contemplated that the sum of $990,000, when converted to RMB, amounted to nearly $8 million, igniting a fervor within him, momentarily overshadowing the subtle, burgeoning ambition that he himself had scarcely acknowledged. A few days later, the Miami Heat announced the signing of 2 rookies selected in the draft, alongside free agents Rafer Alston and Udonis Haslam. Alston secured a minimum salary of $690,000 for 1 year, while Haslam, like Yang Di, was offered an identical contract, 2 years at $990,000, with the second year being a team option. Chapter 41. Change. Following the interview with Yang Di, Kainan hastily produced a biographical piece on him overnight. After some editing, the sports section of the China Sports Daily published the slightly more detailed feature on Yang Di. The sudden rise of Yang Di has indeed stirred the emotions of many. In domestic reports, news favoring Yang Di is exceedingly sparse. Moreover, prominent figures such as Wang Zhizhi, Bader, and Yao Ming have made their mark in the NBA. Even though this year, Shui Yuyang, selected by the Mavericks, cannot join the NBA, the media's choices remain remarkably diverse. At this juncture, Yao Ming, at the age of 23, has completed an impressive rookie season and secured his position as a starter for the Rockets, shining brightly with a promising future. His moniker, the Oriental Giant, resonates ever more profoundly. Consequently, the promotional efforts have been modest, the exposure limited, and his fame pales in comparison to those established figures. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that numerous fans are keen to learn about Yang Di through various channels. Many are drawn by the allure of his enigmatic story or perhaps a sense of inexplicable affinity stemming from his skin color. In essence, the more one learns, the greater the anticipation becomes. In N-City, Yang Di's hometown, the recent influx of friends and relatives visiting has notably increased. As today marks the day the Yang family is relocating. Have you heard? That young man from the Yang family has gone abroad to earn a fortune. Indeed, I have observed his brilliance since childhood. He consistently excelled in exams, often achieving full marks, and even joined the Olympiad class. His cleverness was evident from a young age. Old Yang, your child has truly made a name for himself. This time, the city's television station has come to interview you. Father Yang endeavored to maintain a serious expression, yet the corners of his eyes and mouth betrayed a hint of mirth, his countenance radiating vitality as if he had suddenly regained decades of youth. Oh, it's nothing much. The lad is merely fortunate, though he still requires refinement, he humbly remarked, though his pride was unmistakable to all present. Xiao Bin and Xiao Ting also excelled in their studies. I declared that our esteemed Yang family had once produced a top scholar, and now you must believe it. Yang Di's uncle stood outside, gesturing with a thumbs up to the arriving relatives and friends, his demeanor exuding great pride. Indeed, it is true, Xiao Di can now be regarded as a martial champion, earning in a single year more than our entire village combined. How much? I've heard it amounts to over 2 million. Next year, it could reach 5 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their tongues clicking in disbelief. The Yang family has truly struck it rich, akin to winning the lottery. Indeed, that's why they've moved directly to the city, making it easier to support Xiao Bin as he enters high school. What about taxes? Surely they must still pay them? What of Xiao Ting? The transfer procedures were all completed. The entire family relocated to the city. It is said that this decision was insisted upon by Xiao Di, as the elder Yang couple had initially been reluctant to leave, with several acres of land still in their possession. My nephew is quite resolute. We should heed his judgment. Moreover, it is advantageous for the children to pursue their education in the city. My brother and sister-in-law are contemplating opening a small shop there, so do remember to support us when you visit. Yang Di's uncle chuckled heartily, revealing the entire Yang family's plans, which garnered admiration from all. Recently, Yang Di has been feeling quite troubled. Since departing from Madison, his communication with Katrina has noticeably diminished compared to before. This has left him feeling anxious and disoriented. Their conversations have become monotonous, merely revolving around mundane daily matters, gradually losing the initial fervor they once shared. And now they find themselves at a loss for topics to discuss, leading to fewer phone calls. Although it has only been a little over a month since leaving Madison, it feels akin to a year apart. He attempts to numb himself with training, yet deep within, he increasingly feels the pangs of loneliness and unease. It's a dreadful feeling. Dwayne, my heart feels quite chaotic, Yang Di remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow while speaking to Wade, who was resting beside him. Thus, this is one of the challenges you encounter on the path to becoming a professional player, Wade responded. Training and competing together has forged a closer bond between the two, and Wade recently noticed his younger companion's lack of focus. He took the initiative to inquire, and it became evident that something was amiss. Pausing for a moment, Wade continued. To be frank, women, Wade corrected himself and continued. Honestly, you should learn from me. Marriage is a shared happiness and sense of achievement for adults. Love and marriage are two distinct matters. If one is not prepared for a lifelong commitment, it is still possible to experience passionate love. Yang Di, so you and Theo? Indeed, we have been together since high school and got married last year. Our souls resonate with one another. We are deeply in love and intend to spend our lives together. It is pure bliss. Yang Di, with a look of admiration, then curiously inquired. But how does this relate to my long-distance relationship? How can it not relate? Wade reiterated. You should seek inspiration for my situation. If you truly love your girlfriend, you must embrace the responsibilities of a man, you know? You should bring her to Miami. Your current salary places you among the high earners, and you can certainly support her. If money becomes an issue, just let me know, and I would gladly lend you some. It is hardly a concern, Wade proclaimed, patting his chest with a sense of camaraderie. Yang Di felt a surge of emotion, simultaneously awakened by a profound realization, exclaiming, how true. Moreover, those who are in long-distance relationships are indeed fortunate, for they possess someone willing to steadfastly strive alongside them. They are blessed with a love so intense that it instills the courage to confront the challenges of distance. Is this not a form of happiness? Young D, lost in thought, nodded repeatedly as he reminisced about the sweet days in Madison, recalling the joy of sharing success with Carol during the draft season. The experiences of overcoming difficulties and trials, intertwined with emotions, momentarily eclipsed all confusion and frustration, seemingly rekindling a fire within his heart. Cool, mate. Let us practice some more before the upcoming break. We'll have nearly half a month off, and when the team officially reports in September. I hope you can sort everything out. No problem. Yang D rejuvenated. In Miami Heat's head coach's office, trainer George provided a brief report on the training of Wade and Yang D. Is Yang D's progress more evident? Indeed, George nodded, stating both players exhibit strong adaptability. But Yang D's improvement has been particularly pronounced since he engaged in NBA-level training. This towering figure is formidable. In just this past month, he seems to have elevated his physical attributes to a new level, especially in terms of leaping ability and strength. What training direction have you given him? Stan Van Gundy inquired, flipping through Yang D's latest measurements, which indeed showed significant progress compared to his draft performance, altering his impression of Yang D considerably. I've noted that his wingspan is average, yet his jumping speed is commendable. He possesses a keen sensitivity to help defense and is unafraid of confrontation on the court. Hence, I primarily focus on developing his agility. He will become an exceptional rebounder and defensive player. And what about shooting? Stan Van Gundy asked. Whose shooting are we discussing? Dwayne's or Yang D's? Of course, Dwayne's. Is there still hope for Yang D's shooting? George hesitated, contemplating whether to assert that there was, ultimately deciding against it to avoid appearing boastful. He reported truthfully on Wade's shooting changes. His overall shooting percentage is average, but he is relatively unaffected when shooting under pressure. What does that imply? Stan asked. It means that Dwayne's chances of becoming a sharpshooter are low, but when it comes to shooting in a game context, his accuracy 1 TB 2 poor. Moreover, given his speed and ability to drive, he can effortlessly become a scoring threat with the ball. That is indeed fortunate. Once the team gathers, we must continue to train both of them diligently, along with the newly signed players. This season marks my inaugural year as head coach, George, so I'll be counting on you. It's a minor matter. It is, after all, my job, George replied with a smile. Chapter 44. Rookie? In a hotel on South Beach, the pristine white bed lay in an expansive room. Alcohol dulled the mind, while suppressed desires surged forth, unleashing a tempest of taboos and cravings in this moment. The mingled scents, low moans, swaying bodies, and a tumultuous clash of passions enveloped the scene, casting it into a whirlwind of ecstasy. The man's physique is robust, akin to that of a wild beast, and in the throes of passion. He embodies a tempestuous storm. The woman, delicate as a fragile flower, seems unable to withstand the fury of this tempest. The visage of a man entwined with the blossoms of peach trees, their entanglement is fervent and unyielding. On the following day, the sun in Miami gently caresses the beach, filtering through the curved glass and illuminating the interior. Scattered across the floor are remnants of clothing, and as the sunlight reaches Yang D's eyes, his eyelids flutter before he opens them fully. A subtle, enchanting scent envelopes him. Suddenly, he awakens, eyes wide open. The space beside him is empty, reminiscent of a fleeting dream. He immediately sits upright, revealing his muscular torso, adorned with exquisite tattoos that seem to radiate a heightened sense of artistry in the sunlight. Yang D scratched his head, recalling the events of the previous night, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his head. He did not even know the other party's full name. Annie. Annie, indeed a beautiful enchantress. This feeling was quite extraordinary. With his eyes closed, he found himself torn. On one hand, he recognized the impropriety of his actions, while on the other, his body continued to savor the exquisite, almost bone-deep pleasure. He resembled a beast that had captured delectable prey, momentarily awakened, but ultimately bound to adhere to the laws of nature. What a creature I am! Yang D lifted his gaze to the ceiling, filled with self-contempt. At that moment, Annie Hathaway had just exited the hotel, donning sunglasses. Her legs felt weak and unsteady as she descended the steps, moving awkwardly while hailing a taxi. To the international airport, please. Once seated in the back of the cab, she gazed out at the receding scenery, her heart a tumult of emotions. Yang D, a fiery player. She silently repeated the name of this young man, realizing he was actually 2 years her junior. What a wild night it had been. Just then, her phone rang. It was her agent calling. Annie, where are you? Why haven't you answered your phone? You didn't pick up all night. The agent's sharp voice pierced through with a series of complaints. I want to meet some friends. And then my phone died, Danielle. What time is it that you're still out with friends? You need to return to Los Angeles today, my lady. Danielle replied with a tone of reproach. I'm already in a taxi and will reach the airport shortly. Annie apologized. Fine, fine. By the way, your ID is with me. Where are you staying? The agent inquired, her voice laced with concern. I'm at a friend's house. It's nothing serious. Just stayed out a bit late. I might catch up on sleep on the plane, Annie said, her cheeks flushing. All right, that is understandable. I'm almost at the airport. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Okay. Meanwhile, at the American Airlines Arena, the Miami Heat training camp had fostered camaraderie among the players during yesterday's group activity. Several rookies had grown closer, sharing laughter and conversation during their training sessions, establishing a harmonious rapport. Later, Lamar had left with 3 voluptuous women. Goodness, he was indeed wild. Dwayne, being one of the parties involved, couldn't help but admire his yet-to-be-reported teammate. A godlike companion. Where did you go afterward? Dwayne turned to inquire of Yang Di. Me? Yang Di pointed at himself. I, of course, went home to rest. He replied somewhat sheepishly, his eyes darting upwards. Really? You should cherish such opportunities. Wade felt a twinge of regret for Yang Di as the two conversed and shared laughter. A tall African-American man with braided hair entered the gym. His hair resembled intricate twists, and his towering height of 6 feet 9 inches made him appear almost artistic. Beneath his t-shirt, the definition of his muscular arms was evident, and on his right upper arm was tattooed the portrait of a long-haired man, accompanied by the word prophet. It was none other than Brian Grant. What brought him here? Yang Di scrutinized the newcomer, confirming that he indeed matched the robust description found in magazines. This man likely entered the league in 1994 and had spent a decade within its ranks, with over 3 seasons dedicated to the Miami Heat, thus earning his status as a veteran. With the Heat's acquisition of Odom, it was highly probable that Grant would transition from the starting power forward position to that of the starting center. Last season, at the age of 30, Brian Grant played in all 82 games, averaging 10, 3 points, and a career-high 10, 2 rebounds, undeniably a star player for the Heat. Having concluded his vacation, he arrived early to train and regain his form. Grant settled on the bench, engaging in conversation with assistant coach Walker. The players gathered around him, Yang Di, Wade Haslam, Rasul, Alston, and the newly signed Karen Butler. Everyone, this is Brian Grant. I trust you all recognize him. Yes, indeed, came the collective response. These gentlemen are the new signings for this year. This is Rafer Alston, this is Dwayne Wade, this is Yang Di, and this is Udonis Haslam. When Grant mentioned the first two, a smile adorned his face. However, when he spoke of Yang Di and Haslam, though he maintained a smile, a flicker of something inscrutable glimmered in his eyes. So you're Yang Di? Brian Grant's gaze bore into Yang Di, scrutinizing him from head to toe. At that moment, Yang Di looked back with keen interest, oblivious to the fact that his nonchalant demeanor had sparked Grant's discontent. That's me, what's the matter? You know that fried food place outside, right? Yang Di tilted his head, and as he locked eyes with Grant's teasing gaze, a sudden realization washed over him, causing his expression to darken. Help me buy a fried donut, Grant said with a smile. All eyes turned to Yang Di, who let out a cold huff, and, without a moment's hesitation, flatly refused. That's absurd. I have no time. The atmosphere instantly chilled, leaving everyone awkwardly frozen in place, while Grant's amused demeanor stiffened. Wade tugged at Yang Di's shirt, but Yang Di remained indifferent, fixated on Grant, unwilling to yield even an inch. The assistant coach, seemingly caught in a peculiar mood, chuckled awkwardly, yet remained silent, observing with keen interest. The focus shifted back to Grant, who felt a surge of anger rise within him. Rookie, do you even know who you're speaking to? Grant stood up, both men of similar height and weight. Now, eye to eye, their energies clashing, one fiery like a volcano, the other defiant like a wild beast. Even LeBron wouldn't dare speak to me this way. Grant's intent was clear. As a second-round pick, Yang Di had no right to display such arrogance. However, Yang Di remained unfazed. He had long grown weary of unwarranted hostility directed at him. Back in his streetball days, he often faced discrimination based on his skin color and nationality, and though most would not voice their prejudices, their actions spoke volumes. He learned to respect those who respected him and to disregard those who looked down on him. So you could just call LeBron to buy you a fried donut. Yang Di srugit nonchalantly. Kid, you're finished. Grant fumed, never having encountered such an audacious rookie. Was this a challenge? Not a chance. Yang Di Esthiuche Demianor Surged. His fists clenched, the dragon tattoo on his arm rippling ominously. At that moment, Wade and the others sensing the escalating tension, quickly intervened, with Alston remarking, "Everyone, let us calm down. It's just a trivial matter. Let's get back to training." Wade pulled Yang Di away, who shot a fierce glare at Grant, leaving the atmosphere taut and uncomfortable. Wade sighed. "Why did you have to pick a fight with the team's star player right off the bat? This guy has the highest salary on the team and is a star player. What's so difficult about helping him by one?" Yang Di snorted disdainfully and spat. "This fellow clearly discriminates against me. I've encountered such disdainful gazes numerous times. What kind of person approaches me just to create trouble, claiming to be a leader of the team? Bah." Yang Di then hooked his arm around Wade's shoulder, saying, "Dwayne, I find this guy quite unbearable. If one day we become the main players, we should tell Pat Riley to send him packing. After all, with Udonis and me in the paint, that should suffice." Hey, don't say such things," Wade replied, his face paling in fear. This guy truly had no boundaries. He dared to speak, think, and act without restraint. In truth, from the moment he was drafted, he had always believed himself to be the savior of the Heat, the undeniable cornerstone and leader of the team. Shouldn't that role belong to him? Chapter 45, Training Camp, Media Day. In the end, Grant did not participate in the training session and stormed off in a huff. The rookies cast changed glances towards Yang Di, wondering if he was genuinely lacking in common sense or simply oblivious. It was rare for a newcomer to confront the team's established stars so boldly. Such audacity was not typical behavior, especially when one considers the stereotype of Chinese humility and friendliness. Where, they pondered, had his legendary Eastern virtues gone? Yang Di was entirely focused on his training, disregarding the intricate dynamics of his teammates' emotions as he diligently pursued the completion of his daily training tasks. Assistant coach Walker reported this matter to head coach Van Gundy, whose brow furrowed deeply with a hint of impatience. He pondered how this individual could be so oblivious to the unwritten rules of camaraderie within the NBA. Did he not realize that rookies traditionally assist their veteran counterparts? It seemed he truly did not grasp this custom, and even if he were aware, it was unlikely he would comply. After interacting with Yang Di, Walker had developed an understanding of his character. Indeed, he was quite a rebel. Setting this matter aside, the team had recently traded away Travis Best, Michael James, and Eddie House, who signed with the Los Angeles Clippers as a free agent, leaving a significant void in the point guard position. Walker contemplated and shook his head, noting the scarcity of quality point guards in the free market. However, for the upcoming season, Dwayne could also assume the role of point guard, complemented by Laugh, which should suffice in the early stages. Our interior players were rather cumbersome. Grant, Odom, Malik Allen, Lauren Woods, Tyrone Hill, along with two rookies, Yang Di and Haslam. Walker chuckled. In any case, Pat has already been discussing this. Indeed, with October fast approaching, anticipation was palpable. Throughout the summer, Yang Di and Wade dedicated themselves to the training facility. By the time the team officially reported on the first day of October, Yang Di had darkened considerably since the draft, while Wade, already possessing a naturally darker complexion, exhibited even more pronounced muscle definition, appearing noticeably more robust than during his college days. It was remarkable to see such transformation in just 3 short months, a testament to the NBA's formidable and advanced training methodologies. Trainer George had crafted a rigorous regimen for both players, which they adhered to with utmost diligence. At times, Yang Di would even engage in additional training. George was uncertain of the meaning behind these extra sessions, yet he could distinctly perceive the remarkable evolution in Yang Di's physique, truly a testament to continuous improvement. On the day of the training camp, Eddie Jones, Lamar Odom, and Brian Grant arrived at the gym. The professionalism of NBA players is unquestionable. While they may indulge in wild escapades during their vacations, they invariably appear punctually before their coaches when duty calls. The new head coach, Stan Van Gundy, had been an assistant coach since 1995, becoming Pat Riley's assistant in 1997. With Riley's sudden resignation, Van Gundy seamlessly transitioned into the role of head coach for the Heat, a change perceived as entirely appropriate, with high expectations from the public. "All right, everyone, let us focus," he commanded. Van Gundy donned a gray training suit, his thick mustache reminiscent of the black and white comedic actors of the 1930s and 1940s. His expression, somewhat stern, exuding an air of authority. "Ahem, I'm your head coach, Stan Van Gundy. If everyone has been keeping up with the news or hasn't left the planet, you should be aware of that," he stated, prompting a subdued chuckle from the crowd. "This season, I will lead the Miami Heat. As you all know, we were the team with the 3rd worst record in the Eastern Conference last season, thoroughly outmatched by various opponents. However, this summer, We have infused our squad with new talent. We have welcomed newcomers, and our team is poised for a fresh beginning. Van Gundy spoke passionately, almost unable to resist the urge to clench his fist and rally the group with a chant. Yang Di felt a sense of disinterest, unimpressed by the head coach's method of motivating the players. Everyone glanced at their own positions and the names of their teammates. The assistant coach, Walker, held a stack of papers, distributing them to each player. Yang Di was taken aback. The head coach was rather rigid. Upon accepting the paper and glancing down, he discovered, indeed, that he had been assigned to the power forward position. Point guard, Rafer Alston Bimbo Coles, a 35-year-old newly signed veteran. Shooting guard, Eddie Jones. Dwayne Wade, small forward. Karen Butler, John Wallace, Rasul Butler. Samaki Walker, power forward. Lamar Odom, Malik Allen. Tyrone Hill, Yang Di, Udonis Haslam Center. Brian Grant, Lauren Woods. To his surprise, Brian Grant had been shifted to the center position. Wade and the others were slightly astonished. Grant had consistently played as a power forward in recent years. Now, with the team acquiring the formidable Odom, not only would last season's starter Malik Allen become a substitute, but Grant would also need to adapt to a new role on the court. Yang Di, however, noticed the number of power forwards. Five power forwards? Is there some mistake? In truth, Samaki Walker could also be classified as an interior player, given his lack of a three-point shot and his proficiency in rebounding. Yang Di understood the gravity of the situation. The most recent primary objective had merely been to step onto the NBA court. At this rate, he would have to surpass numerous competitors to earn his chance to play. What a predicament! Yang Di rubetis forehadin exasperation. Then, Van Gundy continued now. We shall strive toward achieving superior and more commendable records. We must train diligently and aspire to become exceptional professional athletes. I hope you will soon grasp the tactics and exhibit the discipline I seek, showcasing the style of basketball I wish to witness. After Van Gundy concluded his remarks, the audience erupted into applause before dispersing. Subsequently, a multitude of media representatives flooded into the Miami arena, many hailing from the local area, some eager for Lamar Odom, while others gathered around Dwayne Wade. Standing alone before Yang Di was Kai Nan, a reporter from the China Sports Daily. Only you came to interview me, Yang Di remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Kai Nan chuckled. The entrance to the American Airlines arena is not easy to navigate, especially today, which is also Media Day in Houston. You have now become my exclusive reporter, huh? Yang Di laughed heartily, unfazed. He had encountered unappreciated circumstances countless times before. Kai Nan smiled and pulled out a recorder, saying, So, I shall commence the interview now. Yang Di, let's begin. Kai Nan inquired. In the new season, what role has the coach assigned to you? Or rather, what position will you occupy on the court? Will you be playing as a power forward? Or is it a position you're more accustomed to? Today marks the first team training session. What are your impressions? My impressions are that, at last, we have commenced training. After such a long wait, I've been eagerly anticipating this moment. I noticed that the vest you're wearing is red. How has the coach organized the training groups for the new season? Which players are you partnering with? This has yet to be determined. Nevertheless, at present, I share the most synergy with Dwayne, as we often practice together. You have the best rapport with Dwayne Wade? Indeed. Yang Di nodded in affirmation. Kai Nan continued. So, currently, you and Dwayne Wade enjoy a close relationship within the team, correct? Yes, we have spent the entire summer training together in basketball. He is remarkable, possessing an array of scoring techniques. We share a strong bond. We are good friends. After the conclusion of Media Day, Van Gundy commenced the preseason training for the team, initially focusing on the recovery regimen for the season players. For instance, those like Odom and Grant, who opted for summer vacation, had yet to join in the collective training. The trainers conducted specialized assessments of their physical condition, gradually introducing them to training tasks in accordance with a scientifically devised plan to gently guide them back into the competitive basketball mindset. Conversely, the newly acquired players such as Wade, Yang Di, and Haslam concentrated primarily on tactical drills. In Van Gundy's words, no rookie entering the NBA should merely engage in rudimentary gameplay. Instead, they must first rectify their pre-existing habits and cultivate a proper professional basketball ethos to genuinely master the art of the game. Chapter 46, The First Battle, Part 1. The regular season schedule for the 03-04 season has been unveiled, with the Heat making their debut in an away game against the 76ers in Philadelphia. Prior to this, there remains over a fortnight for the preseason, a time for honing the roster of newcomers, allowing the head coach to experiment with new strategies and rotations. and providing a prime opportunity for many fringe players to showcase their talents in a bid to secure their place in the NBA. Following the team's training, Yang Di's significant progress over the summer came to light. Although his offensive performance was still chaotic, he exhibited remarkable potential and traits on the defensive end. His offensive rating stood at 57, classified as C-, while his defensive rating was 77, earning AB in NBA terms. His rebounding score was 79, also rated B by the NBA, culminating in an overall composite score of 71, which was classified as C. Notably, his strength and vertical leap displayed the most rapid improvement, with one reaching 82, surpassing the 80 threshold, and the other at 77, suggesting limitless potential for further growth. Van Gundy had to concede that Yang Di was a quick learner. Unlike Haslam's diligent approach, Yang Di showcased a certain instinct on the court, with exceptional lateral movement and judgment enabling him to execute unexpected blocks. His awareness of positioning was acute, and he exhibited great enthusiasm for seizing offensive rebounds. Assistant coach Walker remarked with a smile, "Well done." On the training court, the sounds of players' sneakers scraping against the floor resonated continuously. Occasionally, a player would execute a dazzling breakthrough or orchestrate a splendid play. "Good shot." Yang Di klappte his hands, gradually developing a rapport with Haslam, Alston, and others during the half-court offensive drills. Even the simplest daily practices in the NBA are rife with competition and intensity. Bang! Odom, with his back to Yang Di, dribbled and executed a spin move, feigning a shot with a deceptive motion. Yang Di was not pushed aside. However, he was momentarily startled as he attempted a low drive, catching a glimpse of Odom's mocking gaze while airborne, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Odom seized the opportunity as Yang Di descended, effortlessly leaning back to create distance between them, raising his arms high, wrists bent, fingers delicately flicking the basketball. The sphere sailed through an unreachable arc for Yang Di, landing with precision into the hoop, eliciting the swish of the white net. "Damn, you've got me again. With more practice, I'll get used to it. Pay attention to my feints." Yet, Yang Di lamented, "I truly cannot discern whether your initial shot is a feint or a genuine attempt. If I don't leap, it seems you play even more effortlessly." He scratched his head in frustration. Odom smirked slightly. "Just take your time to practice." Around mid-October, the preseason officially commenced. The Miami Heat hosted their first preseason game against the Indiana Pacers, amidst several other matches taking place concurrently. The NBA has long endeavored to promote itself globally, and the preseason undoubtedly presents an opportunity to enhance its influence. In the past, the league sent multiple teams overseas to play in countries like Spain, France, and others to cater to international fans and expand its market. However, following the impact of the 9/11 incident, overseas games were suspended in recent years. Rumors suggest that the league is contemplating the revival of international preseason games next year, potentially commencing in China. Yao Ming's immense influence has opened the gates to a vast, untapped market, enticing countless admirers. Before the game, Tyrone and Samaki were unable to make the roster due to injuries, while John Wallace was eliminated from consideration by Yang Di. Haslam and others ultimately being left off the 12-man roster by Van Gundy. During the offseason, the Pacers dismissed their head coach Isaiah Thomas, appointing the relatively young Rick Carlisle, who is only 44, as his successor. Carlisle previously coached the Pistons for 2 seasons, but after the Pistons hired Larry Brown, he was abruptly let go, intensifying the rivalry between the two Eastern powerhouses. In the locker room, Yang Di caressed the number 8 jersey bestowed upon him, the name YNG emblazoned above it. "Let's go, Yang. They're all out," Wade beckoned, his face alight with excitement as he pushed open the locker room door. "Let us go." Yang Di hurriedly donned his attire, the training uniform concealing his jersey, and followed closely behind as he stepped outside. The two made their way to the court, where players from both the Heat and the Pacers were engaged in their warm-up routines. The arena, though sparsely populated with spectators, hosted a modest gathering of fans. Given that it was merely a preseason game and the new season had yet to commence, many enthusiasts chose not to attend. Those present were either individuals with ample free time or fervent supporters of the Heat. Yang Di held the ball and practiced shooting for a while, stretching his muscles as a staff member diligently retrieved the balls. As the designated time approached, the referee entered the arena, approached the technical table to check the time, and then blew the whistle, signaling both teams to conclude their warm-up exercises. The arena's lights dimmed, and the DJ's impassioned voice resonated throughout the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the American Airlines Arena." In front of the players' seating area, Van Gundy, who had already announced the starting lineup, gestured for the players to prepare, while Yang Di and the other substitutes stood in 2 rows. The starters were Dwayne Wade, Eddie Jones, Karen Butler, Lamar Odom, and Grant. Let's welcome, hailing from Marquette University, standing 6 feet 3 inches tall, our 5th overall pick this year, Dwayne Wade. The DJ introduced each player in turn. Inyang Ds Ais. A hue of envy flickered. This was the honor of being a starting player in the NBA. Although the audience's cheers were sparse at that moment, he could envision the thunderous roar that would erupt once the regular season commenced. This, perhaps, epitomizes the allure of the NBA. The polished floor gleamed under the bright lights, illuminating the spacious arena. The Indiana Pacers starting lineup comprised C. Jeff Foster, P.F. Jermaine O'Neal, S.F. Al Harrington, S.G. Ron Artest, and P.G. Jamal Tinsley, while Reggie Miller remained on the inactive list. The referee, cradling the basketball, approached the center circle, where the 10 starting players took their positions. Multiple cameras were set up, with all staff members poised for action. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, he tossed the ball into the arena. Standing at the center circle, Jermaine O'Neal and Brian Grant leaped for the tip-off, though from Yongdi's perspective, O'Neal seemed somewhat sluggish. Grant was the first to deflect the ball, which was swiftly seized by Odom, who then passed it to Wade behind him. Dwayne is the point guard. Yongdi mused that this arrangement seemed somewhat unsuitable. Wade's scoring prowess was formidable, coupled with a high desire to score, making it difficult for him to unleash his full potential in that role. They had likely spent the previous night reveling at a nightclub, appearing somewhat fatigued. Alston was visibly astonished to see Grant win the tip-off. Yongdi nodded in agreement, recognizing the possibility. After all, he could win against Grant in a jump ball. Good grief. ISN T. Jermaine O'Neal, an all-star caliber player? This fellow is wealthy, having just signed a 7-year contract worth $123 million this summer. Such an exorbitant sum. Yongdi secretly clicked his tongue, filled with envy. On the court, the Heat initiated their first offensive wave. Wade passed the ball to Eddie Jones, positioned at the right 45-degree angle. Eddie Jones executed a pick and roll with Odom, dribbling around the arc, while Wade and Karen Butler exchanged positions. With Butler also arriving at the top of the arc, Eddie Jones and Butler executed a handoff. And Butler drove inward, leveraging Odom's timely screen just inside the three-point line. The quality of the pick and roll was exceptional. Butler surged through the opening created by the screen, while Odom rolled down, leaving defenders Harrington and Shaquille O'Neal out of position. Butler delivered a bounce pass to Odom, who, after a single dribble, executed a left-handed layup. Shaquille O'Neal, returning to contest, was a moment too late, and the basketball swished through the net. The score was 2-0, and the arena erupted in applause. What a play! Van Gundy clapped, wearing a satisfied smile. This was the type of offense he had envisioned, indicating that their training camp efforts had borne fruit. The Pacers' offense was straightforward. Shaquille O'Neal attempted to overpower Odom in the post, but missed with a hook shot. Odom swiftly secured the rebound, quickly dribbling the ball as Wade, Eddie Jones, and Karen Butler surged forward like a trident. Odom feigned a pass, sending the basketball sailing over everyone's heads, a long-distance pass. How audacious! Artest shouted, feeling disregarded as a player known for averaging 2-3 steals per game. He glared at the basketball, leaping high to intercept it. Suddenly, a flash of red darted from the side, resembling a bolt of lightning, and snatched the ball away. What? Artest turned to see only the red no. 3 jersey fluttering in the wind, with no Pacers player able to keep pace. Chapter 47, The First Battle, Part 2. So swift. It was only on the court that one could truly appreciate such velocity. Wade, facing a 1-on-0 situation, took a deep breath and surged towards the paint. With a powerful leap, he soared, the ball cradled between his hands, and as his head cleared the rim, he thrust his abdomen forward, letting out a mighty roar. Clang! The basketball hoop trembled as he executed a reverse dunk. The surroundings fell into a momentary hush, after a couple of seconds of stunned silence. The audience erupted with an indescribable rush of adrenaline, flooding their senses. Goodness, what a play! An impressive dunk, young man. Well done. The audience erupted into whistles and cheers, their gazes meeting in a shared moment of exhilaration, a blend of astonishment and delight that ultimately transformed into a cascade of applause akin to raindrops. Yang Di was the first to rise from the bench, cupping his hands in a trumpet shape near his mouth, and shouted toward Wade on the court, "Dismantle their defense." Dwayne. Wade turned his head, gesturing towards the bench, prompting Haslam, Alston, and Rasul to also stand up, waving their towels and clapping in support of Wade. Indeed, The Pacers had visited a nightclub the previous night. Just look at them. They appear to be rather sluggish. Yendi Setlet Beck Dawn, lamenting that their nightlife was too vibrant, and it was only natural for the Indiana players to indulge. Haslam, noticing Yang Di's incessant chatter about whether the Pacers had softened, quietly turned his head away. On the court, Wade was a force to be reckoned with. Having played 3 years in college, his tactical acumen was exceptionally refined. He not only mastered the strategic movements demanded by Van Gundy, but also adeptly seized opportunities during the game. His several stunning drives left spectators in awe, rendering defender Jamal Tinsley utterly helpless. In less than 9 minutes of play in the first quarter, he scored 8 points on 3 of 4 shooting and grabbed a rebound. Meanwhile, the Pacers were clearly disinterested in the contest, allowing the Heat to flourish, and by the end of the first quarter, the Heat led by a significant margin of 15 points, 32-17. Grant exited the court, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Di, who remained seated on the sidelines. Yang Di happened to glance over, and Grant lifted his chin, exuding an air of arrogance. Yang Di gritted his teeth, fully aware of the implications behind Grant's demeanor. In the first quarter, Grant had played the entire 12 minutes as the starting center, amassing 5 points and 4 rebounds, one of which was an offensive rebound, thereby fulfilling the coach's directives flawlessly. In stark contrast, Yang Di had not been afforded a single minute on the court, left to languish on the bench. Yang Di felt discomfort as he glanced at the head coach, who was engrossed in conversation with a player preparing to enter the game, entirely oblivious to his gaze. In the second quarter, the Pacers substituted their starters for some bench players, while the Heat responded similarly with their reserves. The towering center, Lauren Woods, who stood at 2.16 meters, made his entrance. This teammate of Yang Di was selected by the Timberwolves as the 17th pick in the second round of the 2001 draft. He had spent the previous 2 years with the Timberwolves before joining the Heat this year, weighing a formidable 245 pounds, thus providing a significant height advantage to the Heat's interior. Stan Van Gundy harbored a deep-seated preference for such imposing big men. However, Woods rebounding. The Pacers' front court was manned by Scott Pollard and Austin Croshier, both of whom were Caucasian but played with remarkable tenacity, consistently securing offensive rebounds for the Pacers. Consequently, even though the Pacers struggled with their perimeter shooting, the point gap gradually narrowed, prompting Van Gundy to call a timeout to momentarily halt the Heat's decline. Yet, by the 7th minute, the Pacers had reduced the deficit to 29-35, trailing the Heat by only 6 points. The Heat managed a mere 3 points in the first 5 minutes of the second quarter, their offense stagnating and rebounding compromised. Substitution. During a dead ball, Van Gundy made a gesture indicating the need for a substitution, and the referee promptly halted the game. Van Gundy's finger traced the Heat's bench before pausing slightly, pointing toward Yang Di and Udonis Haslam. Young, Udonis, you two are coming in to replace Lauren and Malik, the power forward. Understood, no problem. Yang Di sprang up from the bench, brimming with anticipation. Come on, Wade encouraged, giving Yang Di a gentle pat on the back as he prepared to take the court. Haslam, though relatively composed, revealed his inner turmoil through his clenched fists. The two shed their training jackets and stepped onto the court in unison. Meanwhile, Lauren Woods and Malik Allen exchanged glances of discontent as they departed, their expressions reflecting a sense of dejection as they exchanged high-fives with Yang Di and Haslam. The commentator provided a brief introduction as they entered the arena. From China, standing at 6 feet 9 inches, we present this summer's second-round draft pick, Yang Di. Born in Miami, hailing from the University of Florida, standing at 6 feet 8 inches, we have the power forward, Udonis Haslam. The audience responded with scattered applause, and Yang Di heard a chime as the system's synthesized voice announced. Immediate task. Debut in the preseason, achieving a standout performance with at least 5 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 block to enhance rotation value. Task reward. Random attribute points, 1-3. Task failure penalty, none. How wonderful. Yang Di Klenjet his feast, motivating himself internally. Completing instantaneous tasks from time to time served as a means to enhance his abilities. Upon entering the NBA, such side missions became even more imperative. Haslam initiated an out-of-bounds play, passing the ball to Alston. At this moment, Yang Di occupied the center position alongside Haslam and Alston, as well as small forward Rasul Butler and shooting guard Eddie Jones. Alston advanced past half court, and Yang Di moved up high to set a screen for him. This tactic had become his forte. Alston, being slender, deftly slipped past Yang Di, while Fred Jones, the Pacers' defensive player, was abruptly halted by Yang Di's screen. Alston found himself mismatched against Scott Pollard, a towering center standing at 2'11" meters, aged 28, who had entered the league in '97. Pollard had spent 6 seasons primarily as a backup center for the Kings, peaking at an average of 7.1 rebounds per game, including 2 for offensive boards. However, Pollard was not particularly renowned for his defensive prowess. He was more of a diligent workhorse. As Alston, the smaller guard, aggressively drove toward the basket, Pollard could only shuffle his feet slowly, trailing closely behind. Fortunately for Pollard, Alston was not an adept shooter. Upon driving in, he lacked the ability to stop for a mid-range jumper, forcing him to charge straight to the baseline. With a clever glance backward, Alston leaned forward, using his body to press against the defensive Pollard, executing a one-handed layup. The moment he released the ball, Alston sensed something was amiss. His fingertips lacked the requisite force, and his shot appeared somewhat stiff. The basketball ricocheted off the backboard, veering off course, bouncing away from the rim. Pollard's heart soared. This rebound was his for the taking. Yet, just then, an urgent warning from a teammate pierced his thoughts. Watch out. Watch out for what? Confused, Pollard had yet to register the situation when a gust of wind surged behind him. His expression shifted dramatically. Having spent years in the NBA, he instinctively understood the gravity of the moment. In the next instant, an irresistible force propelled him forward, causing him to stumble and lose his balance. His outstretched hands failed to grasp the rebound, while a pair of powerful, sun-kissed hands intercepted the ball as trajectory, snapping shut with a resounding clap. The force of contact echoed like thunder in his ears. A legitimate collision zone, an offensive rebound. Yang Di seized the rebound, and with both hands, he forcefully slammed the ball onto the floor. Lowering his head and shifting his feet, he deftly maneuvered to evade the approaching Indiana Pacers center, Austin Croshier, along with the assisting defender, Fred Jones. With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, akin to a mighty serpent in mid-strike, soaring upward. He raised the basketball high above his head, effortlessly surpassing the rim by a considerable margin. With a swift arch of his back and an elevation of his legs, he converged all his strength to drive the ball, and the exhilaration surging within him, into the hoop with a resounding slam. The rim quaked as he grasped it, the pristine net fluttering in the aftermath, while the basketball descended, illuminated by the spotlight, accompanied by beads of sweat. A photographer, crouching nearby, instinctively pressed the shutter countless times, capturing a moment that resembled the descent of a celestial deity. Chapter 48, The First Battle, Part 3. The moment Yang Di completed the rim-rattling dunk following his front-court rebound was but an instant, leaving the fans in the American Airlines Center in a state of awe, overwhelmed by the visual spectacle. "Well done, Yang," exclaimed Dwayne Wade, the first to rise from the bench in applause, echoing the enthusiasm of Yang Di moments earlier when he had first leaped to his feet. Soon after, the arena erupted into a thunderous chorus of applause and cheers. Yang Di descended from the rim, clenched his fist, and let out a triumphant roar before swiftly turning to sprint back on defense. The DJ at the venue stood in stunned silence for a few moments, only to later elongate his tone and call out Yang Di's name with fervor. This individual, Van Gundy, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Di would contribute such energy upon his entrance. Despite his subconscious aversion to the flamboyant and notorious Chinese second-round draft pick, he could not help but admire Pat Riley's exceptional eye for talent. Given Yang Di's demonstrated abilities and potential during training and games, assuming he remains unscathed by injuries, he is undoubtedly a tremendous value. After a brief pause, the Pacers players resumed play, initiating a baseline inbounds pass as Fred Jones dribbled past half-court. Yang Di positioned himself behind Scott Pollard, who could feel the immense force of the young man akin to a mountain pressing against him. With great effort, he attempted to push forward, yet his body was gradually forced outwards by Yang Di, encroaching into the paint area. Austin Croshier was also struggling, as Haslam displayed remarkable strength and a fiercely aggressive demeanor, preventing him from penetrating the paint. Consequently, Austin Croshier ventured out to set a screen for Fred. Following a high pick and roll by the Pacers, Alston lost his defensive position, allowing Fred Jones to execute a mid-range jump shot, which he successfully netted. The score stood at 31-37, with the Pacers trailing by 6 points. The defensive performance of Ralph was utterly bewildering. Assistant coach Walker covered his face in disbelief. Alston exhibited exceptional creativity on the offensive end, showcasing impressive speed, adept passing, and solid shooting. Yet his defensive skills were lacking. This deficiency was evident not only in his physical confrontations, but also in his effort levels and defensive awareness. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, the Heat initiated a half-court offensive play. Haslam stepped out to set a screen for Alston, who, after a 45-degree drive to the vicinity of the free throw line, passed to Eddie Jones, who had slipped to the corner. Eddie Jones elevated for a three-point attempt, but it did not find its mark. The rebound ricocheted far away, with Yang D exerting all his strength, blocked by Pollard, watching as the Pacers' small forward dashed in to seize the rebound. Was it truly necessary for the ball to bounce so far? Yang D pondered, feeling a twinge of regret for every rebound he failed to secure. As the Pacers mounted their offense, Fred Jones attempted a reverse layup against Croshier, but misjudged both the angle and force. The fiercely contested Haslam leaned against Croshier, deflecting the basketball. Quick on his feet, Rasul managed to grab the ball and cradled it in his arms. The crowd erupted in applause. A stellar defensive play could evoke such fervor from the fans. Alston navigated past half-court just as the 8-second mark approached, gesturing for his teammates to reposition. Yang D provided an off-ball screen for Eddie Jones. Utilizing the screen, Eddie Jones advanced, immediately drawing the attention of both his defending shooting guard and the encroaching Pollard. Upon noticing the unoccupied space, Yang D instinctively cut towards the basket. Alston's eyes gleamed with excitement as he deftly flicked his wrist, executing a sweep the pass to Yang D. At that moment, Yang D had already surged forward, and the Pacers' interior lay vulnerable, leaving Croshier as the only one to attempt a defensive stop against Yang D. Yang D dribbled the ball with a swift motion, raising his right hand high, poised to execute a slam dunk. However, Crozier anticipated his move and swiftly swatted the ball from Yang D's grasp. Despite maintaining his balance, Yang D's hand instinctively trembled, causing the basketball to slip away and soar into the air. Foul on the defense, the referee declared, gesturing to indicate a foul committed by the Pacers. Yang D approached the free throw line. "If I had the ball, I would have passed it to Udonis long ago," Grant remarked sarcastically from the bench, growing increasingly irked by the spotlight the Chinese player was attracting. Indeed, had Yang D opted to distribute the ball in that moment, Haslam would have found himself completely unmarked, positioned far better for either a mid-range shot or a direct drive to the hoop than Yang D. Yet, Yang D failed to perceive that the spaces on the court are often more constricted than they appear to spectators. What seems like an open opportunity can elude a player's notice. The referee signaled for 2 free throws, moved to the baseline, and tossed the ball to Yang D. The shot clock above the hoop paused as Yang D received the basketball, dribbling it several times before raising it slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the hoop. As the crowd grew impatient, he delicately released the ball. Why is he taking so long for a free throw? The players and coaches on the sidelines were momentarily bewildered, for while Yang D played with fervor and dynamism during the game, he approached the free throw line as if he were struck by indecision. Ding! Just as the 5-second countdown approached, Yang D finally let the ball go, but it struck the inner rim and ricocheted high, careening off the backboard and veering away from any trajectory that might have led it into the basket. Yang D's expression darkened. The consequences of his poor shooting were evident. His free throw ability hovered around a mere 40, and his shooting percentage was alarmingly abysmal. Taking 2 steps forward, he exchanged high fives with Haslam and Butler. Yet his second attempt also failed to find the net. It appeared that his struggles at the free throw line were telling. Rick Carlisle, the head coach of the Pacers, exhaled deeply. This young man had showcased a performance markedly different from that of a typical rookie big man. However, judging by his free throw skills, he seemed to adhere to the prevailing trend among interior players today. If one cannot shoot, it becomes significantly easier to manage. As the Pacers launched their offense, Croshier made a strong move inside, only to be thwarted by Haslam's defense. The basketball circled the rim, and Yang D, filled with excitement, positioned himself behind Pollard, ready to secure the rebound. Yet, a flash of red darted in from outside, snatching the rebound away before he could react. Well positioned, Yang. Fast break. The monkey-like agility of Alston seized the rebound, executing a graceful spin that left Yang D in his wake. Yang D, filled with a sense of melancholy, moved swiftly despite his somber demeanor, rushing out behind. As they crossed the halfway line, Alston had already distributed the ball to Rasul Butler, who then passed it to Eddie Jones stationed at the corner. Confronted by an approaching defender, Eddie Jones executed a deft sidestep, catching the defender off guard. The latter lost his balance and defensive position. With ease, Eddie Jones made a layup, extending the Heat's lead to 39-31, a margin of 8 points. By this time, more than half of the second quarter had elapsed. Contemplating the situation, Carlisle called for a timeout. following Fred Jones' successful crossing of the half-court line. The game entered the timeout phase. The audience erupted in applause, and with the substitution of Yang and Haslam, the Heat not only secured their rebounding, but also significantly intensified their interior defense, clearly gaining the upper hand in the match. As Yang descended from the court, the exhilaration of his performance lingered upon his countenance. At that moment, his heart raced with an unprecedented fervor, as if his very soul quivered. "Well done," Van Gundy remarked, exchanging high-fives with the players who had just left the game. "Excellent rebounding," he noted, striking a celebratory gesture with Yang while gazing into his eyes. "A minor detail," Yang replied with a slight raise of his eyebrows. Van Gundy furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Subsequently, Yang proceeded to share high-fives with his teammates, Odom, Karen Butler. And after bypassing Grant, he embraced Wade with fervor. "Why emulate my slam dunks?" he mused. "Only a dunk can articulate my emotions. It feels exhilarating." Yang paused momentarily before continuing. "Udonis mentioned to me that the Pacers went to a nightclub last night. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to confront them today, when will we have such a chance again?" "You are truly astute," Wade laughed heartily. After a minute, the timeout concluded, and both Yang and Wade entered the game simultaneously, with Wade replacing Eddie Jones. Chapter 49. The First Battle 4. As the head coach, Carlisle was well aware of the revelries indulged by the Pacers the previous night. In a regular season scenario, he would have strictly prohibited such behavior. Alas, this was merely an inconsequential preseason match, and he had not even intended for starters like Shaquille O'Neal and Arteas to play more than 20 minutes. In other words, this was a stage for the substitutes and rookies to shine. Reflecting on the impressive performances of Yang and Wade, Carlisle suddenly recalled that during this year's draft, the Pacers had selected a player in the second round. He softly called out the name of the lanky young man seated on the bench. "Yes, coach, I'm here." James Jones, a 23-year-old rookie, immediately stood up, eager to seize the moment as he observed his younger counterparts, Yang and Wade, already on the court. "Go out there and play your best." Carlisle intended to say something more, but found himself at a loss, realizing he did not truly know his players well. In truth, Larry Bird's invitation for him to coach the Pacers was solely aimed at pursuing a championship, with opportunities to nurture young talent being rather infrequent. James Jones nodded enthusiastically and excitedly stepped onto the court. Upon returning from the timeout, the Heat's lineup consisted of Alston, Wade, Rasul Butler, Haslam, and Yang. While the Pacers featured Fred Jones, Jamison Brewer, James Jones, Austin Croshier, and Primoz Brezek. Yang noticed that his matchup had changed to a towering European behemoth, standing at 2.18 meters and weighing over 116 kilograms. Primoz Brezek, a rookie drafted 27th overall in the first round of 2001, was a Slovenian player with remarkable physical attributes, his height and wingspan placing him among the elite in the NBA. As the Pacers initiated their first offensive play upon his entry, the ball found its way to Brezek in the low post. Yang positioned himself firmly behind him, ready to contest. Brezek, with a low dribble, leaned back forcefully, his back colliding against Yang's chest, unleashing a bulldozer-like strength that surged forth. Yang let out a muffled groan, his body swaying, struggling to maintain balance. At that moment, Brezek turned halfway, relying on his left foot for support as he effortlessly executed a hook shot with his left hand, the basketball tracing a graceful arc before sinking into the hoop. 2 points. The Pacers trailed the Heat by 6, with a score of 33-39. How heavy it feels. Yang sensed that although his opponent's strength was not overwhelming, the advantage of height and weight was substantial, rendering him unable to withstand the pressure until his own strength could manifest an absolute advantage. Brezek, like a traditional European center, exhibited exquisite technique and a gentle touch. His close-range hook shot seemed as effortless as sipping water. Yet, he still lacked a certain finesse. Stan Van Gundy had already categorized Yang as a bench player for, at least in the present moment, his capabilities seemed limited to this extent. As the Heat launched their offense, Alston passed the ball to Wade on the wing. Wade beckoned to Yang, who, upon seeing this, sprinted to set a screen on Wade's left. Jamison Brewer, noticing Yang's intent to screen, anticipated and stepped forward, seeking to establish a favorable position before the screen materialized. In that instant, both Wade and Yang sprang into action. Wade, dribbling with his right hand, cut towards the right, while Yang pivoted and made a backdoor cut towards the basket. Brewer was momentarily taken aback. As he turned, Yang Di and Wade transformed into two arcs of light, gliding past his defense and evading that of the Pacers. Center Brezek followed with a step, but Wade soared into the air, executing a low layup as he faced the approaching Kroschel. The score shifted to 41-33, with the Heat leading by 8. Scoring amidst such physicality, Kroschel cast a glance at Wade. This young guard possessed not only remarkable athleticism, but also a commendable level of basketball skill. Far from the demeanor of a novice, the Pacers initiated their offense, with Fred Jones changing direction towards the right and passing back to Brezek at the high post. Brezek, positioned at the arc summit, executed a handoff for small forward James Jones, setting a screen. At this juncture, Rasul found himself obstructed, and Yang Di failed to step up, granting Jones an opportunity to shoot. However, Jones hesitated for a fleeting moment. The window of opportunity vanished as Rasul reappeared before Jones. Jones then shifted the ball to the other side, passing to Jamison Brewer, who attempted to break through on the side. Unable to shake off Wade, Brewer executed a rather awkward three-step layup, barely evading Wade's outstretched hand as he released the ball. Just as it left his fingertips, Yang Di surged in from the side, swatting the ball away with a resounding block. What a magnificent rejection. This young man performed admirably. The bench erupted in applause, for a block always invigorates the spirit. Yang Di and Wade exchanged a high five, with only 3.8 seconds remaining in the Pacers' offensive possession. Subsequently, Brewer executed an inbounds pass, and Fred dribbled past two defenders before attempting a high jump shot, which missed the mark, causing the rebound to soar high into the air. My goodness! Yang Di let out a fierce shout. Just as he was about to leap for the ball, a black hand snatched it away. It was Haslam. Kroschel showed no intention of contesting the offensive rebound, while Haslam, not bothering to box out, claimed a superior position over Yang Di. In his attempt to secure the towering Brezek, Yang Di failed to seize the defensive rebound. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Yang Di finally managed to grab his second rebound of the game, yet it was still an offensive rebound, as he snatched it after Rasul's mid-range jumper missed the mark. Yang Di passed the ball to Wade on the perimeter, who gestured for a moment to slow down the pace. Then came a pick-and-roll play. With a single step, he evaded the defender, deftly maneuvering into the paint. Yang Di, with his hands poised to receive the ball, made a quick cut through the middle. Wade delivered a bounce pass, and, as Yang Di caught the ball, he took a decisive step forward. By the time Brezek and Kroschel turned around, Yang Di had already leapt from just outside the restricted area. With a resounding slam, he executed a stunning one-handed dunk. At that moment, the Heat led the Pacers 46-36, a 10-point advantage. In the following exchanges, neither team could convert, but just before halftime, Yang Di managed to snatch a defensive rebound from his teammates, who were playing with relentless intensity. Overall, our young player had performed admirably in the first half. The local Miami television station broadcasting the game commended the home team. One host remarked with a smile, "It's primarily due to Dwayne Wade. After 3 years of college training, he truly stands out, showcasing remarkable talent right from the start." He scored 14 points on 6 of 9 shooting in the first half, making him the most impressive player on the court. Another host praised Yang Di's performance. And let us not forget our second-round pick, who recorded 4 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 block. While his stats may appear modest, I was particularly struck by his initial dunk. It was as fierce as a tiger leaping from its lair. Remarkably, he held his own against second- and third-year players who were both taller and stronger. Indeed, while some of his choices in low-post defense were questionable, overall, he showcased exceptional skill. I am eagerly anticipating their performances in the regular season. In contrast, the Pacers rookie, James Jones, faltered, appearing as frail as a reed. In 6 minutes on the court, he merely engaged in running drills, unable to defend effectively or contribute offensively. The two hosts shared a laugh, noting, "This is just the first inconsequential preseason game, yet we are already singing praises for the Heat's mastermind, Pat Riley." Chapter 50. Positive coverage in the fourth quarter. Yang Di re-entered the game, at which point the Pacers were trailing the Heat by 20 points. Carlisle showed no intention of attempting to close the gap. As the game entered garbage time, Wade did not team up with Yang Di again, while a group of fringe players focused solely on the basket, intent on making their mark. The following day, the Miami sports newspaper reported on the Heat's inaugural regular season match of the new season, emphasizing the importance of the developmental aspects of the game over mere competition. For instance, both Wade and Yang Di were featured in the top 10 plays of the day. One exquisite dunk came from Wade's fast break, a folded reverse slam, while the other was Yang Di's emphatic two-handed dunk after seizing an offensive rebound. igniting a visual spectacle for the fans, each providing a distinct sensory experience. Incredible talent, boundless potential. The former describes Wade, while the latter pertains to Yang. The distinction lies in Wade having already demonstrated unparalleled prowess, a quality that is invariably regarded as a cornerstone of ability within the NBA. Yang, however, still exhibits some deficiencies, as noted in the newspapers, mentioning his weak shooting abilities, poor defensive choices, and subpar free throw performance. Thus, his current display can only be defined through the lens of future possibilities. This positive coverage quickly captured the attention of Chinese fans on the Florida Peninsula, for despite Yang's darker complexion, his features are distinctly those of an Asian man, with dark eyes that clearly reflect his heritage. A shared ancestry easily fosters resonance and support. When a player performs well, the reports tend to be uniformly favorable. In Madison, Wisconsin, a quaint restaurant on Oak Street, close to the local high school, draws nearby students for dinner in the evening. As the previous day's top 10 plays aired, the television set in the restaurant captivated the students' attention. The 10th play featured Corey Maggette of the Los Angeles Clippers executing a stunning fast break dunk, completing a one-handed slam with flair. Last season, Maggette averaged 16, 8 points, and 5 rebounds for the Clippers, and it is said that he participated in a specialized training camp during the offseason. Even though the new season has just begun, the results of his training camp are already becoming apparent, even in the preseason. The 9th play showcased Boston Celtics guard Kendrick Brown, who skillfully faked out his opponent to execute a graceful layup. Drafted 11th overall in 2001 by the Celtics, Brown had been a peripheral player for the first 2 seasons, but his inclusion in the top plays of the day seems to herald a promising start to the new season. The 8th play highlighted the Chinese rookie selected by the Miami Heat, who aggressively snatched an offensive rebound and delivered a powerful two-handed dunk. Yang's remarkable goal was ranked as the 8th best goal of the day on the official website, and its appearance instantly elicited gasps of astonishment from the fans. A high school student watching the match in a restaurant exclaimed, "I know this guy. Wow, I think I've seen him before. Isn't he the center from the Firefox team last year? I heard that the Firefox team won the Madison Championship largely because of him." No wonder the formidable Buffalo team was said to have been easily defeated. Losing to a player capable of entering the NBA is nothing to be ashamed of. Many high school students are ardent fans of the Firefox team, and they are quite familiar with its members. They recalled that the team captain recently claimed that one of his former players entered the NBA draft and was selected. Initially, they thought he was boasting, but it turned out to be true. Rumor has it that this player was formerly a member of the Wisconsin Badgers. The draft report indicated that he had not played in college matches, but later he was expelled from Wisconsin. The second preseason game is set to be against the Bucks, also at home. The match is scheduled for 2 days from now, and after giving the team a day off, Stan Van Gundy will gather the entire Heat roster for their regular training the following day. Yang hummed a tune as he entered the locker room, finding it completely deserted. His locker was situated next to Wade's. After placing his headphones down, he changed into his jersey and adorned himself with the newly acquired Air Jordan 18s. The 18th iteration of Jordan's signature shoe was unveiled following his retirement last season, featuring a metallic mesh material on the tongue and both sides of the ankle, providing an exceptional overall feel. Yang found them remarquably confortable. Just as he finished changing, the door to the locker room swung open, and Grant stepped inside. As Yang was about to step out, he encountered Grant face to face. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, revealing a glimmer of disdain reflected in each other's gaze. Without a word, Yang turned away and exited through the door, while Grant remained indifferent, and the two passed by each other like complete strangers. Yang entered the training facility, where 2 staff members were already engaged in wiping the floor and equipment. He twisted his body slightly, first jogging around the court twice before picking up a basketball. As he practiced dribbling between his legs, he made his way to the half-court hoop, where he took a few aimless shots. After a while, Grant and Odom walked in, laughing and chatting together. Upon spotting Yang, Odom's eyes lit up, and he greeted him with a smile, saying, "Hey, Yang, you're here, quite early." "Indiet, Lamar," Yang replied. Yang tucked away the basketball and acknowledged Odom with a nod. The rapport between them was quite amicable. That day, Odom's generosity left a profound impression on Yang, who also genuinely grasped the concept of spending lavishly. Subsequently, Wade, Butler, Haslam, and others entered in succession, gradually enlivening the training facility. Head coach Stan Van Gundy instructed the staff to bring forth 2 piles of jerseys, one red and the other yellow. Today, they would engage in a full-court, 5-on-5 scrimmage. Assistant coach Walker informed the Heat players, stating that he and Stan would each lead a team, with a time limit of 20 minutes. Okay, the players responded in unison. LaSalle, Butler, Dwayne Wade, Lamar Odom, Rafer Alston, Malik Allen, Young D, and I will be on the same team, Walker cheerfully announced. Then guided Young D and the others to the half-court. The remaining players, Bimbo Coles, Eddie Jones, John Wallace, Karen Butler, Haslam, Grant, and Loren Woods, stayed put, ready to heed Coach Van Gundy's directives. The starting players divided into two teams, and Young D and his companions donned the yellow jerseys. Even in the most routine 5-on-5 scrimmage, the intensity of competition was undeniably high, considering they were all NBA players. I must emphasize the importance of maintaining focus during the game and being vigilant in securing rebounds. Also, take care not to sustain any injuries, Walker advised succinctly, foregoing any elaborate strategies, and permitted the players to warm up. Another assistant coach, Eric Spoelstra, assumed the role of referee for this training match. Spoelstra, of Filipino descent, began his tenure with the Heat in 1995 as a video coordinator, spent 2 years in that role, became an assistant coach in 1999, and took on the position of scouting director and assistant coach in 2001. At just 33 years of age, Spoelstra was indeed a promising talent. Before Stan Van Gundy became the head coach, all three were assistants with the Heat, each possessing their own distinct philosophies regarding basketball. Thus, officiating a game with such finesse was a task they handled with remarkable ease. Yang diramained a substituta, Whale Odom o Jumpet Grant. Alston dribbled past half-court and found Wade on the wing. Wade deftly tapped the ball to Odom in the paint. Odom, with his left hand dribbling, feigned a move, pivoted on his right foot towards the baseline, and after establishing his left foot as a point of support, he unleashed a stunning fadeaway jump shot. The ball struck the backboard and fell through the hoop, as Grant failed to leap and defend effectively. In the red team's offense, veteran Biombo crossed half-court and passed the ball to Karen, who beckoned Grant to set a screen. After utilizing the pick, Butler changed direction in front of his defender, creating a bit of space before taking a shot, which also found its mark. The score was tied at 2-2. Did you see that? Haslam didn't defend well on that play, Walker remarked to Young D, who was also seated on the sidelines. If Haslam had elevated his position just a moment before Butler's drive, he might have disrupted Butler's penetration. His positioning was too inward, allowing Butler the space to maneuver. Understanding how to balance the defense against drives and jump shots is indeed a crucial lesson for any defensive player. Young D nodded in agreement. Walker's assertion was undeniably astute. Each player's defensive habits are distinct, shaped by their individual physical attributes and reflexes, leading to varied choices in both defense and offense on the court. Yet, he felt a pang of frustration at the sight of Haslam starting for the red team, while he remained merely a substitute, a sentiment that weighed heavily on him. Chapter 51. Negative emotions. Some may contend that practice is merely practice and games are solely games. Yet this perspective is fundamentally flawed. Training serves as a game devoid of spectators, while competition represents a battleground with no retreat. Every individual striving within the league must exert their utmost effort on each game night. Any lapse in focus could lead to an embarrassing spectacle. As the NBA gained global renown, its unparalleled competitiveness became a topic of fascination among numerous experts. Many basketball stars from Europe struggle to adapt to the NBA's pace, constrained both by differing basketball philosophies and the relentless physicality inherent in the league. This physicality manifests not only on the court, but also in daily training sessions. Stan Van Gundy rose, his commanding voice resonating throughout the arena, urging his players to shift, to contain the opposing player's drive, to secure the rebound. Excellent. Wade still grappled with the NBA's pick-and-roll dynamics, while Karen Butler, having trained for a year, adeptly learned to exploit the most effective methods for scoring. Coupled with the red team's commendable interior rebounding, the two teams exchanged blows for 6 minutes, with the yellow team trailing by 2 points at 7-9. Young prepared to enter the game. Walker patted Young's shoulder, rising from the bench and moving to the sidelines. He addressed Spoelstra, stating, "Eric, I am preparing to make a substitution." Spoelstra acknowledged with a glance at his watch. 6 minutes and 39 seconds remaining. At the next stoppage of play, Young D replaced Malik Allen as center, while Odom returned to the power forward position. Simultaneously, the yellow team initiated their substitutions. Veteran Coles was replaced, and Eddie Jones partnered with Karen Butler in the backcourt, while John Wallace took on the small forward role, countering each move with precision. Walker recognized Van Gundy's strategic alterations and discerned his underlying intentions. The initial focus on powerful interior attacks had transitioned to an enhancement of perimeter firepower, maintaining pressure on the red team even in the absence of superstar like Wade. After Yang Di took the court, he faced off against Grant. "Rookie, you finally made it to the game. I've been waiting for you for so long." Grant approached Yang Di and whispered some trash talk. "Sissified, your hair looks truly atrocious." Yang Di immediately shot back, unfazed. "Damn." Grant was infuriated, cursing under his breath and vowing to teach this audacious kid a lesson. As the red team launched their offense, Grant paused, leaned towards Yang Di, and called for the ball. Yang Di pressed his right arm against Grant's back, undeniably feeling the overwhelming strength emanating from him. This individual, Grant's power surpassed that of Yang Di, who had already reached an impressive score of 85. He was a quintessential representative of the iron-willed power forwards of the 1990s, renowned for his tenacious style and ferocious rebounding. Yang Di estimated that Grant's strength might be around 90, merely a step away from reaching the prestigious S rank. Observing Grant's rare eagerness to demand the ball, Karen Butler ceased his drive and opted for a high lob, delivering the ball to Grant in the low post. Bang! With the ball in hand, Grant dribbled with both hands, channeling all his power into the movement, his elbows discreetly positioned. The initial impact struck forcefully against Yang Di's chest. Yang Di felt an excruciating pain in his chest, as if a metal spike had struck him, leaving his ribs feeling as though they might fracture. Despite his mind urging him to withstand the agony, his body instinctively reacted with evasive maneuvers. Meanwhile, Grant seized the opportunity with a quick step, racing towards the basket, lifting the ball high as he leaped. At that moment, Yang Di, driven by defiance, leapt again, but it was too late. By the time Grant thunderously slammed the ball into the hoop, Yang Di arrived just in time to slap his arm. "Rookie, you fouled." Grant scoffed under his breath before turning away. The players continued their movements. This was not a formal match, with no recordings to document the play. Yet, Yang Di's face burned with pain, his teeth grinding audibly, and the veins on his forehead began to throb. As the yellow team launched an offensive, Yang Di refrained from demanding the ball, instead opting to set a screen for Wade. Utilizing Yang Di's screen, Wade maneuvered towards the center after the block, while Yang Di began to cut towards the basket. Grant, having completely abandoned Wade, shadowed Yang Di closely. "Kid, you think you can cut?" "Not a chance." Grant taunted. "Chauffin Yang Di asi spoke." Yang Di felt a surge of anger, simultaneously pushing against Grant, whose stubbornness compelled him to advance further. The two moved with considerable force. Grant discreetly tugged at Yang Di's clothing while Wade, at that moment, had accelerated to his utmost speed, soaring towards the basket against Haslam's defense for a layup. Amidst the confrontation, the ball kissed the backboard and found its way into the net. "What a pity. You shall score no points against my defense, nor seize any rebounds," Grant remarked with a sardonic tone, deliberately inciting Yang Di's ire. As the red team mounted their offense, Karen Butler delivered a bounce pass to Grant stationed at the baseline. Yang Di lifted his arm with grace, his left hand held aloft in a defensive stance, embodying impeccable form. Grant, having no intentions of shooting, merely displayed the triple threat posture before resolutely driving forward. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the floor as Grant barreled ahead like a bull, subtly raising his elbow. "Be cautious." Wade's sharp voice resonated from the perimeter, alerting Yang Di. A flicker of anger flashed in Yang Di's eyes as he retracted his right hand with a swift motion, positioning it defensively. With a deft misstep of his left foot, he twisted his body gracefully, transforming his left hand into a knife-like form, slicing downward with resolute intent, indifferent to the potential harm to either himself or the basketball. Grant, taken aback, could hardly fathom that this novice, Yang Di, would exhibit such tenacious defense. After deflecting Grant's elbow with his right hand, Yang Di maintained his balance, and his left hand struck precisely at the exposed surface of the basketball, the combined force transferring instantaneously, causing the ball to slip from Grant's grasp. Spiraling out of control, the leather of the ball grazed his palm, a stinging reminder of the strength Yang Di had exerted. The basketball ricocheted off his foot, only to be seized by the swiftly approaching Alston, while Wade and the others darted forward like arrows released from a bow. Yang Di cast a disbelieving glance at Grant before joining the fray. How could this be? How could this fellow produce such an extraordinary defense? Grant struggled to accept the reality, and upon turning to see his coach, Stan Van Gundy, encouraging the team from the sidelines, his frustration intensified. His thoughts ablaze with indignation toward the yellow-skinned contender, his eyes glistening with fury. Alston advanced at a measured pace, and, aside from Grant, the red team had sufficient time to regroup, though their positioning was somewhat disorganized, creating a scene of chaos on the court. Yang Di positioned himself slightly to the left of the center, setting a screen for Wade, who surged towards the middle. Meanwhile, Yang Di deftly slipped towards the baseline. Just as Grant charged into the three-point arc, observing the ample space and opportunity, Wade launched a lofty pass from just inside the three-point line. This particular angle and location had been a frequent practice ground for him and Yang Di during the summer. He was confident that Yang Di would successfully receive the ball and execute a thunderous dunk. Yang Di shared the same sentiment, lifting his gaze toward the basketball and leaping high into the air. However, not everyone was in accord. Grant, rushing in with a dazed expression, also soared upwards, forcefully extending his arm in midair, effectively pushing Yang Di aside. Yang Di suddenly lost his balance, letting out a cry as the world around him spun wildly before he thudded to the ground. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Wade's face momentarily revealed a mix of concern and anger, while Stan Van Gundy stared wide-eyed, a look of confusion and disbelief etched across his features. Walker's usually impassive visage betrayed a hint of surprise for the first time, and referee Spoelstra was so startled that his whistle dropped from his grasp. "Have you lost your mind, Brian?" Odom, as the leader and closest in proximity, was the first to confront Grant, deeming the action exceedingly perilous. Following him were Van Gundy, Walker, Trainer George, and others rushing in. However, someone was quicker. Yang Di, lying on the ground for less than a second, sprang up like Wolverine, and in the next moment, he charged at Grant with a furious roar. His left fist, clenched tightly, struck like lightning, landing a solid punch on Grant's nose, causing it to burst forth with blood, leaving Grant momentarily dazed, stars swirling in his vision. Any fleeting sense of guilt was swiftly overshadowed by the searing pain. Yang Di's right fist followed swiftly, delivering a devastating haymaker that struck Grant's head, plunging him into darkness as he staggered backward 2 steps before collapsing like a mountain crumbling under the weight of its own grandeur. Yang Di swiftly brought down Grant in a startling turn of events, leaving everyone in astonishment. By the time the coach and others rushed to their side, it was all over. "Let go of me." Yang Di's eyes blazed with fury, and he attempted to strike again, only to be firmly restrained by Wade, Odom, and others rushing towards him. "What is happening? What are you all doing? You are teammates. Have you all lost your minds?" Van Gundy exclaimed, gazing at Grant, who had succumbed to dizziness, and the unruly Yang Di, his mind overwhelmed. The team physician arrived, and shortly thereafter, Pat Riley, alerted by the commotion, entered the chaotic scene. Chapter 52. The instigator, the rumors in the office of the Miami Heat's general manager. Pat Riley had just finished his second pack of cigarettes, the deep crevices of his face becoming more pronounced. The team doctor reported that Grant had suffered a mild concussion, but was now conscious. However, he would require a week of rest. Walker, Van Gundy, and Spoelstra stood before Pat Riley, who in many respects had been a guiding figure in their coaching journeys. A true mentor. "How could this happen? Why did you not notice the extreme animosity between them? As the head coach, you could bear the blame." Pat Riley addressed Stan Van Gundy, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Van Gundy did not deny it. He nodded, accepting responsibility. "Indeed, I failed to recognize the hostile feelings between them, nor did I anticipate that a seasoned player like Grant would engage in such dangerous actions against a rookie. I never expected a newcomer to retaliate so fiercely. He is practically a boxer, my goodness." "Professional," Walker interjected. Spoelstra added, "The atmosphere in the locker room has been severely compromised, and it is highly likely that tomorrow's newspapers will expose this incident, fueling public opinion and worsening the situation. I had previously mentioned my intention to trade Grant, but following this incident, if not handled properly, it could significantly impact my plans," Pat Riley said, rubbing his forehead, acutely aware of the trouble brewing, which extended beyond just the locker room atmosphere. "This matter must be dealt with severely," Van Gundy asserted gravely. "Indeed, it must be so," Spoelstra concurred. The three men then turned their gazes to Walker, who hesitated before speaking. "Yang Di has indeed made a mistake, but must be noted that Grant set a poor example. If there are to be consequences for both, they should not be unilateral. Rather, they must be balanced. But Grant is a key player. Does being a key player give one the license to harm teammates? This is not about player status. It is about the actions themselves. Ultimately, Grant's punishment should be less severe than Yang Di's, as Grant did not directly attack a teammate, whereas Yang Di's actions were far more perilous." "More perilous? One could potentially ruin a career. It is difficult to determine which is worse." "I cannot agree with that. Three coaches engaged in a heated argument regarding the disciplinary measures for the incident. Fungundi, Wolker, and Spolstra each held their own opinions and were unable to persuade one another, their faces flushed with fervor. After a lengthy dispute, Pat Riley forcefully struck the table, declaring, "I have made my decision regarding the punishment." The three coaches, who had nearly come to blows, calmed down and turned their attention to Pat Riley. He contemplated for a moment before announcing, "Yendi will be suspended for 5 games, starting from the preseason. Additionally, all medical expenses for Grant will be borne by Yendi." Van Gundy pondered that this suspension would not significantly impact Yendi, as the calculation of guaranteed salaries meant that only regular season suspensions would affect personal income. Although the medical expenses would represent a financial burden, they were certainly not substantial. In essence, both players would be sidelined for a comparable duration, one nursing an injury and the other serving suspension. Performance was paramount, and a team suspension sufficed. After all, Yendi was merely a young lad yet to turn 20, deserving of a second chance. But Riley interjected, halting von Gundy's forthcoming remarks. The following day, indeed, influential media outlets reported on the altercations that transpired during the Miami Heat's training sessions. The Miami Herald, the largest local media outlet, was the first to publish the discord within the locker room, characterizing the situation as a crisis and directing the blame toward Yendi. Insiders revealed that Yendi had assaulted veteran Grant, resulting in the latter's hospitalization. The news sent shockwaves through the Miami fanbase and reverberated throughout the entire league. Numerous veteran players expressed disbelief at the audacity and unruliness of such a rookie, leading to a surge in media presence at the American Airlines Arena over the next few days, demanding an official explanation from the Miami Heat. After all, the Herald was not a mere tabloid. Their willingness to report such news suggested the presence of concrete facts. The pressure from public opinion was overwhelmingly intense. Miami fans were incensed, oblivious to the full context of the incident. They only knew that their beloved Heat had welcomed a troublesome newcomer who had injured a key starter, one of the most vital players on the team. Some fans even stormed the Heat's office, demanding severe punishment for Yendi, or, better yet, his trade. "We do not like this Chinese player. He is a rogue, a mere rat that has spoiled the overall chemistry of our Heat," declared an agitated fan during an interview outside the arena. As the public relations crisis escalated, Carroll and Finney called to inquire about the unfolding situation. Subsequently, the phone rang with the voice of Yendi's agent, Hanford Jones, who erupted with a hoarse, despairing tone. "Yendi, how could you do such a thing? Are you out of your mind? You are digging your own grave. Do you understand?" Yang Di was infuriated upon hearing this. "How could I be digging my own grave?" he exclaimed. "Look at the reports from outside. They are inundated with criticism. Even the fans in Miami have turned against you. My goodness, do you still wish to step onto the court? Do you comprehend the essence of commercial value and the correct model for generating profit? Can you fathom the notion of a local star being bested by a foreign player in a league hosted in your own country? And to add insult to injury, you would have to compensate this foreigner. What kind of mindset does that evoke? You are truly out of your mind." Hanford Jones's voice was tinged with desperation. Since last night, he had been incessantly bombarded with phone calls. While Yang Di enjoyed a comfortable position as a player, he was oblivious to the chaos that was unfolding, leaving Hanford Jones to grapple with an overwhelming mess. Upon hearing this, Yang Di's anger intensified, prompting him to disregard Jones and abruptly terminate the call. He nestled into the sofa, enveloped in a blanket, as the weather outside turned chilly, shrouded in clouds devoid of sunlight. Before long, his agent called again, uttering trivial complaints that only deepened Yang Di's dissatisfaction. "I am utterly exhausted. How could I find myself in such predicaments? My fate is truly lamentable," Yang Di exclaimed. "From this moment forth, you need not toil any longer, Mr. Hanford. It seems you are in dire need of an extended respite." "What? Congratulations, our employment relationship concludes here. You may now indulge in your vodka." Yang Di delivered these words in a calm tone, swiftly ending the call before powering off his phone and casting it aside on the coffee table, dismissing the burdensome matters entirely. Yang Di has dismissed his agent, effectively shedding the superfluous outer layer of protection provided by external influences. Consequently, he now faces a torrent of external pressures, with a plethora of negative reports emerging to tarnish his image. Allegations of his connections to the underworld and his involvement in a brawl at Madison Square Garden have surfaced. The unveiling of Yang Di's dragon tattoo hints at a history of rebellion. An unconventional Chinese figure. One might ponder why he contrasts so starkly in temperament with Yao Ming from Houston. Pacers Artist has expressed admiration for Yang Di, recalling that it was Jordan who broke his ribs during a training camp. the young man exudes vigor. However, Pacers general manager Larry Bird swiftly refuted any rumors, asserting that such players are prone to impulsivity and that the Pacers have never endorsed such conduct. On the court, players may battle side by side, but off the court, they must function as a cohesive unit. Amidst the swirling discussions, Yang Di's name gained notoriety during the preseason. Rumors began to circulate that his impulsive behavior had irked the upper management of the Heat and that he was now on the trading block. Miami fans rejoiced at the prospect of his potential departure. Chapter 53. The unveiling. The fervor surrounding the news gradually waned after 2 days. Yet Yang Di's image remained irrevocably associated with impulsiveness and violence. Grant was recuperating in the hospital, leaving Yang Di without the opportunity to join the team for the remainder of the preseason. Head coach Stan Van Gundy harbored a latent disfavor towards players like Yang Di, who thrived on chaos. In stark contrast, the diligent Haslam epitomized the type of player the team needed. Yet, Yang Di's rapid improvement was undeniable during daily training. He consistently completed his tasks with remarkable visibility. Recently, his bench press strength even surpassed that of Haslam and the injured Grant, rendering him the foremost player within the Heat. Truly an anomaly. Following the latest physical assessment, Van Gundy was left utterly speechless. On October 28th, in Philadelphia, at 5 in the afternoon, Van Gundy delivered a pre-game pep talk in the visiting locker room. Last season, Philadelphia finished 5th in the Eastern Conference, but their head coach Larry Brown departed during the offseason. Currently, their starting small forward, Glenn Robinson, remains sidelined due to injury, and the front court is expected to consist of the veteran Derek Coleman and Kenny Thomas, rendering it quite fragile. In summary, we have a significant chance of victory in this match. Everyone focus on defense and securing the rebounds. Van Gundy then scanned the Heat players, his gaze flitting over Yang Di, Wade, and finally resting on Haslam. Udonis, you will start in place of Brian for this game. Yang Di paused momentarily, while Haslam, initially delighted, nodded in agreement. Once the head coach exited the locker room, he turned to Yang Di and remarked, "Yang, this was all thanks to your excellent assists." Yang Di retorted playfully, "Go ahead and gloat. I will surely become a starter sooner or later." Wade chuckled heartily, despite Yang Di having given Grant a thorough beating. The camaraderie among several young players was quite strong, as they were not particularly acquainted with Grant prior to this incident. From the perspective of the event, Grant's actions had indeed been perilous, although Yang Di's reaction was excessively intense. Returning to the topic at hand, your agility is commendable. With some training, you might consider becoming a mixed martial artist should financial constraints arise. Isn't that martial arts? Wade interjected, mimicking a fist salute. Look, Chinese martial arts are the coolest. I adore this gesture. Yang Di responded jokingly, well, perhaps I shall find some time to practice Chinese martial arts. The NBA regular season opener featured 3 matches. The Mavericks facing the Lakers, the Suns battling the Spurs, and the Heat squaring off against the 76ers. The 76ers, a perennial powerhouse in the league, boasted the immensely popular star Allen Iverson, making his presence in the opener a foregone conclusion. However, the matchup against last year's Eastern Conference finalists, the Heat, suggested a disparity in strength. Before the game commenced, the ESPN commentator expressed skepticism regarding the Heat's prospects. The bespectacled middle-aged host remarked, recently, during the preseason, a violent altercation erupted involving Grant and a second-round rookie, resulting in the rookie being suspended for the remainder of the preseason. While Grant has yet to return, a significant blow to the Heat. Indeed, another commentator, equally poised, added, the Heat were already at a disadvantage against the 76ers, and with Grant absent, it will be exceedingly difficult for them to emerge unscathed from this contest at the Wachovia Center. In addition, misfortunes compounded as Karen Butler injured his left knee during practice a few days prior and reportedly underwent arthroscopic surgery, sidelining him for the foreseeable future. Just as the middle-aged commentator was about to elaborate, the camera shifted to the venue where both teams had entered and engaged in warm-up exercises. As the time approached, the lights dimmed, and the arena, filled with 20,000 fans, waved glowing items in the dark. The DJ's exuberant voice filled the air, and with the music's crescendo, the 76ers players made their entrance. The roar of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, the deafening cheers reverberating in Yang Di's ears, as he stood amidst the palpable excitement, feeling as if he were standing on the shore of an ocean. This is the NBA, where every night countless fans cheer, applaud, and lose themselves in the fervor for you. I relish this sensation. Yang Di nearly found himself clapping along, only to recollect that he was there to challenge. when the legendary Allen Iverson finally made his entrance. The most charismatic figure in NBA history elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo, as if he were to lift the very roof of the arena. Philadelphia's son. Tonight, what do you think of him? Young D was aware that Dwayne Wade would be starting. Wade nodded, expressing, "I've always wanted to go head-to-head with him, and today, the moment has finally arrived. I've anticipated this for quite a while. Let us see who among you is quicker." Young D chuckled heartily, feeling a thrill of excitement himself, eager to take the court. As the ESPN broadcast displayed the starting players within large headshots, the Miami Heat's lineup was revealed. Dwayne Wade, 6 feet 4 inches SG, Eddie Jones, 6 feet 6 inches SG, Rasul Butler, 6 feet 7 inches SF, Udonis Haslem, 6 feet 8 inches PF, and Lamar Odom, 6 feet 10 inches PF. The Philadelphia 76ers featured Allen Iverson, 6 feet 0 inches SG, Eric Snow, 6 feet 3 inches PG, John Salmons, 6 feet 7 inches SF, Kenny Thomas, 6 feet 7 inches PF, and Derek Coleman, 6 feet 10 inches PF. Neither team possessed a true center, yet the 76ers boasted a traditional point guard in Snow, while the Heat lacked even that. As the lights illuminated the pristine hardwood, Odom and Kenny Thomas positioned themselves at center court for the jump ball. Though Thomas stood at only 6 feet 7 inches, he was a vigorous 26 years old. In contrast, the 76ers' Derek Coleman, at 36, was nearing the twilight of his professional career. Yet, during the jump, Odom momentarily lost focus. Thomas, with explosive athleticism, leaped with astonishing speed to secure the rebound before Odom, subsequently passing the ball to point guard Snow. Applause erupted as Snow crossed half-court. Utilizing Coleman for a screen, Iverson executed his traditional movement, circling until he found a sliver of space thanks to Thomas's pick. However, Wade, with remarkable speed, quickly closed in. The ball found its way to Iverson, who stood just beyond the three-point arc, poised in a triple threat position. "Allen, my idol," he mused. Young D displayed an expression of admiration, for he held a fondness for certain NBA stars, Allen Iverson being among them. Beside him, Malik Allen's face instantly manifested a peculiar look as he jestingly remarked, "Aren't you a fan of Dennis Rodman? Or perhaps Bill Laimbeer? Karen claims you are even more ferocious than him." "Uffed. How could I possibly compare to Karen? That fellow spent 15 stints in prison during his youth," he retorted. In his final gang altercation, he was confined alone for 15 days, after which he resolved to turn over a new leaf. "I believe you are now the most perilous one among us. Just look at Pat Riley, who comes by daily to observe the team's training." Fearful that another incident might occur, Young D wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, remarking, "How exaggerated. He may simply wish to come and observe. In my opinion, given the profound connection between Karen and the number 15, he ought to select it as his jersey number instead of opting for the number 4. The Wings are lacking in personnel, and John Wallace has returned to the lineup." Malik, with a touch of resignation, shrugged his shoulders. "Hey, isn't it said that Lamar can play as a small forward? Who knows? Coach Stan might devise some peculiar lineups. Regardless, it seems to me that the players of the 76ers are not particularly tall." Young D gestured to indicate his height, engaging in a delightful conversation with Malik Allen, a third-year student. Chapter 54, The Debut. The 76ers have seen the departure of numerous players during the summer, significantly diminishing their strength. However, with Iverson on their roster, they will always remain a formidable force in the Eastern Conference. In contrast, the Heat appear considerably more inexperienced. Wade, brimming with determination, scored 8 points by making 4 out of 6 shots in a single quarter, while Iverson achieved 9 points with 4 out of 8. The duel between the two number 3s was truly captivating. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the 76ers led by 5 points with a score of 24-19. Young D's heel twitched, and his drooping head suddenly lifted. "Young, you will take the court in the second quarter," Stan Van Gundy addressed him. "All right, no problem." Young D thought to himself, elated that he could finally fulfill the main task. During each break, the cheerleaders emerged to perform vibrant dances. A group of enthusiastic Philadelphia girls clad in strapless short skirts, waving pom-poms and executing difficult gymnastic routines, showcasing their graceful figures and exuberant youthfulness. "Wow, I like that girl," Wade remarked, gesturing with his lips. Young D glanced in the direction Wade indicated, but the cheerleaders were constantly shifting positions. Who knows which one he was referring to? A loud announcement reverberated through the venue as the players returned to the court. For the Heat, Alston, Eddie Jones, John Wallace, Malik Allen, and Young D. For the 76ers, Snow, Willie Green, Aaron McKie, Kenny Thomas, and Mark Jackson. Young D faced off against Mark Jackson. The 28-year-old Mark Jackson, selected as the ninth pick in the second round of the 1997 draft, stands at 2.08 meters tall and plays as a power forward. There is another player sharing the same name, Mark Jackson, who currently serves as a guard for the Houston team and is a full decade older than the former. This bald African-American man appears quite robust, his height and weight comparable to Yang D's. He remains somewhat taciturn. Upon Yang D's entrance onto the court, he merely glanced at him without uttering a word, likely aware that this individual is a rookie. Yang D, too, refrained from initiating conversation, noticing the other's silence. He chose to remain equally reticent. The moment had arrived. Fans tuning in to the broadcast straightened in anticipation. Chinese fans from Miami, supporters from distant China, and most importantly, friends and family, all fixated on the television screen, anxious not to miss a single detail of Yang D's appearance. The Heat initiated the play, with Alston advancing past half-court. Yang D concealed himself behind the 3-second line, while Alston and Malik executed a pick-and-roll offense. After obstructing Snow, the 76ers opted for a defensive switch. Alston returned the ball to Malik, who found himself mismatched against Snow at a high position. Although he had the advantage, his positioning was not optimal. Contemplating this, Yang D prepared to maneuver around in search of opportunities. Malik then executed a handoff pass to the other side, reaching Eddie Jones, who, upon receiving the ball, aggressively drove toward the paint. At that moment, Yang D successfully circumvented the defenders, creating space for Eddie Jones. Jones completed a layup just before Mark Jackson could provide help, leaving the Heat trailing the 76ers 21-24. On the sidelines, Stan Van Gundy paused, pondering whether this player was merely fortunate or had astutely discerned the strategy. If the decision to vacate his position was based solely on instinct, it indeed seemed to be a commendable play. As the 76ers initiated their offense, Snow passed to Willie Green, a 193-centimeters shooting guard known for his robust physique and shooting prowess, though he was not particularly adept at driving to the basket. The ball was subsequently handed off to small forward Aaron McKee, an unheralded role player who had been in the league since 1994, boasting nearly a decade of professional experience. McKee, skilled at scoring, had seen a notable increase in his three-point shooting percentage over the past 2 years, hovering around 40. Observing John Wallace's defensive misstep, McKee opted for a quick pull-up three-pointer. The shot found its mark, putting the 76ers ahead 27-21 against the Heat. As the teams transitioned between offense and defense, Yang D set a screen for Alston, while Eddie Jones maneuvered along the perimeter. After circling beneath the basket, he sprinted back to the three-point line, with Malik providing an off-ball screen. Upon receiving the ball, Eddie Jones enjoyed a brief moment of separation, using a timing advantage to step in for a drive. Yang D followed closely, but a defender interposed between them. In the midst of his movement, Jones opted for an abrupt jump shot, but McKee contested it fiercely, resulting in a missed shot and the rebound ricocheted away. Yang D and Mark Jackson found themselves in a tight encounter, with Mark Jackson profoundly sensing the immense strength emanating from the young man beside him, akin to that of a powerful bull. How had this youth cultivated such a formidable physique? As a basketball rebounded toward Mark Jackson's right side, despite Yang D's formidable strength, he lacked the instantaneous capacity to displace Mark Jackson. Utilizing his weight, Mark Jackson adeptly intercepted the ball with one hand, then subtly shifted his body to the right, cradling the basketball with both hands to secure the rebound. Alas, what a pity. Fans who admired Yang D let out a collective sigh, yearning for him to seize every rebound. Yang D shared a similar sentiment. Upon returning to defend, he forcefully maneuvered past Mark Jackson to seize a defensive rebound, marking the inaugural positive statistic of his professional career. Both teams' reserves struggled with their shooting touch, resulting in a sluggish offensive tempo. In the first quarter, Eddie Jones, who had secured the highest number of rebounds on the court, subsequently missed his second shot upon entering the second quarter, a low-arching basketball that rebounded considerably far. Yang D, with remarkable quickness and agility, sprang into action, securing the rebound amidst a tussle with Mark Jackson. With a deft flick of his wrist, he directed the ball outward. Alston, standing firmly on the logo, seized the rebound but chose to exercise patience rather than rushing into an offensive play. He cradled the ball to one side and gestured for a moment of calm. Indeed, he demonstrated a commendable sense of tempo control. On the sidelines, Van Gundy nodded in approval, recognizing Alston's steadiness. Had the Heat's roster not been so rich in ball handlers, he might have even considered a starting position. Alston passed the ball to Malik, who engaged in a one-on-one battle with Kenny Thomas in the elbow area. with the ball held firmly in both hands. He feigned a jump shot before decisively driving to the basket, skillfully maneuvering past two imposing defenders, his presence exuding danger. He attempted a floater, but it missed the mark. Simultaneously, Mark Jackson and Yang Di leaped, both calling out loudly. However, Yang Di's leaping ability surpassed that of Jackson, allowing him to secure the rebound first. Gripping it tightly with both hands, he then forcefully slammed the ball onto the floor, bouncing it back up and preparing to leap. No way he would dunk. Mark Jackson and Kenny Thomas both leaped to defend against him. Yang Di leaped into the air without a care, engaging in a confrontation with two other players. He was jolted backward, losing his grip on the basketball, which soared away. A whistle pierced the air, foul committed by the 76ers. The referee signaled a defensive foul against the 76ers, prompting a chorus of boos from the audience. As Yang Di approached the free throw line, the jeering intensified. Many recognized him as the second-round Chinese player who recently made headlines, rumored to have been involved in a brawl with teammates, a situation deemed utterly disgraceful. Such is the nature of the NBA. Every point scored is hard-won, and even free throws are fraught with extraordinary distractions. Yang Di took the ball from the referee, who signaled for 2 free throws. Yang Di took a breath and lifted the ball. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The referee, with a grim expression, nearly blew the whistle for a 5-second violation when Yang Di released the ball at the critical moment. His shooting form was somewhat unorthodox, with his right elbow protruding slightly outward. The basketball spun and clanged against the front rim. Yang Di leaned forward, skillfully intercepting the rebounding basketball. Laughter erupted from the crowd, as a number of unfriendly Philadelphia fans shouted derisively at him, urging him to return to China, calling him a rogue. For the second free throw, Yang Di dribbled the ball 3 times before raising it with an expression of utmost seriousness. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net, bringing the Heat to a score of 22, trailing by 5 points. This marked the first point of his professional career. He smiled and celebrated with high fives from his teammates. While Wade, Odom, and others on the sidelines applauded the young player, it was indeed a moment to be cherished. Chapter 55. The rebounding behemoth. Since the arrival of Allen Iverson, the Philadelphia 76ers have swiftly transformed into one of the most exhilarating teams in the league. Iverson possesses unparalleled speed, dazzling dribbling skills, an innate scoring ability, and an indomitable spirit on the court. Beginning in 1996, Philadelphia built its team around Iverson, culminating in the 2001 playoffs, where the 76ers, propelled by his remarkable performance, triumphed over the Pacers 3-1, engaged in an epic 4-3 battle against the Raptors led by Carter, and again advanced 4-3 against the Bucks to reach the finals. This marked their first return to the finals since 1983, representing a pinnacle moment for the 76ers in recent years. However, in the past 2 years, the team has undergone significant changes. Following the departures of key players like Mutombo, the 76ers, while still among the Eastern Conference's elite, lack the formidable presence they've boasted during their championship season in 2001. The night in Philadelphia is ablaze with lights. The waters of the Delaware River flowing robustly. Each bustling night encapsulates the solitude and contentment that envelopes this city. On the deserted streets, one often encounters disheartened individuals swaying with their bottles. Where there are those who falter, there are also those who revel in triumph. The spotlight shines, cameras roll, and the intense competition captivates all. Bang! Yang Di seized the rebound with one hand, a shadow darting past the corner of his eye. He swiftly turned his head, deftly flicking the ball with his fingertips, as number 3 soared into the air, delivering a thunderous dunk. The Philadelphia 76ers called for a timeout. Once again, he snatched the offensive rebound. A collective lament arose from the depths of the spectators' hearts. In the span of mere minutes, they had witnessed the formidable number 8 from the opposing team, with a physique that belied his rookie status, repeatedly penetrate the heart of the 76ers frontcourt, claiming offensive boards time and again. The frontcourt was under siege by the rebounding beast. The 76ers went from leading to trailing, their morale severely impacted. Well done, Van Gundy remarked, leaving no room for criticism. Though Yang Di remained an unpredictable element, capable of explosive performances at any moment, he was excelling on the court at present. As a coach who cherished traditional post-play, Van Gundy yearned to see his players secure the rebounds. Yang Di's ability to seize offensive rebounds is indeed beyond expectations. He humbly acknowledged his good fortune, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Humble, really? By the second quarter, he had already snatched 4 offensive boards, coupled with 2 defensive rebounds, bringing his total to 6, thus establishing himself as the leading rebounder on the court. Quite impressive. Odom patted Yang Di on the shoulder. No wonder he could knock out Grant. With that physique, he could easily consider a side career in boxing. Meanwhile, the 76ers bench found themselves in an awkward predicament. The current head coach, Randy Ayers, who was promoted from within the ranks, lacks a distinguished coaching record, struggling to command the attention of the millionaire players. The 76ers are acutely aware that Ayers is not the ideal candidate, and they are actively searching for a replacement following Larry Brown's departure. How could a mere 19-year-old dominate the boards like this? It was utterly embarrassing. Randy feigned seriousness while the 76ers players listened intently, indeed feeling somewhat humiliated by Yang Di's performance. They were advised to enhance their positioning and protect the defensive boards by doubling up on rebounds. Considering that Yang Di was the sole Heat player remaining in the frontcourt, do not allow him to jump. His leaping ability is commendable, Iverson added, addressing the two big men. With 4 minutes and 57 seconds remaining, the game resumed, and the Heat led the 76ers 41-37. The ball was in the 76ers' possession, and Iverson, yet to score this quarter, received the ball on the wing against Wade. The 76ers spread the floor, preparing for an isolation play for Iverson. He feinted with his left foot, then retracted it, stepping to the right to break through while protecting the ball with his right hand. His footwork was lightning fast. His speed astonishing. Wade retreated defensively, a necessary tactic given that his opponent had already broken through. Yet, in a split second, Iverson pulled the ball back through his legs, twisting his body dramatically, executing a mesmerizing crossover to the left before accelerating, swiftly creating space between himself and Wade. This maneuver was spectacular, although not overly complex. Few can achieve the synergy of man and ball that Iverson does. Wade struggled to regain his balance, but Iverson did not penetrate further into the paint. Instead, he settled for a mid-range jumper from just beyond the free throw line. Wade, having caught up, leapt to contest the shot. Just as Wade's hand came into play, Iverson released the ball, which unfortunately clanked off the rim. Yang Di, anticipating the rebound, watched as the ball ricocheted to the left, where Odom seized it with a single motion. Fast break. Odom seized the rebound and immediately dribbled down the court. After a swift spin past Kenny Thomas, he surged forward with unimpeded momentum, propelling the Heat into a fast break situation. In the front court of the 76ers, Odom executed a dazzling coast-to-coast maneuver, barreling into the paint and overpowering the slender Snow, who weighed a mere 86 kilograms, effortlessly banking the shot. The Heat now led by 6 points, with a score of 43-37. At this moment, Yang Di had just crossed the midline, showcasing Odom's exceptional ball handling skills. He swiftly turned to return to defense, while the 76ers executed a fast-paced pass, rapidly establishing an offensive point on the flank. After a pick and roll, Iverson delivered a bounce pass to the descending Kenny Thomas. Thomas then pivoted towards the corner, passing the ball to John Salmons. Unchallenged, Salmons took to the air for a jump shot. Shortly after, Rasul Butler's defense arrived, but it was of little consequence, as the basketball missed its mark, bouncing high into the air. Yang Di was effectively positioned by veteran Derek Coleman, with his impressive jumping ability, managed to deflect the basketball. The ball subsequently ricocheted to the side, where it was seized by Eddie Jones. A collective sigh emanated from the 76ers fans as yet another opportunity slipped away. When Van Gundy observed that the Heat's offensive attempt had faltered, he noted that more than 2 players were blocking Yang Di's position, realizing that he could not resolve such a predicament in a short span. He waved his hand, substituting Yang Di with a more offensively capable Malik Allen. During this period, the 76ers were experiencing a downer in their performance, presenting an opportune moment to bolster their offense. Van Gundy calculated that it was imperative to widen the score gap before halftime. However, the Heat's shooting percentage was also lacking. By the time halftime arrived, the Heat held a slender 3-point lead over the 76ers, with a score of 46-43. Yang Di had limited opportunities for offense, scoring a solitary point from free throws and an additional 2 points from a second-chance basket after securing an offensive rebound. He also facilitated the reorganization of play by distributing the ball from 2 other offensive rebounds, culminating in a commendable performance of 3 points and 6 rebounds within a span of over 8 minutes on the court. The local television commentator in Miami marveled at Yang Di, describing him as a warrior brimming with energy. This remarkable 19-year-old stood in stark contrast to his opponents, seasoned veterans like Mark Jackson and Kenny Smith, who were well-versed in the league and adept at rebounding. Nevertheless, Yang Di managed to outmaneuver them, capturing an impressive number of offensive rebounds. Given his prowess in this area, I believe the Heat would be wise to secure this Chinese player with a second-round draft pick, setting aside external factors for the moment. He added this remark shortly thereafter. Chapter 56. First Victory, a Professional Milestone. On October 28, 2003, he made his debut, playing for 19 minutes and recording 3 points, 7 rebounds, and 1 block. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission, NBA debut. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the immediate task, bench performance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Philadelphia 76ers. As the game concluded, a series of system notification sounds left Yang D in utter astonishment. His mouth agape and his mind somewhat hazy. He stood in a daze until Dwayne Wade came over and embraced him, exclaiming, "Well done, my brother." Yang D suddenly realized and vigorously patted Wade on the back, acknowledging him as well. In this match, Wade scored 18 points and provided 4 assists. Although he committed 5 turnovers, he demonstrated remarkable potential, exhibiting aggression and determination on the court. Despite being closely guarded throughout the game, Iverson managed to score 26 points. However, his shooting accuracy was dismal, hitting only 9 out of 25 attempts, resulting in a true shooting percentage of less than 50%. Iverson played for 45 minutes, taking a brief respite at the start of the second quarter. Yet the team suffered a staggering 15-point defeat against the Miami Heat, who finished last in the Eastern Conference last year with a score of 74-89. It is no wonder that as he left the court, Iverson wore a grave expression, his face a picture of displeasure. Yang D walked through the player tunnel, while Dwayne Wade remained on the court for an interview with an ESPN reporter. The female reporter held a microphone in front of Wade as chest amidst the cacophony of the crowd, compelling him to lower his head to catch her questions. "Congratulations, Dwayne, on an outstanding debut. You scored a total of 18 points tonight and made significant contributions on the offensive end. Are you satisfied with your performance?" Wade shrugged his shoulders, stating, "In the first half, the score was very close. As you know, the opponent posed considerable challenges for us. Most of my scoring came in the first half, and I was quite pleased with my performance then. However, in the second half, I missed quite a few shots offensively and was not particularly satisfied. So it's a mixed bag." The reporter continued, "We noticed that Allen Iverson's efficiency was curtailed under your defense, and you played for 38 minutes. Did Coach Stan Van Gundy specifically arrange for you to focus on this aspect before the game?" Wade humbly replied, "Indeed, Allen is a top scorer in the NBA, and when he wants to score, it becomes quite a headache for defenders. What we can do is to limit his efficiency as much as possible, and fortunately, we did well today, thanks to the collective effort of the team." Lastly, the female reporter adjusted her glasses and gazed at Wade's charming jawline, suddenly finding the 21-year-old rookie quite captivating. "The next game is a back-to-back match as you head to Boston to challenge the Celtics. Do you feel confident about securing another victory in Boston?" Wade responded, "Absolutely. We are always brimming with confidence. Just like we did tonight, we controlled the boards and maintained the rhythm of our offense. Several of my teammates grabbed offensive rebounds, especially Yang D. Did he get 4 or 5 offensive boards? I can't quite recall, but he made a tremendous contribution to our second chance points and demoralizing the opponent." Wade concluded by praising Yang D, seizing the opportunity for free promotion. After the interview, he flashed a slight smile at the camera, donned a towel, and turned to walk back down the player tunnel, as the fans in the Wachovia Center had mostly dispersed. In his inaugural game, Yang D's performance captured the attention of some local Miami media and a segment of Chinese media. On the opening day, without a Rockets game, Yang D's presence as a Chinese player naturally resonated with the Chinese community, especially as he impressively secured numerous offensive rebounds in the second quarter. Some drew comparisons between Yang D and Yao Ming, who also made his debut last year, noting that Yang D's performance was evidently superior. Additionally, the Miami Heat's unexpected victory over the 76ers was also noteworthy news. The Spurs narrowly triumphed over the Suns by a single point in their home game, while the Lakers, boasting their assembled F4, achieved a resounding victory against the Mavericks. On a flight bound for Boston, Yang D meticulously assessed his latest data within the system space. His strength had surged to 91, meriting an A-grade rating according to the System S evaluation. His jumping ability stood at 81, classified as B, with other attributes showing slight improvements. Overall, his offensive rating was 61, denoted as C, while his defensive rating reached 79, categorized as B, and his rebounding score was 83, rated B. In addition, He had accumulated 650 villain points that remained unspent, accrued from immediate tasks. Yang Di calculated that he was presently averaging 10 villain points per day, a rate that lagged noticeably behind the rapidly increasing attribute points. A particularly delightful surprise came when he defeated the 76ers that evening, earning 50 villain points as a reward. The exchange shop still offered no enticing items for redemption. Many were locked away, including a team roster card pack that Yang Di coveted, requiring 2,000 points for exchange. Upon completion, it would provide data on the entire roster of a current team, albeit not as a training template, but merely as a reference. To obtain a specific team card pack would necessitate an additional payment of 1,000 villain points. Scoundrels, Yang Di muttered under his breath, prompting a curious glance from the nearby Odom. What's wrong, Yang? He inquired. Nothing, just a thought, Yang Di replied. You performed exceptionally well today. Mark and the others couldn't even secure a single rebound against you, Odom remarked with a smile. Not too shabby. How long until we reach Boston? Yang Di asked. Approximately an hour or so. It will be quick, Odom responded. Yang Di remarked, back-to-back refers to playing 2 games within a span of 24 hours. However, if these games are held in cities that are far apart, wouldn't team most of the time be consumed in transit? Indeed, that seems to be the case, responded Odom, nodding. Typically, the cities for back-to-back games are not too distant from one another, but occasionally, those so-called mathematician researchers truly miscalculate. One might find themselves playing in Philadelphia one night, and then off to Phoenix or Salt Lake City the next. True, after all. It is not merely a flight from the East Coast to the West Coast, Yang Di chuckled. Boston stands as one of the most historically rich and culturally significant cities in America, with the Boston Celtics embodying the grandeur of the NBA, proudly displaying 16 championship banners that flutter in the wind, a testament to their legacy. However, since Larry Bird announced his retirement in 1992, the team has found itself ensnared in a quagmire. It was only 2 years ago, under the leadership of 25-year-old Paul Pierce and 26-year-old Anthony Walker, that the Celtics clawed their way back into the playoffs. That year, the youthful duo propelled the Celtics to the Eastern Conference Finals, where in the 3rd game of the series, Pierce orchestrated a thrilling fourth-quarter comeback, scoring 19 points and helping the Celtics overturn a 21-point deficit. Alas, they ultimately fell short, losing the series 2-4 to the Nets. Regrettably, the Celtics' interior issues were magnified in last year's playoffs. In the Eastern Conference semifinals, they faced the Nets again, and under the pressure of Kenyon Martin, the entire Celtics team resorted to shooting from the perimeter, attempting nearly 24 three-pointers per game with a dismal success rate of only 30, particularly Anthony Walker's performance. When the Celtics were mentioned, several Heat players expressed keen interest, as the esteemed NBA franchise's every move captivates players' attention. Wade commented, Anthony Walker's performance in the playoffs last year was abysmal. I watched his games, and his outside shooting was horrendous, perhaps below 20. His scoring was also subpar, completely lacking the form he displayed during the regular season. Conversely, Paul Pierce excelled, averaging 29 points per game, even though the Celtics were swept by the Nets. Thus, it was understandable why, at the start of this season, the Celtics traded Anthony Walker for 3 relatively unknown players and a first-round draft pick. Odom found it incredulous. It seemed madness for the Celtics to judge a player solely based on fleeting successes or failures. Who knows? Hopefully, Anthony Walker finds happiness with the Mavericks. Regardless, this season does not bode well for the Celtics, and we have a significant opportunity to triumph in this match, Malik stated. Yet this damn back-to-back is rather exhausting. Odom sighed, a frown adorning his face. ISNT it, Yang? Huh. Yang Di paused, then realized, laughing, it's not too bad. After all, I haven't played for long. TCH, how dull. Odom rolled his eyes, finding Yang Di's response utterly unremarkable. Chapter 57, Boston. Ancient, profound, and steeped in history. This city bears these distinctive marks. The gently flowing Charles River chronicles the tumultuous events of this land over the past 4 centuries. Beneath the cloak of night, Boston reveals neither splendor nor clamor as it sweeps across the cityscape, casting a gaze upon the resplendent nocturnal scenery. As Yang Di and his companions emerged from the airport, it was already the early hours of the morning. Late October marked the transition between autumn and winter, and the sudden fluctuation in temperature was quite disconcerting. Upon returning to the hotel, Yang Di collapsed into slumber, not awakening until around midday the following day. Is this the life of a professional athlete? It is indeed exhausting. Yang Di stifled a yawn, changed into a fresh set of training attire, and donned his training gear before stepping out of his room. Downstairs, the hotel offered a self-service breakfast, but the designated breakfast hour had already passed. At the front desk, Yang Di inquired with the attendant, "Are the other players from our Heat team still resting?" "Yes, indeed, Mr. Yang," the attendant replied with a cheerful smile. Yang Di nodded. Should the coaches or players awaken, he would inform them that he was stepping out for a stroll, for having risen early. He felt a slight pang of hunger. "The hotel does offer lunch," he mused. "Yes, I am aware," Yang Di replied with a wave of his hand as he exited the hotel premises. The establishment was situated not far from the Celtics' North Shore Garden, approximately 2 to 3 kilometers away. As he meandered along the street, he purchased a hot dog and cradled a cup of milk, passing by an open-air basketball court. Yang Di grasped the iron wire fence, observing the empty court, likely deserted as everyone had gone for lunch at this midday hour. He strolled onto the field. As leaves cascaded from the branches above and settled upon a wooden bench at the edge, his hands tucked into his pockets, basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. If only every day could afford such moments of repose, he mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he anticipated the evening's match, relishing this tranquil interlude in stark contrast to the impending clamor. At North Shore Garden, prior to the Celtics season opener, the Miami Heat players formed a circle, with Odom at the center. Their hands were stacked together as they chanted, 1-2, let us begin. With their hands falling, they dispersed. The Celtics' entrance, however, was far more intricate, as the home team always carried a distinct energy. All eyes were on the young player adorned with a headband, the court awash in green. Paul Pierce, embarking on his first season post-Anthony Walker, had officially ascended as the leader of the Celtics. Pierce stood tall, embodying unwavering pride, his gaze resolute. His physique was robust, epitomizing the zenith of an outside player, exuding the audacious spirit of the Boston underworld. Yang Di glanced at Pierce and recalled his encounter with Iverson the previous day. A hint of envy flickered in his eyes, perhaps the best interpretation of what it truly means to possess a team. One individual, a team, a city. Every rise and fall of fortune rests upon the shoulders of that singular person. Yang Di remains a substituta, while Alston and Haslam have both ascended to the starting lineup. The Miami Heat's lineup consists of PG Alston, SG Wade, SF Eddie Jones, PF Haslam, and C. Lamar Odom. The Boston Celtics feature PG Mike James, SG Cedric Brown, SF Paul Pierce, PF Win Baker, and C. Mark Blunt. In terms of height, the Celtics possess a more formidable stature compared to the Heat, particularly with their two towering interior players, Win Baker and Mark Blunt, both exceeding 2.10 meters. Regrettably, Mark Blunt is merely a sluggish giant, and when Baker has long since lost the ferocity he once displayed with the Bucks. In contrast to the Heat's dynamic lineup, I find myself favoring the Miami team for victory in this match. As the game commenced, the commentator from CBS Broadcasting expressed a rather pessimistic outlook for the Celtics. Yang Di sat on the sidelines, his devoted fans unable to catch a glimpse of him, as the camera incessantly lingered on the Celtics' number 34 or the Heat's numbers 7 and 3. The whistle blew, signaling the commencement of the match. The red light of the game clock flickered, and the arena erupted with cheers and chants, a cacophony befitting Boston's spirited atmosphere. Today, Dwayne Wade found himself up against a formidable opponent. The player occupying the shooting guard position on the opposing team appeared to be exceptionally robust. Yang Di's gaze fixated on the African-American athlete clad in the Boston Celtics number 5 jersey, towering at roughly 2 meters and undoubtedly exceeding 100 kilograms in weight. His athletic prowess was evident. He had been selected as the 11th pick in the draft 2 years prior. Malik Saated Beside Yang Di remarked on his familiarity with some of the lesser-known NBA players, having played for an additional 2 years. 2 years ago, that was in 2001, Yang Di shot Malik a quizzical look. Malik Allen chuckled. Indeed, that was the year I entered the league. By the way, I went undrafted that year. Unlike these players who stand so high above. With a scoff, Yang Di felt a pang of irritation when high draft picks were mentioned. On the court, the referee signaled for the second official timeout of the first quarter. As the Heat players descended, Yang Di rose alongside his teammates, applauding those exiting the game. Can you handle it, Dwayne? That big guy across from you seems quite challenging, Yang Di remarked, exchanging a high five with the visibly frustrated Wade. Wade grunted in response. Ignoring Yang Di's somewhat gleeful demeanor, his teeth clenched in silence. Yang, it's your turn to enter the game. Stan Van Gundy called him over. As it was nearly time for the normal rotation, Van Gundy retrieved a tactical board and began sketching simple plays. The Celtics primarily rely on passing and cutting. Paul Pierce will likely rest during this timeout. We must seize this opportunity, apply tight defense, and play aggressively to close the gap. As he illustrated lines and arrows, Van Gundy vocally motivated the players. Yang Di tilted his head, scrutinizing the increasingly intricate tactical board, ultimately concluding that he did not grasp what in the world was being drawn. As the timeout concluded, Yang Di entered the fray. His immediate mission, to shatter the glory of Boston. The Celtics players bore the essence of green blood, and Yang Di aimed to vanquish the team with its illustrious history. Proving himself in Boston. Mission reward. A training card as Celtics star template. Yang Di stood on the court, his mouth agape. Momentarily stunned, as a surge of emotions welled up within him. He had not anticipated that the immediate tasks would come with template training cards. This system was sometimes perplexing, occasionally frustrating. Yet, a fervent flame ignited within him. If he were to complete this immediate task, would he not soar to new heights? Tony Batty observed the young man before him, lost in thought, displaying a distinct lack of respect for veteran players. Damn rookie, he muttered to himself, disliking such peculiar players. On the sidelines, the Heat initiated an inbound pass. Eddie Jones advanced past half-court, passing to Rasul Butler on the perimeter, who then relayed the ball to Lamar Odom. The Celtics head coach focused intently, his expression grave. Odom was renowned as a versatile warrior in the league, capable of defending positions 1 through 5, and offensively proficient across multiple roles, heralded as the most advanced swingman of the moment. Consequently, Eric Williams, who came out to defend, found himself at a disadvantage. His standard height of 6 feet 8 inches was insufficient against Odom. Odom executed a powerful drive, lacking speed, but demonstrating remarkable strength as he pushed past his defender. Meanwhile, in the paint, Malik Allen firmly stationed himself against Celtics backup power forward Reef Florent, while Yang Di settled into a low stance, equally anchoring himself against Tony Batty. Goodness, this rookie's strength. Tony Batty, a survivor in the league due to his core and lower body strength, was astonished that this newcomer, who had barely undergone NBA training, possessed such formidable power, something he had never encountered before. Unbeknownst to Batty, Yang Di had trained diligently and had been exposed to advanced NBA-level training for 2 months, leading to his remarkable progress. Odom effortlessly penetrated the defense, soaring for a layup that found its mark. Well executed, the others thought as they retreated on defense. Odom and Yang Di exchanged celebratory high fives, and after 2 games, Odom found himself thinking that having Yang Di in the paint was sufficient. Why exhaust himself trying to squeeze inside? Chapter 58. The block. Yang Di let out a dry chuckle, contemplating that the situation was far from ideal. The best outcome would be for him to not intervene, allowing his teammate to seize the offensive rebound, followed by a powerful dunk, or perhaps a layup. He added to his thoughts, 20-15, the Celtics are leading by 5 points, with just over a minute left in the first quarter. Marcus Banks, dribbling past the half-court line, is a promising 22-year-old rookie drafted 13th overall in this year's selection, subsequently traded from the Grizzlies to the Celtics. Standing at 188 meters and weighing 93 kilograms, he was recognized as the best defensive player at the Las Vegas campus, embodying the traditional point guard that the Celtics are keen to develop. Along with him in the trade was Kendrick Perkins, a first-round pick at 27th overall. Though he is still honing his skills in the developmental league and has yet to make the team's main roster, Banks theatrically extended 2 fingers, orchestrating a tactical maneuver, directing the ball to the wingman, Eric Williams. However, Odom spread his arms before him, causing Eric to feel a twinge of apprehension. The ball was passed into the low post to Tony Batty, who, positioned just outside the 3-second area, sought to back down Yang Di. Against Yang Di in a post-up, Spoelstra stifled a chuckle, knowing that with Yang Di's enhanced strength, backing him down was clearly not a wise decision, given Yang Di's current defensive prowess. Attacking from the front would be the correct approach. Unfortunately, Tony Batty was oblivious to this. He merely perceived Yang Di's strength, having just been outmaneuvered, and felt it was time to reclaim his pride. One-on-one, let me show you my prowess, Batty declared, planting his toes firmly on the ground, his body tense with anticipation. With a thud, Batty collided with Yang Di's arm, but Yang Di stood his ground effortlessly. Another collision ensued, yet Yang Di remained unfazed. With time slipping away, the other Heat players showed no inclination to double-team, creating an awkward situation. Batty pivoted, attempting a challenging hook shot, but Yang Di leaped with the grace of a rocket. How can he jump so quickly? Tony Batty marveled, instinctively adjusting his shot to avoid Yang Di's block, releasing the ball with a hastened flick of his wrist. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, and as Yang Di landed, Odom surged in to snatch the rebound. With 50 seconds left, Odom controlled the tempo on the offensive end. At the 40-second mark, he executed a hook shot toward Yang Di. Yang Di sprinted to the perimeter, and Odom gestured for him to position himself for a screen on the right side. To the right, young man. Yang Di, feel-led Wheat Joe, positioned himself with an outstretched stance, mimicking a defensive screen. Suddenly, Odom yanked the ball with his left hand and took a bold step forward with his right foot, surprisingly opting for a breakthrough on the left side. It turned out to be merely a feint for Yang Di's screen. Eric Williams swiftly reacted, trailing Odom as he penetrated towards the baseline. Odom reached the end line, stepped back, and executed a mid-range jump shot. Although the defensive interference was minimal, the shot failed to find its mark, and Yang Di had no opportunity to seize the rebound, as Tony Batty effectively boxed him out. Protected by the shortest player on the court, Banks secured the rebound and advanced the ball to the front court, with only 33 seconds remaining. The Celtics head coach signaled for a measured approach, urging a slowdown. Consequently, Banks controlled the ball while standing on the Celtics logo, refraining from advancing as the Heat dispersed into a man-to-man defense. The tempo was deliberately stifled, and the audience erupted in cheers. Yang Di squinted, fixating on the player he was defending, Tony Batty, while simultaneously keeping a keen eye on the ball handler, Marcus Banks, his concentration unwavering. Taking a deep breath, Banks activated his momentum with just 20 seconds remaining. As the 13th overall pick, his speed was nothing short of astonishing, with a powerful stride. He fused seamlessly with the ball and surged toward the right side of Eddie Jones. The left side was his target, precisely where Yang Di stood guard, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Eddie Jones, renowned as a formidable defensive stalwart in the league, had averaged around 2 steals per game in the early years of his career, consistently demonstrating his tenacity and vigor. Banks aimed to forcefully penetrate Jones's defense, playing right into the latter's hands as he barreled forward, gradually veering away from the basket. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Banks thought, "This is a mistake. This drive is futile." With determination, he planted his toes on the floor, the sound of his sneakers screeching against the surface, and pulled the ball back with his left hand, coming to an abrupt halt. This maneuver was perilous. Jones had not been shaken off, and his long arms reached out, targeting the exposed basketball in Banks's right hand. In an instant of inspiration, it was as if the very spirit of basketball had possessed Banks, defying the laws of physics. He shifted his center of gravity, stepping out with his left foot while skillfully evading Jones's attempted steal with his right hand clutching the ball. Pivoting on his left foot, he executed a circular motion on the floor, rotating clockwise and eluding Eddie Jones's defense, slipping behind him. Disaster loomed. Eddie Jones glanced at Banks, but it was too late for him to intervene. Stan Van Gundy, observing closely from the sidelines, felt a pang of anxiety. He could hardly believe that at such a crucial moment, the Celtics rookie had displayed such exquisite finesse in maneuvering past his opponent. With his left hand cradling the basketball, Banks flicked it with his fingertips, marveling at the sensation of having adjusted his center of gravity so extensively, yet still being acutely aware of the hoop's precise location. He reveled in the feeling of the wind brushing past his ears, as if he could foresee the trajectory of his shot. The ball would spin gracefully through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before striking the left side of the backboard and seamlessly falling into the net, rippling the white mesh, prompting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Yet it was not so simple. A flash of the red number 8 suddenly materialized, shattering his dreams. Yang Di heavily descended upon the floor, his long arms raised high as he executed an exaggerated leap with astonishing speed. He resembled a colossal mountain, casting a shadow that obscured the overhead spotlight and enveloped the court in darkness. With a resounding clap, his hand struck the basketball, and with a mighty shout, he forcefully propelled the ball forward. The released basketball shot back with even greater velocity, tracing a serpentine path through the air, grazing the side of Banks' face before ricocheting off the floor and veering out of bounds. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the linesman's forehead as the unsteady Banks tumbled to the ground, likewise rolling out of bounds. Eddie Jones, turning in astonishment, was left speechless, his surprise rendering him momentarily at a loss for words. The North Shore Garden Arena was instantly divided into 2 factions. One half erupted in applause for the spectacular block, while the other half expressed confusion with disapproving jeers. Meanwhile, the Heat's bench was in a fervor, with Wade rising to clasp his fists in salute to Yang Di, followed by Alston, Haslam, and others who mimicked Wade's gesture. Coaches like Van Gundy maintained their composure, smiling as they applauded the brilliant defensive effort. Upon witnessing this, Yang Di similarly clasped his fists towards the bench, feeling a sense of relief within. However, the players of the Celtics were far from pleased, with a mere 2.8 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Their head coach decisively called for a timeout to strategize for the impending play. Yang Di stepped off the court, exchanging applause and chest bumps with Wade and others. Upon resuming play, the Celtics substituted in Pierce, while the Heat similarly replaced Haslam with Wade. Both head coaches were strategizing to outmaneuver the opposing team in the final seconds. The Celtics, executing a sideline inbounds pass, naturally directed the ball to the emerging Pierce. With a deft dribble, Pierce stepped back beyond the three-point line and attempted a jump shot. Guarding him was Odom, whose height and long wingspan provided substantial interference, causing the basketball to veer significantly off course, missing the rim entirely and striking the backboard before descending. Yang Di effortlessly elevated with both hands to seize the rebound, cradling it in his embrace. Wade advanced to the front court, with a mere 12 seconds left on the shot clock. As the countdown dwindled to 5 seconds, Wade executed a pick and roll with Odom, while Yang Di sent an off-ball screen for Eddie Jones, who maneuvered beyond the three-point line and found himself with a clear opportunity. However, Wade refrained from passing, opting instead for a powerful drive that allowed him to bypass his defender before returning the ball to Odom at the perimeter. Odom, mismatched against his defender, attempted a three-point shot. Clang! The sharp sound of iron echoed, darkening Van Gundy's countenance. As the basketball lingered in midair, the red light illuminated, signaling the end of the first quarter. At that moment, Yang Di, positioned behind Tony Batty, leapt in an effort to snatch the rebound, managing to graze the rim with one hand, but alas, the time had expired, rendering it moot. Chapter 59. Pierce. As the second quarter commenced, Yang Di remained on the court, yet both teams struggled with low shooting percentages and a languid pace. This era marked one of the slowest tempos in NBA history, with the likes of Shaquille O'Neal, Duncan, Ben Wallace, and Chris Webber dominating the traditional interior game. The prevailing philosophy of the NBA still held that dominance in the paint equated to supremacy on the court. After 4 minutes of relentless clangs echoing, the game paused for a commercial break, allowing both teams to reintroduce their starting lineups, which mirrored the configurations from the end of the first quarter. The Celtics' Pierce, Mike James, and others returned to the floor. To be candid, Dwayne appeared somewhat out of sorts during this match. The television commentators reflected on Wade's performance, primarily contrasting it with his stellar display from the previous day, while also discussing the Celtics' 13th overall rookie, Banks, who had yet to exhibit the immediate impact the team required. In comparison, the Heat's other two rookies, Haslam and Yang Di, garnered admiration for Miami's astute draft selections. Meanwhile, LeBron James, Darko Milicic, and Carmelo Anthony were also set to take the court in this year of highly anticipated rookies. Once Paul Pierce took to the court, the Celtics established their core strategy. Following a high pick-and-roll set by Mike James, Pierce received the ball and positioned himself in the low post. Known for his deliberate pace, Pierce backed down against Lamar Odom, using a left shoulder fake before pivoting and traversing the baseline. Odom, sensing the shift in Pierce's weight, struggled to anticipate his next move, resulting in a delayed reaction. Attempting to leverage his height and wingspan, Odom was ultimately at a disadvantage, having lost the initiative. Pierce took a couple of dribbles, stepping out with his right foot while bringing both hands together as if to shoot. Odom, catching a glimpse, instinctively raised his hand to contest the shot. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Pierce executed a decisive retreat along the baseline, planting his right foot to generate power. With both hands elevated, he pivoted and unleashed a smooth fadeaway jumper. As Odom closed in to disrupt, Pierce had already released the ball, with the two players separated by considerable distance to avoid infringing upon the shooting cylinder. From the spectator's perspective, Odom's defense appeared commendable. The basketball swished through the net, extending the Celtics' lead over the Heat to 25-20. Apart from the dedicated fans of both teams, casual viewers of this match were left in a state of drowsiness. As the game lacked highlights, no dunks, no blocks, and the physical confrontations were insufficiently intense to stir the adrenaline. Dwayne Wade brought the ball up, seeking Odom for a screen. He accelerated, deftly sidestepping his defender, forcing Pierce to relinquish Odom and switch on to Wade. Unfazed by the seasoned Pierce, Wade stepped forward, dribbling with his right hand, then executed a three-step layup. A momentary clash of bodies occurred mid-air, and the ball ricocheted off the backboard and into the hoop, providing a much-needed response that slightly invigorated the audience. As the Celtics resumed their offensive play, Pierce passed to Mike James, who attempted a forceful layup but missed. The rebound did not bounce far, allowing Yini to soar and snatch it with one hand. With a resounding clap, he secured the ball tightly, as though harboring a deep-seated grudge against it. With 4 rebounds to his name and still no points scored, along with a single block, his statistics epitomized that of a quintessential blue-collar player. Yang Di passed the ball to Alston and then sprinted past half-court. Alston delivered the ball to Wade. Positioned at the top of the arc, Wade gestured towards Yang Di with a subtle flick of his wrist, signaling him to come forward for a screen. Typically, in standard tactical arrangements, it is either Odom or Haslam who possesses a certain proficiency in mid-range shooting that collaborates with Wade for the pick and roll. Yang Di, following Wade's directives, set a pick on the right side. Wade utilized the screen to advance down the right flank. However, the Celtics were aware of Yang Di's limited finishing ability. Tony Batty and Kedrick Brown did not switch their defensive assignments. One pressed Wade, while the other maneuvered to apply pressure. As Wade shifted to the left, Yang Di, in perfect synchronicity, descended along the right side, executing a cross-motion play with Wade. Tony batía sur le trailet Yang Di es defense. While Wade leapt, executing a sudden mid-range jump shot. Kedrick obstructed the shooting lane, significantly disrupting the attempt, resulting in a missed shot. Alas, with space now clear, Yang Di seized the opportunity to contest for the rebound, and as the ball ricocheted towards him, a surge of elation coursed through him, prompting him to leap like a majestic bird. Disaster. Tony Batty, observing the trajectory of the rebound, recognized the impending trouble, and as he watched Yang Di soaring, he begrudgingly tugged at his jersey. The whistle blew for a foul. The referee pointed at Tony Batty for the rebounding infraction. At this moment, Yang Di had successfully grabbed the rebound. With a decisive snap, he secured the ball with one hand and glanced at the referee, questioning, "Is this rebound counted for me?" The Heat were preparing to inbound the ball, and Yang Di discreetly pulled Wade aside, inquiring for clarity. Wade, uncertain, replied, "It probably doesn't count, right? Since Tony Batty committed a foul before you fully control the rebound, it should be recorded as a team rebound." Frustration welled within Yang Di as he cast an irked glance at Tony Batty. As the ball was inbound, Odom passed to Wade, who then returned the ball to Odom. Odom, with the ball in hand, made a left side drive, closely guarded by the formidable Paul Pierce, both players evenly matched in strength. Suddenly, Odom spotted a narrow opening and, with a deft flick of his left hand, executed a concealed bounce pass that threaded through 2 defenders, landing perfectly in the hands of the approaching Yang Di. Positioned directly facing the hoop, Yang Di instinctively caught the ball and leaped into the air without a moment's hesitation. As if propelling himself like a helicopter, Yang Di soared upward. With a thunderous crash, he brought the ball down with both hands, the sheer force seemingly capable of penetrating the very floor beneath him. The basketball hoop trembled violently, the resounding impact resonating throughout the North Shore Garden, captivating the audience who gazed in awe at this young talent from the East executing a powerful dunk. Great play. Odom and Yang Di exchanged high fives, both feeling a swell of pride in the beauty of that pass. Indeed, it was an impressive feat. Even a diminutive point guard might struggle to pull off such a pass. Yet Odom executed it with flair and precision, showcasing an expansive vision on the court. The score tightened to 24-25, with the Heat trailing by merely a single point. The Celtics called for a timeout as the game progressed into the 6th minute of the second quarter. As Yang Di took a moment to rest, he wiped the perspiration from his brow, a hint of dissatisfaction lingering in his heart. In terms of stamina, he had scarcely exerted himself. He could have easily played another half of the game without issue. His form was just right, and perhaps he could see some offensive rebounds later. He had become quite fixated on rebounding. Blocks were a rare occurrence, and scoring largely depended on his teammates. Offensive and defensive rebounds were tangible statistics he could strive for, the only means to validate his presence on the court. A staff member handed him a towel, and after he finished wiping his face, he donned his training jacket and awaited the halftime break in silence. Wade's shooting touch continued to elude him, and following Yang Di's departure, the Heat seemed to lack significant momentum. In contrast, Pierce suddenly found his rhythm, executing a low-post spin to sink a jumper, swiftly followed by a three-pointer, racking up 5 consecutive points and helping the Celtics establish a comfortable lead. The Heat called for a timeout to stifle Pierce's burgeoning prowess. As halftime concluded, the Celtics held a 10-point advantage over the Heat, leading 49-39. Wade had managed only 2 points on one of 6 shooting attempts, while Pierce had excelled, hitting 6 of 10 shots for a remarkable 18 points. 12 of which came in the second quarter. Even though Wade was regarded by the media as one of the more mature rookies of this draft class, he appeared quite juvenile in comparison to the season star, Pierce. Chapter 60. Mission failed back-to-back games had taken their toll on everyone's stamina. Walker surveyed the score on the court and spoke with Spoelstra. Spoelstra glanced at the bench, his gaze settling on a pair of bright, black eyes, and he whispered, "The Celtics' defense is tight, and both teams' shooting percentages are low. At this juncture, we must intensify our rebounding efforts, particularly on the offensive end." Walker let out a low chuckle. "You share my sentiments, but alas, our head coach seems to think otherwise. He yearns for Brian Grant. If only he were here, all our problems would be easily resolved." Spoelstra, perceptive of human nature, articulated Van Gundy's current mindset with keen insight. George remarked that Yang D was the fastest improving player he had ever witnessed, akin to a sponge, ravenously absorbing every ounce of basketball knowledge. He had grown stronger and more powerful since the draft. If this trajectory continued, Pat could indeed consider Yang D as a key developmental prospect. Regardless of external training, Yang D's progress was undeniably swift. Just observe his focus on the court, his insatiable thirst for victory, and his relentless pursuit of rebounds. It was as if Rodman had been reborn. Therefore, the most agonizing situation must be for Brian, who remained in recovery. Two individuals engaged in a clandestine conversation, while the score gap on the court had widened to 15 points. Yang D, seated on the sidelines, was consumed by anxiety. With just 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Celtics held a commanding lead of 16 points, 74-58. And it was at this moment that Yang D was finally called to enter the game. His heart felt shattered, as the immediate task set by the system appeared increasingly unattainable. Fortunately, the failure to complete this task came with no penalties. Yet the thought of the elusive Celtics superstar template training card pack weighed heavily on his mind. Once on the court, he became even more determined. Upon entering, he swiftly secured his 5th rebound of the match, a splendid offensive board. Paul Pierce, on the court, exhibited a hint of surprise. This rookie was brimming with energy and seemed exceptionally eager in his pursuit of offensive rebounds. "Focus on defense. Maintain your positioning," he urged, clapping his hands to signal his teammates to stay alert. Alston motioned to Yang D and pointed to the left side, which Yang D understood, promptly moving to set a screen for Alston. Utilizing Yang D's pick, Alston gained a positional advantage and drove to the basket with his left hand. "As Yang D bifotet." Alston released the ball, and Tony Batty swiftly moved to obstruct Yang D, while Pierce secured the defensive rebound. The opposing team retreated, and the Celtics initiated their offensive play. 3 minutes later, the third quarter concluded, with Tony Batty fixated on Yang D, employing every tactic to ensnare him. Yang D managed to grab 2 rebounds, 1 offensive and 1 defensive, as the Heat led 79-61, entering the fourth quarter with an 18-point advantage. Shortly after the fourth quarter commenced, Stan Van Gundy substituted in the starting lineup for one final effort. Yang D and Haslam were both relegated to the bench, while the interior was manned by Odom and the more seasoned Malik Allen. Ultimately, the Heat suffered a significant defeat, losing 75-98 against the Celtics. Yang D and Haslam entered the game during the last 4 minutes of garbage time, surrounded by marginal players fixated on their own offense, with no one passing to them. Yang D was solely focused on securing rebounds, ultimately garnering 9 rebounds, 4 of which were on the offensive end. Over the course of 20 minutes, he recorded 2 points, 9 rebounds, 1 block without any steals or turnovers. His performance was commendable, yet his countenance bore little trace of joy. Observers, including journalists and fans, presumed his seriousness stemmed from the loss, unaware that a deeper reason lay in his failure to fulfill an immediate task. Wade's performance was dismal, shooting just 2 of 12 for a mere 5 points and 2 rebounds. Although he dished out 4 assists, he also committed 5 turnovers, a stark contrast to his flawless debut. Meanwhile, the standout performances of several highly touted rookies were revealed. The top pick, LeBron James, made a dazzling start against the Kings, playing 42 minutes, amassing 25 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists, and 4 steals, albeit in a losing effort for the Cavaliers. The third pick, Carmelo Anthony, contributed with 12 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists, while the Nuggets surprisingly triumphed over the Spurs with a score of 80-72. In an awkward turn of events, the second pick, the prodigy Darko Milicic, did not see any game action as the Pistons faced their bitter rivals, the Pacers, in a contest that was fiercely contested until the final moments, leaving no opportunity for a rookie to gain experience. he still required development and growth, effectively quashing any hopes from Serbia. Coincidentally, just 2 days later, the Heat would face the Pistons at home, a formidable opponent indeed. The Pistons' current front court featured Eldon Campbell and Ben Wallace, while their perimeter was equally daunting, with Chauncey Billups and Richard Hamilton providing a balanced offensive and defensive threat. The bench boasted a superb sixth man in Chris Williams, rendering the team nearly flawless. On the journey back, Eddie Jones and Odom discussed the Pistons, their tone revealing a sense of trepidation toward the team. LeBron was indeed audacious, launching 20 shots in his debut. Wade and Yang D conversed more about the rookies. The brilliance of James's first game evidently ignited something within Wade. Yang D could discern the peculiar glimmer in Wade's dark brown eyes, a mixture of envy and defiance. Tomorrow's newspapers would likely sing his praises. After all, he bore the weight of a $93 million contract. Yang D expressed a sense of envy towards James's advertising contract. Even before James had played a single game in the league, Nike secured him with a staggering 7-year, $93 million deal, signing the highly acclaimed high school prodigy who had captured national attention. Yang D contemplated, realizing that the funds at his disposal were virtually inexhaustible. In comparison, his second-tier contract felt like mere pennies. Why should this be the case? A sense of indignation welled up within him, akin to that of Wade, who also lacked such extravagant privileges. The two exchanged glances, instantly comprehending one another's sentiments. If we face the Cavaliers, I intend to secure 10 rebounds, particularly on the offensive end, Yang D declared through gritted teeth. Wade puffed his cheeks defiantly. I aim to score 30 points over him. By the way, Wade seamlessly shifted the topic, leaning in to whisper to Yang D, I overheard trainer George mention that Grant has commenced his rehabilitation training. He should be back in 2 to 3 games. His recovery is astonishingly swift, Yang D exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, NBA players are not of ordinary caliber. After all, he remains a well-known star in the league, and now with the Heat, he is undoubtedly a pivotal player. You should be cautious moving forward. Wade advised Yang D with a hint of concern. Yang D nonchalantly remarked, if he refuses to accept it, I shall simply strike him once more. After all, I harbor no fear of him. Wade shrugged his shoulders and replied, on the court, it is essential to temper your temper. Otherwise, the head coach may hesitate to put you in the game. Yang D nodded, understanding that it is essential to master one's emotions on the court. He has likely grasped the fundamental qualities that define a professional athlete. Many players feign anger and use unconventional tactics to sway the referee's decisions, sometimes seeking to gain an advantage through such means, all while maintaining a calm demeanor within. After a win and a loss, the Heat returned to Miami, and Van Gundy granted the weary team a day of respite. Yang D returned to his rented apartment, where the realities of life, beyond training and competitions, consisted of indulging in a few video games or preparing sumptuous dishes as a reward for himself. As night fell, he would either call his family or spend some time perusing books and magazines, and thus the day would pass. The following morning, an early rising Yang D arrived at the gym for his daily training well before the arrival of his coach, assistant, and team doctor. Following the regimen set by his coach, he engaged in some equipment exercises and spent 300 villain points in the template space to partake in rebounding drills with Popeye Jones. The 33-year-old active player, Popeye, was evidently declining. Despite possessing certain skills and a robust physique, he no longer matched Yang D in height and weight. During their competitive training, Yang D gradually gained the upper hand, learning from Popeye's rebounding techniques and developing his own unique intuition regarding the trajectory of the ball. However, this instinct was not yet fully developed, and Yang D understood that he needed to continue honing this skill. Currently, the system evaluated his overall performance at 76, classifying him as a B-rated potential rookie. Chapter 61. The Booze of the Home Crowd. Yang D has only participated in 2 matches, yet he has stirred a considerable sensation across the ocean. Brother, you have no idea, you are now quite the sensation. On the other end of the line, his younger siblings spoke with admiration, chattering incessantly. All the students at our school know you are my brother, and they are now pestering me for your autograph. Additionally, discussions about you echo through every street and alley. You have become a celebrity in our city. It is no wonder that Yang D has achieved fame. Although there were initially several players active in the NBA, apart from Yao Ming, none have ascended as swiftly as he has. His contemporaries, such as Shui Yuyang, have yet to debut in the NBA, while Wang Zhizhi struggles to secure a regular spot with the Clippers, and Bada remains a peripheral figure with the Raptors. Meanwhile, Wang Zhizhi finds himself in a contentious relationship with the Basketball Association, and Bader's playing time and visibility pale in comparison to Wang's. The association can only continue to promote Yao Ming, who, fortunately, performed exceptionally well on the third game day, scoring 19 points and delivering 3 blocks, 2 of which were against the rookie Carmelo Anthony, providing a valuable lesson to the young prodigy. Concurrently, biased media outlets have circulated reports suggesting that Yang Di's rise to prominence is merely a result of the main player's injuries, leading to a significant divide among fans. Soon, 2 opposing factions of supporters emerged, those who adore Yang Di and those who do not. In Miami, local media have also taken a disparaging stance towards Yang Di, especially after his previous altercation with a local player. October 31st is Halloween, and this year, the Heat have designed a Halloween-themed logo, transforming the red flames into red droplets, showcasing a remarkable creative transformation. In the afternoon, Yang Di engaged in a brief training session before being summoned by Wade and Haslam. To truly integrate into the team, one must first embrace the culture, don't you think? Wade, while encouraging Yang Di, demonstrated a fist bump gesture, saying, "Look at me, I have mastered this bowing gesture quite well." What do you think? Yang Di found himself reluctantly dragged to a costume shop in anticipation of Halloween, where throngs of people were selecting an array of outfits for their impersonation performances. Haslam opted for the most ordinary Captain America costume, wielding a round shield that rendered him particularly amusing. Wade donned a killer's ensemble, complete with a sharp knife in hand. After surveying the bizarre selection for a while, Yang Di casually picked a devil mask to wear atop his head, complemented by a scarlet cape and a massive red and black scythe. However, the scythe appeared somewhat diminutive against his imposing stature. "Haha, the Grim Reaper?" The 3 of them exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Passers-by on the street were dressed in various costumes, and upon returning to the arena, the Miami Heat had invited local children from the nearby community to enjoy the game. Odom entered with clown makeup, nearly causing Yang Di to spit out his drink. The entire Heat team, alongside community staff, guided the children to the training facility for some basketball-related games. "Your scythe is really cool," a freckled child approached Yang Di. "Is it? I think so too. It would be quite handy for harvesting rice," Yang Di replied, ruffling the child's hair and extending his fist. The child, understanding the gesture, also extended his small fist. "Gently tapping Yang Di's. I'm Dan Stivater. Nice to meet you." The freckled child appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, displaying a maturity that belied his age as he conversed with Yang Di. "I'm Yang Di. It's a pleasure to meet you as well." Yang Di chuckled. "I'll be cheering for you tonight. Give it your all." "Absolutely," Dan responded, and Yang Di offered him a salute with 2 fingers. As the game approached, local television commentators discussed the new recruits of Miami, noting that the Cavaliers' LeBron James had delivered an impressive performance in a back-to-back game against the Suns, achieving 21 points, 12 rebounds, and 8 assists, a near triple-double. He is simply phenomenal, and this is only his second game. His future is limitless. The commentators then praised Wade, the Heat's 5th overall pick, highlighting his exceptional speed and strength, allowing him to penetrate the paint effortlessly for scoring and dunks. He is like a 10-centimeter taller Allen Iverson. When the conversation shifted to Haslam, who had not been drafted but now served as the starting power forward, they described him as diligent and conventional, an exemplary team player. However, when they turned to Yang Di, the commentators exchanged glances, one of them jesting. "Yang Di is the most aggressive player I have ever seen, not just on the court. My concern is that if he cannot manage his emotions, his career may not reach its full potential." 2 individuals engaged in an animated discussion while Yang Di and others on the court prepared for their entrance. As this marked the season's inaugural home game, the turnout of Miami fans was notably greater than during the preseason, with many supporters donning jerseys numbered 3, 7, and 44. The number 3 jersey belonged to Wade, 7 to Odom, and 44 to Brian Grant. Only a handful of Chinese fans wore the number 8 jersey representing Yang Di. Following the conclusion of the starting lineup ceremony, the arena's spotlight illuminated the court as the Pistons starting 5 took the floor. PG Billups, SG Hamilton, SF Prince, PF Eldon Campbell, and C Ben Wallace. The Heat countered with a starting lineup comprising PG Alston, SG Wade, SF Eddie Jones, PF Odom, and C Haslam. Undoubtedly, Pistons coach Van Gundy struggled to devise an effective strategy against them, resorting to this offensively potent lineup, hoping to catch the Pistons off guard in the first quarter and establish an early advantage. The jump ball signaled the commencement of the match. Odom failed to outjump Big Ben, leading to the Pistons' first offensive play. Billups, maintaining the tempo, found Hamilton running off the ball screen and delivered a perfectly timed pass that allowed Hamilton to shoot as he found space. Wade rushed to catch up, but the Pistons struck first with a clean shot. The Heat retaliated with Alston facilitating for Eddie Jones. After a pick and roll with Odom, Jones returned the ball to him. Facing Big Ben's tight defense, Odom found himself under immense pressure as the formidable Wallace's long arms and aggressive physique restricted his dribbling space. Such relentless defense was almost suffocating. Young D, observing from the sidelines, could feel the Pistons' tenacious style. Every player exerted full effort in their defensive duties, complemented by a well-structured defensive system. Odom struggled to penetrate, sensing an overwhelming presence around him, and after a brief dribble, he attempted a mid-range shot, which missed. The rebound was secured by Campbell, the 35-year-old veteran still remarkably robust, possessing significant advantages in height, reach, and weight against Haslam. 3 minutes into the game, the Pistons had amassed 8 points, while the Heat managed a mere 2 free throws from Eddie Jones. Stan Van Gundy promptly called a timeout, realizing the dire situation. The Pistons controlled the boards in defense, significantly undermining the Heat's offensive efforts. Yang D glanced over to see Wade had missed both of his shots, and the seemingly frail Hamilton proved to be an exceptionally strong defender. Moreover, the Pistons' other 2 perimeter players, Billups and Prince, were also adept at defense, as the entire team was fundamentally built around defensive prowess. After the timeout, Odom's layup failed, and Big Ben secured the rebound. Fortunately for the Heat, the Pistons' shooting touch faltered, as they missed several consecutive offensive attempts. At the halfway mark of the quarter, the Pistons led 10-6, with both teams fiercely contending for dominance. Substitutions were imminent. Van Gundy signaled to the referee for a substitution, then turned his gaze towards Yang D. Yang was preparing to enter the game. Yang D nodded, shedding his training jacket to reveal his number 8 jersey. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Haslam descended from the court and exchanged a high five with Yang D. As Yang D stepped onto the field, the large screen illuminated him with a close-up. Unexpectedly, a cacophony of boos erupted from the crowd of over 10,000 spectators in attendance, with at least several thousand directed at him. Booing? Yang D paused, hearing the jarring sounds that pierced the air, unlike the cheers that welcomed other players onto the field. Scoundrel, Miami despises you. Pariah, return to your China. Give us back our Grant, rookie. These individuals, purported fans of Miami, boldly expressed their disdain for Yang D. The relentless torrent of negative publicity had evidently taken its toll. Yang D never anticipated that he would become a pariah in the very city where his team resided, eliciting hatred from the locals. Though disappointment swirled within him, his face remained eerily calm as he stepped onto the court, even drawing a double take from Ben Wallace. This rookie was unlike any other. It was the first time he encountered a newcomer who could provoke the home crowd's ire. Wade and Odom exchanged glances filled with concern. Don't pay them any mind. They are merely misled by the media. Once you demonstrate your prowess on the court, their opinions will surely change, Wade reassured him. I'm fine, it's no big deal. Yang D replied, exchanging a high five with Wade, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 62. Suppression with a headband tightly encircling his brow and a mane of explosive hair. His dark arms bore the strength of steel, and his eyes were wide, resembling brass bells. Standing there, he truly resembled a regal African lion. In terms of height, he was slightly shorter than Yang D, yet the difference was not particularly pronounced, likely due to the wildness of his hair. Upon entering the court, Yang D first set a pick for Wade on the perimeter. However, the quality of the screen was rather subpar, allowing Hamilton to effortlessly maneuver around Yang D and catch up with Wade. After a couple of lateral steps, Wade executed a mid-range jump shot. Yang D prepared to charge in for the rebound. After taking just a couple of steps, Ben Wallace anticipated his move, stepping across and opening his arms to block Yang D's path. Placing his hands against Ben's back, Yang D was astonished to discover that his opponent was firmly anchored to the floor. Undeterred, he exerted more force, yet Ben Wallace remained unyielding, as if imbued with a superhuman strength, steadfast as a mountain. As Campbell secured the rebound, Yang D conceded the struggle and retreated to defend. Ben Wallace turned to face Yang D, jogging lightly while smiling and saying, "Rookie, not bad with the strength, but I am curious. How did you manage to anger your fans?" Yang D, unwilling to engage, felt a tumultuous wave of emotions surging within him at the mention of the topic. "I suppose it has something to do with your encounter with Brian Grant? The young man may be inexperienced, but he certainly has a fiery temperament. While casually conversing with Yang Di about trivial matters, Ben advanced past half-court and began to challenge him in the paint. The two were jostled together outside the key. Then Ben stepped inward with his left foot, establishing a strong stance and bending slightly to summon his power. An overwhelming, terrifying force emanated from their point of contact, and Yang Di felt his body being effortlessly pushed aside. Holding his breath, he tensed, veins bulging as he summoned all his strength to resist Ben Wallace. From the perimeter, Billups, aided by a screen, executed a deft change of direction and surged toward the paint. Yang Di instinctively released his confrontation with Ben, rising with one hand and taking small steps to reposition for defense. As Billups leaped, Yang Di followed suit, only to suddenly notice a glimmer of mockery in the depths of Billups' seemingly vacant eyes. Alarm surged within him. Yang Di suddenly realized that Billups had not attempted a layup. Instead, he elegantly retrieved the ball and deftly passed it through Yang Di's armpit. With a resounding thud, Ben Wallace seized the ball with both hands and forcefully dunked it, exerting tremendous strength that bent the rim. As he released the ball, the entire basketball structure trembled. The score stood at 12-6, and Yang Di glanced up at the large screen, greeted by a chorus of boos. Whether directed at Ben or himself, he mused with self-deprecation. The Heat initiated their offense, with Odom setting a pick for Alston beyond the arc. After cutting sharply at a 45-degree angle, Alston dished the ball out, while Eddie Jones executed an off-ball maneuver to position himself beyond the three-point line. Yang Di effectively shielded the sophomore prince, allowing Eddie Jones to take a shot from the perimeter. As soon as the ball left Jones's hands, Yang Di darted toward the basket, but after just 2 steps, he found Ben standing directly in his path. The shot missed the rim, bouncing towards both Ben and Yang Di. Ben leapt forward, soaring high to snatch the rebound, leaving Yang Di with no opportunity to contest. During the Pistons' offense, Campbell struggled to execute a perfect pick with Billups. Alston closely trailed Billups, and after several passes, the ball found its way to Prince in the low post for a one-on-one against Eddie Jones. After a couple of dribbles, Prince attempted a turnaround jumper, but it was contested and fell short. Positioned closer to the basket, Yang Di finally seized an opportunity, stepping up to secure the defensive rebound. Ben chose not to contest the offensive board, and Yang Di, having positioned himself well, couldn't help but admire the rookie in his years of experience. He had seldom encountered a player with such impressive strength, an essential attribute in the fierce competition of the NBA. As the teams transitioned, Alston signaled for a double-screen play. Odom directed Yang Di to the right side, and they executed a layered pick with their arms. The play was still designed for Eddie Jones, who, after circling out, found himself with limited options. However, he managed to gain a slight positional advantage, and as he attempted to break through in the opposite direction, Campbell and Prince swiftly closed in to double-team him. Jones passed to Odom, who drove toward the basket as Ben defended against him. Campbell matched up with Yang Di, and Odom, pressured by Ben, executed a low, awkward layup that clanged off the rim. With a loud exclamation, Yang Di leaped in unison with Campbell, both players tapping the rebound simultaneously. The trajectory of the ball shifted dramatically and flew out of bounds. The baseline referee shrugged, indicating he hadn't seen the play clearly, while Yang Di and the Heat players pointed forward, suggesting it should be a front-court ball, whereas the Pistons players insisted it was a backcourt call. The referee signaled towards the backcourt, awarding possession of the ball to the Pistons, indicating it should be a backcourt ball. Yang Di retreated defensively without uttering a word, while Stan Van Gundy, standing nearby, expressed his discontent with the referee's decision, vociferously proclaiming that it should have been a front-court ball, as the ball had narrowly brushed against Campbell's fingertips before soaring out of bounds. The Pistons commenced their offensive play. Ben Wallace received the ball high and executed a handoff screen for Hamilton. As Wade circled around to provide defensive support, Hamilton had already released the ball, and with a swift motion, he sank a jump shot just inside the three-point line. The score stretched to 14-6, widening the gap to 8 points. After a moment of contemplation, Van Gundy called for a timeout, with 3 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Yang Di encountered an adversary of terrifying strength for the first time. Ben's power was at least of S-rank caliber. He felt as though he were grappling with a monstrous beast, clearly overpowered on the court. The entire Miami Heat team was similarly stifled by the Pistons. Although Wade's drives were incisive, he struggled to connect with his teammates after penetrating the defense. Van Gundy urged Wade and Odom to continue their aggressive incursions, emphasizing the need to either inflict damage in the paint or bolster their individual offensive efforts. This indeed appeared to be the most effective strategy, as relying on long-range shots would be futile against the Pistons, and low-post offense was an area where the Heat were notably deficient. Upon resuming play, John Wallace replaced Alston. Wade finally scored his first basket of the game, driving into the paint, and, despite Ben's imposing weight, successfully executed a layup. Notably, Ben committed an obvious excess foul by pressing down with his arm outside the restricted area, prompting the referee to unhesitatingly call for an and-one. A splendid play. This indicated that the timeout had proven beneficial, and the crowd erupted in applause. Wade stepped to the free throw line and converted the shot, bringing the score to 14-9. With the Heat trailing the Pistons by 5 points, Billups leisurely advanced past half court, with Ben setting a screen for him. Youngdi stepped into impede Billups' drive, and once Alston caught up, he pursued the descending Ben. With limited passing room, Billups refrained from making a hasty pass, opting instead to relay the ball to Prince on the wing, who lobbed it to Campbell for an isolation play against Odom. After a couple of pivots, Campbell turned low, lifted the ball as if to shoot, causing Odom to bite on the feint. Seizing the moment, Campbell elevated for a forceful layup, drawing a foul from Odom. At the free throw line, Campbell converted both attempts, elevating the score to 16-9. With 2 minutes and 41 seconds remaining, the Heat initiated an offensive play. Wade changed direction and drove inside, only to have the ball swatted out of bounds by the help defense of Prince, abruptly silencing the cheers of the crowd. Wade appeared somewhat flustered as Eddie Jones signaled for him to slow down, subsequently feeding Odom for a post-up opportunity. Odom, wielding the ball in his left hand, pushed Campbell aside for a jump shot that missed. However, the rebound ricocheted far out, and Youngdi's eyes brightened as he darted forward like a leopard, extending his long arm to gently nudge the ball toward the center circle. In the center circle, Wade, preparing to retreat on defense, turned around to secure the rebound. This should count as mine, right? Youngdi mused internally, tempted to inquire of the towering Ben behind him if this indeed constituted a rebound. After a brief pause, Wade beckoned Youngdi for a screen, passing back to small forward John Wallace, who, after receiving the ball, sidestepped for a mid-range jumper that found its mark, bringing the score to 16-11. At this moment, Pistons head coach Larry Brown cast a look of surprise at Wade, who consistently broke through Hamilton's defenses, and at Youngdi, who exhibited commendable rebounding prowess. What was Joe Dumars thinking when he selected a Serbian giant? As he had previously articulated, what Detroit truly requires is a team imbued with tenacity. Observing Youngdi, gritting his teeth in a fierce contest against Ben Wallace and Wade, who relentlessly charged into the Pistons' defenses, he couldn't help but recall Malisic, who had been utterly lost in training under Wallace's formidable defense, severely lacking in spirit. Larry Brown sighed. He held little regard for the so-called prodigious youth. After years of collaboration with Iverson, he had grown weary of the allure surrounding gifted individuals. In his eyes, his arrival at the Pistons was solely for the pursuit of a championship. He would not hesitate to bench Malisic, and even if LeBron James were to join his team, he would have to start from the bench. No one was afforded privilege. The victory of the team was paramount. Malisic remained seated quietly, as serene as ever, his youthful visage marked by innocence, his eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 63. Alley-oop. The Pistons finally substituted Big Ben, bringing in Mehmet Okur, a robust European player, towering and strong, embodying the essence of an interior force. Yet Youngdi was aware that this individual possessed an expansive shooting range, even extending beyond the three-point arc, a truly unconventional center. Youngdi gazed into the brown eyes of the European, whose unkempt beard and mature appearance belied the fact that he had only joined the league 2 years prior as a rookie. Unbeknownst Youngdi. Although Okur had indeed entered the league just 2 years ago, he was already 22 at that time, and this year he had turned 24. The Miami Heat failed to win the tip-off, thus retaining possession at the commencement of both the second and third quarters. Returning to the court, Alston advanced past half court, with Wade taking a breather. On the perimeter stood John Wallace and Eddie Jones, while Lamar Odom was substituted for Malik Allen in the paint. Employing play number 5, Alston ostentatiously raised his finger to direct the movement, signaling Youngdi to vacate the paint. Youngdi blinked, given his already limited shooting range. His departure from the key rendered him a non-threat. Alston passed the ball to Malik Allen at the top of the key, who then executed a handoff with the wing player John Wallace, who had circled in from the corner. Upon receiving the ball at a 45-degree angle beyond the arc, Wallace made a decisive move towards the basket, only to dish the ball to the descending Malik Allen after 2 steps. Malik caught the ball and executed a jump shot. Scoring. The score was now 16-24, as the Heat managed to secure 2 points right off the bat, narrowing the deficit. The Pistons commenced their offensive strategy, having also substituted several reserves. The point guard was Atkins, with Chris Williams at shooting guard, Prince at small forward, Serafin Labrish at power forward, and Oker at center. Atkins epitomized the archetype of a smaller NBA point guard, possessing swift speed and accurate shooting. However, his layup percentage after driving to the basket was less than stellar, and his finishing ability was somewhat lacking, relying predominantly on mid-range shots as his offensive weapon. After joining the Pistons, he served as a backup to Billups, averaging around 20 minutes of play each night, establishing himself as the team's sharp implement. As the second quarter commenced, he immediately showcased his diminutive yet effective dribbling skills, executing a crossover followed by a reverse layup, swiftly shaking off Alston and penetrating inside the three-point line. Oker retreated beyond the arc, and Yang D followed suit, leaving the paint conspicuously vacant. Yang D instinctively prepared to tighten the defense. Just as he turned around, Atkins, in the midst of a breakthrough, made a passing error, which was promptly intercepted by Eddie Jones. A fast break. Yang D turned and sprinted away, his position more outward, and his running speed evidently surpassing that of Aku. Within a few strides, he had already outpaced Aku, crossing the halfway line. Eddie Jones and Yang D engaged in a 2-on-1 situation at the forefront. While Larry Brown rose from the bench, Yang D pointed skyward, as Eddie Jones on the left, dribbling the ball, suddenly tossed it into the air. Aoku, positioned centrally, had already anticipated Eddie Jones's intentions, yet he found himself unable to pivot for defense. The basketball spun gracefully through the air while Yang D focused intently on it. His calf muscles taut, his right leg propelling him off the ground with explosive force. Defying gravity, he soared as the ball arced toward the right side of the hoop. With both arms bent, Yang D seized the ball mid-flight, then, with a fluid motion, elevated it slightly before transitioning to a single-handed grip, his core tightening as he prepared to unleash a powerful downward slam. Thud! The basketball pierced the pristine white net, the resounding echo of the rim drowning out the cacophony of the arena. In an instant, the entire American Airlines Center fell into hushed silence, only to be followed by an eruption of applause and cheers from the crowd. This guy is impressive. He nearly grazed the rim with his head. His leap was extraordinary, and his dunk was nothing short of ferocious. Yang D retreated on defense, celebrating with a high five from Eddie Jones, who was quite exhilarated. The teammates erupted in jubilation as one executed an alley-oop dunk, igniting enthusiasm even in the passer. The Heat's bench was alive with excitement, with Wade and others standing to applaud Yang D, waving towels in delight. The cameras panned to Yang D, who scanned his surroundings before joining Oker at the top of the arc, feeling a surge of satisfaction. "This young Chinese talent is truly impressive," murmured Ben Wallace to Billups. Billups glanced in astonishment at Wallace. Receiving his endorsement was no small feat, especially for a rookie, indicating that this newcomer possessed remarkable and distinctive qualities. The primary difference between him and Darko lies in Darko's lack of physical strength. "Not bad at all," Billups mused. "He seems to rank among the top interior players in terms of physical agility, and he is only 18. Indeed, Ben pointed out, directing attention to Yang D, who was successfully containing Oker. He leaped effortlessly to secure a defensive rebound. "This rookie exhibits commendable strength. I'm curious about his training regimen." It's evident that he already possesses the strength of an NBA starting center, with a remarkable balance of upper and lower body strength. "His core strength must be exceptional as well," Ben continued. Billups replied, "That is truly impressive. It's a shame such a gem was overlooked in the second round." Ben Wallace chuckled. "We only had one top draft pick this year. Joe Dumars wouldn't dare use it on this young man, or the Detroit fans would storm his office with hammers." After a couple of possessions without scoring, the clock showed 9:29. Yang D set a screen for Alston, who executed a near wrist flip move to penetrate. The referee remained silent as Alston successfully created an open shot at the rim. Oker left Yang D to help defend Alston. Once Alston reached the baseline, he passed to Yang D beneath the basket, granting him an opportunity. "Wheat aresunding to Yang D liaped," only to be struck by Prince as he attempted his shot, losing the ball mid-air. Though his hands gripped the rim, the shot did not go in. "Foul!" Yang D exclaimed as he descended from the rim, realizing the referee showed no intention of calling a foul, leaving him bewildered. Meanwhile, the referee ignored Yang D. and the Pistons pushed the ball past half-court. Yang D scoffed as he retreated on defense. On the sidelines, Stan Van Gundy expressed his frustration, persistently arguing with the officials. "That was clearly a foul, my friend. The ball slipped from his hands. Was that a block? Unbelievable." Finally, the Pistons scored their first point of the second quarter as Prince made a layup, and with Yang D pulled out to the three-point line. His interior defense was left wanting. After Yang D played for 2 additional rounds, he was substituted out of the game, having contributed merely 2 points and 5 rebounds in less than 10 minutes on the court, with his rebounding tally consistently exceeding his scoring. Subsequently, both teams commenced a series of adjustments to their lineups, and midway through the second quarter, the match once again transformed into a contest among the starting players. The Pistons resumed their meticulous strategy, with Hamilton stepping onto the court and consecutively sinking 2 mid-range shots, followed by Campbell drawing a defensive foul from Haslam, thereby extending the score gap to 8 points. Yang D observed the Miami Heat's main players being suppressed by the Pistons. Although there were occasional scores, a sense of despair lingered in the air. At halftime, the Pistons led the Heat by 9 points, 47-38. The broadcasting network began to air highlights from the first half, repeatedly showcasing Yang D's alley-oop dunk with Eddie Jones, replayed in slow motion from various angles, emphasizing its sheer power, a rare display of brilliance within the NBA. Some neutral Miami fans gradually shifted their perception of Yang D, recognizing his expressive presence on the court. However, a faction of fans had grown thoroughly disdainful of him, fixating on his perceived shortcomings, such as his singular offensive approach. They believed Yang D's arrival in Miami was a mistake, asserting that the team did not require a player of his caliber, especially with Grant's defensive prowess and the newly acquired Haslam performing admirably as well. In the second half, Yang D had 5 minutes of court time at the end of the third quarter and the beginning of the fourth, during which no one passed him the ball. He managed to secure 2 defensive rebounds while contending with Ben Wallace. He was soon substituted by Van Gundy as the Heat trailed by approximately 13 points, continuing their quest to close the gap. Unfortunately, the Heat ultimately fell short against the Pistons, suffering a 93-81 defeat in their home opener. Eddie Jones led the Heat in scoring with 20 points, while Haslam and Odom each contributed 12. In stark contrast, Wade had a dismal performance, hitting only 1 out of 9 attempts for a mere 4 points, statistically overshadowed by Yang D's 2 points and 7 rebounds. Wade, dejected, walked into the players' tunnel with his head down, and Yang D felt similarly disheartened. As he passed through the tunnel, he could almost hear the jeers and disdain from the fans. 2 middle-aged fans wearing number 44 jerseys even gestured a thumbs down at him, tauntingly declaring, "Go back to China. We don't need you." He bit his lip, striving to maintain his composure, yet a deep sense of disappointment gnawed at him, leaving him at a loss for words. Chapter 64. 5 consecutive losses, and a fiery rookie. Wade had sustained an injury. Following the game against the Pistons, he experienced discomfort in his knee. The team doctor recommended 2 days of rest, and he heeded the advice, choosing to sit out before the Heat's upcoming Western Conference Challenge. Meanwhile, Grant made his return. The first order of business for the player, who had previously faced a beating from Yang D, was to suggest to Coach Van Gundy that they trade away Yang D, whom he deemed an unstable element. From a long-term perspective in basketball, players like Yang D, who lacked offensive skills and low-post techniques, seemed devoid of potential. Van Gundy chuckled dryly, verbally acknowledging and agreeing with Grant's sentiments, yet internally felt quite helpless, as Pat Riley remained adamant that Yang D still possessed untapped potential. "If we don't trade him, then when I am on the court, ensure he is not. I refuse to play alongside him," he resolved. Brian Grant was genuinely infuriated, wishing to avoid Yang D for even a fleeting moment. However, he refrained from uttering any harsh words that might imply a stark division between them, as he still cherished the warm sunshine and gentle sea breeze of Miami. This posed no issue. I'd already devised a strategy. Van Gundy nodded with a smile, though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Grant was indeed overreacting. Despite Yang D's aggressive demeanor, he was merely a rookie. Consequently, in the upcoming away game against the Mavericks on Monday, Grant took to the court as a starter, replacing Haslam. Yang D's originally anticipated playing time of approximately 20 minutes was abruptly curtailed. He did not step onto the court until the final moments of the third quarter. Upon entering, he resembled a fierce tiger bursting from its cage, seizing an offensive rebound over Mavericks bench forward Jamison, and completing a powerful 2-handed dunk amidst defensive pressure. This electrifying slam invigorated the spirits of the Heat's bench players, who began to perform with vigor. In the face of the Mavericks' interior defense, Yang D appeared as a small shark, overpowering the towering 7 feet 6 inches German giant Sean Bradley, who seemed lost in the fray. Within a mere 3 minutes, he secured 4 offensive rebounds, aiding the Heat in tying the score at 73 before the conclusion of the third quarter. On the sidelines, Grant watched with palpable anxiety, while Van Gundy, impressed by Yongdi's tenacity, allowed him to play an additional 5 minutes in the fourth quarter. At this juncture, the Heat struggled with their shooting, and the newly brought-in New Zealander, Kirk Penny, who had previously played alongside Yongdi in the Summer League, performed poorly, repeatedly missing shots amid tough physical confrontations. Subsequently, Yongdi was substituted, passing by Grant without a high five. Ultimately, the Heat succumbed to defeat, losing the final quarter by 10 points. The Mavericks, led by Nash, along with the newly acquired Anthony Walker and their star player Dirk Nowitzki, exhibited consistent shooting, with all 5 starters scoring in double figures, complemented by Jamison's 10 points from the bench, resulting in a collective offensive onslaught against the Heat. Following this, the Heat faced the San Antonio Spurs in a back-to-back challenge, where Duncan did not play. Nevertheless, the Spurs' well-structured and suffocating defense thwarted the Heat's efforts. Yongdi played for 15 minutes, failing to score but achieving a career high of 9 rebounds, 4 of which were offensive. Without pause, the Heat returned home to confront the Minnesota Timberwolves, who were also on a lengthy Eastern Conference road trip. The Timberwolves showcased remarkable defensive prowess. In this era, nearly all coaches believed that defense was the path to a championship. The formidable trio of Garnett, Castle, and Sprewell swiftly subdued the Heat in their own arena. Wade's return was noteworthy as he consistently hit mid-range jumpers, keeping the Heat afloat momentarily. Ultimately, however, they fell 79-88. Following this match, the Heat suffered their 5th consecutive defeat, landing at the bottom of the Eastern standings with a dismal record of 1 win and 5 losses. Sharing the ignominy with the Chicago Bulls, Orlando Magic, and Toronto Raptors, all of whom had only 1 victory. This predicament was quite embarrassing. The Miami Herald had previously predicted that the evolving Heat could at least reach the playoffs this season, only to be proven wrong. If this trend continues, merely securing a spot in the Eastern Conference's top 10 would be a considerable achievement, let alone making the playoffs. Perhaps it was time to embrace a strategy of deliberate underperformance. As the media began to condemn the Miami Heat's dismal performance, calls for Stan Van Gundy's dismissal echoed through the air. However, it is worth noting that last season, they were merely the 3rd worst team in the East. A slight regression this season might not be as significant as some would suggest. Yongdi is perplexed. Nevertheless, the inaugural ranking of new talents has been unveiled, and surprisingly, he has secured a place within it, standing at the 7th position. Yongdi averages 7 minutes of playtime, contributing 4 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 blocks per game, with his rebounding tally ranking him first among all rookies. Following the release of the initial rookie rankings, Yongdi swiftly emerged as a highly sought-after newcomer. Positioned ahead of him are luminaries such as LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, T.J. Ford, Kirk Hinrich, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. In contrast, other players, including high draft selections like Darko Milicic, have yet to make their mark, while numerous lower draft players continue to struggle on the fringes of their respective teams. Yongdi, however, has quietly secured a consistent role in the team's rotation. Notably, prior to Grant's return, the team's starting undrafted player, Haslam, also made it onto the rookie rankings, with Chris Common following Yongdi in 8th place and Haslam in 9th, averaging 23 minutes on the court with 1 points and 7 rebounds. Astonishingly, 3 of the top 10 rookies hail from the Miami Heat, prompting some NBA commentators to exclaim about the team's exceptional drafting prowess. Setting aside Yongdi's external factors, he is undeniably a rookie brimming with potential. At merely 19 years of age, he is the youngest player in this rookie class, surpassed only by Darko Milicic and LeBron James. This discourse has influenced domestic media, which has gradually shifted its stance, with some innovative outlets beginning to cover Yongdi's story. Notably, Chinese sports journalist Kainan, who has extensively reported on Yongdi, has cultivated a dedicated following among the initial supporters of Yongdi, with many fans relying on Kainan's insights to stay updated on his latest developments. Yongdi has been gaining immense popularity. On November 11th, the struggling Miami Heat, having suffered 5 consecutive defeats, will face off against the Houston Rockets on their home turf. As is customary, the broadcasting station will air the game, only to be astonished by an unprecedented surge in viewership, with a significant number of fans keenly following this China Derby. Upon arrival in Houston, Yang Di and the Heat players had just disembarked from the plane when his phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, is this Yang Di?" The voice on the line resonated with a distinct and articulate Mandarin accent, leaving Yang Di momentarily stunned. "Yes, who is this?" he instinctively inquired. "This is Yao Ming." Houston's Toyota Center, a modern arena that replaced the former Compaq Center, accommodates over 18,000 spectators for basketball games. This versatile venue also hosts ice hockey matches, concerts, theatrical performances, and more. In the training facility of the Toyota Center, Yang Di encountered the illustrious Yao Ming, the first ever Chinese NBA first overall pick, renowned across the globe. Yao's square face was adorned with a humble smile, which grew even more genuine upon meeting Yang Di, reflecting a heartfelt sense of recognition and camaraderie. "You are truly remarkable," Yao Ming remarked as they shook hands, bending slightly to embrace Yang Di, gently bumping shoulders. Awaiting them in the training facility was a throng of Chinese media, capturing the moment with a flurry of photographs. "No, you're the remarkable one," Yang Di chuckled, relishing the comfort of conversing in Chinese. Despite this being their first meeting, both were well aware of each other's presence through media coverage, having long admired one another from afar. As young men, they quickly discovered common ground and grew more familiar with each other. "I'll treat you to a meal," Yang Di offered. "No, no, I insist on treating you," Yao replied. "It's nothing. It's not as if I'm asking you to throw the game. Then I'll take you online. Have you visited any internet cafes here in Houston? They have many cool features worth experiencing." Yang Di: "Sure, what are you playing?" "World of Warcraft, the Orcs. I prefer the undead, as the Orcs seem to excel in the early game, but their aerial units falter in the late game. I'm not fond of Orcs." "Who said that?" "The Bloodlust spell combined with dragons is incredibly powerful." Chapter 65. Instant mission derby show as night falls and the city lights illuminate the scene. Citizens queue in long lines to purchase tickets, entering the Toyota Center. In the locker room, Stan Van Gundy emphatically circles Yao Ming, the rocket center, on the tactical board. "We have suffered 5 consecutive losses. We cannot afford another." Houston currently occupies the 9th and 10th positions in the Western Conference, and this game is a must-win for us. The key to containing Houston lies in neutralizing their towering player, Yao Ming, who hails from China. Like the Pistons, Houston employs a duo of centers in the paint. Kevin Cato has been compelled to shift to the power forward position, yet his primary role remains defensive. Jeff is adept at constructing defensive-minded teams, and he will undoubtedly limit the time Yao Ming and Cato spend together on the court due to their positional conflicts. Thus, when Houston opt for the shorter yet offensively versatile Maurice Taylor, Yao Ming will inevitably shoulder a heavier defensive burden. Yao must withstand the pressure, utilizing drives and increased interior offense to draw fouls against him. Additionally, attention must be paid to securing rebounds. Van Gundy eloquently elaborated on various topics. And as the time for the match approached, Yang Di and others streamed out of the locker room. Following the selection of Yao Ming by the Rockets last season, the team, bolstered by the perimeter skills of Steve Francis and Coutinho Mobley, ascended to the 9th position in the Western Conference standings. This season, the Rockets have largely retained their roster from the previous year, adding the seasoned swingman Jim Jackson, age 33. However, due to Yao Ming's development, the Rockets have entrusted him with a greater share of the offensive duties in the low post, with Francis willingly reducing his shot attempts. Since the season commenced, Yao's average points per game have significantly increased, currently standing at 19 points and 9.8 rebounds, truly reflecting star-caliber performance in the paint. Nevertheless, Yao still grapples with the cultural integration challenges, expressing to Yang Di that adapting to the NBA is a formidable journey, manifesting not only in gameplay, but also in daily training, communication with teammates, and the ability to embrace diverse philosophies. The most effective way to validate one's worth, he believes, lies in demonstrating formidable skill. Houston fans exemplified this sentiment, while Yao's selection as an all-star starter last season may have stirred some resentment. His performances this season have completely won over the local audience. Many Americans have come to admire this humble, gentle, and remarkably talented sportsman. In contrast, fellow Chinese player Yang Di embodies an entirely different extreme, volatile, impulsive, and frequently mired in negative headlines. In Beijing, the studio of the Court TV channel prepared for the broadcast of the match. The commentators for this game were Sun Zhengping and guest analyst Su Jiqing, a veteran duo whose presence underscored the significance that Court TV placed on this matchup. Prior to the official start of the game, the two engaged in a brief analysis and prediction. Su Jiqing asserted confidently that the Rockets would prevail, having recently secured 3 consecutive victories. Their momentum and form clearly surpassed that of the Heat. A pivotal factor, he noted, was the Rockets' height advantage, with Yao Ming and Kevin Cato both towering at 7 feet. While the Heat's interior players fell short, none reaching even 10 meters, which would undoubtedly be a disadvantage for them. Sun Jinping added that the Rockets stood third in the Western Conference, while the Heat languished at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, highlighting the evident disparity in strength between the two teams. Furthermore, with both squads having enjoyed 2 days of rest and the Rockets benefiting from home court advantage, it would be challenging for the Heat to secure a victory at the Toyota Center. They exchanged commentary, both expressing skepticism regarding the Heat's chances. At that moment, the players took their positions on the court, and the officiating referee approached the center circle to initiate the tip-off. With the sound of the whistle, Sun Jinping's resonant voice echoed, "Central Television, you are now watching the NBA matchup between the Miami Heat and the Houston Rockets." The Rockets won the jump ball, and what a splendid play it was. Yao Ming executed a magnificent turnaround dunk. The vintage language reveals no flaws. Some assert that Sun Jinping is the James of the commentary realm. His expertise spans an impressive array of sports, from basketball, football, volleyball, badminton, and table tennis to diving, athletics, and gymnastics, extending even to aerobics, field hockey, boxing, judo, and taekwondo. He possesses an understanding of them all, his presence felt everywhere. Ding! An immediate task. Achieve a performance in the China Derby that surpasses Yao Ming in scoring, rebounding, and blocking. Rating: A. Task reward: Yao Ming template training card pack. A. Yang Di fervently fixated on the number 11 on the court, as if envisioning opportunities for utilizing the training sessions from the template 3 times. However, upon witnessing Yao Ming enter the game and promptly score, Yang Di felt a chill run through him, exclaiming at the top of his lungs, "Come on, can we defend properly?" At that moment, Haslam cast a bewildered glance at Yang Di, pondering to himself whether Yao Ming wasn't actually Yang Di's fellow townsman. Earlier that afternoon, the two had shared laughter and camaraderie, appearing quite intimate. Yet here in the heat of competition, Yang Di seemed to turn his back without hesitation, revealing his cunning nature. With this thought, Haslam shifted uneasily, sensing the precariousness of his position. Perhaps influenced by Yang Di's outcry or feeling the embarrassment of being dunked on by a young player like Yao Ming, Grant exerted himself, dedicating utmost diligence to his subsequent defensive efforts, remaining intensely focused. The Heat's perimeter defense was balanced, with Wade and Francis, both physically explosive athletes, engaged in a fierce tussle, creating a lively spectacle on the court. Yao Ming attempted a mid-range turnaround jumper that missed. By the 7th minute of the first quarter, he had taken 2 shots, recording 2 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 foul before being substituted out. In the 9th minute, Yang Di made his unexpected entrance onto the field, to the astonishment of many, as a considerable cheer erupted from the crowd. "Go, Yang Di!" The local Chinese fans in Houston clapped enthusiastically, directing their encouraging shouts towards him. Surprised, Yang Di looked up and spotted 2 or 3 fans adorned in his number 8 Heat jersey, joyfully waving their arms from 2 rows away. Yang Di responded with a casual wave of his hand, and upon catching his gaze, the others were instantly filled with joy, their enthusiasm for waving becoming even more fervent. On the court, the Rockets featured Kevin Cato as the center, Scott Padgett as the power forward, Trey Blaggs as the small forward, Jim Jackson as the shooting guard, and Coutinho Mobley as the point guard. Meanwhile, for the Heat, Dwayne Wade remained on the court, with John Wallace and Eddie Jones occupying the wings, while Haslam and Yang Di held down the interior. Both teams essentially comprised point guards. Mobley on the Rockets excelled in scoring, whereas the Heat, although relying on Wade for playmaking, primarily focused on simple drives and dish-outs. As Yang Di took to the court, Wade immediately exchanged a knowing glance with him, signaling for a screen. The 2 veteran hosts at the commentary table commenced a brief introduction of Yang Di, an unavoidable necessity despite prior instructions to refrain from mentioning his name during regular broadcasts. Today, however, was an exception. He is a player of legendary status hailing from China. Sun Jinping emphasized the significance of his nationality, although Yang Di lacks any official athletic qualifications recognized by the General Administration of Sport China. Consequently, he exists in a rather awkward position within the Basketball Association, merely classified as a Chinese player beyond their regulatory reach. From his previous appearances, it is apparent that this player prioritizes defense over offense, exhibiting a relatively simplistic approach to scoring in the paint, yet showcasing remarkable physical prowess. He has previously made appearances in highlight reels, particularly for his impressive dunks. Thus, his primary role on the court is to enhance defensive capabilities and rim protection while also contributing to offensive plays, Su-Jiqing noted. He paused momentarily, diverting the conversation as a spectator texted and expressing their intent to sell their television if the Heat were to lose again. Please don't. There will surely come a day when the Heat will triumph, Su urged. Good shot, both commentators exclaimed in unison. Sun Jungping remarked on a basket made by Dwayne Wade, describing his drive as lightning fast, penetrating the lane with effortless ease. Su-Jiqing continued, asserting that the Rockets' defense was lacking, illustrating a decline in rim protection since Yao Ming's departure. The pressing issue is how the bench players can safeguard the paint during this interval of Yao's absence. Look, another miss. It's still too simplistic, he lamented. Yang Di adeptly secured the defensive rebound, showcasing his exceptional positioning and rebounding skills. On the offensive end, Yang Di set another screen for Wade. After the screen, Wade skillfully maneuvered towards the center, while Yang Di executed a cross-run, drawing defenders. As Wade attracted the attention of Kevin Cato and Jim Jackson, he lofted a high pass to Yang Di, who found himself in an unguarded position, poised to attack the basket. In that moment, the Rockets' power forward left Haslam unattended to provide help against Yang Di. Yang Di deftly maneuvered the ball, and upon noticing the defensive Scott Padgett, an epiphany struck him with remarkable clarity. In a moment of inspiration, he elegantly tossed the ball. What? Scott was utterly unprepared for the swiftness of Yang Di's pass and failed to anticipate it. By the time he turned back, Haslam had emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. The crowd erupted in astonishment, while both Van Gundy coaches rose from their seats, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Chapter 66. The eruption of Yang Di. The Rockets called for a timeout after conceding 4 consecutive points, with the Heat surging ahead to a score of 16-14. Coach Van Gundy's timeout was remarkably timely, aimed at addressing 2 critical issues: how to score and catch up, and how to stifle the opponent's scoring. During the pause, Stan Van Gundy fixed his astonished gaze upon Yang Di, pondering the nature of that extraordinary pass. Was it a fleeting moment of brilliance or a premeditated maneuver? Perhaps it was a manifestation of an elevated and expansive vision. If Yang Di's offensive capabilities are lacking, yet his organizational potential is vast, then he truly embodies limitless possibilities. A playmaking defensive center? A supportive force in the paint? Yang Di, with an air of nonchalance, lifted his chin and said, "What's the big deal? I'll soon have Odom out of a job, believe it or not." As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Wade, just before taking the floor, discreetly pulled Yang Di aside and remarked, "I'll pass you the ball after I break through. This match is being broadcast live in your country, so make sure to put on a good show." Yang Di's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Rockets launched an offensive, with Mobley controlling the ball in the front court. Kevin Cato set a screen for Mobley, who attempted to penetrate but was unable to surpass Wade. Retreating to the perimeter, he passed the ball to the center, who was moving to receive it. With a high handoff screen, small forward Trey Blaggs drove towards the basket, challenging John Wallace. The two were of similar weight, and Trey found himself without a favorable opportunity. He passed back to power forward Scott Padgett, who, facing the defense of Haslam, attempted a 2-point shot. Clang! It missed, and the rebound ricocheted high. Kevin Cato relinquished his pursuit of the offensive rebound, while Yang Di leaped majestically, snatching the ball with one hand. With 2 rebounds secured, he calculated that another basket would level his statistics with those of Yao Ming for the quarter. Upon reaching the front court, Wade, controlling the ball, pointed to the lower right position. Yang Di effectively blocked Jim Jackson's defense, who shouted in a futile attempt to recover. Kevin Cato reluctantly moved to intercept Wade, who took a giant step, evading Cato, and with a sudden burst of calf muscles, surged forward into the lane. Yang Di advanced along the baseline, outside the paint, leaving the Rockets' power forward at a loss as to where to position himself. Without glancing to either side, Wade executed a single-handed toss with his right hand. The ball soared too high, an apparent miscalculation. Spoelstra gasped, realizing Wade intended to set up Yang Di for an alley-oop, which was indeed feasible. However, in a bid to confuse and evade the defenders, Wade's pass bore the semblance of an error. Suddenly, a shadow surged upward, teeth clenched, soaring through the air with unwavering focus on the basketball. With arms outstretched, he caught the ball just as it threatened to veer out of bounds. Unbelievable! Jeff Van Gundy, the astonished brother of Rockets head coach Stan Van Gundy, was taken aback. This rookie had delivered numerous surprises today. With a resounding thud, Yang Di executed a 2-handed dunk, his body propelled forward by inertia. The arena fell into a hush once more, only to erupt in a cacophony of boos and cheers, the local crowd generously offering their applause. In a broadcast studio, the two hosts were momentarily rendered speechless by the stunning dunk. After a pause, Sun Zhengping managed to exclaim, "What a play!" A spectacular alley-oop dunk by the Heat's number 8. Su Jiqing quickly chimed in. Yang Bi's athleticism is indeed impressive, but this play is primarily credited to Wade's passing. He demonstrated a mature presence on the court. With a score of 18-14, the Heat's bench erupted in excitement. This play was undoubtedly worthy of a spot in the day's top 10 highlights. Mobley dribbled past half-court, signaling his teammates to take a breather and patiently set up their offense. As the clock ticked down to the final minute, a surprising 6-0 run from the opposing bench players, rumored to be struggling offensively, caught him off guard. In the low post, high post, screens, and cuts, the Rockets' chaotic tactics failed to shake off the spirited defense of the Heat players. To make matters worse, Jim Jackson stepped out of bounds during his baseline drive, relinquishing possession once more. Play 1, Wade raised a finger, indicating his isolation play. The others spread out, clearing the right side of the court for Wade to engage in a one-on-one matchup against Jim Jackson. Wade dribbled between his legs, shoulders swaying unpredictably, then suddenly stepped left, appearing to drive that direction. Impossible. It must be to the right. Jackson, judging the play in his mind, instinctively shifted his weight to the left. With a swift movement, Wade pivoted his knee, shifting his body to break through on the right side. The change of direction was as swift as lightning, its magnitude astonishing. Wade then stepped forward with his left foot, executing a crossover that momentarily secured him an advantageous position for a drive. Jim Jackson's pupils dilated in sudden shock. The rookie had matched his level. He could almost sense the explosive power radiating from the newcomer. The wind brushed against his face as he squinted, reaching out in an attempt to intercept him, only to find that he couldn't even grasp the hem of Wade's jersey. Wade surged forth like a tempest. It was astonishingly fast. From a spectator's perspective, Wade's speed was extraordinary, clearly placing him in a league of his own compared to the other players. Kevin Cato in the paint had no time to react before Wade launched into the air on his third step, soaring like a comet. With a resounding thud, he seized the ball with one hand and slammed it through the hoop, a decisive and powerful display. The score stood at 20-14, and Jeff Van Gundy could no longer remain composed. The Rockets' defense, both inside and out, had become alarmingly flimsy. However, with less than 30 seconds remaining, he managed to suppress his frustration. In this offensive sequence, the Rockets finally made a successful play. Mobley dished the ball to Jim Jackson, who, after a quick step, passed it back to Mobley for a mid-range jumper. The veteran sidestepped the defender, and Wade's slight interference upon returning to defense barely affected the shot. The Rockets trailed by 4 points, 16-20. In the Heat's final offensive possession, Wade, having previously controlled the ball multiple times, chose to pass it to the elder statesman, Eddie Jones. In other teams, a rookie taking a backseat like this might have sparked discord, but in Miami, Wade was clearly earmarked for significant development. Eddie Jones, enamored with perimeter shooting, was paired with John Wallace, who lacked ball handling skills, while the remaining two big men, Haslam and Yang D, were primarily followers of Wade's lead, lacking their own offensive capabilities. This led to a significant increase in Wade's ball possession rate during the second phase. Yet, his emotional intelligence was commendable. He entrusted the final play to Eddie Jones, instantly satisfying the latter. Jones gestured, prompting Haslam to run out and set a screen. The Heat's offense was remarkably straightforward. After the pick, Eddie Jones, holding the ball in his right hand, feigned a drive. However, true to form, he had no intention of penetrating the lane, retreating suddenly near the baseline to create space from the Rockets' power forward, executing a half-turn and stopping for a jump shot. The basketball spun in the air, but the force was slightly excessive. It struck the rim and bounced back, colliding with the backboard and rebounding upwards. Jeff Van Gundy exhaled in relief, genuinely believing that Eddie Jones had made it. Fortunately, the Miami Heat's consecutive scoring spree was interrupted. Kevin Cato, the towering 2'11" center, leapt into the air, his heart brimming with optimism as he calculated the time until the end of the first quarter, convinced that he could secure this rebound. However, at that moment, he sensed an ominous gust of wind rising behind him. "Be careful," a voice belonging to an unidentified Rockets player on the court rang out. Kevin Cato then felt an irresistible force surging from behind, abruptly halting his ascent. His outstretched hands were a mere 20 centimeters from the bouncing basketball. A large yellow hand descended from above, inexplicably crashing down upon the ball. Thud! The basketball was forcefully driven into the hoop, and the red light illuminated. Young D, who had lost his balance in midair, fell to the ground with a thud, his rear stinging sharply. Yet his eyes sparkled with the brightness of a full moon under a starry sky. "Damn it!" Wade exclaimed, the first to rush over, followed closely by Eddie Jones, Haslam, and a throng of players from the Heat's bench, all hastily assisting Yang D to his feet. Some patted his head, others smacked his backside. There was no trace of the dreadful locker room dynamics reported by the media, save for a few words with Grant. The referee pointed downwards, signaling that the basket was good. The crowd erupted in fervor. Chapter 67. Transformation at the end of the first quarter. A surge of energy saw the score at 22-16, with the Heat unexpectedly taking the lead. Stan Van Gundy felt a surge of joy, his expression still bearing the weight of a man who believed everyone owed him $1 million. While his mind wandered back to the newspaper he had seen that morning in Houston, it appeared that Yang D's outburst had indeed been justified. Was this a derby clash? Thus, as the second quarter commenced, Yang D remained on the court, despite it being his usual time for a break, as Wade had been substituted for some rest. The Rockets brought in Yao Ming, and the highly anticipated derby duel was finally set to unfold. "You are exceptionally formidable," Yao Ming remarked with a wry smile. Addressing Yang D, "I'm determined to measure my strength against yours. Who says the first overall pick is unmatched?" Yang D openly embraced the challenge posed by Yao Ming, akin to a leopard revealing its sharp fangs. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yao Ming's eyes as he remained silent, displaying an unprecedented eagerness. "Over here." Francis, noticing Yao Ming's eagerness for the ball, spotted Yang D, who appeared noticeably shorter in comparison, and tossed the ball towards Yao. Yang D braced himself against Yao Ming's back, spreading his legs to counter the pressure, his body erupting with the formidable strength of a bear, exerting immense defensive pressure on Yao Ming. What an astonishing display of power! Yao Ming felt the formidable strength of Yang D and finally understood why Yang D could secure so many rebounds in every game. His power could undoubtedly be ranked among the foremost centers in the NBA, especially considering he is 4 years younger than Yao. Yao could hardly fathom how such strength was cultivated. Grasping the basketball with both hands, he lifted it high to his chest, bending slightly to gauge Yang D's position. Suddenly, he pivoted with remarkable speed. His towering frame swiftly established a dominant position over Yang D. As he dribbled inward, Yang D was taken aback, unprepared for the sharpness of Yao's turn, losing his advantageous position and trailing behind. Yao, under the basket, lifted the ball skyward. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang D soared into the air. It was only while floating above that he realized Yao Ming remained firmly planted in his position. A foul was committed. The realization dawned upon him, but it was too late. Yao Ming leapt again, using his formidable physique to execute a delicate hook shot. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the foul. The hook shot traced an elegant arc, bouncing on the rim before rolling out, nearly resulting in a three-point play. From the bench, Grant let out a scoff, deeming him a fool. Yang D shook his head and glanced at Yao Ming, who was stepping up to the free throw line. The finesse of his dribbling, even a player of smaller stature might not master. The touch on that low-post hook shot was simply exquisite. Did such a towering figure still need to employ fakes? Swish, swish. He effortlessly sank both free throws as if drinking water, leaving Yang D feeling utterly demoralized by the comparison to his own performance at the line. The score stood at 22-18, with the Heat on the offensive. Following Wade's exit, Alston took to the court, along with Eddie Jones, who was substituted for Odom, the latter's presence aimed at bridging the height gap with the Rockets. Upon receiving the ball on the wing, Odom encouraged Alston to initiate the offense. Alston pondered briefly before passing to John Wallace on the perimeter, who attempted a two-point jumper but failed to convert. The Rockets launched their counterattack, with Yao Ming setting a high screen for Francis. Francis was unable to bypass Wallace and instead passed to the newly substituted point guard, Moochie Norris. After dribbling 2 steps to the right, Moochie fed the ball into the low post for Yao Ming. "Are they going to attack me down low again? Young DS es widenet in dis belief." On the sidelines, Stan Van Gundy shouted for a double team, pointing at Odom, signaling him to assist Yang D in defending against Yao Ming. As Odom approached, Yao returned the ball to the perimeter where Jim awaited, who then hit a three-pointer, bringing the score to 22-21 and allowing the Rockets to score 5 consecutive points. This play showcased Yao Ming's intelligence. His basketball IQ was exceptionally high, orchestrating an exchange that resulted in 5 points and rapidly closing the gap. Yang D found himself struggling to contain Yao Ming. Su Jiqing smiled, akin to a flower in bloom, and remarked, It seems a timeout should be called, yet none has been requested. Coach Stan Van Gundy likely had his own considerations in mind. Yang Di sprinted to a high position to receive the ball, then pivoted while dribbling, executing a seamless handoff screen with Alston. After catching the ball, Alston glided past with the grace of an eel. Yao Ming opted to leave Yang Di unguarded to disrupt Alston's dribbling. In that brief moment of hesitation, Muggsy Bogues swiftly joined the play. Yang Di swiftly descended as Alston passed the ball to the wing for Odom. Odom attempted a drive, pivoting mid-course as he navigated toward the baseline. While bearing the defensive pressure, Odom successfully scored, leaving Yao Ming hesitant to abandon Yang Di for the double team on Odom, fearing the latter might seize another offensive rebound. The score stood at 24-21. As the second quarter commenced, both teams found their offensive rhythm, and the previously lethargic match suddenly gained some intrigue. Yao Ming positionally descended to the low post for the third time, with Francis delivering a lob pass to him. The perimeter defenders promptly shifted focus to double-team Yao Ming, while Yang Di maneuvered into position, nearly intercepting Yao Ming's ball. In response, Yao Ming swiftly elevated the basketball with both hands. At that moment, John Wallace converged on Yao Ming, who then passed the ball back to Francis on the perimeter. With the ball in hand, Francis seized the initiative. As Wallace charged out, Francis executed a sidestep to create a time advantage. The entire Heat team began to collapse their defense. Yang Di momentarily left Yao Ming to confront Francis directly. Odom, providing support, disrupted Francis's passing lane to the interior. Left with no choice, Francis shifted the ball outward, finding Jim Jackson, who attempted a wide-open three-pointer but failed to convert. "I got the rebound." Yang Di let out a mighty shout as the rebound bounced perfectly towards the center. He seized the ball with both hands, bringing it firmly to his chest. His elbows flared wide, feet planted firmly on the ground. This posture for claiming the rebound bore a striking resemblance to that of Rodman. Francis mused. How reminiscent of Sakuraji Hanamichi, Yao Ming pondered. The Heat swiftly advanced past half-court, with Odom gesturing for space. Having just scored a basket, he felt the rhythm of the game and was eager to capitalize on his momentum. Positioned in the low post, Odom held the ball, seemingly preparing to back down the opposing power forward who had switched onto him. After a moment's reflection, realizing he lacked a weight advantage, he pivoted, adopting a triple threat stance to attack the basket, executing the simplest of one-on-one maneuvers. With a feint and a step back, he launched a mid-range jumper. The ball clanged off the rim, soaring high into the air. Both Yang Di and Yao Ming leapt simultaneously. The ball ricocheted between them. Though slightly out of position, Yang Di felt he could still contest for it. It seemed they both grazed the ball, uncertain of who touched it first, sending it out of bounds. Front court ball. Yang Di was the first to react, pointing forward with fervor, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on the referee. The Rockets players quickly caught on, directing their fingers backward, insisting it was clearly a backcourt violation. "I saw it with my own eyes," Francis exclaimed, as if to convince the world of the truth. With a sharp whistle, the referee declared a backcourt ball. Yang Di. The Rockets' offensive attempt falters once again, and the rebound is deftly directed by Yang Di to Odom. With 5 rebounds, he is brimming with vitality. On the sidelines, Eddie Jones turns to Wade beside him and comments. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brian Grant is already restless, glancing at the court one moment and then lifting his gaze to the large screen, followed by a quick look at the head coach. It's been 3 minutes. Why am I still not in the game? 5 minutes have passed. 8 minutes. Finally, after a turnover by the Rockets, Stan Van Gundy remembers him, Brian, en substitutes Yang Di. At this moment, Yang Di is fiercely snatching up his 9th rebound with the ferocity of a wolf, having already set personal records for rebounds in a single quarter, as well as for the half in the game. Yao Ming, with only 4 points and 3 rebounds, pales in comparison to Yang Di's impressive 6 points and 9 rebounds. Yang Di descended from the court with a sense of fulfillment, his remarkable performance prompting Stan Van Gundy to extend his hand for the first time. Yang Di paused momentarily before reciprocating with a gentle high five. Chapter 68. 2 double-doubles. A career high. Indeed, there was scarcely anything to criticize. The commentary style stemmed from initial impressions, and the breaking of constrained thoughts could simply be framed as a query. Do you believe it? The vigor exhibited on the defensive end resembled a beast clad in human skin. In the absence of a robust, brawny presence in the Rockets' interior, Yang Di thrived effortlessly. At this juncture, Yao Ming's disadvantage in physical confrontation was vividly manifested against his compatriot. Ultimately, people were inclined to perceive him merely as a second-round draft pick. An average player of modest talent. Jeff Van Gundy's desire for Yao Ming to gain weight, thereby enhancing his resilience and impact in the paint, grew increasingly fervent. Vivid images of the purple and gold number 34 wreaking havoc in the paint flashed repeatedly in his mind, morphing into the fiery red number 11. Before halftime, the Heat led the Rockets by 8 points, with a score of 49-41. Shortly after the midpoint of the third quarter, Yang Di returned to the game. As the viewership for this match reached its zenith, and the on-court battle intensified to a fever pitch, as Yang Di took the court, Wade immediately beckoned him to set a screen. Grant, who had just stepped off the playing field, darkened in expression during his time on the court. Wade had not been so eager to seek him out for a screen, often opting to take shots on his own. After the screen, Wade intended to roll, calculating that Yang Di's speed surpassed that of Yao Ming, but then noticed the open Odom in his peripheral vision. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Odom, who attempted a corner three-pointer. Positioned on the right, he shot with his left hand. To the casual observer, it appeared somewhat awkward, yet he felt remarkably fluid, as smooth as silk. Swish! The shot was successful. The Heat led the Rockets 63-55, maintaining an 8-point advantage. A commendable play. The Heat players on the bench erupted in applause. As the transition between offense and defense occurred, Mobley advanced the ball to the front court and passed it to Francis on the wing. Francis requested Yao Ming to set a screen, but kept a watchful eye on the movements of his fellow players. The Heat's defense was formidable. After the screen, Yang Di followed closely behind Francis, seeking to disrupt his dribble penetration. As a guard, Francis maintained a remarkably low center of gravity, making it nearly impossible for Yang Di to intercept the ball. He could only accompany him, applying pressure on his dribbling. Suddenly, Francis executed a sharp stop, prompting Eddie Jones to pivot and close in for defense. Francis then passed to Yao Ming, who was making a downward move. Yang Di approached from the side to provide support against Yao Ming. With both hands dribbling, Yao Ming slammed the ball onto the floor, gritting his teeth and harnessing his weight to unleash an astonishing force. The collision was inevitable, resulting in a thunderous clash between Yang Di and Yao Ming. The reverberating sound of muscle on muscle reminiscent of the primal struggles of ferocious beasts. Yang Di felt as if he had been struck by a heavy truck. His body momentarily lifted. Gritting his teeth and straightening his back, he astonishingly managed to steady himself and maintain his balance. Yao Ming, having come to a stop, held the ball in his right hand, elevated high as he executed a half-hook shooting motion. Find the cap. Yang Di leapt into the air with a furious shout, his legs coming together as his right hand extended outward at a diagonal angle. The broad palm of his hand spread wide like a canopy overshadowing Yao Ming. With precision, he pressed down onto the basketball, executing a powerful strike. Yao Ming, unable to withstand the force, awkwardly released his grip and stumbled backward. As the basketball rolled away from where their energies converged, the crowd erupted in astonishment. How could the towering Yao Ming be so decisively subdued? Everyone was left incredulous, even overlooking the opportunistic layup by Kevin Cato amidst the chaos. In disbelief, Yang Di initiated an out-of-bounds play, only to find the basketball fortuitously rolling into the hands of a larger player, who effortlessly made a close-range bank shot. Both teams struggled to score for the next two possessions. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Francis made an error during a drive, losing control of the ball as he was interfered with by the defending John Wallace. The ball was swiftly seized by the agile Dwayne Wade. At that moment, Yang Di, stationed beyond the arc, reacted quickly, turning to sprint back on a fast break. As he accelerated, his speed advantage over Yao Ming became evident, allowing him to cross mid-court ahead of Yao and charge into the three-point line first. Wade's long pass soared through the air like a cannonball, arcing perfectly towards Yang Di. He turned to face the ball, catching it with both hands, not dribbling, but instead taking 3 steps before leaping into the air. With his left foot pushing off the ground and his left leg propelling him upward, his right arm extended, holding the basketball as he glided through the air. His chest expanded triumphantly, resembling a great bird taking flight. With a resounding thud, he pressed down with his right wrist, clutching the rim to execute a powerful, axe-like dunk. Every shot he made today was a highlight. The host at the commentators' table could no longer maintain his composure, with Sun Jungping exclaiming that Yang Di was brimming with energy in this match, seizing every opportunity. This player is indeed remarkable, particularly in today's game. Indeed, while he is primarily a defensive player, it is clear that he possesses a certain flair for offense. Su Jiqing followed suit, echoing Sun Jungping's sentiments. seamlessly continuing the commentary without a hint of awkwardness, completely forgetting what had been said at the start of the game. After Yang Di scored, the Heat extended their lead to 70-60, widening the gap to 10 points. At this juncture, the game entered timeout. Following the break, Yao Ming took a seat to rest, having accumulated 8 points and 4 rebounds thus far. Without Yao's presence to hinder them, the Heat surged with renewed vigor. Dwayne Wade charged into the paint, drawing a foul from the substitute big man who had entered the game and stepped up to the free throw line. He converted both attempts, bringing the score to 72-60 in favor of the Heat. The Rockets hastened their offensive tempo, likely a directive from Jeff Van Gundy during the timeout, as he sought to create more scoring opportunities in that span. Francis aggressively drove past Eddie Jones, delivering a cross-court pass to Mobley on the opposite side. Mobley swiftly maneuvered past Alston, executing a pull-up jumper from mid-range, which found its mark. The score now stood at 72-62. The Heat made a strategic substitution, bringing in Alston and Haslam while replacing Odom and John Wallace. Alston dribbled past half-court, performing a series of crossover dribbles to change direction and found Wade. After receiving the ball, executed a drive from a 45-degree angle. From his perspective, there were no Heat players in particularly advantageous positions. He opted for a mid-range jumper, which did not succeed, leaving the score at 72-62. Francis engaged Wade in a one-on-one confrontation, creating a sliver of space for a mid-range jumper, which also failed to find the net. The team strategies gradually simplified. Yang Di kept pace with the action, managing to secure 2 rebounds until Eddie Jones missed a long-range three-pointer, allowing Yang Di to grab yet another offensive rebound. Goodness, yet another offensive rebound? How many has he secured today, 4 or 5? The Houston fans were on the brink of despair. Conceding offensive rebounds is particularly demoralizing, granting the opposing team an extra opportunity to score. From a shooting percentage standpoint, this offensive phase had effectively doubled their chances. Yang Di, after seizing the rebound, did not rush into the offense, but instead passed the ball back to Wade on the perimeter. Wade, feeling a spark of inspiration, signaled to Yang Di with a gesture. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Di was momentarily taken aback. Could this maneuver truly be effective? Meanwhile, the other Heat players found themselves utterly bewildered. Was this gesture not supposed to belong to Odom? The crowd parted, creating space as Yang Di unexpectedly shifted to the left side, positioning himself just outside the paint, effectively sealing off Kevin Carter behind him. Is he really going to post me up? Can this fellow actually play with his back to the basket? After losing a few rebounds, Kevin Carter felt a profound sense of trepidation towards Yang Di. Instinctively, his muscles tensed as he contemplated that, given Yang Di's considerable strength, a back-to-the-basket play would likely be quite formidable. However, to his astonishment, Yang Di, who was maintaining his position, suddenly blinked and moved in perfect synchrony with the player wearing the number 3 on the perimeter. Yang Di suddenly pivoted, maneuvering behind Kevin Chato. Kato had not yet adjusted his center of gravity, his defensive stance still remarkably precise. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball transformed into a vibrant orange light, soaring across the court in an instant. Francis, who was diligently guarding Wade, was taken aback. As he turned to look, he saw the towering figure from China, akin to Yao Ming, ascending once more into the air. Receiving the ball above the left side of the rim, he swung down with ferocity. Thud! The hoop visibly contorted under the immense force, as the ball cascaded through the net, descending to the floor like droplets of sweat illuminated by the lights. Yang Di elevated his feet high, his arms dangling from the hoop, gazing downwards. Below, the camera lens focused on his disdainful expression, while his number 8 jersey billowed in the breeze. I kindly request a 2-day leave, with regular updates resuming tomorrow, and I will subsequently make up for the missed chapters during this period. Chapter 69, The Battle for Fame. The Miami Heat triumphed over the Houston Rockets with a score of 101-90. Yang Di, with an impeccable shooting record of 6 for 6, astonishingly amassed 12 points and 15 rebounds. In just 29 minutes on the court, this rookie ignited the atmosphere, and on this raucous night, his name spread like a gentle spring breeze. Everyone witnessed the man who dominated the rhythm of the game with his relentless dunks and rebounds, delivering a performance that would etch his name in history before his compatriots. It was simply incredible. TNT commentator and former basketball prodigy Charles Barkley expressed his astonishment at Yang Di's performance during the broadcast. He showcased an ability to seize rebounds even against players much larger than himself, proving to be omnipresent on the court. Young players typically focused on rebounding are seldom seen. In contrast, Yao Ming had a lackluster performance this evening, scoring merely 8 points on 2 of 9 shooting, with just 7 rebounds. He did manage to block 2 shots. Yet Yang Di's 3 blocks overshadowed his efforts, rendering his statistics far less impressive. Post-game, Rockets head coach Jeff Van Gundy also lavished praise on Yang Di. This rookie possesses boundless potential, exuding energy on the court, leaving a profound impact on me. He executed approximately 3 or 4 spectacular dunks, and his performance in the paint was exceptional tonight. Meanwhile, Chinese fans watching the broadcast erupted in excitement. Unbelievable. I've never seen such an extraordinary rebounder. His dunks are magnificent, and he leaps remarkably high. I've made my decision. I am now a devoted fan of Yang Di. At that moment, Yang Di, the epicenter of the whirlwind, departed Houston under the cover of night with his team. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the instant task. Rewards are being dispensed. Yang Di closed his eyes. In a cerulean space, a training template representing Yao Ming's training template card quietly floated there, and Yang Di had 3 opportunities for complimentary use. Oh, has he fallen asleep again? Wade, seated in the aisle, cast a glance at the slumbering Yang Di, gradually succumbing to a hint of drowsiness himself. Closing his eyes to rest, a radiant light burst forth, and the Yao Ming constructed by the template appeared alongside Yang Di in the system's training arena. The training encompassed hook shot drills, low post turnarounds, and mid-range jump shots for taller players. The template training primarily consisted of 3 segments, and, after a brief observation, Yang Di opted for the low post turnaround training. Both the hook shot and a mid-range jump shot demanded a certain finesse. But Yang Di found joy in the offensive maneuvers from the low post during this match, fostering a keen interest in the technique of the low post turnaround. Subsequently, the template constructed Yao Ming engaged in conversation with Yang Di as though he were a living person. The low post turnaround centers on positioning and ball protection, with offensive moves categorized into left turns, right turns, and slide dribble. With a warm smile, Yao Ming addressed Yang Di, holding a basketball in his hand, the origin of which was a mystery. First, he explained the positioning techniques, noting that the low post positioning differs from that used in rebounding situations. Yao Ming gestured for Yang Di to approach, and as Yang Di extended his hand to position himself behind Yao Ming, the towering figure loomed like a mountain. He turned his head, elucidating the movements while demonstrating them in detail. Yang Di was taken aback by the astonishing intelligence of the A-level training template. During his previous training session with Theo Ratliff, the latter had been rather rigid, lacking such sophistication. Although puzzled, Yang Di was thoroughly enjoying this engaging training experience. The low-post positioning techniques were foundational for his dribbling skills, with ball protection being paramount. If he were to receive the ball in that position, it would be easy for smaller opponents to steal it from behind or from other angles. However, if he held the ball in that particular stance, it would generally be difficult for defenders to approach from different directions. It was essential to utilize his non-dribbling arm and shoulder. By positioning his arm to block, he could prevent defenders from stealing the ball and, upon pivoting, swiftly transition into a shooting motion, thereby gaining a speed advantage. After Yang Di listened to Yao Ming's explanation, he demonstrated the pivoting technique, quickly turning to execute a dribble and then leaping into a flawless shot that swished through the net, leaving Yang Di astonished. Why hadn't he employed such a strategy in the game? If he did, it would be virtually unstoppable. However, he soon recalled that Yao Ming had indeed utilized this tactic. But the Miami Heat's frequent double-teaming had disrupted his rhythm, compounded by Grant's effective defense. After several unsuccessful pivot jump shots, Yao had opted to abandon that less reliable offensive approach. As Yang Di continued to practice with Yao Ming, the latter elaborated on the techniques and experiences related to the central axis footwork. Following the Heat's surprising victory over the Rockets, they hurried back to the Florida Peninsula. In fact, a more significant matchup loomed that day, an electrifying game between the 76ers and the Wizards. In this thrilling scoring duel, the 76ers star Allen Iverson scored a staggering 40 points, while the Wizards' leading player Gilbert Arenas amassed 36 points, dominating the day's scoring leaderboard. Such is the nature of the NBA. Even with remarkable performances, greater stories often overshadow individual brilliance. Only through consistent excellence can one truly garner recognition. One thing was certain, Yang Di's fame had risen. As he was about to disembark the plane, Dwayne Wade suggested that Yang Di consider signing with a new agent. The previous one was quite inadequate. I believe you need someone new to manage your off-court life. You should focus your energy on training. Wade expressed his concerns about encountering opportunistic agents who, despite their impressive capabilities, might only serve as legal representatives without considering Yang Di's broader interests. Yang Di Surugit, recalling the German player he had met during his time with the Mavericks. Dirk Nowitzki has no agent. I think he can manage, so perhaps I can too? It's quite complicated. Wade was puzzled by Yang Di's line of thought and advised, if you truly have doubts, perhaps you should seek a more reliable and promising young agent. Most young agents may lack the sophistication and polish, and while they may fall short in negotiation or networking skills, they at least offer genuine communication and heartfelt exchanges. A university student, perhaps? Wade remarked, that seems rather youthful. Nevertheless, if the opportunity arises, I can introduce you to someone. However, I anticipate that, even without my introduction, some agents will approach you on their own, as your performance is improving and your market value is on the rise, enhancing your commercial appeal. Yang Di Sukchinkli affirmed, yes. Precisely. The next game would be against LeBron, who is currently basking in glory, and Yang Di felt the need to give him a proper challenge. Suddenly, he recalled the schedule, noting a back-to-back home game against the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers featured Carlos Boozer, known for his ferocious rebounding and offensive prowess, averaging 18 points and 12 rebounds this season, boasting statistics akin to those of an all-star player. Many of LeBron's assists came through Boozer's contributions. As Wade discussed the Cavaliers, he contemplated their second-year player and strategized on how to collectively overcome the Heat. That bald fellow, he may not be able to leap high, and his arms are short, yet he possesses a reliable mid-range shot and low-post offensive skills. Yang Di's recollection of Boozer stemmed from the Summer League. However, since he did not directly compete against him, his impression was not particularly vivid. Boozer was also adept at seizing offensive rebounds, averaging 3 per game, ranking him 10th in the league. Additionally, there was Zydrunas Ilgauskas. Wade, while navigating his computer, quickly located another Cavaliers player on the offensive rebounding leaderboard, averaging 3.4 offensive rebounds per game, surpassing Boozer's statistics. The Cavaliers were indeed a formidable force in terms of offensive rebounding. Yang Di clenched his fist and, with an indomitable spirit, proclaimed, I'm also a player adept at securing offensive rebounds. This time, I will compete with them to see who is more proficient at capturing those crucial rebounds. Chapter 70. The focus on improvement. Beijing, after the studio had closed. Upon descending from the stage, Sun Jinping and Su Jiqing received a notification for an impromptu meeting. Su Jiqing glanced at his watch and remarked, Old Sun, this doesn't seem right. It's nearly lunchtime. Why are we still holding a meeting? I am unsure. Sun Jinping replied, shaking his head. Commentating a match is indeed exhausting. He stretched lazily and then smiled, urging Su Jiqing, come on, old Su. Let us finish the meeting quickly and have lunch. As they entered the small conference room and pushed open the large door, they were taken aback. The assembly was indeed grand. Several key figures from the sports channel were present, including a deputy director and several renowned basketball commentators. As the two entered, all eyes immediately focused on them. Exchanging a knowing glance, Sun Jinping and Su Jiqing found their seats. The deputy director rapped the table, his voice resonant. Today, we will hold a brief meeting. I trust everyone is aware of the agenda concerning the adjustments to the broadcast schedule for the Miami Heat this season. The deputy director continued unhurriedly. Our station has already communicated and negotiated with the NBA officials in America regarding this matter. They are eager to assist in enhancing the influence of the Heat, or rather, Yang Di, in China. Despite the controversies surrounding Yang Di, controversy breeds newsworthiness. Yang Di has become an idol for rebellious students across China. Having such a distinctive NBA star is a highlight and assurance for our viewership. And today's match serves as a testament to that. Su Jiqing and the others were astonished, not expecting such swift adjustments from the station. What about the Basketball Association? Ahem, the deputy director glanced at the array of commentators present, both established figures and promising newcomers, before broadcasting the Heat's games. I hope everyone will prepare thoroughly regarding the Miami Heat and Yang Di, approaching the commentary with a more professional and in-depth attitude. He then elaborated on a few more points before concluding the brief meeting. The following afternoon, at the Miami American Airlines Arena, Kai Nan, armed with paper and pen, pulled up a chair and sat in front of Yang Di. Wiping the sweat from his brow and sipping water, Yang Di smiled and remarked, You seem to be becoming increasingly professional. After practicing for so long, of course, I am growing more adept, came the confident reply. Yang Di inquired, Are you free today? Shall we dine together later? Kainan shook his head and, with a hint of regret, replied, After my interview concludes, I must return to Los Angeles. This article is of great significance. I need to conduct a systematic and detailed interview regarding your recent accomplishments, which will be uploaded as reference material. Is that so remarkable? Yang Di gestured exaggeratedly. Indeed, it's quite impressive. Kainan, having grown familiar with Yang Di, often jested with him. Speaking of which, after you triumphed over the Rockets and subsequently achieved a series of personal bests in points, rebounds, blocks, shooting percentage, and more, what has been your greatest reflection? Personal best. Yang Di burst into laughter. A slip of the tongue. I meant career high ha. Kainan joined in the laughter, their camaraderie evident. After a moment of laughter, Yang Di paused and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, so, is this the beginning of the interview? Indeed. Well, to be frank, it is quite exhilarating, Yang Di remarked, pausing briefly before bursting into hearty laughter once more. The mere thought of yesterday's match brought him immense comfort. The two engaged in what felt more like a casual conversation than an interview, punctuated by bouts of laughter reminiscent of playful banter. Honestly, I never anticipated such extensive playing time. I thought the coach would keep me on the bench and deny me opportunities. I must truly thank the entire Van Gundy family. I am grateful for his wonderful brother. Yang Di jested, covertly criticizing Stan Van Gundy for not providing him with chances. Kainan shook his head with a wry smile. You certainly speak boldly. I would never dare to write that. No worries, it's merely for your ears. Yang Di replied, by the way, do you feel confident about achieving greater success in tonight's game against the Cavaliers? Absolutely, Yang Di declared, raising his chin with confidence. LeBron James is currently the standout player among this year's rookies, and competing against him is quite intriguing. In fact, I have longed for this opportunity. I recognized his talent during the last summer league, and he is truly exceptional. You seem incredibly motivated. As night fell, a wave of fervent fans surged into the American Airlines Arena in Miami. NBA spectators can be categorized into several types. Some are seasoned ticket holders who consistently support the team, often accompanied by their dedicated fan groups. Others are casual attendees who purchase tickets sporadically, and there are those who receive complimentary tickets, distributed to various organizations and special groups for charitable or promotional purposes. These tickets are rather limited. In the front rows, one can always spot some well-known local celebrities or socialites attending the games. Some are there purely to support the event, while others seek to pass the time, and some simply desire exposure at specific moments. More prominent figures tend to occupy VIP boxes, quietly enjoying the game while engaging in conversation or discussing business. Although Miami may not boast the star-studded allure of Los Angeles or New York, it still attracts a fair share of celebrities who regularly visit to relish the coastal charm and local culture. Tonight's match against the Cavaliers has drawn several notable stars. Look, it's Tom Cruise. He actually came to watch the game today, and there's Anne Hathaway, the goddess. Before the match commenced, the curious fans began to discuss the celebrities present. The arrival of several notably attractive stars invigorated the atmosphere, suggesting that the event would be all the more captivating. In the front row, Anne Hathaway displayed a blush on her cheeks, seated beside her manager, Danielle, a competent woman in her 30s, exuding an air of authority and vigilance. I came specifically to see one player from the Heat, and explained. Danielle immediately furrowed her brow, deep lines forming akin to a vast canyon. With a serious tone, she inquired, and when did you become friends with NBA players? These individuals are consumed by training and muscle. How did you meet them? There are no gentlemen in the NBA, and lowered her gaze to her toes, akin to a child who had erred. Sensing an ominous undertone, Danielle whispered, and you're not romantically involved with him, are you? Which star is it? Lamar Odom? No, I'm not. And Hathaway quickly shook her head in denial. It's Yang Di, a friend of mine. Today, the crew has a break, so it's perfectly fine to watch a game. I understand that attending a game during a break is harmless, but you must be aware of the image you are cultivating. Negative news must be absolutely avoided. Danielle, evidently well acquainted with the NBA's notorious reputation, regretted agreeing to accompany into the American Airlines Arena. All right, I understand. You need not worry, and reassured, playfully tugging at Danielle's hand and sticking out her tongue. At that moment, the players began to enter the court, and the camera angles were set. Before long, the cameraman astutely directed the lens toward the enchanting Anne Hathaway, whose casual yet elegant attire accentuated her pure and captivating demeanor, provoking a chorus of whistles from the crowd. Standing at the entrance, the young Emperor LeBron James swallowed hard. He had never heard of such a stunning new generation of female fans for the Heat. Coincidentally, today he was competing against the Heat with the Cavaliers, and she was present to watch. Could it be for him? It must be, he thought, as a rush of fervor ignited within him, his desire to win surging. Chapter 71. Cavaliers. The convex lenses of the American Airlines arena refracted beams of light, creating a balanced and luminous ambience. The court resembled a stage, where fools performed and madness reigned. Below, seated among the beautiful spectators, the players from both the Heat and the Cavaliers couldn't help but steal glances. Yang Di followed their avid gaze and was struck by a thunderbolt. How could it be her? And truly was breathtaking. Dwayne Wade wrapped an arm around Yang Di's neck, wearing an expression of infatuation. Hey, buddy, how you think one could score a date with such a beautiful girl? Dwayne, you are a married man. Besides, do you all know her? Ha! I was just joking. Wade chuckled and then looked at Yang Di with a surprised gaze. You don't even know Anne Hathaway? After a moment of contemplation, Wade nodded, coming to a realization. That makes sense. After all, you are a foreigner, so it's not unusual that you wouldn't recognize her. In truth, she is a relatively popular young actress, a star who has only been in the industry for 2 or 3 years, born in the same year as I am. Yang Di felt a peculiar emotion enveloping his heart. It turned out she was a female celebrity, which explained why everyone adored her. At that moment, both sides were preparing for the entrance ceremony. Yang Di carried the ball to the side and glanced up towards Annie. Coincidentally, Annie's gaze also flickered in his direction. Their eyes met, causing a subtle tremor within both of them, before they swiftly averted their gazes. The DJ's magnetic voice resonated through the venue, as the audience, accompanied by the pulsating music, gradually immersed themselves in the electrifying atmosphere. Yang Di sat on the bench, observing from a distance across the court where he could see Annie and another woman in her 30s seated beside her. The woman in her 30s surveyed everything around her with a watchful gaze, seemingly intent on enveloping Annie in a protective shroud. The game commenced, with Ilgauskas winning the tip-off, granting the Cavaliers the initial possession. The Cavaliers' starting lineup comprised Ricky Davis, LeBron James, Darius Miles, Carlos Boozer, and Zydrunas Ilgauskas. On the opposing side, the Heat's starters included Wade, Eddie Jones, Odom, Haslam, and Brian Grant. The Cavaliers boasted an impressively tall average height, with LeBron James standing at 2.03 meters in the backcourt, Ricky Davis, the shortest at 1.98 meters, and small forward Darius Miles, an official height of 2.06 meters, while the center Ilgauskas towered at 2.21 meters. In response to the Cavaliers' towering lineup, the Heat opted to forego a traditional point guard, allowing Wade to assume the role of ball handler, distributing the ball primarily between himself and Odom. Nevertheless, the disparity in height within the paint was glaring, as Haslam and Brian Grant were noticeably shorter than their counterparts. During the Cavaliers' first offensive play, Ricky Davis, stepping on the Heat's logo, reluctantly passed the ball to James on the wing. Last season, while with the Cavaliers, Ricky Davis averaged an impressive 26 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists, marking his career-best performance. However, his aspirations were thwarted when the team selected the prodigious LeBron James in the draft, leading to a significant reduction in his ball-sharing opportunities and subsequent statistics. Ricky had voiced his dissatisfaction multiple times, expressing his frustration with everything revolving around James. He yearned to be the leader, struggling to accept that an 18-year-old rookie was now at the helm. Upon receiving the ball, James glanced at Annie on the sidelines, instantly invigorated. He halted Boozer, who was about to set a screen, signaling for everyone to create space. Boozer let out a slight grimace and turned away. Defending James was Eddie Jones, who spread his arms wide, legs apart, with his gaze intensely fixed on James's eyes. James initiated his triple threat stance, and seeing Jones remain unfazed, he took a decisive step forward, pivoting his body to hold the ball, executing a crossover dribble. His strides were expansive and powerful, propelling him forward like a locomotive. With a resounding thud, Eddie Jones felt as though he had been struck by a hammer to the chest, momentarily losing his vision. By the time he regained his senses, James had surged past him with remarkable speed, defying the expectations of a 108-kilogram forward. In the paint, Haslam quickly moved to provide help defense. But with a flick of his wrist, James delivered a cross-court pass. Suddenly, a large, dark hand emerged from midair. Steal. Grant. Is that player Chinese descent? He appears merely as a substitute. Danielle, upon realizing that the friend and mentioned has yet to take the court, became increasingly dissatisfied. Just a rookie, with little exposure and a lack of renown, he likely holds no significant commercial value. How could he possibly be connected to Anne? Well, he plays quite well and is a decent person, and was at a loss for words, stammering as she diverted the conversation to another topic. That player with prominent cheekbones is rather handsome, isn't he? Dwayne Wade, also a rookie for the Heat this year. Seated beside them was a local Heat fan who proudly declared, "Miss and Dwayne is our shining star in Miami." A shining star? And turned her gaze towards the Heat's bench on the opposite side of the court. Perhaps he is indeed recognized by fans in such a manner. The timeout was called. With 3 minutes and 18 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Heat led the Cavaliers by 2 points, 16-14. Following this extended pause, Yang D replaced Grant on the court, while the Cavaliers began their interior rotation, substituting Big Z for the 13-meter-tall Chris Mim to match up against Yang D. As Yang D took to the stage, a cacophony of boos and cheers erupted simultaneously. On the court, James and those at the sidelines, including Annie, were momentarily taken aback. Where did this inexplicable discontent come from? Shouldn't the atmosphere be wholly celebratory? Why the disdain? A nearby local fan responded, "I too am perplexed by the animosity towards Yang D. However, I believe he is an excellent player, and I admire his relentless spirit on the court. It is truly lamentable that such a promising rookie lacks local support." Danielle clicked her tongue, her expression tinged with disdain. Yet Annie's perspective shifted. Realizing he bore such immense pressure alone, she found him remarkably resilient. Yang D had become accustomed to such treatment. Quietly stepping onto the court, he approached Chris Mim, who merely glanced at him without uttering a word. The Cavaliers executed an inbound pass, with LeBron James advancing past half court. At that moment, the Cavaliers substituted in guard Kevin Ollie to partner with James in the backcourt, while the Heat replaced Eddie Jones with Alston, leaving Haslam still on the court. Wearing jersey number 23, James set a screen for Boozer, and after the play, he passed the ball to the wing where Kevin Ollie awaited. Ollie seized the ball and aggressively drove towards Wade. Just as the thought crossed his mind that he could overpower a mere rookie, Ollie collided forcefully with Wade. The impact nearly causing him to lose possession. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a hand suddenly emerged and swatted the ball away. It was Odom. The small forward appeared from an unexpected angle, dislodging the ball from Ollie's dribble. The newly substituted Alston, quick on his feet, snatched the basketball. The Heat initiated a fast break, with Yang D sprinting ahead. The players surged into the front court, and Alston passed to Yang D, who charged forward. LeBron, noticing the rookie who had just been booed by the home crowd, approached with a fierce determination, as if he were fearless in the face of death. Chapter 72. The block on the young emperor. When the bull charged forward, it radiated an aura of undeniable dominance. With an unguarded lane, Yang D soared like a great eagle, executing a powerful one-handed dunk that sent the ball crashing through the hoop. The resounding thud reverberated through the arena, causing the fans to tremble with suppressed excitement, torn between the urge to cheer and the realization that they ought to refrain. Most of the applause came from neutral fans, while the standing ovation was from the Asian supporters. His first move was a thunderous dunk. This guy truly knew how to seize an opportunity. Assistant coach Walker smiled and remarked to Spoelstra beside him, "He is consistently improving in various aspects. I am genuinely eager to witness the full extent of his potential." Spoelstra's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm since the match against the Rockets. Yang D has captivated not only a multitude of fans in front of their screens, but also several assistant coaches from the coaching staff. The score stood at 18-14, and on the court, the Cavaliers were on the offensive. LeBron James, in possession of the ball, passed it to guard Kevin Ollie on one side. Ollie, after taking a couple of dribbles, hesitated as he approached the basket. When James made a move to the other side, Ollie handed the ball back to him. James then initiated a ball-handling attack from the elbow area. With his back to the basket, he pivoted to face the hoop, while Lamar Odom placed a hand before James's eyes. James took a powerful step with his right foot, driving to the right side with Odom closely trailing him. Odom's height and weight gave him a distinct advantage, and he maintained his balance against James's challenge. However, after a couple of strides, James sensed something amiss, paused, and executed a precise pass to the awaiting Boozer on the opposite side. Facing Haslam's defense, Boozer made a lateral move and successfully executed a jump shot, bringing the score to 18-16, with the Cavaliers trailing by 2 points. 3 minutes into the game, the Heat orchestrated an outside attack. Wade penetrated into the paint and distributed the ball to Odom, who cleverly exploited a moment of indecision, choosing to drive towards the center. After just a couple of steps, he came to an abrupt halt. A shot was imminent. Yang D's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He recognized Odom's posture, indicating a forthcoming attempt. When a big man employs the finesse of a smaller player in his offense, it becomes exceedingly challenging to defend against. Even with James's remarkable leaping ability, He was unable to contest the shot effectively. As Yang Di prepared to seize the rebound in the front court, Chris Mim inadvertently stumbled, extending his arms to obstruct him from behind. Trapped outside the paint, Yang Di was fortunate that the rebound soared high. Amidst their tussle, a surge of optimism filled Yang Di. It appeared that he would indeed claim the rebound. Releasing his grip on Mim, he leapt into the air. However, as he ascended, Mim emitted a dramatic cry, as if he had been wronged, leaning forward and stumbling exaggeratedly for 2 steps. The referee called a foul on the number 8 of the Heat for pushing. Yang Di spread his hands in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? You committed a foul. I saw it clearly." The head coach seized the basketball from Yang Di's grasp, signaling for the Cavaliers to take the sideline for an inbound pass, completely disregarding Yang Di, whose eyes were wide open like copper bells. He had fallen on his own. I had exerted no force at all. Yang Di felt a profound sense of injustice. Not only had he unwittingly lost a front-court rebound, but he had also incurred a foul. Fortunately, this was the 4th team foul for the Heat, and they had yet to reach the free throw line. Wade, Odom, and others urged Yang Di to quickly transition back to defense. With a heavy heart, Yang Di jogged back, casting a glance at the not-so-elderly Mim, who appeared to embody the spirit of a rugged Western man. Little did he know, he was quite the cunning character, insidious indeed. Yang Di whispered to him, "What a sly one." Mim merely smirked, "Rookie, this is court wisdom. Don't think that just because you possess some strength and can jump a bit, you can act without restraint. There is much for you to learn." Oof. The Cavaliers' offensive attempt faltered, and the backcourt rebound was secured by Haslam. As the first quarter approached its final minute, the home crowd, witnessing their team in the lead, erupted in cheers, intensifying the electric atmosphere. Is this what basketball is all about? It truly invigorates the spirit. Annie shook Danielle's arm, enthusiastically shouting alongside the fans. Her fair skin flushed with excitement, adding a touch of vibrancy to the scene. "Mind your image, Annie," Danielle cautioned, pressing down on Annie's shoulder. At that moment, the Heat's offense suddenly faltered due to a miscommunication. Odom's intended pass to the perimeter for John Wallace was intercepted. Kevin Ollie, who had replaced Ricky Davis, executed a remarkable defensive play. The Cavaliers swiftly launched a fast break, while Haslam, who had just set a screen for Odom, found himself at the perimeter, rapidly transitioning into defense. He retreated past half-court as Kevin Ollie, advancing into the offensive zone, initially passed the ball to LeBron James. At this moment, Haslam positioned himself centrally on defense, while James made a diagonal cut from a 45-degree angle. Meanwhile, Wade, having sprinted to catch up, was now in pursuit of Ollie. Outside the 3-second zone, Haslam and James leapt simultaneously, their bodies colliding with unwavering intensity. In midair, James momentarily held the ball, executing a subtle pull back to evade Haslam's outstretched arm. However, the physical contest hindered his jump, and as he hung in the air, he was unable to draw closer to the basket. With one hand cradling the ball, he released it, his fingers grazing the surface as he aimed for the backboard. Poised for a bank shot, everyone anticipated the ball would find its mark, and Haslam appeared to have relinquished his defensive stance. Just then, a shadow surged forth with the speed of a lightning bolt, the left foot firmly planted on the court, the top body resembling a predator poised for a long-awaited hunt. Unleashing every ounce of its power, he soared into the air, gliding for a brief moment before extending his right arm forward with tremendous force. With a resounding clap, he made contact with the basketball that had yet to touch the backboard. Yang Di flew past the baseline, propelled by momentum, and his palm struck the backboard with a resounding thud. The basketball was pressed against the backboard before rebounding back into the hands of Alston, who had just rushed to the three-point line to retrieve it. A collective gasp filled the arena, followed by an uproar. James and Haslam collided and stumbled out of bounds, only to glance back at Yang Di, who had soared for the block. The sound of impact was so thunderous that it felt as though it had struck his cheek rather than a backboard, igniting a fiery sensation that coursed through his entire face, reaching his ears. "I was just blocked by a second-round rookie?" The crowd erupted into cheers, drowning out the scattered boos in a tidal wave of exuberance. On the sidelines, Annie covered her mouth, her expression one of sheer disbelief. "His athleticism is nothing short of demonic," remarked a fan who had been enjoying a lively conversation with Annie. "Isn't that right? He's incredible, my goodness." Upon hearing this, Annie's mind was flooded with exhilarating images, her cheeks flushed with a deeper shade of crimson as she thought, "This guy is indeed extraordinary." This moment ignited the entire American Airlines arena. Meanwhile, Odom, taking advantage of the Cavaliers' loose formation, charged into the paint, maneuvering past the defender. With a swift left-handed motion, He executed a layup off the backboard. The referee called a foul on the defender for illegal contact, awarding a 2-1 opportunity. As everyone rushed over, Odom converted the free throw, putting the Heat ahead 23-17, a 6-point lead over the Cavaliers. With 30 seconds remaining on the clock, a somewhat flustered James positioned himself beyond the three-point line, exhaling deeply as he began to dictate the pace of the game. The Cavaliers spaced out, while Ricky Davis, sitting on the sidelines, grew increasingly agitated, feeling as if James had stepped into the role of the team's leader the moment he had left the court. With 10 seconds to go, James initiated his move. After a swift acceleration, he gained the upper hand. Odom was caught off guard by James's speed, losing half a step as James effortlessly bypassed him. Yang promptly released his defensive player, neglecting to glance back as he advanced to bolster his defense. Outside the reasonable collision zone, he fixed his gaze solely on the approaching LeBron James, who was charging forward with 3 powerful strides. With unwavering conviction, Yang fortified his position, leaping without hesitation alongside James. The two seemed like titans, their strength astonishingly comparable, their leaping ability equally remarkable. The dunk was unattainable. James sensed the immense force emanating from his opponent. Despite possessing a momentary advantage in power during the impact, he found himself unable to reach the rim. As he observed Yang figure retreating midair, a sense of relief washed over him. Unable to overpower him, James let out a grunt. With a single-handed toss, his technique appeared exceedingly awkward. The basketball ricocheted off the back of the rim. At that moment, Yang, still recovering from the collision beneath the basket, was caught off guard. While James surged upward once more, battling Haslam for the offensive rebound, effortlessly depositing the ball into the net. The Heat swiftly executed a baseline inbounds play. Alston's three-point attempt fell short as the first quarter concluded. Yang rubbed his chest, feeling a subtle ache. As they were about to exit the court, the young emperor, James, turned his head, and their eyes met, both reflecting a shared defiance. Chapter 73, Double-Double on the boards, a resounding victory against the Cavaliers. Confidence on the court stems from rigorous training. James longed to remain on the floor. However, even with a physique forged of steel, he needed regular rest amidst the fierce competition of the NBA. As the second quarter commenced, number 23 remained on the bench to recuperate. Haslam exited, replaced by Malik Allen, while Wade rested, allowing Alston to take charge of the offense. This lineup transformed into a fast-paced exchange among the substitutes, albeit with a less than stellar shooting percentage, especially against the Cavaliers. Once the starters retreated, the game seemed to slip away from them, with the ball entirely entrusted to Ricky Davis. Seizing the rare opportunity to initiate his own offense, Ricky decisively created space for a one-on-one, his drive fierce and unwavering. As he tore through the Heat's defense and surged into the paint, the Heat contracted their defense, and both Yang and Malik Allen converged to apply pressure. In a stride, Ricky Davis momentarily hesitated, executing a deceptive prayer shot motion before dishing the ball to Kevin Ollie, who was positioned at a 30-degree angle for a three-point attempt. The shot fell short, and the rebound sprang low. Under the basket, Yang expertly positioned himself against Chris Mim, asserting his space with a firm stance before leaping to secure the rebound. What a play! Yang claimed the board. And beside him, Annie erupted in applause, her excitement palpable. The camera panned to Annie, her striking visage capturing the attention of the audience, before refocusing on the unfolding game. As the Heat advanced, they opted for a high screen and roll followed by a cut. Alston passed to the cutting small forward, John Wallace, who sought an opportunity to penetrate the Cavaliers' interior. Finding no space, he returned the ball to the perimeter. Alston then relayed it to Malik Allen, who executed a close-range bank shot, scoring 25-19, giving the Heat the first points of the second quarter. The Cavaliers initiated their offense, with Yang firmly establishing position against Mim. The coach had noted the rookie's impressive strength, and indeed, it proved to be true. Chris Mim had already experienced Yang's competitiveness, yet he remained astounded, unable to resist drawing comparisons between Yang and the team's LeBron James. Is it true that this generation of youngsters is so fervently dedicated to enhancing their strength? I have heard whispers of another physically formidable rookie in the West, equally ferocious in prowess. Ricky Davis skillfully executed a crossover dribble, the basketball dancing between his legs. He passed the ball to Kevin Ollie on the perimeter, then maneuvered into position for a cutting reception, slicing in at a 45-degree angle, eluding Malik Allen's defensive footwork. With a slight lean, Ricky Davis launched a shot from the baseline at a 0-degree angle. Alas, it missed, but Yang Di was there to tap the rebound before leaping to secure it. The Heat initiated their offensive strategy. Alston signaled for Yang Di to set a screen, utilizing Yang Di's blockade to carve out a sliver of space for a breakthrough. Circling left around the towering Chris Mim, while Yang Di descended from the opposite direction. The Cavaliers promptly shifted their defensive alignment. Alston delivered the ball to Yang Di. After receiving it, instinctively passed to John Wallace, who had moved to the open 45-degree angle on the perimeter. Wallace then pivoted, delivering the ball to Rasul Butler, who occupied the right corner, where Butler launched a three-pointer. Another hit. The score stood at 28-19, with the Heat netting 5 consecutive points at the onset of the second quarter. Cavaliers head coach Paul Silas could no longer remain seated. He stood to signal the referee for a 20-second timeout, interrupting the flow of the game. The Heat's overall strength surpassed that of the Cavaliers. Yet due to the back-to-back nature of the games, the coach hesitated to keep the starters on for too long. Observing the substitutes performing commendably, he opted to maintain them on the court. As their rhythm gradually returned to a normal level, the score began to stabilize. At the 6:17 mark of the second quarter, Yang Di snatched an offensive rebound. He attempted a strong shot from under the basket, but it veered wildly off target, squandering a golden opportunity for a second-chance score. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed from the many Chinese fans present, who yearned to witness their beloved star score. After half a quarter, Stan Van Gundy decided to substitute Yang Di. As halftime approached, the Heat led by a slender margin of 49-47 against the Cavaliers, who had unleashed several impressive offensive surges in the latter half of the second quarter. Yang Di followed the players of the Miami Heat into the players' tunnel during halftime. As fans gradually began to vacate the arena, some sought respite in the restroom. Others ventured to procure refreshments or snacks, while a few meandered aimlessly, passing the time in a leisurely manner. There were also fans who remained in the venue, as the intermission featured performances by specially invited singers and dancers. Meanwhile, the NBA players utilized this interval to recuperate in the locker room. A substantial team comprising trainers, team doctors, assistant coaches, and the head coach attended to the players' needs, with the head coach primarily focusing on critiques of the first half, key observations, and strategies for the second half, including player substitutions. After this brief interlude, both teams returned to the court to commence the second half of the match. Yang Di made his appearance once again at the tail end of the third quarter. In the second half of the game, his playing time as a substitute was even more limited than in the first half. By the 8th minute of the fourth quarter, Stan Van Gundy opted to replace him with Grant, and as Yang Di exited the court without exchanging a high-five with Grant, a wave of boos echoed through the arena. Over the course of the match, he played for 17 minutes, contributing 2 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks, showcasing remarkable efficiency on the defensive end. The Cavaliers found themselves in a constant state of chasing the score, and during the third quarter, they fell behind significantly due to the exceptional performances of Odom, Wade, and others. Odom, in particular, showed no fear against the formidable interior presence of Boozer and Big Z, skillfully weaving in and out from the perimeter. Ultimately, the Cavaliers succumbed to the Heat with a score of 91-103, a 12-point defeat. LeBron James recorded 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. A commendable performance for a rookie, although he also committed 5 turnovers, indicating that there are still many nuances to refine in his ball handling. On the Heat side, Odom emerged as the standout performer, amassing 22 points, 12 rebounds, and 6 assists, overshadowing the young king. Wade, despite scoring 15 points, did not maintain a high shooting percentage and struggled with his forays into the paint. After the loss, James shook his head in disappointment as he left the American Airlines arena, feeling constrained by a few seasoned players in the team who resisted his attempts to take control of the game. Wade, meanwhile, participated in a live ESPN interview, while Yang Di made his way back to the locker room. "Where are you going, Annie?" "Shoo. Danielle, don't say anything." Annie, with a cap obscuring her beautiful eyes, replied, "I'm off to meet a friend, you know. Just head back, and I'll find you soon." "Absolutely not. Are you out of your mind? You get caught." Danielle shook her head in disapproval, preventing Annie from leaving. "Please, Danielle, let me go. No one will know." "Look," with that, she donned a blue mask that covered much of her face. "What exactly is your relationship with him?" "I've hardly seen him acknowledge you during the game," Danielle inquired. "How can he greet anyone on the court?" "Don't worry, I'll rush to the set afterwards. We'll be filming in Miami for a while, so it won't interfere with work." Annie waved her phone. "See, I can call you anytime. It's fully charged." After saying this, she opened the car door and dashed out, only to poke her head back in. "Danielle, remember to keep this a secret. Like a cat." She swiftly closed the door and ran away. In the driver's seat, Danielle shook her head, displaying a look of exasperation. Chapter 76. Unexpected progress. When did he learn this move? Head coach Stan Van Gundy adjusted his ample belly, almost causing his glasses to slip off. It was simply unbelievable. Walker and Spoelstra exchanged glances, both astonished. During their routine training sessions, Yang Di had primarily focused on rebounding, ball defense, and help defense, without ever showing any signs of practicing dribbling or other offensive skills, save for a few free throws. However, witnessing Yang Di's exquisite low-post spin move revealed a level of finesse that was nothing short of remarkable. Surely, he must have possessed such skills all along. Spoelstra chuckled awkwardly, recognizing that the youth often display unexpected advancements. The fan saw nothing amiss. The ability to execute such a spin is certainly not rare in the NBA. Yet, it was Yang Di's final soaring dunk that truly captivated the audience, evoking a helicopter-like sensation. The cheers eclipsed the jeers, and many neutral fans began to shift their perspectives. No matter how one criticized Yang Di, his performance on the court warranted admiration. This impressive dunk significantly boosted the Heat's momentum, invigorating the players and enhancing their defensive zeal. With a score of 21-17, Arenas held the ball at the top of the arc. Power forward Jared Jeffries and center Kwame Brown simultaneously emerged to set high screens for Arenas. Dribbling, Arenas feigned a drive to the right before abruptly pivoting to the left, utilizing Brown's screen to create separation from Alston. Positioned just beyond the three-point line, Yang Di fixed his gaze on Arenas. The latter suddenly halted, his shoes screeching against the floor, knees slightly bending as he abruptly decelerated. He was preparing to shoot. Realizing this, Yang Di instinctively lunged forward to defend. In midair, Arenas released the ball with astonishing speed. Even before reaching the apex of his jump, he propelled the basketball as if discarding a hot potato. Despite Yang Di's rapid defensive response, he could not interfere in time. To the spectators, it appeared as though Yang Di had nearly reached the shot with his fingertips. Yet in reality, the most he achieved was a psychological disturbance. Swish! The spinning basketball effortlessly pierced the net, bringing the score to 21-20. This exemplified the scoring prowess of diminutive players in the league. A slight sense of frustration washed over Yang Di. After several games, he still struggled to defend against these shorter competitors, who often employed bewildering maneuvers to conclude their attacks. Some swingmen were simply unreasonable in their play. Such erratic players could either make a brilliant shot or leave one awkwardly empty-handed. Butler casually mentioned this before urging Yang Di to swiftly transition to offense. Yang Di gathered his focus and hastened to the front court, concentrating intently on the game. Kwame Brown, a taciturn individual, appeared to have been dulled over his 2 years with the Wizards, overshadowed by the aura of a high school superstar, and rendered silent. Silence met silence. And thus Yang Di chose not to utter a word. Malik Allen set a screen for Alston, while Yang Di positioned himself in the elbow area, feet apart, forming an impenetrable wall. Karen Butler then slipped past him, utilizing the off-ball screen to receive the ball. The quality of the screen was mediocre. Upon receiving the pass, Butler found the defender still shadowing him. He dribbled with his left hand, leaning against Larry Hughes as he attempted to penetrate the paint. At this moment, Yang Di descended, but with no passing lane available, Butler subtly lifted his elbow to fend off Hughes. In pain, Hughes stepped back, granting Butler just enough space to execute a jump shot, which found its mark. "Come on, that's a foul, ref," Hughes exclaimed, rushing to inbound the ball and gesturing angrily towards the baseline official. The referee, however, ignored him, as the Heat had already transitioned back into defense. The Wizards entrusted the ball to Arenas, while Larry Hughes, on the wing, called for the ball to initiate an offensive play. Arenas, contemplating his new role with the Wizards, opted not to monopolize the possession and passed to Hughes. Hughes, now in possession on the wing, probed Butler's defense with tentative steps. 2 seconds later, he lunged forward with a significant stride, the ball moving with him as he forcefully drove to the right, his speed and cadence swift, gaining an advantage for the breakthrough. Butler retreated, but as Hughes leaned in, he surged forward like a cheetah, accelerating even further. This ability to penetrate was a crucial asset for Hughes' survival in the NBA. His style complemented Arenas'. The shorter player favored shooting, while the taller one preferred driving. With his jersey billowing, Hughes barreled toward the basket along the right side. After Butler lost his footing, Malik Allen stepped up to provide support. Hughes took 3 huge steps before launching himself into the air, colliding with Allen mid-flight. Then he executed a low layup, angling it towards a backboard. Bang! The ball struck the rim and ricocheted away. Kwame Brown refrained from contesting the offensive rebound. Youngdi assessait du trajectory, took a step to the left, and leapt effortlessly to secure the rebound. Alston held the ball high, as the Heat remained ahead 23-20, with less than a minute left on the clock. After taking some time, Butler passed the ball to Malik in the low post. Malik, backing down against the opposing power forward, attempted a turnaround hook shot, but it missed. The rebound was snatched away by Larry Hughes, who quickly advanced the ball up the court. As he pushed forward, both Youngdi and Butler applied pressure on Hughes. Upon reaching the three-point line, Hughes halted his advance, waiting for his teammates, while Youngdi retreated to guard Kwame Brown. Hughes then passed to Arenas. Arenas, favoring the top of the arc for his drives, took a step to the right and, utilizing a screen, executed a subtle maneuver before shifting left for a jump shot. The attempt failed, and Youngdi swiftly turned and charged for another rebound, claiming it once more. The television commentator for the Miami broadcast chuckled, noting that Youngdi's rebounding prowess was sufficient to earn him consistent playing time. He truly is a commendable young man. After being outmaneuvered by Youngdi in the low post, Kwame Brown began to remain cautious of Youngdi's unexpected tactics. In truth, Youngdi harbored little desire to initiate his own offense. He understood that his scoring efficiency was lacking, and without the opportunity for a dunk beneath the basket, it was challenging to convert. Had time not been of the essence during that previous turn, he would not have opted for a low post move. The first quarter concluded with Youngdi recording 2 points and 2 rebounds. As Youngdi descended from the arena, many gazes lingered upon him with a peculiar intensity, particularly from the 2 assistant coaches, who appeared as if they had stumbled upon a new world. Trainer George remarked, "This fellow has undoubtedly undergone no training in this regard whatsoever." The spectators remained captivated by his recent dunk following a swift turn, which had been one of the standout highlights displayed on the large screen during the first quarter. In the second quarter, Wade took to the court, while the Wizards substituted Arenas and Larry Hughes for a respite. This was likely a strategic maneuver by Stan Van Gundy, akin to a tactical racehorse selection. Upon his entrance, Wade swiftly executed a layup amidst a pair of defenders, securing a 5-point lead for the Heat. The Wizards introduced a Caucasian point guard, drafted 9th overall in the second round this year, named Stephen Blake. His draft report was candid, describing him as a passive, floor-oriented point guard, lacking in breakthrough threat, capable of withstanding pressure, rarely committing turnovers, and exhibiting precision in spot shooting from beyond the arc. As a supplementary backcourt player for the Wizards following Arena's exit, his defensive performance was somewhat lacking. Wade, leveraging his astounding explosiveness, effortlessly maneuvered past him. 3 minutes into the second quarter, the Wizards had yet to score, while the Heat managed to net 3 points intermittently, extending the score gap to 9. Unable to bear the mounting deficit any longer, Wizards head coach Eddie Jordan rose from his seat and approached the scorer's table to call for a timeout. Youngdi was substituted, and Stan Van Gundy, noticing the Wizards' lack of rhythm, promptly brought Odom into the game to bolster the team's offense. Chapter 77, a triumphant streak and an unexpected endorsement. Miami International Airport. A young man, dragging a suitcase, stood in front of the terminal, squinting at the stream of vehicles. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit with polished shoes, he possessed a tall stature, meticulously styled hair, and striking features, appearing to be in his 40s. Beside him was a companion, also attired in business attire. At this hour, Youngdi should still be playing, the middle-aged man casually remarked to his attendant. "Indeed, Mr. Zhang," the attendant replied. In the distance, the glaring headlights drew nearer, and a black luxury vehicle finally approached, coming to a gentle halt before the 2 men. The attendant immediately stepped forward to open the car door, and they both climbed inside. To be frank, it had been 2 years since my last visit to Miami, and it seemed unchanged. The man referred to as Mr. Zhang spoke at a measured pace, his voice particularly steady. "Indeed, when it comes to change, our domestic landscape is evolving rapidly," the attendant commented. "Xiaochun, the competition in our country is fierce. You may not realize this, but even though we bear the title of a leading brand and consistently achieve top sales domestically, the situation both at home and abroad is quite daunting." "Yes, Mr. Zhang," the attendant acknowledged. The middle-aged man, in his 40s and possessing an aura of composure, lowered the car window. The night in Miami resembled a maiden draped in gossamer, exuding allure amidst its graceful allure. "Shall we go directly to see him? I've heard he has no agent." "No, Let's first attend to the matters of our collaboration here in Miami. We can address Yangdi's situation the day after tomorrow. I've checked the Heat's schedule. His next game is in Los Angeles in 3 days. Understood, Mr. Zhang. At the American Airlines Arena, the game against the Wizards had reached a boiling point. The Wizards were no pushovers, boasting formidable backcourt firepower with Arenas and Larry Hughes, both of whom were nearly all-star caliber players. After trailing the Heat in the first half, the Wizards launched a counterattack in the third quarter. How precise? Yangdi gazed at the number 0, abruptly halting to execute a nearly indefensible jump shot during this quarter. The sudden surge of offensive prowess elevated the arena's atmosphere to its zenith. In the NBA, the third quarter is invariably the most thrilling and explosive. Grant played throughout this period, while Yangdi remained on the sidelines, as the Heat narrowly led the Wizards 77-76. Entering the final quarter with a mere 1-point advantage, Yangdi entered the game at the commencement of the fourth quarter, coming off the bench while Wade was resting. The players on the court exhibited a lack of passing awareness. Yangdi, with a shrewd mind, actively set screens for Alston, who was the most skilled passer on the court and had a commendable rapport with him. A little over a minute into the fourth quarter, during a half-court battle, Yangdi made a cut and attempted to receive an alley-oop pass, which was thwarted by the Wizards. Consequently, the Wizards launched a counterattack, with Larry Hughes scoring a layup over Karen Butler, allowing the Wizards to take a 1-point lead over the Heat. This situation was rather awkward, as Alston looked towards the sidelines, noticing the displeasure on the coach's face, prompting him to play much more composed in the subsequent offensive plays. Yangdi, relentless there, managed to secure 2 rebounds without taking a single shot and was substituted out by Stan Van Gundy at the 8-minute mark. It was quite disheartening. Yangdi felt somewhat dejected. His prowess was most pronounced when playing alongside Wade, as the two teams engaged in a fierce battle during the final quarter. With just 2 minutes remaining, the Heat made a crucial 3-pointer, with Eddie Jones stepping up in a critical moment for the team. At times, the difference between victory and defeat in a match could hinge on just a few shots, typically attributing such clutch players with the label of having a big heart. The Wizards Arenas was also renowned as a player with such caliber. Immediately following Jones's 3-pointer, he responded by sinking a 3-pointer of his own. What a superstar moment. Perhaps only a sense of awe could encapsulate the emotions at that moment. After a timeout, Wade assisted Odom for a mid-range shot, while Arenas' layup attempt fell short, with the rebound secured by Grant, leaving the Heat with a 5-point lead. As the final minute approached, the Heat, maintaining their advantage, played steadily. Arenas passed to Larry Hughes for a jump shot that missed, leaving the duo silent at a critical juncture, ultimately handing the victory to the Heat. The contrast between this missed opportunity and the earlier 3-pointer was stark. In the realm of life and death, victory often rests on just a few shots. In the end, the statistics revealed a 103-97 victory for the Heat over the Wizards, with Odom earning the title of the game's best player with 22 points and 13 rebounds, while Yangdi logged 13 minutes on the court, contributing merely 2 points and 5 rebounds. The Heat celebrated their 3rd consecutive win, and Stan Van Gundy finally wore a smile, leading his players back to the locker room after a handshake with Wizards coach Eddie Jordan. On the second day of the rest day, Yangdi was informed by the Heat staff to head to the American Airlines Arena. What could this mean? Yangdi found himself somewhat perplexed. Logically speaking, there should be no training or matches scheduled for today. However, since the team had summoned him, he decided to attend. After all, he was originally set to go to the gym for his routine training in the afternoon. At 3 o'clock, within the office area of the American Airlines Center, 2 guests from China stood before Yangdi. "Hello, I have long admired your reputation." Zhang Teng extended his hand, stepping forward to shake hands with Yangdi. Though both stood at a height of approximately 1.80 meters, Zhang Teng appeared slightly smaller in Yangdi's presence. "Greetings," Yangdi replied courteously. "I have been searching for you for quite some time. Previously, I contacted someone named Jones, who I was informed was your agent. But he mentioned he had been dismissed by you, which caused a significant delay." Zhang Teng spoke with a seasoned composure, his words measured and unhurried. A perpetual smile gracing his face, evoking a refreshing morning breeze that instantly endeared him to Yangdi. "Oh, perhaps you are not yet aware of this matter." Zhang Teng rose, producing his business card from his pocket. The card prominently displayed the title, Zhang Teng, Marketing Department Manager of Lenovo, followed by his contact details and email address. Yangdi blinked his eyes, and it was evident that the well-known state-owned brand was aware of the situation. The intent behind their approach was clear. They wished for him to endorse their products. Zhang Teng got straight to the point, gesturing to his assistant Xiao Chun. who promptly retrieved a stack of contract from his bag. Yang Di's eyes widened in delight, nearly causing him to leap with joy. But he quickly regained his composure and inquisitively inquired, "How did you manage to find me?" "The endorsement contract," Zhang Teng replied earnestly. "I believe you perfectly embody the essence of our company's new product. In fact, your achievements in the NBA have established you as an exceptional basketball star, particularly within the domestic sphere, where you have garnered a considerable following of devoted fans." With a smile, Zhang Teng added, "What surprised us was that you have not hired a manager, which has left many domestic companies eager to enlist you for endorsements at a loss. Here, take a look at the contract. While it is a relatively straightforward endorsement agreement, there are numerous stipulations that warrant careful examination. Overall, it is a 3-year contract with a base endorsement fee of approximately $1.5 million per annum, along with a bonus clause of $1 million. Of course, you will also be required to fulfill the advertising shoots and commercial activities stipulated within the contract." Yang Di's fervent heart gradually transformed into tranquility, with his brows slightly furrowed. "What troubles you?" Zhang Teng inquired, immediately sensing something amiss in Yang Di's demeanor, displaying an astuteness in human affairs. "There are too many activities. I simply do not have sufficient time." Yang Di candidly articulated the reason. "The obligations of advertising shoots and commercial engagements are indeed necessary, particularly the latter, which we primarily focus on domestically." Zhang Teng began, but Yang Di interjected, raising his gaze and speaking slowly. "In truth, I still consider myself a rookie. My ambition is to become a prominent star player in the NBA, and my main focus will be on daily training, competitions, and enhancing my skills. I understand that fulfilling the obligation of advertising shoots is essential, yet it is not something I can always accommodate. I lack extensive experience in filming, yet I am aware that a single advertising shoot cannot be completed in less than half a day or a full day. While you may argue that missing half a day is not a significant issue, if you were to consult with the players and coaches of the Miami Heat, you would understand that I train almost every day. If there is a day without training, it is undoubtedly due to the exhausting match the previous night, necessitating recovery for my body." Zhang Teng, having been interrupted by Yang Di, patiently listened until he finished, astonished that a basketball player would articulate such thoughts. "The better I perform on the court, the more valuable my endorsement contracts become," Yang Di stated. "I understand," Zhang Teng nodded, signaling Xiao Chun to retrieve his notebook. "Regarding advertising shoots, let us redefine the requirement to twice a year rather than an ongoing demand." Yang Di nodded with enthusiasm and said, "Certainly, regarding the commercial activities, we will base it on your return time once a year. Furthermore, the regulations here are not particularly clear." He flipped through the contract, pointing out certain clauses he found unsatisfactory, directly proposing amendments. "Is there any disagreement regarding the amount?" Zhang Teng inquired with a smile. "No. The annual sum of $1,500,000, when converted to dollars, is approximately under $200,000, which is nearly 1/5 of my salary. Among the current NBA players of my caliber as a substitute, securing an endorsement contract is quite rare, so this price is very reasonable." Yang Di was well aware of the current endorsement rates in the NBA. They varied greatly depending on the individual. He had long anticipated that someone would seek him for an endorsement, especially considering that fellow Chinese NBA player Yao Ming was raking in substantial earnings. Reflecting on Yao Ming, a sudden realization struck him. Earlier, he had come across a report from January of this year, stating that Apple had signed Yao Ming for an endorsement campaign to penetrate the Chinese market. "Oh, I see," he thought, a slight discomfort arising within him. Was this price perhaps too low? How unfortunate. It seemed he had overplayed his hand a bit. Chapter 78. Finney's visit in November in Miami. The temperature fluctuated significantly, with sunshine and warmth, occasionally accompanied by a hint of chill. As he descended from the bus stop, Finney, an African-American with braided hair, immediately spotted the Chinese man standing out in the crowd, his clean, closely cropped hair and sharp, eagle-like eyes complemented by a red-brown camouflage jacket. On the court, he exuded a commanding presence, and off the court, his aura was equally fierce. "Hey, my brother." Finney rhythmically gestured and extended his fist. Yang Di chuckled heartily, clenching his fist to collide with his companions. The two then shared an unspoken understanding as they exchanged a high five, their hands interlocking gently, shoulders brushing slightly, and a tender embrace following. "It has been quite a while, Finney." "Indeed, it has, oh, superstar." Finney nodded in acknowledgement. "Please don't tease me. I am merely a substitute rookie player," he replied modestly. Yang Di felt a twinge of embarrassment at being called a superstar, as his playing time was still rather inconsistent. "I heard you dismissed Jones?" "Yes, indeed. That fellow was somewhat ill-suited." Yang Di shrugged. "What a tragedy. He has cut down a money tree." Finney sighed in resignation. The two turned and walked together, with Yang Di suggesting, "Let us dine at a nearby restaurant." Miami is a bustling tourist city with an abundance of eateries. "That sounds good. I have errands to run this afternoon anyway. By the way, I believe your next game is against the Lakers?" "Indeed. We are heading to Los Angeles for a match tomorrow." "The Lakers, huh? That is quite a formidable team, comprised of 4 superstars." "Goodness. I have a feeling this will be a challenging game." "Who knows? Regardless, we must still make the attempt." Yang Di paused for a moment before inquiring, "Finney, I'm considering purchasing a car. Do you have any recommendations?" "A car? But don't you live right next to the arena? Why would you need one?" "Well, sometimes it's inconvenient to travel," Yang Di replied somewhat sheepishly, secretly contemplating that having a car would facilitate movement, such as picking someone up from the set or other errands. He realized that he seemed to have undergone quite a transformation lately, becoming increasingly extravagant. It really depends on what type of car you desire. Sedan, sport car, SUV, or perhaps a business vehicle. Finney chuckled, shaking his head. "Just kidding. You probably wouldn't fancy a business vehicle. As for sedans and sports cars, if they aren't custom-made, they might not suit your stature very well. It would be wiser to opt for an SUV, safe, sturdy, and powerful, such as brands like Jeep, Hummer, Land Rover, or even Mercedes boast excellent reputations. Since you're not planning on modifications or anything extravagant, you can simply choose from these brands for practical use." "Let me think it over. To be honest, I still need to get my driver's license, which is quite a hassle. Why not start with a motorcycle instead? It's agile and convenient. I remember you already know how to ride one, and getting that license is quicker." "It's too cold." "Haha," Yang Di said, rubbing his nose. Finney visited Miami to see Yang Di, who wanted to take him out for some fun. However, he soon realized that Finney was evidently more familiar with Miami, knowing all the exciting spots. They went to a bowling alley and played a game before heading back to the beachside to explore some bars. That night, after arranging for Finney's hotel stay, Yang Di returned to his apartment. As soon as he opened the door, Anne Hathaway rushed out, wrapping her arms around Yang Di's neck and giving him a kiss on the cheek. "Why are you back so late?" "A friend from Chicago came to visit, and it took some time to settle him in. I'm heading to Los Angeles tomorrow for a series of away games, and I won't return to Miami until after 5 matches. Is it going to take that long?" And pouted. "Yes, Yang Di nodded. By then, I suspect our crew will have already left Miami." Yang Di chuckled heartily, suddenly bending down to lift Annie into his arms. He then lowered his head and passionately planted a wet kiss on her lips. "Before anything else, I must ensure that this enchanting little sprite of yours is well fed." Come on. Annie blushed deeply, defiantly proclaiming her fearlessness. Yang Di carried her into the bedroom, and in a moment of passion, he was about to act inappropriately when Annie suddenly halted him. "Right, protection. These days are perilous." "Well, it is indeed bothersome and uncomfortable. The Los Angeles Lakers are another prestigious team in the NBA. A few years ago, led by the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, the Lakers achieved remarkable success, securing 3 consecutive championships from 2000 to 2002, becoming nearly unstoppable. However, in the last season, they faced a 2-4 defeat against the Spurs in the Western Conference Finals. This marked the first playoff failure for the legendary O'Neal-Kobe duo at their peak, although the team later scapegoated Robert Horry, who infamously missed 36 of 38 three-point attempts in the playoffs. The underlying issue revealed a diminishing synergy between the inside and outside play, resulting in inaccurate three-point shooting and a lack of spacing. O'Neal's refusal to undergo toe surgery that summer may have significantly contributed to the team's struggles. In light of various factors, the Lakers, having lost the playoffs, sought to regroup that summer, first by signing veteran Karl Malone at a minimum salary, followed by acquiring Gary Payton using the mid-level exception, thus forming an unprecedented super quartet. Yet, before the grand voyage could commence, Kobe was embroiled in the notorious Eagle County incident that summer. Deeply entangled in legal troubles, Kobe missed several games at the season's outset. Crucially, the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room deteriorated far worse than anticipated due to these events. Head coach Phil Jackson openly expressed his anger. His daughter had previously been a victim of a sexual assault, and after such a personal experience, he naturally found himself emotionally affected. In summary, while the Lakers still possessed a formidable roster on the court, their ship was riddled with wounds. Game days and nights at Staples Center. Yang Di is no stranger to Los Angeles. He had previously participated in a tryout with the Clippers and was left quite impressed by the Staples Center. Numerous celebrities often grace the venue to witness the Lakers games. When Odom spoke of the West Coast's unique landscapes and the sights within Staples, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Having spent 4 seasons with the Clippers, Los Angeles felt akin to home for him, especially being in proximity to Hollywood. Wade flashed a souple smile at Young D, exchanging a knowing glance that resonated with unspoken camaraderie among men. This season, the Lakers have truly excelled. It is my first experience witnessing such a congregation of 4 superstars. Karl Malone, having battled for years with the Jazz and Lakers, ultimately chose to join for a modest fee in pursuit of a championship. Alston, however, expressed concern about the evening's match. With roots on the streets, he often felt a sense of loyalty prevailing, and he did not approve of Malone's actions. Yet, given the twilight of his professional career, it is somewhat understandable. Wade sighed, reflecting on the poignant reality of a hero's decline. Yang D inquired, "Is Kobe playing today?" It is certain that he will take the court, as he seems to have only missed the initial few games. Currently, he is juggling responsibilities. On one hand, he must address matters in court, and on the other, he is preparing for the games. Wade, who is keenly interested in Kobe, shared his insights. It is indeed a challenge. Can he maintain his competitive form? Why not? Came the reply. Kobe is merely 25 years old, and I believe he is in the prime of his physical condition. Though he cannot partake in regular training, given his abilities, he can still outshine 90% of his peers in the league. With everyone enjoying a 3-game winning streak, victory seems plausible, and I, for one, fear no opponent. Haslam was eager, envisioning the thrill of defeating a star-studded Lakers team. Odom chuckled after the game, "I can show you around." He placed particular emphasis on the phrase "show you around," eliciting knowing smiles from the group. Young D rolled he's yes, pondering that this was the 5th consecutive away game on their Western journey. If the head coach were to find out, he might very well enact some severe consequences. Chapter 79, The Siege of the Great Shark, Part 1. In Beijing, within the studio of the Court of the Imperial Court, Sun Zhongping and Zhang Weiping sat together, holding documents transmitted from the Basketball International Department, engaged in a casual pre-game commentary. A few days prior, the Rockets had lost to the Mavericks, prompting a viewer to text suggesting that the Rockets should simply join our CBA league. I remarked that such a notion underestimated the CBA, where scoring often surpasses that of the NBA. Since the last commentary on the game between the Rockets and the Heat's momentum has been soaring, achieving victory up to this point. I asserted that the Heat is indeed a cohesive team. Despite lacking a superstar, their fighting spirit on the court is commendable, with remarkable hustle and enthusiasm, which could prove pivotal in this match. Zhang Weiping then shifted the conversation towards Yang Di, sharing a knowing glance with Sun Jingping before clearing his throat to continue. Yang Di's recent performances have been noteworthy. It is a great fortune for Chinese basketball to have such a talented athlete making his mark in the NBA. Zhang Weiping elaborated, "I have heard that before pursuing basketball, he was a chef. At the tender age of 18, he ventured to America to forge his path. His life was quite arduous, as he juggled work to make ends meet while training in hopes of seizing opportunities. Without certain fortuitous circumstances, he might have remained disconnected from basketball altogether. Is that so? What transpired?" Sun Zhongping feigned curiosity. Zhang Weiping recounted, "Previously, Yang Di worked as a chef in a restaurant in the United States. By a stroke of luck, he joined the University of Wisconsin as a practice player for the Wolfpack team. It was from that moment, at the age of 18, that he officially began to engage in structured basketball training and gradually unveiled his innate talent for the sport. It appears that he did not participate in the NCAA later on. The university experience in the United States is quite different from that of our own country. Young Di, having neither attended high school in America nor found himself particularly suited as an international student, subsequently left the University of Wisconsin to play in some local minor leagues. Occasionally, he also took part in street games, driven both by the need to earn a living and the desire to hone his basketball skills." Sun Zhongping nodded, acknowledging, "His journey has indeed been tumultuous. In fact, I had not heard of his story until he entered the draft or until he was selected by the Miami Heat in the 2nd round. Indeed, it puzzled many in the local scene as to why the Heat chose such an obscure player. It seemed illogical at first. However, observing Yang Di's potential and talent displayed on the court now serves as ample evidence that the Heat made a judicious choice. The live match is about to commence. Let's turn our attention back to the arena. Dwayne, Los Angeles is truly magnificent. Yang Di glanced at the spectators at the sidelines, where, in addition to a few Hollywood stars, there were also some 2nd or 3rd tier actresses, models, and other attractive women seeking the limelight. The West Coast, while distinctly charming, exudes an inclusive ambience, as if it gathers the essence of the world. What is this? Are you feeling a bit restless, young man? Wade corked an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. No, I was merely contemplating why every player arriving at Staples longs to deliver their most spectacular performance. Beyond the allure of the Lakers themselves, the excitement from the sidelines plays a crucial role. Indeed, if you perform well enough, the nights in Los Angeles can indeed offer the beauty you seek, Wade remarked, his words laden with meaning. For those models and minor celebrities lingering on the fringes of the entertainment industry, the NBA stars not only enjoy substantial incomes, but their visibility aligns perfectly with their aspirations. Haslam whistled. I fancy that dark-skinned vixen. Just look at her figure, those fiery red lips, like a glass of potent whiskey, wow. Yang Di followed Haslam's gaze, pondering which exotic beauty he was referring to. Personal tastes vary, and it is likely that he does not share Haslam's preferences. After the warm-up session, both teams commenced a simple introduction ceremony. At this moment, Yang Di observed that the reception for the Lakers' F4 varied significantly, with the dominant leader, the big shark Shaquille O'Neal, undoubtedly attracting the most admirers. However, the cheers for the team's second-in-command, the little flying Kobe Bryant, surpassed even those for O'Neal. In other words, while most fans appreciated both O'Neal and Bryant, the latter's supporters exhibited a distinctly more fervent enthusiasm, seemingly unaffected by the repercussions of the Eagle County incident. Ultimately, basketball remains a regional endeavor. The support from different locales is strikingly disparate, with local fans always constituting the most steadfast allegiance. Although Bryant's off-court troubles were quite unfortunate, those who still rallied behind him were primarily the die-hard fans who had emerged in recent years. Above the arena, 14 championship banners hung proudly, illuminated by spotlights that cast a golden hue across every corner of the venue. With the sound of the whistle, the game officially commenced. The towering figure of 216 meters, akin to a monstrous being, leaped slightly, extending his long arms to redirect the basketball back to the Lakers' backcourt, where Gary Payton received the ball. The Lakers won the jump ball, with the starting lineup featuring PG Gary Payton, SG Kobe Bryant, SF Devin George, PF Karl Malone, and C Shaquille O'Neal. On the other hand, the Heat's starting five comprised Wade, Eddie Jones, Odom, Haslam, and Brian Grant. In comparison, the Heat appeared rather lackluster, akin to a mighty battleship contrasted with a mere fishing vessel. Seated on the bench, Yang Di suddenly heard the system notification. Immediate task issued. Los Angeles besieges the Big Shark. The Big Shark of the West Coast lives freely in his territory, viewing any challenger as a provocation. At the age of 31, O'Neal was in his prime. Despite some minor injuries, his dominance in the paint remained unimpeded. He is considered the strongest center in the league today. The task objective was to defeat the Lakers and suppress O'Neal's statistics to below 20 points and 10 rebounds. The task reward was a single A-level lottery draw. This level of difficulty seemed rather formidable. Yang Di calmly analyzed the immediate task at hand. Setting aside the question of victory, considering O'Neal's current average of 22 points and 10.8 rebounds per game, it is indeed a formidable objective. It is noteworthy that O'Neal's relatively lower scoring is a result of integrating with new teammates, which has diluted his shooting opportunities. However, when he aims to score, he remains an unstoppable force. The encirclement of Yang Di murmured contemplatively, as if deep in thought. The Lakers continue to employ the triangle offense. Yet the addition of Gary Payton and Karl Malone has introduced a certain dissonance in their synergy. This season, they have already suffered defeats against the Hornets and the Grizzlies, finding themselves ranked beneath the Timberwolves. For reasons unbeknownst, O'Neal's desire to dominate offensively was particularly intense during this match. By the 8th minute, he was demanding the ball in the low post, resulting in a defensive foul by Grant. Following a timeout, within a mere 3 minutes, Grant committed another foul. 2 fouls. Although O'Neal converted only one of 4 free throws, he nonetheless inflicted significant damage on the Heat's interior defense. Van Gundy waved his hand, signaling for Yang Di to enter the game. On the surface, Yang Di feigned a look of regret, yet within, he was elated. After an extended wait, he finally found his moment to shine. As the primary substitute for the center position on the team, with 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, he had ample opportunity to engage in a contest of strength with the formidable Big Shark. Chapter 80, The Siege Against the Great Shark, Part 2. Hey, little Chinese guy. O'Neal grinned widely as Yang Di, who had just substituted Grant, stood beside him, half a head shorter. If O'Neal was a great shark, then Yang Di was at best A dolphin. You are much shorter than Yao Ming. I have to look up to him while I look down upon you. Yang Di rolled his eyes, remarking, indeed, your words are flawless. I heard that upon entering the league, you rendered Brian Grant unconscious with a concussion. That young man has quite the temper. Do you see that robust fellow beside you? His iron elbows are quite formidable. You could challenge him in a duel. O'Neill was alluding to Karl Malone, who was earnestly vying for position with Haslam, unaware that his teammates were already teasing him from behind. I said, since you won't be able to guard me anyway, why not take a proper rest and avoid unnecessary fouls? Otherwise, you might end up sitting out like Grant. O'Neill continued to chatter incessantly, persistently urging Yang Di to abandon his resistance. Yang Di was utterly indifferent to him, his arm pressing against O'Neill's back. As the two approached the restricted area, Yang Di's pupils suddenly dilated. O'Neill advanced like a mountain, an imposing behemoth exceeding 150 kilograms, ruthlessly encroaching upon Yang Di's personal space. The basketball soared into play. Welcome to the NBA, rookie. O'Neill, with a low chuckle, positioned himself like a taut shark, his figure surprisingly graceful despite its mass. He crouched abruptly, knees bent, channeling his immense strength into a single entity, akin to a predator sensing its prey, igniting an unrestrained desire to attack as he leaned back. Bang! Weighing less than 110 kilograms, Yang Di was instantly slammed by O'Neill, the point of contact producing a jarring sound reminiscent of colliding muscles. Yang Di felt an irresistible force at the point of impact, crashing into his chest and reverberating throughout his entire body, as if he had been struck by a locomotive. His center of gravity lifting off the ground slightly. O'Neill, relentless in his pursuit, relished in overpowering the inexperienced, especially upon hearing that Yang Di was the most formidable interior player of the 2003 class. He was eager to showcase his dominance. The second collision followed swiftly, with O'Neill's footwork shifting strategically. To maintain his balance, Yang Di found himself retreating, even positioning one foot within the reasonable zone for impact. O'Neill's expression shifted to one of disdain. Perhaps this was all Yang Di was capable of. While adequate against the league's average interior players, he was clearly exposed against a powerhouse like himself. With this thought, O'Neill dismissed further contemplation, turning his massive frame to lift the basketball, preparing for his first dunk attempt. The second attempt, Yang Di realized that O'Neill was not only physically extraordinary, but also possessed remarkable offensive skills in low-post situations. As O'Neill positioned himself advantageously, he leaped into the air, the 300-pound giant soaring, arms raised high, winding up for a thunderous slam. In the stands, Kynan scribbled in his notebook. Time stood still at this moment. The audience at Staples, as usual, reveled in the spectacle of their colossal interior beast, O'Neill, performing with unparalleled flair. To them, the youthful Yang Di was merely a mundane appetizer within a shark's jaws, easily crushed with a slight increase in biting force, leaving his opponent bleeding profusely. Smack! Yang Di soared into the air like a rocket, his determination mirroring that of all resolute young individuals. He would not allow anyone to dunk on him, even if that person were the league's premier center. Get down here! Yang Di let out a fierce roar, crashing into the shark midair, forcefully striking its arm with one hand. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to drag the hefty figure down from the sky. The 300-pound behemoth lost its balance, and the basketball slipped from his grasp. Upon their collision, they veered off their normal descent trajectory and tumbled to the ground like rolling gourds. With a thud, the floor seemed to tremble beneath them. Kynan continued to scribble in his notebook. The 19-year-old stood beneath the hoop, his mouth agape, his eyes radiating a chilling ferocity. Ignoring the chorus of boos from the crowd, he appeared fierce and domineering, his protective facade sharp and aggressive. Shaquille O'Neal, incensed, sprang to his feet. But Yang Di was quicker, not sparing him a glance. This dismissive attitude only fueled the frustration, and tragically, as the team's leader was brought down by this ruthless foul, not a single Lakers player rushed to help him up, their indifference akin to that of strangers engaged in a streetball game. The referee summoned O'Neal to the free throw line. O'Neal shot Yang Di a glare, feeling that the foul was directed at him. At the free throw line, holding the basketball, O'Neal felt a wave of discomfort. He bent over, raising the ball as if to dispose of a corpse, only for it to absurdly ricochet off the back of the rim and bounce back into his hands. Good shot. Well executed. Yang Di clapped mockingly from under the basket, openly taunting the shark. You're finished, rookie. O'Neal's fury ignited as he seized the ball from the referee and attempted another shot, which again failed to find the net. Yang Di, Digli guarding Garo Malone. Refrained from exerting himself, as Haslam protected the backcourt rebound on the other side. Kobe, standing off to the side, remained silent. Had he been taking those free throws, his scoring would surely be in double digits by now. Damn, that overweight fool, just wasting opportunities. As the Heat launched their offense, Wade faced off against Gary Payton on the perimeter. Payton, one of the most formidable defensive guards in history, known as the Glove, boasted an impressive yet comparatively low career steal count, even less than Eddie Jones of the current Heat team. However, his pressure and tenacity were unparalleled. Once he locked onto a player, it was as if they were firmly held in a glove. Calm and composed, he was a master of trash talk. A distinctive personality who had become a representative figure of the all-star scene from the 90s to the present day. Wade, newly entered into the league, felt an exhilarating challenge in the presence of an all-star caliber guard. As the crowd cleared, Wade began to move unpredictably, shoulders swaying. The basketball danced in his hands as he extended his left foot, dribbling between his legs, his long arms allowing him to maintain exquisite control. Suddenly, Wade sprang into action. With the inner side of his right foot firmly planted, Wade took an expansive stride to the right of Payton, simultaneously bending at the waist and flexing his knees to initiate a shoulder dip, swiftly closing the distance between them. Just before his right foot lifted off the ground, Wade deftly dribbled the ball from his right hand to the front left side, propelling himself forward with his left foot in a seamless and spectacular crossover move. The basketball's trajectory and rebound were impeccably timed. At the moment of his drive, Wade exhibited an explosive acceleration that belied the absence of a meniscus. Payton maintained a composed demeanor, retreating cautiously with small, measured steps. Seizing the advantage of position, Wade's speed surged, akin to a bolt of lightning, slicing through the Lakers' defense with surgical precision. Karl Malone was drawn away from the paint by Haslam's mid-range threat, while Shaquille O'Neal released Yang D to bolster his defense against the ball handler, standing like an imposing mountain before Wade. As Yang D raised his hands in anticipation of a catch, Akinoin Smirk Krosid Wanel Sifaje. He had already spotted Yang D lurking near the baseline and intentionally set the stage for Wade to pass to him. Wade executed a bounce pass, instinctively targeting the open Yang D, who, upon receiving the ball, was filled with exhilaration and prepared to leap for a dunk. O'Neal's eyes widened as he spun around like a top, leaping with predatory ferocity. Just as Yang D ascended a short distance, he was taken aback to discover that the 300-pound Titan possessed a leaping ability that rivaled his own. Indeed, it was evident that without the ball, O'Neal's jumping prowess was even more formidable, casting an overwhelming shadow over Yang D as he reached out with a massive hand to intercept the basketball. The force descended upon him, thwarting his ascent. Bang! Yang D plopped down onto the floor, the basketball ricocheting off his leg and soaring out of bounds. His head buzzed, and his vision sparkled with stars. Laughter erupted throughout the Staples Center, followed by cheers from Lakers fans directed at Shaquille O'Neal. "Get that Chinese guy," they jeered. "Foul him again. Be more aggressive." Chapter 81. The Siege Against the Big Shark, Part 3. Wade and Odom rushed over to lift Yang D from the ground, casting a sidelong glance at O'Neal as he swaggered mockingly toward the front court. "I should have just lobbed it to you," Wade lamented. "No, Dwayne. You did the right thing." A lob would have been easily thwarted by O'Neal, Yang D replied, shaking his head with an unusual calmness on his face. "We must double team, provide support, and disrupt his offense. Can you hold up?" Odom inquired of Yang D. "I cannot hold up," Yang D remarked, "even if I can't withstand it. I must persevere. After all, a foul is merely a foul." He has never perceived any impropriety in committing fouls, as his playing time in a match barely spans 20 minutes, rendering the number of fouls inconsequential to him. It is better to maintain a semblance of normal defense. Otherwise, the pressure on our perimeter will inevitably escalate. Wade, however, contemplates the broader implications. With only 4 fouls permitted in a quarter, significant shifts in momentum can easily occur towards the end of that period. As 3 players surged forward, the Lakers languidly transitioned into their half-court offense. In recent years, bolstered by the formidable prowess of Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal, the Lakers' half-court offense has been nearly insurmountable, fostering a habitual playing style. With the arrival of the seasoned Gary Payton and Karl Malone this season, their frequency of fast breaks has plummeted to the lowest in the league. Kobe, holding the ball on the perimeter, engaged in a one-on-one with Eddie Jones, devoid of any screen assistance. He stood in a triple threat position, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk, fixated on Jones, exuding an unspoken intensity. A feint, a swift change of direction, simple maneuvers executed with exaggerated flair and impeccable footwork. The basketball remained under his command, the pace unhurried, yet he effortlessly completed the breakthrough and established a positional advantage. In this era, shooting guards such as Carter, Kobe, Iverson, and McGrady are unparalleled entities, possessing basketball skills that rank among the most exceptional since Jordan. They embody a synthesis of penetration, layups, shooting, and passing, each distinct yet all wielding a razor-sharp precision. Positioned at the right side of the free throw line, Kobe executed a sudden stop, propelling himself off the ground with a powerful thrust, arms raising the ball in preparation. Eddie Jones leaped to contest, yet the distance between them remained substantial. Having failed to thwart Kobe's initial move, he resigned to the inevitability of Kobe's subsequent actions. Though the defense appeared formidable, Kobe's shot was as effortless as if in practice. Alas, the basketball clanged against the back rim and ricocheted swiftly outward. At that moment, Yang D and Haslam, drenched in sweat, gritted their teeth, summoning all their strength to contend with the powerful players behind them, ultimately managing to push them out of the key. Then came Odom, who snatched the rebound with one hand. A fast break. In stark contrast to the Lakers' methodical approach, Yang D and his teammates swiftly retreated, while Odom pushed the ball forward, with Wade and Eddie Jones sprinting ahead. Dwayne, Odom bellowed, delivering the ball directly to him. As Wade crossed half-court, he caught the pass with his left hand, immediately executing a behind-the-back dribble to elude Kobe's reach, then surged inside the three-point line. Facing the defense of Gary Payton, Wade elevated for a layup, drawing a foul in the process. The Shark is indeed a perilous creature. Yang D's strength, still shy of S-level, felt somewhat inadequate in the presence of O'Neal. The disparities in weight, height, wingspan, and even stamina rendered him significantly outmatched. O'Neal, exhibiting an aggressive demeanor, actively sought the ball, determined to showcase his dominance on the court before Yang D. Ultimately, with 2 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in the first quarter, O'Neal's soaring layup was met with a resounding rejection from Wade, who had swooped in from the side for a spectacular block. The 193-meter guard's jumping ability and speed were astonishing, and the timing and angle of the block left O'Neal in an awkward predicament. Following this play, Phil Jackson opted to substitute O'Neal, who had managed only a single point alongside 3 rebounds at that juncture. During this period, Yang D's defense was commendable, successfully disrupting O'Neal's offensive efforts while also unsettling the Lakers' rhythm. Zhang Weiping chuckled as he commented on Yang D's role with the Heat, naively believing that the team would prioritize his development. Indeed, Yang D's talent was exceptional. It was rare to find such explosive players among Asians, particularly given their typical physical attributes. Sun Zhongping interjected, praising the play, as Dwayne Wade executed a brilliant drive and dish to Lamar Odom, who swiftly converted the opportunity. As the first quarter concluded, the Heat held a slender lead of 24-21 over the Lakers. Sweat dripped from Yang D's forehead, splattering onto the floor. His chest heaved as O'Neal's substitute, the venerable Horace Grant, known for his past accolades with the Bulls, entered the fray. Despite his age, Grant remained formidable and powerful, presenting a challenge for Yang D as they faced off. Malik Allen and Lauren Woods were substituted in, while Yang D found himself resting on the sidelines under Van Gundy's directive. What? Yang D mouthed in frustration, though no sound escaped his lips. He gazed at the court, then glanced at the hefty figure seated on the Lakers bench, suddenly realizing that Stan Van Gundy was likely pleased with his defense against larger opponents and was merely waiting for an opportunity to reinstate him. It must be so, he reassured himself. Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, a disgruntled O'Neal muttered, "This damn Chinese player lacks any semblance of Yao Ming's humility. I can't stand him, that rascal." He rubbed his backside, still feeling the sting from Yang D's earlier rough foul, which had left him with a minor bruise upon landing. "This Yang D is quite aggressive. How'd he not play inside?" O'Neal queried quietly to Karl Malone. Malone paused, bemused. "Is he really that fierce? I hadn't noticed." "Well, you wouldn't since you're not matched up against him," O'Neal retorted. O'Neal remarked with a hint of irritation, "This fellow dares to confront me head-on. It has been years since I've encountered such an intriguing rookie. Who was the last player, even leaner and lighter than him, who dared to challenge me? Let me ponder. Kevin Garnett, although he could not contain me, at least exhibited a formidable spirit. And what of Yao Ming? He too has always engaged in direct confrontations, hasn't he?" O'Neal continued, "That is different. Yao Ming towers over me and possesses sufficient weight. This guy's weight is merely adequate for a power forward, yet distinctly insufficient for a center. Thankfully, his offensive skills appear somewhat lacking. Otherwise, such an outstanding young talent would surely be among the top 5 draft picks. Karl Malone chuckled. We ought to give him a taste of reality. This rookie must be subdued, or chaos will ensue. The two resolved to collaborate and set a trap for Yang Di. Moments later, as the time for the regular rotation approached, O'Neal and his teammates returned to the court. Fan Gundi deliberatet, ultimately deciding to reintroduce Yang Di, as Grant held a more pivotal role within the team. With Grant troubled by fouls, he was not only timid on defense, but also faced a dire situation should he incur a third foul. Yang Di, on the other hand, appeared to be making bold moves, yet the referee whistled a foul against him, making him an ideal candidate for a strategic play. Chapter 82. The Siege of the Great Shark, Part 4, at the Staples Center during the second quarter of the Lakers versus Heat game. Bang! O'Neal summoned his strength, leaning back before forcefully pivoting. It is difficult to fathom that a behemoth weighing over 300 pounds could display such finesse in the paint. Seamlessly transitioning during the momentary pause following Yang Di's collision, skillfully capitalizing on his physical advantage. Yang Di greeted his threat, using one arm to brace against O'Neal while raising the other high. Although his legs were firmly planted on the ground, his upper body leaned back with a hint of strain. Malik Allen swiftly closed in, and O'Neal lifted a single hand for a delicate hook shot, which swished through the net. Cursing under his breath, Yang Di retrieved the basketball from the floor and returned to the baseline to inbound. In a half-court offensive set for the Heat, Yang Di discreetly maneuvered beyond the three-point line to set a screen for Eddie Jones. Kobe glanced at Yang Di, his remarkably flexible body twisting as he deftly navigated past the screen, refusing to let Eddie Jones escape his relentless defense. The ball was then passed to Wade, who exploited his speed to dart into the Lakers' interior. Watch out for O'Neal. Stan Van Gundy, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety as Wade approached the paint. O'Neal, having not followed Yang Di to the perimeter, was stationed in the key, unencumbered by any other players, poised to provide support against Wade. With a quick glance, Wade spotted the towering presence of O'Neal and instinctively executed a sudden stop. He gathered the ball with both hands, launching a close-range jumper. O'Neal refrained from leaping, merely extending his arm to interfere with Wade's shot, his impressive wingspan covering all possible angles. The ball, spinning in the air, failed to find its mark. O'Neal felt a flicker of joy as he leaped slightly, hands reaching for the incoming rebound, which appeared to be an effortless grab. However, in that precise moment, a shadow hurtled toward him like a cannonball, knocking him off balance. A pair of hands reached above his extended arm, swiftly clasping together to snatch the rebound away. What a theft! O'Neal stared in disbelief at the figure that had swooped in to seize his rebound, then, like a thief, took a single dribble before launching the ball to the perimeter. Damn it, he muttered. Every interior player and coach must find it unbearable to have a hard-earned rebound snatched away. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson clenched his fist in frustration, feeling displeased as the score remained tightly contested. After several passes, Eddie Jones attempted a three-pointer from the outside, but it missed. This time, O'Neal deliberately positioned himself in front of Yang Di, allowing Karl Malone to claim the rebound. The Lakers transitioned to offense, with Payton and Malone executing a pick-and-roll. Malone, from mid-range, opted for a jump shot. Malik leaped to defend, only to realize that Malone had feigned the shot, remaining stationary. As the defender jumped, Malone calmly dribbled to the right and took another jump shot, scoring effortlessly. Look, Karl Malone is outscoring you, Shaquille, Yang Di taunted from behind O'Neal. O'Neal's expression darkened as he retorted, all that matters is that I'm taller than you, 0-point rookie. After Yang Di and O'Neal engaged in a physical tussle for a while, Van Gundy decided to substitute him, bringing in Grant, who had been resting for a considerable time. Grant took to the court until halftime, during which the Lakers managed to surpass the Heat with a score of 48-44. The Miami Herald inquired if you had recently signed a sponsorship deal with the company. As the second half commenced, Malik Allen replaced Haslam in the starting lineup, while the latter sat idly by, conversing with Yang Di, his eyes revealing a hint of envy. Indeed, you are well informed. I envy you international players, who have the backing of an entire nation. I heard that Yao Ming from Houston is even more remarkable, having signed several endorsements and earning nearly $10 million. Indeed, that's the reality. There's little one can do about it. Our Chinese economy is thriving, our population vast, and the market potential is unparalleled globally. The NBA has been devoted to tapping into the Chinese market over the past couple of years. You know? Yang Di spoke of his homeland with immense pride. his words flowing effortlessly. I remember reading a report stating that David Stern personally traveled to Beijing, our capital, to negotiate broadcasting rights with our national television station and even provided them with recordings. Truly impressive, young D. Do you think you might be selected for the All-Star game? What? The All-Star game? Haslam nodded earnestly. Last year, didn't Tiao Ming make it as the starting center for the Western Conference All-Stars? There are countless Chinese fans, and many support him wholeheartedly. I probably want to be chosen. Yang Di shook his head uncertainly. My recognition in my country isn't particularly high at the moment. Perhaps those who enjoy basketball know me, but the general populace likely doesn't. Moreover, I've had my fair share of negative press, and many fans don't harbor positive feelings towards me. As he spoke, a shadow of gloom crossed Yang Di's face. While being ridiculed in Miami or booed by fans didn't faze him much, the thought of lacking support from his hometown fans was indeed disheartening. It's all right. As long as you continue to perform well on the court, many will naturally change their perspective. As Yang Di calculated O'Neal's points and rebounds, the disparity between the Heat and the Lakers gradually became apparent. Following the onset of the third quarter, Kobe inexplicably found his rhythm, scoring merely 7 points in the first half. Yet in this quarter, he executed a series of difficult fadeaway jump shots against Eddie Jones' defense, igniting a surge for the Lakers. Stan Van Gundy promptly called a timeout, instructing Wade to switch on a Kobe while simultaneously expanding their defensive coverage. In a twist, they fell right into the Lakers' trap. Phil Jackson, with a whistle in hand, signaled for his players to attack the paint. Kobe drove and dished to O'Neal, who powered through Grant for a resounding dunk. Payton swiftly passed to Karl Malone, who facilitated an inside play, allowing O'Neal to score effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, O'Neal had amassed 8 points, elevating his total into double figures. As Yang Di took to the court, the Lakers were also in the midst of a rotation, with O'Neal, Kobe, and others being substituted out, leaving the Lakers with a commanding 75-63 lead over the Heat, a margin of 12 points. What exactly is the triangle offense? With profound confusion, Yang Di entered the game, sensing that the Lakers seemed to rely solely on their stars' one-on-one prowess to dictate the match. With the remainder consisting of simple drives and pick and rolls, devoid of numerous open shooting opportunities, and the flow of the game had inexplicably shifted against them. The only thing Yang Di could do was secure rebounds. After Alston's layup failed, Yang Di, trailing closely behind, seized the offensive rebound. This marked his second offensive rebound of the game. The Cobra was positioned beside him, rendering any offensive maneuver impossible. Thus, he passed the ball out again. Subsequently, John Wallace's jump shot missed, and the defensive rebound was safeguarded by the Cobra, Horace Grant. Yang Di shook his head, lamenting the missed opportunity, as no one was defending the shot. The Lakers bench players executed their plays with remarkable precision, employing screens, positioning, and cuts in accordance with their tactical system. Standing in the paint, Yang Di remained intensely focused. Derek Fisher attempted a step-back jump shot, which also failed to find the mark. He secured a one-handed grip on Grant behind him, leaping high enough that his head nearly reached the rim, and raised his right hand to snatch the rebound from the air. Grasping the ball with one hand, he held it aloft. While the Lakers lacked any players contesting the offensive boards, as Grant had already retreated on defense. Observing that Yang Di had secured the rebound, Grant adjusted his glasses and jogged back to defend. By the end of the third quarter, Yang Di had amassed 7 rebounds, yet had no points, assists, or blocks to his name. He felt a profound sense of helplessness due to the offensive drought, especially when his teammates were struggling with their shooting. After 4 minutes into the fourth quarter, he collected 2 more rebounds, as the Heat found themselves trailing the Lakers by an even larger margin, 72-90. With the Lakers starters returning to the game, Van Gundy contemplated whether to reinstate his main players, sensing that the match had already been decided. After much deliberation, he opted to bring Wade and Odom back onto the court, leaving a lineup that was a blend of starters and substitutes. Chapter 83. The Hunt for the Big Shark Finale. What? Are we already defeated? Wade gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of frustration at the Lakers, who were chatting leisurely. How could they claim victory, was assured. There were still over 7 minutes remaining. The Heat initiated play, and as Wade advanced past the half-court line, he signaled for Yang Di to set a screen. Shaquille O'Neal remained unguarded, and Yang Di effectively blocked Gary Payton, allowing Wade to rise confidently beyond the three-point arc and release his shot. Swish! The screen had facilitated a successful basket, 90-75, as the Lakers launched their offensive. O'Neal eagerly called for the ball in the low post. Payton had just lobbed it to him when Wade rushed in to double-team O'Neal. Unable to dribble, O'Neal passed the ball back to Payton on the perimeter. Payton hesitated before attempting a three-pointer, which missed the target. Yang Di positioned better, swiftly turned and secured his 10th rebound of the game. Meanwhile, Wade had already initiated a fast break. In a moment of inspiration, Yang Di suddenly grasped the basketball with both hands and hurled it high into the air, the ball soaring across the entire court. "Get back on defense," O'Neal exclaimed, noticing Wade sprinting ahead. Yet, Wade's speed was astonishing. He caught the ball just a step inside the three-point line. As Payton reached the line, Wade dribbled once, took a powerful step, and soared for a one-handed dunk. 90-77, prompting Phil Jackson to call a timeout, having scored 5 consecutive points. With over 7 minutes still remaining, a flicker of hope ignited in Stan Van Gundy's icy heart. Could a miracle be unfolding? Gazing at Alston, Wade, John Wallace, Odom, and Yindi on the court, he contemplated the necessity for change. "Eddie, you're up," he called. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his mind regarding the disruption of the harmonious chemistry currently flourishing within the Heat. After deliberation, he decided to substitute Eddie Jones for John Wallace, leaving the other positions intact. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers exhibited heightened focus. Perhaps it was a tactical arrangement by Phil Jackson. Shaquille O'Neal set a screen for Kobe Bryant, who, utilizing the pick, swiftly maneuvered towards the center and delivered a low-angle pass to Karl Malone. As O'Neal penetrated the paint, Malone released the ball, but his shot was thwarted by Odom's interference. "My board," Yindi roared, leaping like a predator spotting its prey, securing the defensive rebound with both hands. The Lakers immediately retreated into defense, and Yindi showed no intention of initiating a fast break, passing the ball to Wade. Crossing half-court, Wade continued to utilize Yindi for a high screen. Seizing a fleeting positional advantage, he accelerated past Payton with a deft move, driving inside. The Lakers quickly contracted their defense, prompting Wade to deliver a low bounce pass to Alston on the perimeter, who attempted a three-pointer. Clang! The shot missed. O'Neal, having failed to box out, swiftly turned and snatched his 7th rebound of the game. With 6 minutes and 47 seconds remaining, Kobe disregarded Payton's request for the ball, pivoting for a jump shot that missed. Yindi tipped the ball, allowing Wade to secure the rebound and launch a fast break. Arriving at the front court without seeing any immediate opportunities, he awaited Yindi and others to join him. Wade and Odom executed a pick and roll, after which Wade passed the ball to Odom, who caught it with his left hand. Seamlessly, he broke through the defense, penetrating the Lakers' interior without hesitation. And with a gentle flick of his left hand, he banked the shot in. The score was now 90-79, with the Heat trailing by only 11 points. The spectators at the sidelines stirred slightly in disbelief. Could it be? How did the lead diminish so suddenly? Amid DJ's exuberance, numerous fans began to vocally support their team. O'Neal received the ball, nudging Yindi aside before spinning into a double team. Opting against passing, he raised the ball high and executed a deft hook shot. Swish! The score was now 92-79, marking his 15th point of the match. The Heat quickly initiated a baseline play. Wade sprinted to the front court and engaged Payton one-on-one. After 2 decisive steps into the paint, he abruptly halted, then accelerated for a low layup. Payton, caught off guard, awkwardly fouled Wade, who managed to have the ball bounce off the rim, ricocheting twice before settling into the net. An and-one play. What a marvelous shot. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos, while O'Neal cast a surprised glance at the remarkable Wade. The young number 3, strikingly handsome with piercing eyes, may not have displayed exceptional shooting skills, yet his ability to penetrate and control the tempo was undeniably impressive. Perhaps Kobe's prowess in driving was not as formidable as it seemed. With a penalty shot successfully executed, the score stands at 82-92, as the Miami Heat closes the gap to a mere 10 points. A surge of fervor ignites within the players of the Heat, including Odom, Alston, and Eddie Jones, who suddenly feel an inexplicable strength coursing through them, rendering fatigue non-existent and their spirits remarkably elevated. The momentum shifts, yet Phil Jackson shakes his head, realizing that calling another timeout would bear no fruit. He must rely on his Lakers to recalibrate and regain control of the game. 3 minutes later, Wade delivers another impeccable pass, allowing Eddie Jones to net a three-pointer, narrowing the score to 90-94, just 4 points adrift. The Lakers are compelled to call another timeout as the atmosphere becomes increasingly tense. O'Neal finds himself unexpectedly ensnared in a predicament. As the game progresses, his stamina wanes, and during his limited opportunities to dominate, he continually faces double teams from his opponents. As the Lakers attempt three-point or mid-range shots, their outside shooters are having an off night, and the score is gradually being eroded. The combination of stellar defense and offensive efficiency drives this surge. Following the timeout, with 3 minutes and 12 seconds remaining, beyond the West Coast lies the Pacific, and though the shark reigns supreme in the ocean, it cannot withstand the relentless onslaught. O'Neal never anticipated the Heat's counterattack would be so swift. Their rebounding and defense are formidable. Even Odom dares to showcase a step-back jumper over Karl Malone. Unbelievable. He turns for a hook shot that misses, only to watch that pesky number 8 snatch another rebound. Good grief, he has more boards than O'Neal. Kobe sinks his first three-pointer of the game, leveling the score at 97 with just 1 minute and 14 seconds on the clock, while the Heat retains a slight advantage in possession. At this moment, Stan Van Gundy calls a timeout. On the sidelines, Brian Grant is fidgeting with anticipation. Surely it is his turn to enter the game now. He rises, casting hopeful glances at the head coach. Yet, Van Gundy has completely overlooked him. Upon witnessing the current lineup success in equalizing the score, he has no intention of making substitutions. He picks up the clipboard and begins assigning tasks, instructing Yindy to execute an off-ball screen and to position himself for an offensive rebound. As play resumes, Wade holds the ball at a 45-degree angle. Eddie Jones, having maneuvered along the baseline, finds an opportunity for an open shot. However, Kobe's timely defense forces him to pivot and drive towards the paint. The Lakers' defensive rotations reveal significant vulnerabilities in their man-to-man coverage. With a flick of his wrist, Eddie Jones passes to the awaiting Wade. Without hesitation, Wade leaps for a jump shot, and with a swish, he lands another three-pointer. 100-97. The crowd's fervent calls for defense are abruptly silenced. Akin to a duck having its throat grasped, Wade releases the pent-up emotion with a triumphant shout, his exhilaration finally unleashed. Young D felt as if his head had exploded. This goal was undeniably crucial and immensely gratifying. As he sprinted back to defend, he exchanged a hearty high-five with Wade, refraining from excessive celebration. For Peyton was already advancing with the ball. As the clock ticked down to the final minute, Kobe was calling for the ball beyond the three-point line, while Shaquille was demanding it inside. This left Peyton in a quandary. After a moment's hesitation, he opted to lob the ball to Shaquille, prompting an immediate frown from Kobe. Young D positioned himself behind O'Neal, muttering incoherent trash talk. "You can't make it, you can't make it. In this match, I won't allow you to score over 20. No way, no way." Like a mantra, O'Neal felt increasingly irritated by the incessant chatter, even though he had only managed to score 17 points thus far, falling short of the coveted 20. As the game commenced, Wade refrained from double-teaming, adhering to Van Gundy's strategy. The previous double team on O'Neal had allowed Kobe to sink a crucial three-pointer, a moment that demanded caution. O'Neal summoned his strength, leaning against Young D. With a thunderous crash, Young D gritted his teeth and stood his ground, astonishingly holding firm. Yet that was the extent of his resistance. O'Neal swiftly pivoted, undeterred by the force of the counter, and executed a powerful spin. In an instant, as he turned, Young D struck O'Neal's hand, sending the ball flying away. Foul called for hitting the hand. O'Neal's finger throbbed as if it had been struck by a hammer. Enraged, he glared at Young D, who displayed no remorse, wishing nothing more than to deliver a punch. What was this guy thinking? Such an egregious foul, executed with such ferocity. Young D cast not a glance in his direction. After acknowledging the foul with a raised hand, he swiftly moved to the baseline, ready to seize the rebound. Shaquille O'Neal, with a thunderous effort, missed both free throws, allowing Young D to secure the rebound, marking his personal 15th of the game. As the transition between offense and defense unfolded, Dwayne Wade drew a defensive foul from Kobe Bryant. "Did I foul?" Kobe exclaimed, raising his hands in disbelief at the referee's seemingly inexplicable decision. With only 36.8 seconds remaining in the match, such a call should not have been made. Wade then stepped to the free throw line, sinking both shots, putting the Heat ahead 102-97 by a 5-point margin. The Lakers called their final long timeout, but Kobe's three-point attempt went awry. Young D deftly tipped the rebound to Rafer Alston, securing his 16th board of the game, a new personal single-game record in his career. The Lakers fouled Alston, who converted both free throws, effectively sealing the game's fate. In the final offensive play, the Heat's defense swarmed the perimeter, severely restricting the Lakers' options. Kobe, frustrated, took another contested shot from beyond the arc, which missed its mark. With a grim expression, O'Neal managed to grab the offensive rebound and scored, but time had expired. With just 3.8 seconds left, The Lakers chose not to foul, and the Heat triumphed 104-99. In the final quarter, the Heat outscored the Lakers 35-19, an impressive 16-point margin. As the game concluded, Yang D and his teammates erupted with joy. He embraced Wade fervently, his heart brimming with indescribable excitement. After all, it had been an A-level lottery moment. Just when hope seemed lost, the extraordinary Wade had elevated the team's rhythm. "How many points did you score in the last quarter? Was it 19 or 20? Yang D shouted loudly beside Wade, exclaiming how exhilarating it felt to be in the presence of greatness. The despondent Lakers turned away, retreating into the dimly lit players' tunnel, while some fans in Los Angeles began to exit the arena, though a portion remained to applaud the Miami Heat. It was a miraculous victory. Such surprises are not uncommon in the NBA, where the underdog often triumphs over the favored, and comebacks are a thrilling spectacle. Shaquille O'Neal was the last to enter the players' tunnel, casting a glance at the young Heat team. He first spotted the Chinese player, whose tenacity irritated him, then shifted his gaze to the adulated Wade, a sense of impending crisis washing over him. After all, he was now 31. It was an unsettling feeling. Chapter 84. Sneaking out as the bus departed from Staples Center, the enchanting nightscape of the city, illuminated in purple hues, unfolded like a vivid painting before their eyes. Unlike Miami or Chicago, each city possesses its own distinctive charm and culture. On board, the Heat players were still buzzing with excitement from the recent game, their conversation fervent. It was a thrilling experience, truly a magnificent night, and I felt an invigorating warmth coursing through me, as though I had an endless reservoir of energy. Although Haslam did not participate in the final moments of the match, he remained the embodiment of passion and zeal within the team. Wade wore a beaming smile. Having emerged victorious with a career high of 34 points, his pivotal performance in the final quarter epitomizing American individual heroism. Odom suggested, "Let us go out and have some fun." "But shoo, keep your voices down." He glanced cautiously at the head coach, Stan Van Gundy, who was deep in conversation with Grant in the front row, then lowered his voice further. "We don't head to Seattle until tomorrow, so we have time to enjoy ourselves tonight. Just think about it. Los Angeles, Hollywood, the unique allure of the City of Angels. We only come here once a year. Let us go out and explore once we reach the hotel." Wade's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hooked his arm around Yang D's neck, exclaiming, "We absolutely must go. I adore the blackness of the night." Odom continued to share delightful ideas, instantly captivating the Heat players, who felt as if they could sprout wings and fly over there immediately. At the Four Seasons Hotel, as midnight approached, a group of tall young men stealthily emerged from the entrance. Yang D squinted his eyes, utterly fatigued, yet was forcibly escorted out of the hotel by Wade and Haslam. Accompanying them were Odom, Russell, and Alston among others, including Grant, who, being in their 30s, did not call out for them to join. The group hailed a couple of taxis, heading straight for a nightclub named Crimson. Indeed, it was another nightlife venue. Yang D rolled his eyes and yawned twice. A raucous crowd surged into the nightclub, where opulent purple and gold lights illuminated the walls, guiding them through the corridor into the bustling hall. At this moment, the club was at its liveliest, with numerous voluptuous dancers clad in revealing attire weaving through the space, alongside a diverse array of men and women seeking to unwind and revel in joy. The chaotic spectacle caused Yang Di to involuntarily furrow his brow once more. Upon entering the establishment, the group erupted in exuberance, with Wade, Odom, and others immediately embracing the revelry, leaving Yang Di to his own devices. Yang Di pursed his lips and quietly departed from the hall. He wandered alone onto the streets of Los Angeles. In November, the evening air carried a distinct chill, and the desolate, silent streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. He tightened his clothing, donned his jacket with its accompanying hood, and with his hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled southward along the road. Perhaps due to the proximity of a nightclub district, the low, resonant thrum of bass occasionally reverberated through the air. At the entrances of various nightclubs, men and women could be seen entering and exiting in a steady flow. Los Angeles is vast, with its economy ranking among the world's foremost. Yang Di wandered along the street for 10 minutes without reaching the next intersection. He stumbled upon a McDonald's, hurried in to purchase a burger, and ordered a cup of milk tea. As he ate, he began to retrace his steps. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise pierced the air. A throng had gathered in front of a crimson-lit nightclub. The clamor, shrieks, and the sound of shattering glass bottles filled the atmosphere. Yang Di paused, taken aback by the scene of brawling and the familiar faces among the crowd. What on earth is happening? Yang Di was taken aback as Wade, Odom, and others suddenly engaged in a brawl. Although their opponents were not as tall as Wade and his companions, standing at around 8 to 1, 9 meters, they outnumbered them. Wade, Odom, and the rest found themselves at a disadvantage, with only Haslam and Karen Butler bravely maneuvering through the fray, displaying a commendable level of fighting experience. How absurd, Yang Di thought to himself. This is intolerable. How dare they assault his companion? With a fierce glare, he pushed aside a few onlooking ladies and, without even removing his hat, charged into the fray. He delivered a swift kick to the back of a black man who was truly attacking Wade. The man let out a pained cry, completely taken by surprise as he was propelled out of the scene. With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground, face down, making a sound akin to a pig being slaughtered. As Yang Di turned around, he grasped the shoulders of another individual and forcefully yanked him backwards. The man, sensing impending danger, desperately tilted his head back. However, the swiftly approaching fist accurately struck his cheek, resulting in a resounding thud. Dazed, he sputtered a mouthful of blood, accompanied by a few shattered teeth. To his astonishment, there were accomplices. They aimed to eliminate him, just as Wade had managed to extricate himself from a predicament. Several visibly intoxicated men nearby set their sights on Yang Di and charged towards him without trepidation. "Dwayne, be cautious," Yang Di called out as he pivoted, taking a decisive step forward. The foremost assailant, upon witnessing Yang Di's advance, brandished a fruit knife, measuring several inches in length, as if such a weapon could instill a sense of security within him. Yang Di narrowed his eyes, taking swift steps as he drew his right fist to his chest and suddenly unleashed it like a bolt of lightning. Thud! The man struck in the abdomen expelled a bitter gasp, arching his back like a boiled shrimp, before clattering down the fruit knife and sinking to his knees. Groaning in agony, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Who was this fellow clad in red camouflage? How could he fight so fiercely? Upon entering the arena, he swiftly dispatched 3 thugs with remarkable agility. His punches executed with astounding speed, and his footwork was exceptionally nimble, allowing him to evade the chaotic assaults of his opponents. The situation shifted dramatically. The once retreating players of the Hot Fire team instantly regained the upper hand. Yang Di executed a high whip kick, striking a man squarely on the head. As he landed, he swiftly pivoted to evade another's charge, seamlessly following through with a powerful knee thrust that collided with the assailant's chest. The man clutched his chest and was sent flying, spewing blood from his mouth, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, unable to move. Suddenly, a steel rod struck Yang Di's back with a resounding thud. He stood firm, unyielding, and turned to fix his cold, emotionless gaze upon the last remaining opponent. Yang Di grinned malevolently as he seized the steel rod, gradually extricating it from the grasp of the other man, who, terrified, relinquished his hold and fled the scene, clutching his head. In the distance, the wail of police sirens echoed, while the onlookers gazed at the remaining Heat players, with at least 20 burly men sprawled on the ground. Wade assisted Odom in rising, while Rasul, Haslam, and others bore visible injuries, their appearances quite dismal. This was a dire situation. If the coach found out, the consequences would be severe, potentially leading to suspensions. Rasul, with a furrowed brow, lamented the prospect, for his salary was already modest, and each game missed represented a significant financial loss. "Are you all right, Dwayne?" Yang Di discarded the steel rod and offered Wade support. Wade's expression was a mix of embarrassment and gratitude, primarily due to the surprise attack he had just endured. A true misadventure. "You're quite the fighter, Yang," Odom remarked, his admiration evident. Yang Di had rushed in to save them, displaying skills that were clearly superior to their own. "Indeed impressive," Rasul Butler and Karen Butler chimed in unison. "Strength commands respect." Yang Di scratched the back of his head, taken aback by the adoring gazes of his teammates, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, several local girls cast flirtatious glances his way. Just then, the police cars arrived on the scene, and the local officers were taken aback to discover the culprits, a group of NBA stars. "What transpired here?" one officer inquired. "Ahem, it was the fans who instigated the trouble. Sir, we were inexplicably attacked. These individuals are local thugs," Odom interjected, being a local celebrity himself. Noticing the dire situation, several individuals on the ground ceased their moaning and slowly rose, exclaiming, "These guys are ruthless, officer. Just look at us." The officer's brow twitched at the sight. Indeed, they appeared rather worse for wear, with traces of blood still visible at the corners of their mouths. while some lay unconscious or unable to rise. It was surprising that the Heat were not only fierce on the court, but formidable off it as well. "Everyone, return to the station with me. Rest assured, none of you will escape this," commanded the lead officer, gesturing grandly as Yang Di and the others were methodically ushered into the police vehicles. Their departure illuminated by the flashing lights against the dark night. Chapter 85. Back to the station, Stan Van Gundy was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. As what had begun as a splendid evening swiftly devolved into a chaotic mess. He scarcely grasped the details, only knowing that 7 or 8 of his players had been incarcerated in a local Los Angeles police station. A brawl? How could that happen, Stan? How do you manage your team? While Van Gundy endured the furious tirades of Pat Riley from afar in Miami, he hastily convened all the Heat staff members who had accompanied him, including several assistant coaches and trainer George. The Los Angeles basketball reporters, upon catching wind of the situation, erupted in excitement, many rushing to the police station that very night to gather the latest updates, while the NBA's official website promptly reported the news. This incident was, in fact, something that David Stern found quite distasteful. Nevertheless, events had transpired, and it could not go unreported. When Yang Di and his companions were released from the police station by Stan Van Gundy, it was already the following morning. The group of bruised and battered individuals lowered their heads, trailing behind the visibly furious Van Gundy, creating an atmosphere that was chillingly tense. "You certainly have skills," Van Gundy scoffed, prompting the others to bow their heads even lower, none daring to respond to his remarks. Simultaneously, news began to circulate online, swiftly dominating the front pages of sports journalism. A large-scale brawl involving the entire team was a rarity in this era, especially outside the court, where typically only a few players would be involved. The Miami Heat suddenly found themselves in the spotlight, and after a somewhat unclear video shot by a bystander surfaced online, Yang Di also gained notoriety. Previously, many fans dismissed claims of Yang Di having gang affiliations as mere fabrications. However, once the video was uploaded, his fighting prowess was undeniable, able to take on 5 opponents single-handedly, exhibiting nimble footwork, rapid movements, powerful punches, and lethal kicks that evoked a sense of danger. How could an ordinary chef possess such combat skills? This individual was undoubtedly a professional martial artist, possibly with a background in various fighting techniques. Those involved in professional combat sports quickly condemned Yang Di for his overwhelming aggression. Thus, the incident where Grant suffered a concussion at Yang Di's hands was indeed substantiated. He was a veritable force of violence. Furthermore, others swiftly emerged to criticize Yang Di, proclaiming him to be the most brutal among them, akin to a street fighter. The news spread from the basketball section to the broader realm of sports, and then to entertainment, from local Los Angeles to across the United States, eventually traversing oceans to reach China and the rest of the world. Together, Yang Di and the Miami Heat became sensational figures, with their names maintaining high visibility for consecutive days. Numerous basketball commentators and experts expressed their dismay. The Heat were in a period of ascent, yet they faced incessant off-court issues, and the locker room harmony was far from ideal. If they aspired to achieve greater heights, they needed to implement significant changes, refocusing on the court and dedicating more energy to training and competition. The youth must not squander their potential. Phone calls from parents and friends flooded in with inquiries. "I'm fine. I assure you I'm fine," Yang Di insisted, using countless words to clarify the situation. His fan base became increasingly polarized. Those who admired him grew more enamored, while detractors intensified their disdain. Numerous media outlets eagerly awaited the opportunity to interview Yang Di and the players of the Miami Heat. However, Van Gundy explicitly forbade Yang Di, along with Karen Butler and others, from speaking to the press. Instead, he opted to send out the newly joined rookie, Dwayne Wade, to face the media. It appears that in Van Gundy's eyes, the freshly graduated Wade is perceived as a remarkably mature and composed individual, far superior to the foul-tempered Yang Di. When Wade addressed the media, he described the incident as an unfortunate altercation, clarifying that it was by no means a brawl. The Heat players had encountered fervent Lakers fans outside, which led to a verbal dispute that hardly warranted extensive commentary. After the media swiftly brushed over this issue, they turned their inquiries towards the specifics of the altercation. At this juncture, Wade appeared somewhat bashful and awkward, but he candidly shifted the blame onto Yang Di. It was all him, he asserted. "Oh no, what I mean is, Yang Di is exceptionally skilled, in Chinese martial arts. He can single-handedly take on at least a group of people. He is truly extraordinary. In fact, when a verbal exchange occurred, he was out getting food." Upon his return and seeing us in a scuffle, he didn't hesitate to jump in and assist. He is genuinely a good brother, and we are all grateful to him. Due to yet another encounter with the police, Yang Di's reputation had become irreparably tarnished, firmly placing him among the ranks of the notorious. Fortunately, this incident was deemed a personal matter beyond the jurisdiction of the NBA. As the team was engaged in a crucial Western road trip, Pat Riley explicitly instructed Van Gundy to issue warnings rather than impose penalties, allowing Wade, Yang Di, Odom, and others to evade suspension. While en route to Seattle, Van Gundy chastised the entire team mercilessly during the flight. His frustration was so pronounced that he neglected to outline any strategies, prompting Yang Di and his teammates to engage in self-reflection amidst the palpable tension. The following day, the Heat faced a disheartening defeat against the Supersonics. The teams were evenly matched at halftime, but the Supersonics surged ahead with a 29-19 score in the third quarter. In the final quarter, the Heat failed to rally, concluding the game with diminished spirit. That evening, the entire team traveled by bus from Seattle directly to Portland. With a back-to-back schedule, the Trail Blazers enjoyed a significant advantage in stamina, leading to a crushing defeat for the Heat against Rasheed Wallace and Zach Randolph's Portland squad, with a score of 83-95. After triumphing over the Lakers, the Heat faced an unexpected two-game losing streak, with the final two matches of their Western journey against the Warriors and the Suns. As the tumult surrounding the brawl began to fade, fans redirected their focus to the ever-evolving NBA landscape. After a day of rest, the Heat prepared to challenge the Warriors. The Warriors, led by the explosive third-year player Jason Richardson, featured a formidable lineup, including the talented Eric Dampier and promising young players like Mike Dunleavy and Speedy Claxton, embodying a youthful spirit in the Western Conference. Despite a lackluster record, the matchup against the similarly youthful Heat captured the attention of several young fans. The Heat narrowly secured victory with a score of 104-100. Yang Di had minimal impact, playing for 15 minutes and contributing 2 points and 7 rebounds, while Wade and Eddie Jones combined for an impressive 50 points, effectively dismantling the Warriors' defense. That night, the team set off for Phoenix, resting until noon the following day before engaging in a brief 2-hour practice. In the evening, the Heat faced off against the Suns, whose lineup featured Stephen Marbury, Joe Johnson, and Sean Marion on the perimeter, with Amare Stoudemire anchoring the inside alongside veteran Scott Williams. The Heat ultimately fell short, losing 93-99. Though Yang Di held his own in rebounding, Stoudemire outshone him offensively, showcasing a diverse array of scoring techniques and finishing with 24 points, well above his season average. After completing 5 grueling road games, the Heat found themselves utterly exhausted. Compounding their fatigue were 2 back-to-back matches, during which the recently recovered Karen Butler played intermittently, with Van Gundy limiting his minutes to under 20. Departing from Phoenix's airport, the team returned to Miami, concluding a demanding week of competition, with their next game scheduled against the New Orleans Hornets in 2 days. Chapter 86. Limits of Strength. Energy redemption. The city's streets echoed with the whispers of autumn's arrival. As late November unfolded, temperatures plummeted swiftly. The cool breeze caressed the sunlight, petals danced to the ground, and the air was suffused with fragrance. The autumn breeze stirs gently, wafting a fragrant aroma that seems to envelop the senses. The sky is clear, with white clouds gracefully drifting, accentuating the purity of the azure expanse. Within the training hall of the American Airlines Center, the sounds of athletes engaged in their practice resonate harmoniously. Yang Di sat at the sidelines, taking a moment to rest while sipping on an energy drink. Sweat trickled down his forehead, his entire being drenched as if he had just emerged from a body of water, his short sleeves and shorts thoroughly soaked. Ding! The host has completed the daily training. Strength has increased randomly. Ding! Strength has risen by 3 points. Ding! Strength value 99. A. Has reached the talent limit, activating the energy redemption field. The energy redemption field. A flicker of inexplicable brilliance danced in Yang Di's eyes. Was the sixth function of this system finally about to be unveiled? He had not anticipated that his attributes would be so closely tied to his own capabilities, nor did he expect to be constrained by a talent limit, only able to reach the pinnacle of a level. Wade also descended from the court, stretching his shoulders. Noticing Yang Di lost in thought at the sidelines, he curiously inquired about his state. No, nothing's wrong. I'm just going to the restroom. Yang Di waved his hand dismissively as he stood to leave. In the training facility, the Heat players were engaged in various drills across the halves, Odom was practicing three-point shots. Haslam was sweating profusely on the bench press. Karen Butler was honing his catch-and-drive technique, and Malik Allen stood beneath the basket, battling for rebounds in a training tussle. Yang Di sat upon the toilet, closing his eyes as he descended into the realm of the system space. Within the azure expanse, 3 training cards of the Yao Ming template lay completed, with the A-level player, Steve Nash, drawn after the last match against the Lakers, positioned prominently at the forefront of the card collection. Despite having undergone training 3 times, he had yet to utilize Nash. Yang Di was well acquainted with Nash, having previously faced him in a matchup against the Mavericks. The Canadian, now the starting point guard for the Mavericks, possessed exceptional offensive prowess, though his defensive skills left much to be desired, characterized by distinct personality. Nash was known for his precise shooting and incisive passing. Despite his average physicality, he had established a formidable presence in the NBA, marking him as an exceptionally talented player. What Yang Di contemplated was whether to utilize this card to hone his passing skills or his shooting ability. Within the designated area, all 6 modules were activated. The 6th module, known as the Energy Redemption Arena, appeared before Yang Di with a radiant blue dialog box floating brightly, a stark contrast to his vivid recollection of it being shrouded in darkness previously. Yang Di tentatively reached out to touch the dialog box, and, suddenly, a brilliant blue light radiated forth, prompting him to shut his eyes and his mind. As the space transformed, Yang Di opened his eyes. He stood there like a statue, his gaze fixed in a daze upon the dreamlike scene before him, which appeared astonishingly real. If it weren't for the chilling sensation of the cube against his chest, he might have been utterly captivated by it. Stop daydreaming, Yang. The competition is about to commence. Yang Di felt a sudden shove from behind, and in a fit of annoyance, he turned to confront the source. Immediately, he was met with a pair of stern, authoritative eyes. The individual, sporting a bald head and standing approximately 10 centimeters shorter than Yang Di, possessed an elongated physique and an expression of seriousness. As he passed by, he left behind a striking silhouette reminiscent of the legendary number 23. Michael Jordan. Yang Di gaped in astonishment before hastily following him outside. The corridor stretched endlessly, and after a brief sprint, he finally emerged into the expansive arena, where the cacophony of voices enveloped him instantly. Yang, prepare yourself. This match demands your utmost effort. A sprightly old man with a white beard stood before him, observing Yang Di's dazed demeanor with a hint of irritation. Ah, yes, Yang Di jolted back to reality, realizing this must be the so-called Energy Redemption Arena. A test? A special training session aimed at pushing the limits of his strength? With this revelation, he understood that it was merely a slightly more authentic version of the standard training template. Upon grasping this, he followed the man to the sidelines, where he noticed the court was adorned with the Orlando Magic's design, and the fans present wore thin, somewhat outdated summer attire. Beep. Energy Redemption Arena activated, deducting 3,000 villain points. Beep. Energy Redemption Arena objectives completed. Withstand the pressure of the pivotal game and defeat the Magic. What? Yang Di felt darkness cloud his fishin. 3,000 villain points? How could his points be deducted without his consent? Wait a moment, he realized. He didn't possess that many villain points. Accumulated over time, he had barely exceeded 1,000. Where could the system have deducted such a sum? With a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Yang Di took a seat on the bench. Nearby, several unfamiliar African-American players greeted him with smiles. Hey, Yang, come sit over here. Ron Harper gestured to the seat beside him. Yang Di raised an eyebrow, unable to recognize the player, but he plopped down nonetheless. It was then he noticed he was adorned in a vibrant Red Bulls jersey emblazoned with the number 8. Don't be nervous, though it's just a 10-day contract. We've witnessed your remarkable strength and rebounding skills, qualities our Bulls team desperately needs. This match could very well become a pivotal turning point in your career and life. Get your all. Harper patted Yang Di on the shoulder, speaking earnestly like an older brother. Yang Di nodded, realizing that it is no small feat for an NPC to exhibit such human-like qualities. At that moment, he comprehended that he was situated in the Eastern Conference semifinals of the NBA 1994-95 season, where the Bulls faced off against the Magic. The previous 4 games had culminated in a tie of 2-2, and this particular match represented the pivotal showdown, taking place at the Magic's home ground. Historically, Michael Jordan had made his second comeback towards the end of the regular season, participating in a total of 17 games before entering the playoffs, where he encountered the formidable Magic led by Shaquille O'Neal in the second round, ultimately succumbing to a 2-4 defeat in the series. This crucial contest was initially expected to end in defeat as well. Yang Di's undertaking can be described as a formidable challenge, defying fate and vanquishing the original victor. How exceedingly arduous this task is. Merely contemplating it brings him a headache. As the competition commences, the fervor of the audience escalates dramatically. Yang Di closed his eyes and took a glance at his physical attributes. Strength, 101. Rank, S-. Indeed, upon entering the energy redemption arena, he had transcended the limits of his personal abilities, surpassing a strength value of 100 and ascending to the S rank. This virtual realm had facilitated his breakthrough. But the price to pay was the necessity of completing the energy redemption. A deduction of 3,000 points from his villain value, just like that. Although Jordan had played baseball for 2 years, his competitive prowess remained largely unaffected. At 32, he was in his prime, excelling in all facets of the game. At that moment, the Bulls' perimeter featured Pippen and B.J. Armstrong, while the interior boasted Luke Longley and Tony Kukoc. On paper, their lineup did not seem too shabby. However, when compared to the 23-year-old Shaquille O'Neal and the talented Horace Grant of the Magic, they appeared several tiers inferior. Moreover, the Magic also had the exceptionally gifted Tim Hardaway on their perimeter, making their roster configuration truly remarkable. Ironically, after Jordan's retirement, Grant, who firmly believed that Jordan would not return, played as the Bulls' second-in-command for a season. Subsequently, he joined the Magic as a free agent before the season commenced, only to be taken aback when Jordan made an unexpected comeback by the season's end. Whatever happened to retirement? Yang Di sat on the sidelines, observing the basketball match as a mere spectator. Perhaps due to the playoff atmosphere, the intensity of the competition was heightened. Longley and Kukoc exhibited remarkable enthusiasm and tenacity, unfazed even by formidable opponents such as the Cobras and Sharks. However, as the 8th minute approached, Longley found himself with a second foul and was compelled to retreat to the bench. Phil Jackson turned his gaze towards Yang Di and urged Yang, "It's your turn to play." Chapter 87, Convergence, Part 1, adorned in white-striped, slightly snug shorts and a vintage jersey. Yang Di was transported back to scenes reminiscent of a decade ago, typically captured only on tapes. He steadied his racing heart and stepped onto the court. You must withstand that shark or risk being torn to shreds. Or you could opt to return home for milk, Jordan remarked bluntly upon Yang Di's entry, his unwavering gaze brimming with a fervent desire for victory, exuding an innate aggression and determination. Yang Di felt a sudden jolt, still processing the moment when Jordan spoke again. If you succumb to others' expectations, especially negative ones, you will never desire to alter the outcome. Like a bolt from the blue, Yang Di was stunned, reminding himself that this was merely a simulated scenario. Yet, the striking realism